This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Watching precautions. A large number of attribute reporting points have been deleted. May affect the viewing experience. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. 10,000 years after surviving in the Sea of Stars. Some people die. That's really dead. For some people, death may just be the beginning of another journey. Li Qing was bargaining with the stall owner at a border jade rough market just a moment ago, with a cracked gray crystal covered with dry dirt and gravel. The next second the whole world burst into dazzling white light. The sky collapsed and the earth broke apart. Then the cracked gray crystal in his hand suddenly burst into light. And a powerful attraction came, sucking his soul into the crystal. The reason why I say soul is because I clearly saw the annihilation of my physical body before it was swallowed into the crystal. Then, under the illumination of billions of stars, it continued to sleep for who knows how many years. Until, when he woke up again, he was surprised to find himself in the body of a young man also named Li Qing. At first, I thought it was possession. But after receiving all the memories without any hindrance, I realized that it was not possession, but reincarnation. This Li Qing is that Li Qing. They have the same origin. But one is the main consciousness that is asleep, while the subconscious is reincarnated and born as a human being. When the main consciousness awakens, the subconscious naturally returns to the main consciousness. After receiving 18 years of subconscious memories, Li Qing was surprised to find the magic of this new universe. Yes, the new universe. In the first year of the new galactic calendar, the old universe was annihilated. The new universe was born. And the struggle for survival in the Starry Sea began. It is similar to many of the survival novels that Li Qing had seen on Chidian Chinese website before. All human beings on Earth, as well as many civilized races in the old universe, were teleported to the new universe and began their survival in the Starry Sea from a simple colony ship. It was a turbulent era with heroes emerging in large numbers. Countless human ancestors on Earth worked hard to ensure that human civilization could gain a foothold in this new universe. Originally, Li Qing should have been one of those struggling. But at the moment when the old universe was annihilated and teleported, the cracked crystal in his hand was suddenly stimulated and opened, sucking his soul into it. What followed was a deep sleep of tens of thousands of years. When he woke up, it was already the 10,018th year of the new galactic calendar. And 10,000 years had passed since he had survived in the Starry Sea. In the past 10,000 years, mankind has experienced countless wars, lows and glories. Countless pioneers have fought hard one after another, and finally not only succeeded in surviving in the Starry Sea, but also established an extremely glorious civilized human united empire in the 4-star field of the Perseus spiral arm of the new Milky Way, the Imperial Star Field, and joined the interstellar alliance of humanoid races in the new Milky Way. After tens of thousands of years of development, the United Human Empire is now powerful and is already one of the 4 permanent members of the new Milky Way Humanoid Interstellar Alliance, which has thousands of civilizations of all sizes. The United Empire of Humanity is a vast empire ruled by 14 powerful star lords as the electoral families, and the aristocratic senate formed by 272 major and minor star lords. The so-called military lord refers to a top family that owns a private colonial planet and a powerful private fleet, similar to the ancient Jadushi or warlord. Overall, Li Qing's luck in this life is pretty good. He was born into the Qinghe family, one of the military clans. Qinghe refers to the Qinghe galaxy, a ruling family of a prosperous galaxy with 1 natural planet, 7 transformed planets, more than a dozen large space living stations, a total population of over 80 billion, and more than 300 million active players. The Qinghe family rose to prominence more than 300 years ago. Their ancestor Li Gang rose to fame early on with his epic purple innate talent and built a good career outside. Afterwards, he returned home and defeated his other brothers to inherit the family business. He married into the Shan Qian family, and his strength grew rapidly. More than 200 years ago, Li Gang participated in the Empire's pioneering war, destroyed an alien civilization in the 5th Thou star field that had territorial disputes with the United Human Empire, and seized a Type 2 continental planet. After 80 years of hard work, he finally gained recognition from the Empire, officially joined the Imperial Senate, and was promoted to military leader. Named Qinghe, Li Qing was born into such an aristocratic family, which was considered to be a very good birth. But unfortunately, he is not a direct descendant, but a side branch of the family. and is born out of wedlock. He didn't even know who his mother was. His only memory from childhood was that he was brought home by his father. He had never seen nor heard his father talk about who his mother was. At first, he still had some expectations. But as he grew up, he gradually realized from his father's indifference over the years that his mother probably did not have a good background, and that he might not only be a bastard, but more likely an illegitimate child. Fortunately, although his father and brothers and sisters did not like him, he was brought to the Qingheli family after all. No matter how bad his life was, it was much better than being a comer outside, no longer counting on his father. Li Qing's greatest wish over the past decade or so has been to wait until he turns 18. When he becomes an adult, then, in accordance with the regulations of the entire human United Empire, all descendants of players who come to the new universe from Earth must go out to explore, as long as they successfully awaken their innate talents and obtain player status. From the descendants of the 14 Star Sea Lords to the descendants of ordinary civilians, as long as they can successfully awaken their innate talents and obtain the status of players, they must go out to explore. Although the stage of survival in the Starry Sea is past, now is the stage of exploration and expansion in the Starry Sea. The United Empire of Humanity has now established a glorious civilization. But we should be prepared for danger in times of peace. The universe is not safe. Human civilization is now only active in one spiral arm of the new Milky Way. There are extremely large numbers of alien civilizations in the other 3 spiral arms of the new Milky Way and the huge galactic center. Those civilizations, like humans, were once part of the Starry Sea and have survived as well. Their strength is no less than that of humans. Some even have greater comprehensive strength than humans. The Empire stipulates that later generations cannot rest on the merits of their ancestors. Any descendant of aristocrats must go out to explore new places, and their future status and inheritance rights in the family will be determined by their achievements in exploration. Each stage lasts 3 years, for a total of 10 years. Of course, there will definitely be second-generation people who don't want to go. These noble children who are unwilling to explore will tacitly give up all inheritance rights. Li Qing certainly did not count on the right of inheritance. What he valued were the resources provided by the family when he went out to explore new areas. As a military leader's family, all descendants will be provided with a frigate and an initial capital of 100 million star dollars when they go out to explore. This is what he values. Anyway, I will definitely not be able to achieve anything in the family, so I might as well take the development funds and leave the family early and work outside. Having a battleship and 100 million starting capital is better than staying in the family. For Kaichuo, 100 million yuan is just a drop in the bucket. They can't even afford to buy a destroyer. But if you don't expect anything and use the money from development to live outside, 100 million star dollars is definitely a huge amount of money. You can find a remote colony planet to buy a large piece of land, buy some robots or clones to open a farm or ranch, and then marry a wife, and live a comfortable life. This is what Li Qing originally thought. But at this time Li Qing's main consciousness was already clear, with a golden finger in his hand. So this idea must have been thrown aside. Sitting in a room that was simply decorated but full of technology, Li Qing tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and a light screen popped up, showing his bank account number. There was only 2.24 million on it, which was the pocket money he had saved over the years. This is the difference between aristocratic families and ordinary people. Even if he is just a bastard who is never welcomed and has no property, his basic monthly salary alone exceeds that of most workers. But it's still a little. This little money can't do much. We still have to wait for development funds. After closing the bank interface, Li Qing rubbed his chin, and with a thought, he disappeared. The surrounding space changed, and Li Qing instantly appeared from the room to the cold starry sky. There was nothing but darkness in all directions, and only a light source was shining below. He lowered his head. Even though he had slept here for tens of thousands of years, he felt a shock to his soul every time he saw him. In the center of the galaxy below him was not a star in a normal galaxy, but an extremely huge cosmic miracle that was so huge that it was beyond his imagination, and he didn't know how to describe it. A pure white sphere whose size needs to be described in astronomical units, surrounded by extinguished stars. Literally extinguished. If it weren't for the information transmitted to him by the universe in his golden finger, he wouldn't even know what to call the super high-dimensional fortress called Witness of the Stars. Yes, the official name of this thing is Witness of the Stars. It is the only thing that can be seen in the Palm universe now. It is the wreckage of a super high-dimensional fortress from an ancient super-god-level civilization that compressed an entire huge river system into power. Well, to be precise, it is damaged. Calling it a wreckage is an exaggeration. After all, the central system of this thing is still there, and a very small part of its functions can still be used. With a thought, Li Qing turned into a stream of light and flew towards the remains of the super high-dimensional fortress Star Witness below, which replaced the stars and shone brightly to illuminate the galaxy. Its size could only be measured in astronomical units. To be honest, as the master of the universe in his palm, he knows how terrifying the power of this thing is when it is in its intact state. There is no need to use his poor imagination and vocabulary to describe it. Just know that the energy core of this thing is a compressed galaxy that is larger than the Milky Way. And in its heyday, it was surrounded by millions of compressed stars and black holes for attack and defense. When fully activated, the terrifying gravitational force can forcibly pull a galaxy out of its original orbit. And you will know how outrageous it is. Unfortunately, all this is past glory. Even if this thing can be repaired, the conditions for repair are, it's better not to say anything. As the master of the universe in his palm, Li Qing ignored the gravitational pull of the remnants of extinct stars floating around the high-dimensional fortress and directly entered the fortress, appearing in a space inside the fortress surrounded by streams of light. The space was empty, and outside the space was surrounded by countless irregularly moving streams of light. He didn't know what they were, because he didn't have the authority to enter and couldn't know. He was only limited to moving in this small space of less than 1,000 square meters, and entering an undamaged area inside the wreckage that still retained its complete shape. That was part of the former shipyard of this super high-dimensional fortress. No one knew how big it was in the past, but we only knew that the remaining part alone had a shipbuilding capacity of up to 2,300, which was enough to build 2 Titan super flagships at the same time, or 110 battleships, and 2,300 frigates at the same time. Moreover, this super dock comes from a super god-level civilization, and has its own super complete weapons and accessories production line. In addition to ships, it can also manufacture accessories that come with the blueprint, such as missiles and artillery SH/LS. But, although this palm-sized universe looks stunning, it can actually only serve as a logistics base. With materials, blueprints and professional shipbuilding skills, you can use the shipyard here to build warships. In addition, this thing can only be used as a super warehouse before it is repaired. It can open a channel gap and store things with a maximum diameter of no more than 10 kilometers into the palm-sized universe. It is limited to inanimate objects, such as wreckage and meteorites, and cannot actively take in enemy warships. Of course, if a gap is opened and the enemy takes the initiative to get in, that's another matter. But generally speaking, no one would take the initiative to go into an unknown place. The universe in the palm of your hand comes from an unknown super-god-level civilization in an unknown era. Normally, the universe will come to an end every countless billions of years. The old universe will be destroyed, and a new universe will be born in the singularity. But sometimes, there are some super civilizations in the universe that are unwilling to see the end of their own civilization, and will try every means to build some ultimate technological creations, super civilization artifacts, that can survive the ultimate destruction of the universe. Almost all super civilizations have failed, but there have also been some that have succeeded. The crystal ball he obtained, this universe in the palm of his hand, is a super civilization artifact that has successfully crossed the era but is about to be destroyed. He didn't know what the civilization was called, because although the super civilization artifact successfully avoided the end of the era, it was already badly damaged. When he first entered, there was only a star system wrapped in an endless terrifying storm, with countless extinguished star cores floating inside, and a dilapidated super high-dimensional fortress in the center that was about to collapse at any time. After 10,000 years of sleep, the universe in the palm of the hand has stabilized, and no longer continues to collapse. Strictly speaking, they have avoided the end of the era, but it is still unknown whether that super god-level civilization still exists. But no matter whether that super god-level civilization still exists or not, this palm-sized universe now belongs to Li Qing, and he is now the master of this palm-sized universe. With this universe in the palm of his hand, he certainly would not be content with being ordinary like his subconscious mind. Although it is no longer the stage of survival in the Starry Sea, powerful enemies still exist in the universe. Moreover, with the end of the stage of survival in the Starry Sea and the gradual improvement of the new universe rules. It is a good opportunity for him to show his skills. Chapter 2 with the nobleman. Time passed as he expected. A week later, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw a middle-aged man in a neat tuxedo standing outside. Even facing him, the illegitimate son of the family who was never valued. He stood straight and meticulously. Master Qing. The master asked you to go to the meeting room? Li Qing nodded. I see. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing, who had changed his clothes, came to one of the main buildings on the other side of the manor. The servant gently pushed open the door, and a noisy sound came from it. As he pushed the door open and entered, dozens of eyes turned towards him. But when they saw it was him, they quickly withdrew their eyes. Li Qing walked in with a smile on his face. He had seen this kind of situation many times, so he felt nothing in his heart. It was a very ordinary meeting room, with a dozen young men and women who looked somewhat similar sitting on each side. They were his many brothers and sisters. Sitting at the top was a serious-looking middle-aged man with black hair who looked very young. He had a golden glasses frame on his nose and two well-groomed mustaches hanging on his lips. He looked very energetic. This was Li Qing's adopted father in this life. Seeing him coming, there was a trace of complexity in the middle-aged man's eyes. Knocked on the table without expression, and said, according to the Empire's regulations, you need to develop human civilization for 10 years to determine whether you will receive a portion of the family's shares or inherit your father's family business after 10 years. At this point, he glanced at the most outstanding children sitting in the front row and said in a deep voice, or if you perform better, you can gain recognition from your great-grandfather and have the opportunity to compete for the position of family patriarch. Hearing this, one can clearly see the gleam in the eyes of the young men sitting in the front rows. This gleam has a name, and it is ambition. Although he did not think that his sons had that possibility. At least none of the children who had grown up in recent years were particularly outstanding. Li Xingchuan still encouraged them. The area that the family has decided to explore this time is located in the Jinmen province of the 2nd Tianjin Star region. The starting ships you need will be delivered to the Jinmen Star system of the Jinmen province in advance. The starting funds will be deposited into your account later. You need to report to the Jinmen province office in the Jinmen Star system before the 15th of next month. You guys should prepare well and set off as soon as possible. After saying this, Li Xingchuan stood up and said in a deep voice, to expand now is to contribute to the family, and also for your own future. I hope you will go all out and leave no regrets. After saying that, he turned and left. Tiny voices suddenly rang out in the conference room, and the brothers and sisters gathered in groups of 3 or 4, talking in low voices. Li Qing stood alone at the edge of the conference room, watching his brothers and sisters split into 3 groups, led by the 3 most outstanding brothers. After several advanced genetic adjustments, Li Xingchuan's lifespan reached 400 to 500 years. Now he is just over 100 years old, still young and strong. In addition to 11 children born to his wife and 2 concubines, he also had 70 to 80 illegitimate children with many concubines. With so many children, it is natural to hope that one of them will be a talented offspring, thus making the family stronger. This is the unified behavior of all noble families. The reason why Li Qing, an illegitimate child, was brought home to be raised was because of this reason. Don't worry about not being able to support them. The Qinghe family rules over a population of more than 80 billion. In addition to the Qinghe galaxy, they also have a large number of mining bases in the surrounding galaxies. The family also has a huge trade fleet and chamber of commerce that earns billions of gold every day. So supporting so many descendants is no problem at all. There is no need to worry about having too many descendants and diluting the family property. According to the regulations, all descendants who fail to awaken their innate talents and possess the identity of a player must be given a sum of money and leave the family on the day they reach adulthood. They can no longer act as a family member, which is equivalent to a forced separation of the family. Even if the children have awakened their innate talents and have the identity of players, if their talents are not strong enough, their own abilities are insufficient, and they have made no achievements in the 10 years of development, they will still be forcibly separated. In this way, those who can stay are the elites, and the benefits they bring will definitely exceed the wealth that is divided up. It is in this way that these wealthy families become increasingly powerful, and with the accumulation of generation after generation, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. They then launch an expedition to seize a planet with life. expand the territory for the United Human Empire, and eventually transform from ordinary wealthy families to military leaders, enter the aristocratic Senate, and become a member of the empire's ruling class. Although Li Qing has awakened an innate talent, it turns out that his talent is not strong. It is just an ordinary talent, commonly known as a blank slate. It is hard to say whether he can make any progress after 10 years of development. If you don't perform well, you may still face the result of forced separation. But it is much better than those who have not awakened their talents. Not only will you get more money from the separation, but you can also accumulate assets in the past 10 years. As long as you spend frugally, you will live a very comfortable life. What a realistic society. From the time he entered here to the time he left, no one spoke to him. Li Qing was speechless about the 18 years of his subconscious life. Without any friends, there was naturally nothing to be nostalgic about. So the next day, he packed up his things and applied to his family for permission to use the family Star Gate for teleportation. A micro-aircraft of only 5 meters in size mixed in with a huge fleet and drilled into the vast Star Gate that was hundreds of kilometers high. It was as inconspicuous as a teacup cat mixed in with a group of tigers. Only a star city can build a Star Gate. But to be able to cross a distance of tens of thousands of light years from the 4th Imperial Star Field in the core of the Empire to the 2nd Tianjin Star Field in one breath. Only a superstar gate that can be built by a superstar city beyond level 5 can do it. With the space twisted, everything outside the aircraft was quickly stretched to form a pair of light to slowly rotate, forming a huge kaleidoscope. He didn't know how long it had been, but the kaleidoscope slowly turned back into light and gradually became shorter. He knew that he had arrived at the Jimin Galaxy, New Milky Way, Perseus Spiral Arm, 2nd Tianjin Star Region, Tianjin Galaxy, the capital of Tianjin Province. More than 600 years ago, Yue Chen, then the patriarch of the Yu family, led the Empire's expeditionary force to defeat an alien civilization entrenched here and seized a large area of territory. With the alien civilization's home planet as its capital, they established an overseas province, Tianjin Province, far away from the homeland of the United Human Empire, and the core star system Tianjin. Tianmen Province is a single star system. The main sequence star Tianyi is a B-type blue main sequence star with a total of 17 large planets. Jimin number 1 colonial star. 2 types of mainland planets, with a standard size of 24 square meters, and a population of more than 18 billion. It is a city planet that integrates economics and administration. Jimin number 2 colonial star. Second-class marine planet, with a standard size of 17 blocks and 5.8 billion people. It is a tourist planet that integrates tourism and culture. Number 3 transformation star. Standard size 24 blocks. 9.5 billion people. Is the Galaxy Financial Center. The 4th renovation star. The standard size is 15 square meters. The population is 2.2 billion. Agricultural and animal husbandry planets. Transformed planet number 5. Standard size 12 grids. Has a population of 1.7 billion. It is a science and technology and academy planet. All the science and technology research institutes and academies in the galaxy are located here. Transformed planet number 6. Standard size 29 grids. Population 14.6 billion. Industrial planet. In addition, the Jinan Galaxy also has 8 large space residential stations, with a large population of 2.1 billion, a small population of 500 million, and a total of 11 billion people. The entire Tianjin has a total population of 62.8 million, and up to 1.8 billion active gamers. Tianjin has a 5th-level star city, assisted by 4 2nd and 3rd-level star forts, and a division-level fleet belonging to the Yu family stationed in the star city all year round. The central superstar gate has 11 ultra-long-distance channels connecting to the heartland of the United Human Empire, and 112 conventional channels connecting to the Legion Star Gate near the Jimin province, as well as overseas colonies and the home planets of friendly alien civilizations. It is the trade center of the entire Jimin province, and also the trade center of mankind in the 2nd Tianjin Star region. Li Qing slowly read through the information about Tianjin province and gained some understanding of Tianjin province and the Yu family. The Yu family is a military family that rose to power more than 600 years ago, 300 years earlier than the Qingheli family. But their overall strength is comparable to that of the Qingheli family. The main reason is that it is isolated overseas. Not only is it inconvenient to trade with the United Empire, But it also has to face many hostile alien races in the Tianjin star field at all times, making it difficult to develop the economy. Although the Yu family established an overseas province in the Tianjin star field and built a bridgehead for the human empire in other star fields, the Tianjin star field where the Tianjin province is located at the junction of the Perseus spiral arm and the galactic center region. It is the second star field divided from the galactic center to the north by the Perseus spiral arm, and the headquarters of the human united empire is located in the 4-star field. There is a star field in between that does not belong to humans. It is difficult for ordinary civilian players to travel across tens of thousands of light years from the imperial headquarters to overseas provinces, which results in a small number of players in overseas provinces, and the economy naturally cannot develop. It is worth mentioning that the new Milky Way just happens to have the same shape as the Milky Way in the old universe, with a galactic center and 4 spiral arms. It is not a replica of the old Milky Way. Not only is the total mass of the new Milky Way much larger than the old Milky Way, the planets are completely different, and it does not intersect with the Andromeda Galaxy. It is a completely new galaxy just to commemorate the old Milky Way. So if you want to go to the end of Orion and look for some system with 9 planets, you're not going to find anything. Entering the Jinan Galaxy, Li Qing went to the family's office in Jimin as soon as possible to get the ship prepared by the family. He reportedly reported to a frigate before. That's right. He is prepared to take the war route. And whether he wants to expand the territory will depend on whether the development goes smoothly. In fact, development does not necessarily mean expanding territory or taking the route of war. It can be done by doing business, trading, building a team, forming a fleet, or even becoming a pirate, as long as you can achieve outstanding results. The reason why Li Qing chose the war route was naturally for the sake of the universe in his palm. Although this thing is severely damaged, even if you don't look at anything else, just looking at the huge dock array inside and the huge palm-sized universe, it would be a waste to do anything else with it. Moreover, his innate talent is also suitable for this line of work. It is not the original innate talent. The original blank innate talent belongs to that silly subconscious mind. When his main consciousness awakens, the real innate talent covers the original blank talent. Attribute panel, Li Qing exclaimed softly, and the light curtain in front of him popped open. Name, Li Qing. Race, human. Lifespan, 18/108. Not genetically modified. Innate talent, son of the stars, secret. Acquired talent, none. Child of the stars, secret. This being is the spokesperson of the past. The star power of the universe is contained in the body of the child of the stars, giving it immortal life and great will. The innate attributes of a normal player range from 5 to 20 points, with every 10 points being a threshold. That is to say, the 10-point attribute may not be 10% stronger than the 9-point attribute. It may be 100%. The Son of Stars' talents increased all attributes by plus 20, causing his already strong innate attributes to soar by 2 levels in an instant. Perception, including the 6 senses, enhances personal response. Memory needs no explanation. Those who understand will understand. Mind refers to a series of psychological states related to mentality, perseverance, and willpower. Some people are afraid when facing threats, while others face them head-on. This is the difference in mind. Spirit can also be called intelligence, but it is more than just intelligence. It refers to creative logical thinking ability and analytical ability. People with high spirits find it easier to learn various skills. Charm is difficult to explain in words. It is mainly related to social interaction and management. It does not mean that people with high charm are necessarily handsome or beautiful. But handsome and beautiful people are definitely charming. The extremely powerful talent grants super high innate attributes, a 10-fold experience bonus, and a universe in the palm of your hand. Even if you tie a dog, you can still look like a human being. Li Qing didn't think he was that bad. With such an advantage in hand, as long as he didn't waste it, he would definitely be able to succeed. Although it is no longer an era of survival in the Starry Sea, it is also an era of great interstellar exploration and expansion. The alien civilizations that can survive are all equally powerful. Born in such an era with so many powerful opponents, Li Qing feels that his future life will definitely be exciting. The frigate was a standard Petrol-class frigate, brand new and less than a year old. He checked the frigate's properties as soon as possible. Frigate, Petrol-class used for patrol, escort, reconnaissance, surveillance, mine laying, landing support and guaranteeing the Marine Corps' landing on planetary operations. The basic bare ship price of this thing is $20 million. It only has simple chemical thrusters and is not equipped with any weapons or general slot equipment. If you want a better one, you have to buy it with your own money. This one is family supported, so it comes with all level 3 weapons plus universal slots, as well as level 3 accessories. Chapter 3 Preparations before development. 2 of the 5S small weapon slots are equipped with 3rd generation fire rain machine guns. 3 slots are equipped with 3rd generation small electromagnetic guns. The P slot is equipped with a Defender Type 1 rapid-fire cannon. Defender Level 1 Close-in Defense rapid-fire cannon, the battleship's last line of defense, specifically designed to defend against missiles and space fighters. 2 of the 5S small general slots are equipped with 3rd generation steel armor. 3 are equipped with 3rd generation energy shields. An A-type slot is equipped with a normal afterburner. The core of energy is the 3rd generation nuclear fusion reactor. The FTL element is the frigate version of a 3rd generation jump drive. The thrusters are plasma thrusters. Probe subspace sensor. The combat computer is the frigate version of the advanced combat system, with a complete set of 3-level configuration. The total price is close to that of a frigate, which is not as good as the upper one, but better than the lower one. Although he still had 100 million star coins on hand, Li Qing had no idea of modifying or strengthening the warships. There were too many places to spend money in the early stage, and the 100 million could not be spent at all. So there was no room for extra strengthened warships. Anyway, he didn't plan to run too far in the early stage. Like most pioneers, the first step was to find a suitable galaxy near the colony to mine, spawn some wild monsters, dig graves, and spawn anomalies if there were any. Anyway, he would make some money first. Once you have enough money, you can slowly start adding new warships and build a fleet according to your own money-making pace. This is estimated to be a long time. Even if Levi intends to make money using bug methods, it will take him a year or 2 to earn the initial capital. He planned to use the ability of the POM universe to store things with a diameter of no more than 10 kilometers. When mining, he would directly open the space channel and go to some asteroid belts to collect some drifting meteorites containing minerals. In this way, a large amount of ores could be collected, and the efficiency would definitely be much higher than normal mining. After entering the frigate, Li Qing first went to the bridge command room, a very spacious platform. On the mirror-smooth platform, there was only 1 main command seat and 2 deputy command chairs, with a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror in front. Li Qing sat on the command seat and pressed the palm of his hand on the armrest. Reserved commander information detected. Respected Commander Li Qing, would you like to receive the warship? Li Qing replied in a deep voice. Yes, I am now receiving the warship. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light descended and enveloped him. A lot of data could be seen emerging in the beam of light. This was the battleship's central control computer collecting his information and comparing it with the battleship's reserved information to determine whether it was correct. Soon the information was collected, and a light beam message appeared in front of him. A battleship control center light screen popped up, with a log on it, and an electronic sound that was slightly crisper than before sounded. Hello, dear Commander. Welcome aboard the frigate JMD 541475. Li Qing reached out to run. The log disappeared, and the specific parameters of the warship appeared on the light curtain. He took a look and found that the standard length of the Haiyan-class frigate is 120 meters, 45 meters wide, and 30 meters high, and the overall shape is shuttle-shaped. At this time, the frigate is just out of the factory and has never seen any combat. All indicators are in their initial state, and it can take off and fight at any time. The premise is that there are enough crew members. Yes, he was the only one on the ship now. It was no problem for him to take off alone, but it would not be possible for him to engage in combat. Later, he would have to go to the crew union to hire a few senior crew members and a group of ordinary crew members, and then purchase a batch of weapons, ammunition, and daily supplies. It is not easy to maintain a warship, although technology is advanced and full automation has been achieved long ago. And theoretically full automatic combat is possible. In reality, if a warship relies entirely on computers and has no combat crew, it will be a living coffin floating in space. The reason is very simple. Fully automated combat relies on sophisticated electronic equipment. Any pulse bomb or electronic shock weapon fired by the enemy will affect even the most sophisticated electronic equipment. and even the most advanced combat computers and electronic equipment will fail on the spot. Therefore, a frigate must have 50 clone crew members, 3 natural senior crew members, and 1 captain. Of course, in the early stage when there is only 1 ship, the player can also be the captain, so this can be temporarily omitted. Sitting in the command seat of the frigate, Li Qing turned on the regional channel. A virtual frame popped up in front of my eyes, and the target landed on it, showing Tianjin local channel 6. Before deciding which channel to enter, the first time I opened it, I would automatically enter the branch channels based on the channel congestion. If I wanted to enter a specific channel, I had to manually select it again. As soon as I opened the channel, I saw all kinds of complicated recruitment information. Hengguang Trade Group is temporarily recruiting a team to clear a newly refreshed anomaly located in the TYD 358 star system. The basic naval command skill must be above LV5. The remuneration will be increased by 20% according to the international standard, and the international standard war damage compensation will be provided. Noah Heavy Industry is recruiting an escort fleet to Tianjin 1, the capital of Tianjin province. We require large and medium-sized teams with a credit rating of 75 or above. The remuneration is negotiable. The Sky Patrol Corps is recruiting a group of newcomers. Both veterans and newcomers are welcome. For veterans, past combat records are required. And for newcomers, innate attributes need to be checked. Those with innate talents above blue will be given priority. Green Air Studio is looking for a group of fixed miners. Mining skills must be above LV3. Mineral analysis must be above LV2. Space geology must be above LV3. And there must be at least 1 mining ship. The specific salary is negotiable. Dahan Media Group is recruiting a group of paparazzi. They are required to have a keen sense of smell of level 2 or above. Training is included. The monthly salary is 5,000 plus. And bonuses and commissions are calculated separately. Dajao Finance is recruiting a group of traders. They need stock market analysis skills above LV4. Financial relations skills above LV3. Actuarial science above LV2. Or some financial related skills. Salary is negotiable. Qichuan Technology Laboratory is recruiting researchers. Physics level 3 or above. And at least 1 physics-related subskill level 5 or above. Salary negotiable. Dahong Entertainment Company is recruiting a group of interns. Applicants are required to be decent, honest and obedient. Applicants with relevant vocal and performance skills will be given priority. The biggest feature of the regional channel is its clutter, with everything in it. Just like before in the Qinghe Galaxy. From this tip of the iceberg, we can see that no matter where they are, the vast majority of players follow the civilian path. And combat players only account for a minority in the entire huge player system. Of course, this small number is only compared with the entire player system. And the actual number is not small. There are 1.8 billion gamers in Tianjin. Even if only 1/10 of them are combat players, that would still be nearly 200 million. Li Qing casually flipped through the regional channels and quickly switched to another trading channel, entering the trading platform of Tianjin province through the trading channel. Without stopping, go straight to the target product. He first compared prices from 3 different shops and ordered a small mining ship from one of the shops. The ship was equipped with 2 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, 8 unmanned mining machines, 2 mining laser guns, and a 200 grid cargo hold. The total price was 25 million, which was more expensive than a frigate. At the same time, a small industrial supply ship was ordered from this store. This is a type of logistics support ship with a large cargo hold capacity and towing capacity. It can automatically collect and salvage spoils, while repairing damaged ships and replenishing ammunition. The small industrial ship has a total of 300 cargo holds, each of which can hold 1,000 cubic meters of cargo, with a total capacity of up to 300,000 cubic meters. The price is 30 million per ship. These 2 ships alone cost more than half of the 100 million. But it had to be spent. Then, they ordered a set of small-scale or crushing, screening and refining equipment, which can directly produce finished refined ore. The crushing equipment cost 12 million. The screening equipment cost 12 million. And the refining equipment cost 15 million. A total of 39 million was spent, adding the previous 55 million. He now only has 8.24 million left. Then, Li Qing tapped his head, deleted and reduced some of the things he had planned to buy, and finally prepared to buy some ammunition. I originally wanted to buy a set of standard base modules, a small water extraction and purification equipment, a cold storage, etc. But now I don't have enough money. So I have no choice but to live on the frigate for a while. These can be made do. But weapons and ammunition are essential and must be bought. Wait, there's not enough money. He suddenly remembered that he needed to hire a group of warship crew members, who would not only need resettlement fees, but also monthly wages. He rubbed his head again and stared at the order list in a daze. After a while, he silently opened a communication, and the light curtain popped up to reveal the figure of a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. He seemed to be talking to someone at this time. Seeing Li Qing, he was stunned for a moment and asked, "It's Li Qing's nephew. What's the matter?" He didn't say anything polite and went straight to the point. "Uncle, I want to borrow money from you." The reason why he borrowed from his second uncle instead of from the family was because Kaichuo stipulated that the family could not have any additional loans except for the initial capital of 100 million. Li Luan looked at Li Qing carefully for a while and said, "How much do you want to borrow?" Then he continued, "You know, given your situation, it's impossible for second uncle to lend you much right now. 100 million at most." Li Qing nodded and said, "Just 100 million. Okay, I'll send it to you later. By the way, you can prepare for it. Tonight, the Yu family is hosting a banquet for many young elites who have recently come to Tianjin. My Li family is also among the invited guests. It would be beneficial for you to attend." "Thank you, uncle. Try harder." The light curtain disappeared. Li Luan shook his head, and at this time a handsome young man standing next to him asked, "Father, why would someone like him, who has no future, borrow money?" Li Luan replied, "He has just started his pioneering training. Who knows if he can make it, based on his innate talent and his usual performance. I don't believe he can achieve anything." Li Luan smiled and said, "So what? If he can't make it, he can still pay it back. I'll just deduct it from the family separation fee." "Father is wise. What a clever bullshit. Stop flattering me here and prepare yourself. I heard that the Yu family's pearl will also attend the banquet. I think they are looking for an outstanding talent to marry among the children of various families. You should show your ability." The young man didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. "Dad, you think too highly of me. Although your son has some abilities, he is still a long way from being a first-class genius. Moreover, women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. When I perform well in the development and become stronger, will I still be worried about not having a suitable marriage partner?" Li Luan was quite surprised when he heard this. "Who did you learn this idea from? Kid, you are worthy of being my son." On the other side, less than 10 minutes after the connection was disconnected, Li Qing received 100 million star dollars from his second uncle. "Now that I have money, I bought a set of standard base modules that I couldn't afford before, which includes a small main core command cabin with a specification of 100 by 100 by 100 meters, for small auxiliary cabins with a scale of 30 by 30 by 30 meters, a small electromagnetic radar, and 16 fully automatic sentry machine guns, with a total price of 25 million. A small water purification equipment cost 1.5 million. A medium-sized cold storage cost 1.5 million. And a batch of fresh water and food cost 300,000. A small interplanetary vehicle, 25 meters long, capable of carrying 150 people and 150 tons of cargo, cost $3.5 million. Then, he bought 50 first-level clone workers, who were blank with no attributes, only had 3 universal brain sockets, a lifespan of 20 years, and were bought out at 100,000 each, for a total of 5 million. All in all, the total cost was 25 million plus 1.5 million plus 1.5 million plus 300,000 plus 3.5 million plus 5 million. A total of 36.8 million, with a remaining balance of 71.44 million. Chapter 4: Effects of Innate Attributes. The next step is to buy ammunition. There are 3 types of weapons on the frigate, namely a P-slot point defense weapon, 2 machine guns, and 3 electromagnetic guns. So 3 types of weapons and ammunition are needed. The unit price of the discarded Sabo bullet used for P-slot point defense is $10 per bullet, and 100,000 bullets are a base number of bullets. According to the firing speed of these bullets, at least 5 base numbers of discarded Sabo bullets must be prepared, which costs 5 million. Then the metal SH. LS of S's small electromagnetic cannon are 1,500 $1,000 each. All electromagnetic cannons, regardless of large, medium or small models, are available in units of 100, which adds up to 150,000 star dollars. He bought 50 units of 5,000 small metal LS in one go, spending a total of 7.5 million star dollars. As for the LS of the organ cannon, the L is 150 yuan, and the 5,000 machine artillery LS are a base, which adds up to 750,000 bases. Considering the firing frequency of the machine gun, a total of 10,000 power LS were purchased, which cost a total of 7.5 million. 5 million plus 7.5 million plus 7.5 million spent 20 million. Then, a frigate needs 50 clone crew members, who are specifically used to manually control various weapons and key equipment on the warship. They do not require any salary, and the buyout price is 200,000 per person. 3 senior crew members were used to assist the captain to command the crew on the crew, with a monthly salary of 100,000 plus. 1 fright is chief, and has a monthly salary of 500,000 plus. This can be temporarily saved, but the captain of the mining ship and the captain of the industrial ship cannot save it. He can only drive one ship alone and cannot be available. Recruitment of senior crew members requires a monthly salary for a month. So the salary of 300,000 high-level crew workers at the beginning of the salary plus 500,000 *2 equals 1 million captain salary. A total of 1.3 million stars. Clones are bought out. 50 people *200,000. A total of 10 million star dollars. After doing this, the money that should be spent is basically spent. And 40.64 million remaining removal is temporarily used for salary of each month and death pension. The clone people who bought the cuts died when they died. Senior crew members were natural persons. Not only did they have to pay, but they also needed high pensions. The next step is to wait for the merchants to slowly deliver the ordered goods. The Jinan Galaxy is the capital of Jinan Province, and also a trade center. Almost all major chambers of commerce have their headquarters here. The delivery speed is very fast. In less than an hour, communications are received one after another. All the ordered goods are delivered one by one, and all loaded into the industrial ship. As the planet slowly and automatically moved to another angle, the starlight was no longer direct. Night gradually fell, and the huge planets lit up with neon lights one by one. And the huge star port also burst into dazzling light. The owner of Jinmingxing province lives in number 2 colonial stars. This 92% of this area is on the marine planet covered by seawater. A huge island of more than 100,000 square kilometers is all the Yu family. In the evening, a small aircraft personally picked up Li Qing to number 2 colonial star. And after entering the atmosphere, the island that was called the Magnificent Orb was directly flying. Although the entire planet is open to outsiders. This planet is originally known for culture and tourism. But if there is no Yu family permission, outsiders cannot enter the magnificent island. There are no high-rise buildings. Only a high-rise building. Only the exquisite small buildings and small courtyards embellished between natural landscapes, full of ancient Chinese style. Ordinary people like high-rise buildings. Rich people like to be close to nature like this. The aircraft stopped between a building complex. At this time, a lot of aircraft stopped here and came out of the young girls with extraordinary manners. These young girls looked at each other, and Li Qing nodded to them with a smile. The servant quoted him to a 3-story building that was estimated to be a special banquet to the guests. From the outside, it covered a wide range of places, and the inside of the first floor seemed to be wider. At this time, there were already many young people chatting inside, and most of them did not recognize them. This time, the Yu family invited not only the Li family, but also many children from large families within the United Empire. They did not know each other, so naturally they would not look down on him like the Li family did. Speaking of Li Qing, a little puzzled. This year, the big family children, who appeared in Jinan province, this time were more than he thought. This could not help but doubt whether the empire had any big moves. Although he did not receive much attention in the Li family, some aristocratic elite education was not lacking. Before that, his subconsciousness turned into average performance. But at this time, Li Qing's consciousness dominated, and the powerful congenital attributes immediately showed extraordinary. The high memory can clearly remember the content of many noble elite courses that had been taken, and coupled with the same strong perception, It keenly perceived a trace of abnormalities. I remember that the development of young children of the major families in the previous empire went to the Faust star realm in the star realm of the empire's headquarters. The powerful alien civilization named Browen's strong alien civilization with the Ponli was tangled for thousands of years. The previous main attack direction has always been there. But this time, it seems that the main force has come to Jinmingxing province, which is a bit unusual. Of course, Li Qing is not too sure now. Maybe it's just a little more person this year. The banquet was held on the second floor. But now the time is still early. Some young people of the Yu family have come. The elders have not arrived. Many young people gathered in small circles to chat. Li Qing had no interest in this circle, and couldn't integrate it. If it is a bit rude at the high-end wine party. But the situation like this young people's wine club is normal. And young people who are not good at socializing are eating like him. For him, this is actually just a goal, and giving the local owner use door valve. After all, it is necessary to mix on the site of the family. For a long time. Even some people will be mixed here for 10 years. In the future, they may be able to find them to help. Now it will not be embarrassing in the future. Not long after eating 3 snacks, I heard a commotion at the door. I looked up and saw a group of young handsome men and beautiful women walking in, surrounded by 2 middle-aged men and a mature lady. Li Qing and the surrounding food quickly put down things and stood up. The things could be eaten. Now that the owner is still eating. It is rude. You can lie down and do bad things. But you can't bring shame to your family. Unless you have a bad performance after 10 years. You have nothing to do with your family at that time. The crowd came to the central government. One of which was a handsome middle-aged man reached out and pressed his hand. And the hall immediately quietly. And the voice said, "I am you, Lizzie. On behalf of you. The elites from the empires welcome the elites from the empire to participate in the banquet. The banquet mainly allowed everyone to know and communicate with each other. The other purpose was to consume 10 civilization points to create a channel for pioneering elites some time ago." As soon as the words fell, it could be seen that everyone was a little surprised. Li Qing also looked surprised. At the same time, his perception far beyond that of ordinary people made him keenly aware that this year's development was indeed different from previous years. The number of civilization points can only be obtained by war between different players. Or it will cause a huge blow to hostile civilization. Or to do things that are beneficial to the entire civilization. And so-called channels. This does not need to explain. Know how to understand. At the beginning, there is only one regional channel in each region. If you want to increase the new regional channel, you need to use the number of civilized points to communicate the system in the medium. The system is just a reputation. Just because of the datization of the new universe. All the data of the entire universe is like a game. So it is called the system. If you change to the Xianxia world, you can be called Tiandao. Changing the fantasy world can be called Gaia consciousness, etc., which are different, representing the same meaning. Take the Tianjin province for example. At the beginning, there was only one regional channel, and later 2 to more than 10 regional channels were added. These channels were all added by the Yu family, the ruler of the Tianjin province, by consuming civilization points. Of course, players can also increase channels, such as all legions must have an internal channel of the legion. The point is that the more the number of civilization points consumed by the channel, the more people can accommodate the number of people, the wider the coverage, and the higher the level of channel encryption. Generally, the number of civilizations such as the General Legion can be established at a little civilization point. This newly built channel consumes 10 points of civilization points, which is exaggerated. Civilized points are very effective for the power of the power. This stuff is extremely difficult to obtain. Normally, it is enough to consume a channel to build a channel. Now it costs 10 o'clock to build one and pull them into the channel in person. This must have been side story. Li Qing's mind quickly rotated, searching for memory, and the information seen in the memory, and soon came to a conclusion. Either what the Yu family has to have a big move, or the Empire has any big moves on the Tianjin star domain. Wait, is it the big movement of the 3rd Zatar star dominee between the Emperor domain of the 4th Empire and the 2nd Tianjin star field? He pinched his chin and thought for a while, feeling that his guess was very close to the truth. The width of the Zeter star in the Empire headquarters and G-Min overseas provinces is about 12,000 light-years, about 7,000 light-years, and 3,600 light-years thick. Most of them are covered by a huge nebula. Sailing, because of the influence of the radiation nebula covering more than 80% of the Zumatar star domain. It is obviously close to the United Empire's homeland. But it has not been conquered. Instead, the Broan United Civilization in the north and the fifth Thou star has been carried for thousands of years. Li Qing guessed that the Senate of the Empire may feel that the Brissian United Civilization has been unable to change. It is better to change the goal of the general direction to the south and open a passage between the Zeter star domain. Once a stable channel can be opened between the dust nebulae, the isolated Tianjin province will no longer be an overseas province. The army can directly pass through the Zeter star field and enter the Tianjin province. Using the Tianjin province as a springboard, it can conquer the second Tianjin star field and bring this vast star field under the rule of the Empire. Such a huge star domain will definitely give birth to more arms. And maybe even a new Star Sea Lord may even be born. The human United Empire is even more powerful. And maybe it may be able to overcome Broan United Civilization. This road is definitely difficult to get through. Otherwise it will have been tried. But it is even more difficult to fight in Broan United Civilization in the north. It has been playing for thousands of years. It consumes countless resources and losses. I do not know how many warships. The more Li Qing thought, the more he felt that his thoughts were close to the truth. With the innate talent of the Son of Awakening Stars, all of the congenital attributes are plus 20 points. These are the enhancement of the 2 magnitude, regardless of reaction, memory, or thinking logic ability. As long as a little information, he can infer the change of the situation in conjunction with his knowledge. The more information, the closer to the content of the inferred content. Perhaps it is not comparable to those legendary staff and famous ministers who are wise and near. They are real talents. He is inferred by a strong congenital attribute combined with various information. It is equivalent to humanoid computers. The reasoning and logic are strong. But there is no common light of the legendary ministers. But even so, the number of legendary ministers is too small after all. In the future, when establishing a territory, we will need talents from all walks of life. I hope to have the opportunity to find a truly powerful counselor. Speculations are speculations. No matter what the truth is, it actually has little to do with Li Qing. At least in the early stages. He did not have the resources of those children. What he had to do in the early stage was to make money. Lizzie did not stay for long. After announcing the news, he stayed for a while, introduced several members of the Yu family to them, and then left. Cut. My father flickered me, saying that the Pearl of Yu was coming. As a result, not only did it come, but the Tianju who heard that the purple epic innate talent did not come. Li Qing heard someone complaining, and turned around to see a white-haired boy looking over and greeting him. Centers of Li Qing, she said. Who are you? Li Lai. The white-haired boy made up another sentence. My father is Li Luan. It turned out to be the second uncle. Go together? Let's go. The big beauty of the Yu family didn't come. It's nothing to look good. Li Qishan asked. What kind of beautiful beauty? Li Lai's surprise. Haven't you heard of the Pearl of the Yu family? I heard that she is not only beautiful, but also has awakened a purple epic level innate talent. She was born with a precious treasure. When she was born, she was named by the head of the Yu family as the next generation of the family's patriarch. She is a true born noblewoman. I haven't heard it. The subconsciously renovated Li's 18 years. But he never heard of it. And Li Qing was also very surprised. You can try it. Li Lai smiled and said. This Yu's daughter is the heir of the next person of the Yu family. It is impossible to marry out. There is a high probability that the husband should not be too strong. You have no chance in the family anyway. You might as well try to contact. Chapter 5 Something does not affect watching. Chapter 6 Injustice and Departure. Li Qing turned his eyes. Then why don't you go? You have a greater chance than me. Women will only affect my speed of pulling sword. It is also possible to increase your speed of pulling your sword. You can achieve a lot of resource supply, regardless of your family status or innate talent in heaven itself. It may be possible to achieve a large number of resource supply when becoming Yu's noble ladies. Li Lai glanced at him with strange eyes and waved his hand. At a friend. Wait for the next time I come back to find you to drink. Li Qing agreed to the invitation of his friends and waved his hand. The two left the aircraft respectively. Li Lai tilted his head and stared at him, and said to himself, there is no rumor that is so garbage. Is it a pig to eat a tiger? Shaking his head, the aircraft took off into the air and flew towards the starport where the warships were moored. Return to Shandong. Li Qing first went to an insurance company to buy insurance ship and mining ship and industrial ships he purchased. The insurance value was 1% of the total evaluation of the ship. Once an accident occurred in the aircraft, a certain percentage compensation for the total evaluation price of the ship could be obtained according to the accident. Newcomers like him. The highest compensation percentage at the beginning was 25%. Then he went to the crew hall and gathered together the 50 clone crew members, 50 clone workers, 3 senior crew members, and 2 captains who had been recruited previously. Shandong is fixed on the orbit of the planet. It is a building like snowflakes. It is divided into hundreds of layers. There are many small spacecraft and warships on each floor. The medium and large ships or warships are not allowed to stop here and can only stop in Xingchen. His frigates and mining ships and industrial ships were all parked on the 77th floor. There were many players, with a bunch of crew members or clone cannon fodder like him. 50 ordinary crew members entered the frigate, and 50 clones were divided into 2, entering the mining ship and industrial ship respectively. And the 2 captains also took their positions. Li Qing entered the frigate, stepped into the bridge, and the internal light was automatically lit up. A crispy electronic sound sounded. Welcome to return to your back. Sitting down on the command seat. 2 senior crew members sat down in the left and right deputy commanders, and the others stood behind Li Qing. The 3 senior crew members are 1 deputy captain. The main responsibilities are to control the internal facilities of the battleships and the battle situation, and direct ordinary crew members to fight and repair. The other is the battleship operator, who assists the captain in controlling the battleship. He usually has no tasks. When the captain is resting, or the battleship enters combat status, or the captain is absent, the battleship operator has the right to temporarily take over control of the battleship, but is limited to controlling the battleship's navigation and combat. The 3rd senior crew is a staff member. The main responsibility is to receive the command of the fleet commander and pass it to the captain, or pass the captain's order to the positions on the ship, and provide reference opinions for the captain or commander. In fact, in addition to these 3, there are many subdivisions of senior crews. For example, some big warships will also segmented professional drivers, signal supervisors, tactical guidances, maintenance supervisors, logistics supervisors, gun heads, governing supervisors, many staff members, and so on. The larger the warship, the more the number. The frigate specifications are small, with only 3 senior crew members. Of course, if you have money, you need to recruit a bunch of senior crew. When all crew members are familiar with the position of the ship and some things that were orderly before, Li Qing made an order, and the frigate slowly started. The picture outside the transparent bridge slowly moved from Shandong to the space. A large and small battleship slipped from the starry sky, and his frigate was inconspicuous. Ding dong. With new information. He opened it. The light curtain bounced Li's projection on the bridge. At this time, he had changed a dark green military costume. You see me so handsome? Li Qing realized the first time that his bridge seemed to be different from himself. He asked instead at all, are you not a frigate? Both. But you have good taste. This is a Hurricane-class destroyer. My mom bought it for me with her own money. Isn't it cool? Handsome. Hurricane is the elite template of the destroyer. The attributes are stronger than the normal wind level. The bare ship is up to 200 million. It is equipped with a full set of weapons more than 300 million minutes. If it is equipped with a full 4 or 5 level weapons and accessories, the total price is 5,600 million. Li's first support for her son will definitely not be bad. It must be the best 5-level configuration. It is estimated that she has also been modified. The price will be higher, which is possible to exceed 600 million. There will be no additional resources except the 100 million yuan in the development of the family. But the regulations are dead, and people are alive. Is there a problem with the mother's private house money? No problem. Because this is the default hidden rule. People are selfish, and every parent wants to make their children better, so that they will surpass others on the starting line. The rules stipulate that there can be no additional support from the paternal side, but there are no restrictions on the support from the mother and the maternal family. If the maternal side is money, arrangements would have been made early on. The simplest and most brutal way would be to directly prepare a ship or hundreds of millions, or even billions of funds. Those with some shame would wait for a while, or arrange a designated task and directly reward you with a battleship or tens or hundreds of billions of starting funds, as well as a steady supply of subsequent resources. This is all within the rules. The rules are dead. People are alive. And there are never so-called absolute fairness in the world. Li Qing also had no complaints. After all, people can have the support of the mother. They have golden fingers. And the palm of the universe. This is his greatest hole card. The greatest unfair to others. Of course, there will be no complaints. The initial funds are not as good as it is. He does not need to inherit the right. Nor does he need to recognize. And he does not need to compete with others at all. Making money step by step will slowly grow. And one day will surpass those so-called Tianju. The 3 ships left Xingdong according to the scheduled route. The spacecraft began to accelerate, and began to enter the sublight state. The so-called sublight speed refers to curvature navigation, which uses a jump engine to accelerate the speed of the spacecraft infinitely to close to the speed of light. In this state, the speed can reach hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions of kilometers per hour. And the maximum is infinitely close to the speed of light. In the sublight speed state, the spacecraft and the matter in the normal universe belong to a different level and cannot interact with each other. The distances between the stars in the universe are extremely far away. Even within the local star system, the distance between planets is measured in billions of kilometers. Often tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of kilometers. Not to mention the distances across galaxies, which are measured in light years. In the Jinan galaxy, there is a jump interception force field covering the entire galaxy from the main star city. Enemy fleets cannot jump directly to the Jinan galaxy. And warships in the galaxy cannot directly jump out through hyperspace. They can only leave the Jinan galaxy at sublight speed to the adjacent galaxy, and then jump to other galaxies through hyperspace engines. There are 10 fixed wormholes around the Jinan galaxy, at the edge of the gravity well. Through these fixed wormholes, one can go to 10 directions in all directions plus up and down. Li Qing was heading south. According to the position of the Tianjin galaxy in the new Milky Way, there is a huge galactic disk with 4 spiral arms. And the Perseus spiral arm is located in the north of the new Milky Way. Starting from the edge of the galactic disk is the first star field of the Perseus arm, the Timor star field. There resides an alien civilization called the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, which spans the first star field and a part of the galactic disk area. Its extreme militarism and xenophobic ideology firmly guard the passage from the Perseus arm to the galactic disk area. If the human United Empire cannot go north into the depths of the Perseus arm, it must defeat this powerful alien civilization if it wants to go south and enter the vast galactic disk star field. But if you think about it from another perspective, this powerful alien civilization is also the gatekeeper of human civilization. If the player civilization in the silver disk area wants to take action against human civilization, it must first defeat this alien civilization. But then again, considering that the Kelzaka Star Empire is even stronger than the Brule United Civilization, if any player civilization can defeat this alien civilization and go north into the Perseus arm, it will definitely be bad news for the United Empire of Humanity. In other words, the south of the second Tianjin star region is the Timor star region. The north is the third Zutter star region. And further north is the Imperial star region, the headquarters of the United Human Empire. Li Qing guessed at this time. Many descendants of military lords' families from the empire's headquarters would develop in the north. By then, the competition would definitely be fierce. Instead of competing with them, it would be better for him to develop quietly in the south. Anyway, Tianjin province only occupies a very small piece in the Tianjin star field. Less than 1%. And there is still a vast star field under exploration. The 10 closest galaxies outside the capital of Tianjin are all Tianjin number 1 galaxies. But they are numbered on the star map as JM-D1 galaxy, where JM represents Tianjin, D represents east of Tianjin, and 1 represents the first galaxy east of Tianjin. The middle D changes with the direction. The south is N, and the west is represented by the letter X. If it is southeast, it is naturally DN. If it is above, S plus is used instead. If it is below, S is used instead of X dash. Leaving the Jinan galaxy, the traffic in the nearest galaxies is very large. The U family has fixed bases in nearby galaxies, and many trading companies have placed their warehouses here instead of in the Jinan galaxy, where every inch of land is valuable. It was not until about 5 jumps away from the Jinan system that the number of spaceships gradually decreased. When the fleet arrived at the JMN6 galaxy, Li Qing did not speed up like before, but deviated from the normal route and entered an uninhabited area. Some wild monsters began to gradually appear in the void. The so-called wild monsters are some unaffiliated warships that spawn in the wild. The most common ones are pirate gunboats. Occasionally, there will be warships from criminal groups with slightly stronger combat power, or extremely powerful rebel warships. There is a very small probability that some anomalies will be refreshed, most of which are a fleet led by advanced battleships, or a wild monster base. They are very powerful and players jokingly call them boss. After destroying them, some blueprints and advanced accessories and materials can be exploded, which are very valuable. The refresh frequency of wild monsters near the G9 galaxy is not high, and the danger is not high. In addition, there are patrol fleets patrolling back and forth every day to ensure the safety of the main commercial routes. So it is called a high-security area. The approximate range of the high-security area is between 15 and 20 jumps. That is, starting from the G9 galaxy. It passes through a maximum of 15 galaxies in 10 directions, and each galaxy passed through is called one jump. If there are more than 20 jumps, it is no longer a high-security area, but a low-security area, because previous pioneers all expanded outward with Tianjin as the center. The closer to the G9 galaxy, the more active players there are. Whether it is large or small teams or personal player bases, they are everywhere, and the refreshed wild monsters will not survive long before they will be cleared. However, correspondingly, both Goan and the low-security area have been occupied by the previous pioneers. Li Qin came along the way. Each galaxy was a player's personal base everywhere. Sometimes, a barren planet could still see the bases of several players. All resources have been divided up and occupied by previous pioneers. If latecomers want to develop and make money, they must go to places farther away from the Tianjin galaxy, or even to the edge of the province. The three ships left the channel, avoided the pirate gunboats wandering aimlessly, and came behind a meteorite with a diameter of 70 to 80 kilometers. Li Qing's mind moved, and a circle of ripples appeared in the void behind the frigate. A black hole opened and quickly expanded to a diameter of about 1 kilometer. Then he ordered the mining ship and the industrial ship to enter the black hole. The two captains were a little nervous and sent a special communication to inquire. Li Qing told them that this was the effect of a lost treasure and allowed them to enter it temporarily. Renjin is a treasure with magical abilities. Everyone can appear. Although the treasures of independent space are not common, they are not without. Of course, these captains have no doubt when they have heard of it, and they have drove mining ships and industrial ships into black holes. As the owner of the palm-sized universe, Li Qing was the first to notice the appearance of two spaceships at the edge of the palm-sized universe. According to his orders, they were parked in the void without moving. In fact, it doesn't matter if you move around in the palm-sized universe. There is nothing in the entire palm-sized universe, which is comparable to a galaxy. The only high-dimensional fortress that witnesses the stars can be entered by no one except him. Without the two burdens of a mining ship and an industrial ship, a frigate can travel light, and its speed and flexibility are many times greater than before. Get back on track and continue on your journey. The diameter of a galaxy's gravitational well is generally over 50 astronomical units, and the larger ones are over 100 astronomical units, which is a diameter of 7 billion to 15 billion kilometers. For example, the diameter of the solar system's gravitational well, that is, Neptune's orbit around the Sun, is 60 astronomical units, or 9 billion kilometers. We can only travel at sublight speeds within the galaxy, which means that the maximum speed cannot exceed 1.08 billion kilometers per hour, and it cannot exceed this speed. Even if you keep traveling at this ultra-high speed, it will still take several hours to emerge from a wormhole at the edge of the galaxy and cross the entire galaxy to the wormhole on the other side. In fact, after coming out of a wormhole, it is impossible to enter the sublight speed state for a long distance, and you can only travel at normal speed. The same is true when you are about to approach a wormhole. If there is a military base, various interference force fields or interception force fields in the area where sublight speed is passed, it is possible that the train will be forcibly intercepted. There are many player bases in high security and low security areas, and there must be various interference force fields and interception force fields. Therefore, in high security and low security areas, most of the time, the sublight speed state is entered in stages, which will greatly reduce the travel speed. Theoretically, 60 AUs can be traveled in about 10 hours. But in reality, it takes 50% or more longer. So just crossing the high security area will take more than 10 days to cross. The low security area may be faster, but not much faster. Chapter 7: Building a Base. Li Qing's destination is to cross the entire low security area. Cross the entire low risk and medium risk areas. Enter the high risk area. And find a galaxy that has not been occupied by other teams and does not belong to other forces to establish a personal base. Although it is dangerous, there is no tax on it. Some large armies will occupy a large number of star systems. Set up outposts in these star systems. Patrol with fleets to eliminate wild monsters. And establish low security areas. Individual players, who are not part of a legion, can mine in the low security star systems occupied by these large legions. But each time they mine, the ore can only be sold to the legion and at a lower price. That is, taxed. Although it is safe, the profit is much lower than mining in the wild. If you don't have any ambitions, this may be a good option. You can even join a legion directly and become an industrial player. Any legion will welcome industrial players, even more than combat players. Any legion is composed of a small number of combat players and a large number of mining and industrial players. For example, a formal legion has a total of 10,000 formal members, almost all of whom have part-time jobs. They all have their own mining fleets, establish personal bases in the galaxies controlled by the legion, and build industrial factories to produce various goods for sale. In addition, any formal legion has at least 10 or even dozens of times more peripheral affiliated members than the formal members, all of whom are miners or industrial players who specialize in making money to supply the legion's consumption. Here, maintaining a warship is extremely expensive. Take a frigate for example. In addition to the 10 million to buy out the clone crew, it needs to pay the senior crew's salary of 300,000 plus the captain's salary of 500,000 every month. And it also needs 200,000 basic maintenance fees. All in all, it costs 1 million every month just to maintain this frigate. In addition, if there is a battle, ammunition will be consumed, and energy blocks will be consumed to replenish the energy shield. Crew members killed in battle need compensation. If the battle was fierce and the warship was damaged, the repair would cost a lot of money. This does not include the cost of equipping the warships with better weapons and equipment, as well as the cost of modifying and strengthening the warships, which is the big expense. It can be said that simply buying a ship is not expensive, but maintaining a ship is the big expense. A bare frigate costs 20 million, and a fully equipped 5th level weapon and accessories will cost 30 to 40 million. Further modification and strengthening will cost tens of millions more. The cost of a top-of-the-line frigate is estimated to reach 100 million. Then the annual salary plus maintenance fees are already 12 million. And 10 years of service is 120 million. If it hadn't been destroyed midway. If a frigate is not destroyed, it can serve for 50 to 60 years at most. And the salary alone is 700 to 800 million. Plus the various maintenance costs for 10 years. The cost of ammunition lost in battle, etc. And this is just a frigate. Therefore, in the starry sky, the strength of a team is not determined by how many combat players you have or how many warships you have, but by your economy and industry. When a cannon is fired, gold is worth a ton. Wars are fought for money, and this has been the case since ancient times. Li Qing's plan is to first establish a personal base in a suitable galaxy far away, and then concentrate on mining to make money. He planned to use the same method as before to store mining ships and industrial ships to open a channel connecting to the palm-sized universe. Collect the meteorites one by one, and then take them out and use the set of small-scale crushing, extraction and refining equipment to refine all the raw ores into refined ores. This would save space and allow him to sell them at a higher price. After hoarding them for a year or two, you can go back to the G-Min galaxy, or sell them to nearby teams or legions. Save more money after a few waves. And then, you can consider increasing the number of warships. So in the early stage, we just ignored everything and focused on development. As time passed, the frigate passed through galaxies and entered the depths of the starry sky. Having nothing to do for a long time, he tried to enter the new channel opened by the U family. He found that although he could enter, because it had just been established, the settings were not yet perfect, and it was impossible to divide it into branch channels and small rooms. Everyone was in one big channel, and not many people were communicating. Li Qing watched for a while, and closed the channel without saying a word. Those who can enter this channel are either the children of the military lords' families, or the descendants of large families, from all over the place. They are all of extraordinary birth and are arrogant. Most of them will not take the initiative to communicate unless they know someone, or someone is obviously stronger than themselves. After crossing the 226th galaxy to the south, which took him more than 3 months, he no longer crossed slowly, but started the hyperspace engine and began to jump on his way after crossing the southernmost border of the Sky Surveyor Corps' territory. The maximum jump range of the third-level jump engine is 30 light-years. According to the distance of the star system in the Tianjin star field, it can jump over about 5 or 6 galaxies in one go, saving a lot of time. They ran and jumped all the way through more than 100 galaxies. The frigate no longer jumped or traveled at sublight speed. Every time it entered a galaxy, it would go in and take a look around, looking for a suitable place to establish a personal base. A frigate is very flexible. There are all kinds of wild monster warships everywhere. We discovered them early and avoided them in advance. If we couldn't avoid them, we turned around and took another route. Anyway, there was no designated destination, so the journey was relatively safe. It is about 350 or 60 jumps away from the Jimin galaxy, thousands of light years away, and has left the Jimin province and entered an unknown area. However, there are still players here, but in very small numbers. Occasionally, you can see some player warships guarding a few armed transport ships on the road, probably transporting ores or industrial products they produce to sell. Every time he met someone, he greeted them from afar and took the call to inquire about the situation nearby. They quickly obtained several coordinates that they thought met his requirements, and the frigate turned and flew towards one of the galaxies. JM 348 Galaxy. A main sequence star is a K-type star, which is theoretically the most suitable main sequence star for the birth of life-bearing planets. Unfortunately, this star system did not give birth to life-bearing planets. Instead, there was no imagined planet in its theoretical optimal habitable zone, but a huge broken asteroid belt. In addition, there is a larger asteroid belt at the edge of the star system close to the gravity well, which means that this star system has 2 asteroid belts. As we all know, the asteroid belt is composed of countless meteorites and broken asteroid debris. Generally speaking, it is rich in various minerals, and occasionally there are some extremely valuable rare minerals. The coordinates of this galaxy come from a player named Yang Yunhua, who is a player of the transport fleet we met before. His personal base is in this galaxy. According to Yang Yunhua, this galaxy has 2 asteroid belts and is rich in mineral resources. So 6 players have settled here and established personal bases. They are all individual players. Like him, they are the kind of money to make money. The galaxy is so big, and the asteroids are surrounded by stars. 100 players cannot be finished together. There is no competitive relationship at all. Instead, there are many people and a companion. After all, this place is far away from Tianjin province, and usually there are very few players coming here. If more people come, they can chat together and have dinner together occasionally. Li Qing drove the frigate to the inner asteroid belt first. He spent 2 days to make a circle. Through space geology and mineral analysis and other skills, he roughly determined that the ore classification of the asteroid belt is mainly metal ore, a small amount of crystal ore, and a large amount of rock ore. Metal ores refer to the common gold, silver, copper, iron and tin. The prices vary, but under normal circumstances, the most common ones are various types of iron ores or copper ores. The price of raw ore is 15 star yuan per cubic meter for iron ore and 31 star yuan per cubic meter for copper ore. Of course, this refers to the current price, and it may not be the same price in a while. Although everything in the new universe is digitized, and the rules of the world are like a game, it is not a real game after all. It is a real universe. Prices are determined by output and demand, and are changing at any time. There are no fixed prices. Even if it is the same raw iron ore, the price in different places is different. The price of iron ore in Tianjin province and the price of iron ore in the heart of the human United Empire are definitely different. Moreover, iron ore is a general term, which is further subdivided into different types of iron, such as magnetite, hematite, siderite, iron sulfide, etc. The prices vary slightly, but not much. Li Qing did not ultimately choose to locate the base in the asteroid belt, but rather on a satellite of a large planet more than 70 million kilometers outside the asteroid belt. The reason why it was not placed in the asteroid belt was mainly because it was considered that in the future some collection devices could be placed on this large planet to collect some planetary materials, and take a look at whether there are any large mineral veins on this planet. There are many mines in the asteroid belt, and there are also mines on planets. But they are not as easy to collect as the meteorites in the asteroid belt. It is too laborious to build a mining base and dig mines on the planets. But if some high-value planetary materials can be discovered on the planet, that investment will be nothing. The so-called planetary material is a general term for all minerals that can only be produced on planets. Its value is not too high, but its advantage is that it can be collected automatically after a collection mine is established. You only need to harvest it at a fixed point without spending too much effort. This planet, which is not marked on the star map, has a diameter of 11,545 kilometers. According to the standards of the star C, it is a desolate planet with a size of 23 grids. It is worth mentioning that the diameter of the Earth in the old universe is 12,756 kilometers. According to the current star C standards, it is a Type 2 continental planet with a size of 25 grids, and every 500 kilometers of equatorial diameter is calculated as one grid. The frigate circled the planet and found that this desolate planet, slightly smaller than the Earth, had a thin atmosphere, but no trace of water or life on the planet. It was just the most common desolate planet in the starry sky. This planet has 3 satellites. The largest one has a diameter of 2,100 kilometers, which is smaller than the Moon, and the smallest one is only 530 kilometers. None of them has an atmosphere. After a preliminary observation, he placed the base on the middle satellite. The frigate stopped above the orbit of satellite number 2 and reopened the palm-sized universe channel. The mining ship and industrial ship drove out and anchored around the frigate. Fortunately, there are no wild monsters near this planet, and no abnormal points have appeared, so it seems safe now. The diameter of the number 2 satellite is only about 1,400 kilometers, and the gravity is smaller than the Moon. Small warships such as frigates can directly land on the satellite surface. Levi contacted the mining ship and the industrial ship through the network system of the battleship's radar, and remotely commanded the industrial ship to slowly stop at the bottom of a huge circular crater above satellite number 2. As we all know, satellites without an atmosphere cannot withstand meteorites in space at all. Meteorites collide almost every day, forming shock waves. Bases built on the surface are prone to damage from various shock waves. Hiding in a meteorite crater can avoid this problem. At the same time, hiding in the crater can avoid radar scans of warships in space, unless they happen to see it. A normal radar rough scan will not scan the base in the crater. The industrial ship stopped in a meteorite crater with a diameter of 4 or 5 kilometers and a depth of more than 200 meters. The hatch was wide open and packed containers were placed down one by one. Li Qin sat in the command room, rubbing his chin and looking at the huge light screen in front of him, giving orders from time to time. After all the boxes are put down, mining robots as tall as 10 meters will come down, open the containers, take out the base modules inside, and assemble them according to the assembly plan that was preset long ago. With the development of science and technology, modular assembly has entered all aspects of life. Not only these buildings, but even the construction of warships has achieved modular assembly. The warship is divided into different blocks according to standard modules, and different modules are produced in different factories. Finally, they are transported to one place and assembled into shape. However, such a warship has a flaw. Because it is assembled in modules rather than formed as a whole, it is destined to be unable to enter the interior of a planet with strong gravity. Once entered, it is easy for the modules to break apart and fall due to the strong gravity. Therefore, in the starry sea, only small ships such as frigates can enter the interior of a planet. Destroyers and larger ships generally cannot enter, and can only stay in the planet's orbit to carry out orbital bombing. It took half a month to assemble the core module of the base. The internal space of the core module, with a diameter of 100 m times 100 m times 100 m, is extremely large and can be subdivided into multiple floors. Li Qin divided it into 10 floors. Each floor is 10 meters long, with a main control room on the 5th floor. This stuff is composed of composite metals. It contains a variety of partition layers, which can greatly buffer small meteorites in the air, and isolate most of the extremely harsh environments and extreme environments in the space. There is also an energy absorption layer on the surface, which can absorb stellar light and various radiation rays in the starry sky as energy. It can provide energy for the base even in extreme environments and maintain the minimum energy requirements. Then all 16 fully automatic sentry guns were moved to the top of the main core cabin and placed in groups of 4 in the 4 corners. Then, for 30M x 30M x 30M auxiliary cabins were placed to the east of the core cabin, 2 by 2. At the same time, the 30-meter height is divided into 3 layers. Each layer is also 10 meters. Then, place the small scale or crushing, screening and refining equipment outside the base. The main reason is that there is not enough space inside, although it is only a small set. The crushing, extraction and refining are actually 3 sets of machines, and they are quite large. If any of the auxiliary cabins is put down, there will not be enough space to hold other things. By the time the raw ore is guided in and refined, there will be no place to pile it. It is better to put it directly outside. The collected raw ore can be thrown directly into the craters around the base and stored in the auxiliary cabins after refining. When a certain amount is accumulated, it can be stored in the palm-sized universe in one go. Chapter 8 Pirate Gunboat. As for the small electromagnetic radar, it is placed at the highest point on the edge of the circular crater. The radar is not big, so it can be simply concealed by simply moving some stones and piling them there. Finally, a small water purification equipment and a medium-sized cold storage are placed at the bottom of the main core cabin, and all food and water are stored in the cold storage. He then placed 50 first-level clones into the base to assign different tasks, and a small base was formed. It took him more than half a month in total. As soon as the base was built, he couldn't wait to take 2 ships to the asteroid belt tens of millions of kilometers away to prepare for mining. The 3 ships left sublight speed after an hour. When the spacecraft entered the conventional material level, Li Qing stood up from the command chair and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling glass of the bridge. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He saw a dense meteorite belt with no visible boundaries in the cold starry sky. But deep in a pile of gray meteorites not far away, there seemed to be a huge man-made creation. The mining ship and the industrial ship stayed where they were, and the frigate slowly approached. As soon as it slid into the asteroid belt, it saw a peculiarly shaped spaceship flying out from behind the huge man-made creation. The frigate shuttled among the meteorites and observed from different angles of the gaps between the meteorites. It discovered several of these strange-looking, old-looking spaceships in succession. It was not until he saw one of the spaceships using 2 welding guns to spray dazzling mining lasers to cut a meteorite that he realized that this thing was a wild armed mining ship. This is also a kind of wild monster. It usually appears in the asteroid belt. It can also mine, but it has a small amount of military force. If it is destroyed, there is a chance to obtain some collected raw ore. Correspondingly, when wild armed mining ships appear, there must be a mining base and a fleet to defend the base. The specific size of the fleet depends on the size of the mining base. It is worth mentioning that if this kind of mining base is not cleaned up for a long time, its scale will gradually expand. As the amount of ore collected increases, the mining base will expand, and then more armed mining ships and escorts will be generated, and more ore will be collected to expand again. The speed of this expansion is very slow. If you ignore it for a year, you may only add a few mining ships. But in theory, there is no limit to this expansion. If you leave it there for hundreds of years without paying attention, you can also grow a huge base. And there may even be cruisers or even battleships in the escort team. It is impossible for a large mining base to appear in high security and low security areas. And there will be no such base even in low risk areas. Only when it is far away from the player activity area and there are no players coming for a long time. These refreshed wild monsters will slowly grow. Li Qing observed for a while, and confirmed that the escort team had nearly 20 frigates and a destroyer, so he gave up the idea of taking action. He returned with a mining ship and industrial ship, turned around and detoured to the other side 10,000 kilometers away, and entered the meteorite belt, with the frigate guarding nearby. The captain of the mining ship controlled the mining ship into the asteroid belt and began mining. The captain of the mining ship is a very ordinary blank captain. Like ordinary players, he also has 5 brain slots. That is, 5 skill slots. And now 4 slots are full. They are Mining Ship Operation LV3, Mining Robot Operation Skills LV4, Space Geology LV2, Mineral Analysis LV2, and Mining Technology LV3. The so-called brain insertion is actually a skill slot. All players have 5 basic general brain slots. After that, one brain slot will be added for each advanced basic modulation or deep prosthetic implantation, regardless of advanced gene adjustment or prosthetic implantation. The upper limit is 5 times, which means that only 5 brain slots can be added. In addition, if the player has the opportunity to successfully achieve genetic ascension, psychic ascension, or mechanical ascension, he can add 5 general brain slots at a time. If one has the opportunity to achieve a second higher level ascension based on the original ascension, 10 general brain slots will be added again. This is what is called the first stage of ascension and the second stage of ascension. Of course, the benefits of ascension are certainly more than just this. Here I am just talking about brain insertion. Each additional brain slot will increase the number of skills that can be learned simultaneously. But this does not mean that each person can only learn so many skills. You should know that most skills exist in the form of skill chips. You can obtain the current skill by inserting the skill chip into the brain socket. It is plug and play. If you don't need this skill chip, take it out and insert another one. The skill chip that is removed can be saved and needs to be reinserted later, and the skill level will remain the same. So in theory, everyone can be a jack of all trades and master all the skills in the world. The premise is that you have so much energy to improve so many skills. It is worth mentioning that most of the skill chips except the basic skills can be traded. For example, mining ship operation, mining robot operation, space geology, and other skills can be traded. If you don't want to spend time and effort to learn, you can directly purchase these skill chips and use them. However, skill chips purchased directly cannot be upgraded and will remain at the same level as purchased. Li Qing originally had only 5 brain plugs, but after awakening the Star Child talent, the number of brain plugs was directly adjusted to 20, which is 4 times that of an ordinary person. Moreover, before leaving the Gene Galaxy a few months ago, he had already spent several million to purchase a large number of level 0 upgradable skill chips, intending to use his 10-fold experience bonus to brush up on his skills. He now has 6 skill chips loaded, one of which is the basic naval command skill LV3. This is a basic skill and cannot be traded. The other 5 are frigate operation LV4, space geography LV3, space perception LV3, signal analysis LV3, and evasive maneuver theory LV3. These skill chips have been equipped early on, and I have been accumulating experience during the journey for several months. Now they have been upgraded to LV3, and because he has been on the frigate all the time, his frigate operation skill has been upgraded to level 4. Basic naval command skills, basic skills for naval commanders. Attributes: each level up increases the command fleet speed by plus 5%, weapon firing rate by plus 3%, weapon damage by 2%. Basic command ship capacity is 200, and each level up increases the ship capacity by plus 50. Frigate operation level 4. Each level up increases the frigate speed by plus 5%, starting speed by plus 3%, and turning rate by plus 3. Compared to basic command skills that affect the entire fleet under the commander, frigate operation is a captain's skill, and is only effective for a single ship under the captain's command. However, at this time Li Qingzheng was also serving as the captain of this frigate. The 2 skill effects were superimposed, with a speed bonus of up to 35%, plus a 35% speed bonus from the 3rd level plasma thruster, and a 10% bonus from the afterburner, for a total of 80% speed bonus, allowing the frigate to reach a speed of 216,000 km per hour, faster than an ordinary destroyer. The frigates patrolled silently for about an hour, watching the mining ship found a piece of, or containing meteorites to release unmanned robots to cut meteorites. Li Qing retracted the attention from many of the previously bought chips. He found a few mining skills chip equipment in the brain slot, and then opened the frigate along the floating meteorite. Space geology allows players to analyze the conditions of meteorites by observing their surface conditions. The higher the level, the more useful information they can obtain. At the same time, innate attribute perception can greatly increase the experience and effectiveness of this skill. Mineral analysis uses clues on the surface of the meteorite to analyze and infer whether there are minerals in the meteorite, what minerals there are, how much they contain, etc. Similarly, the higher the level, the more accurate the analysis. And innate attribute perception also adds to this skill. Even though he had just started learning, he was able to get started quickly with the super high innate attribute bonus, and his experience increased tenfold very quickly. He had reached LV1 in 1 day, and the effect was no less than that of an ordinary blank captain's LV2 LV3 level. He could already preliminarily infer whether the meteorite contained mines through the mineral traces remaining on the surface of the meteorite. As long as there are minerals, no matter how high the content ratio is, the palm-sized universe will be opened, and then a cannonball will be fired, using the impact force generated by the explosion to push it into the entrance of the palm-sized universe. Space is a vacuum environment, and a meteorite of several hundred meters in size will continue to move slowly forward as long as it can be pushed. He was not in a hurry, and he practiced his skills while collecting things. All the meteorites collected in the palm-sized universe were thrown into a pile. Although he could use the power of the palm-sized universe to crush them all, he did not deal with them for the time being. He planned to crush them all at once when enough were collected. Mining days are very boring. The employees on the ship can play games, but he has to stay on the bridge all the time and has no time to spare. But if you want to make money and become strong, you have to be able to endure loneliness. Fortunately, the 10 times the experience plus the super high innate attributes allowed him to improve his skills very quickly, watching his skills level up at a very fast speed. This sense of satisfaction filled some of the emptiness. Boom! The sudden piercing alarm brought Li Qing back to his senses. He quickly checked the Mixed Fleet Command interface and found that the industrial ship anchored at the back was under attack. View the prompt panel. Hint: the pirate gunboat's second-generation electromagnetic cannon, medium, attacked the industrial ship's energy shield, causing 244 points of kinetic impact damage. Hint: the pirate gunboat's second-generation electromagnetic cannon, medium, attacked the industrial ship's energy shield, causing 248 points of kinetic impact damage. The frigate immediately stopped gliding, slowly turned around and headed out, while ordering the industrial ship to approach it. 5 minutes later, the industrial ship and the frigate passed each other, and through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the bridge, 2 pirate gunboats flying between the meteorites ahead could be seen. Why are there wild monsters here? Although it was strange, he acted quickly and immediately gave the order. Ready the guns. The staff officer sitting behind him immediately issued orders to the various gun positions on the frigate. Li Qing could hear the sounds of gunners taking up their positions one after another. The distance between the two sides was rapidly closing, and soon they were within their own firing range. Li Qing ordered the warship to turn sideways without hesitation, with the muzzles of the 3 electromagnetic guns on one side pointed in the direction of the enemy ship. This frigate has 5 small weapon slots, equipped with 3 electromagnetic guns and 2 machine guns. The range of the third-generation machine guns is only 60 kilometers, while the range of the third-generation electromagnetic guns is up to 400 kilometers. So it can wait for the enemy to tire themselves out and open fire in advance. Bang! 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 The 3 obvious empty trajectories broke through the void, and the pirate cannon boat on the right was fiercely blasted. A layer of transparent light film appeared at a distance from the hull to stop the SH.LS, and the ripples of the 3 groups of flames and 3 laps were exploded. Reminder: your 3-generation electromagnetic artillery hitting pirate gunboats, which causes 120 plus 25% shield adjustment value to the target energy shield equals 150 dynamic energy impact damage. Hint: your 3rd-generation electromagnetic cannon hits the pirate gunboat, causing 110 plus 25% shield adjustment value equals 138 points of kinetic impact damage to the target's energy shield. Hint: your 3rd-generation electromagnetic cannon hits the pirate gunboat, causing 114 plus 25% shield adjustment value equals 143 kinetic impact damage to the target's energy shield. After 3 prompts in a row, he could clearly see that the shield of the opposite pirate gunboat was slightly distorted. At the same time, after causing damage to the target, the attributes of the pirate gunboat also appeared in front of him. Pirate gunboat, cannon core modified a common pirate frigate. All weapons are 2nd-generation electromagnetic cannons, but there is a slot for a 2nd-generation electromagnetic cannon medium. The moment he opened fire, the 2 medium-sized electromagnetic cannons of the 2 pirate gunboats were ready. 2 tracks of braking through the air passed by. Li Qing clearly felt the warship shake twice, and the energy shield instantly dropped by nearly 500 points. However, his frigate's 5 general slots are equipped with 3 3rd-generation energy shields, each of which can add an additional 1,000 shield energy points. 3 shields add 3,000 points, plus the battleship's basic 1,000 points, for a total of 4,000 shield energy, enough to withstand 8 or 9 waves. But he was not a fool, and he could not resist head-on. After a wave of attempts, Li Qing immediately gave the order. Tactical Detour. Approaching target number 1. The opponent is fully equipped with long-range electromagnetic cannons. If you only have 3 electromagnetic cannons, you will definitely be at a disadvantage in long-range bombardment. The only way is to rush into the combat range of the machine guns, and use the super-fast firing rate of the machine guns to quickly defeat the opponent. If in the vast space, Li Qing's tactics are difficult to implement. The wild monsters also have simple AI, and will know how to use their advantages. But in the asteroid belt full of meteorites, once the battleship drills into the meteorite group, it will be difficult for the enemy to aim with long-range electromagnetic cannons, and they can only chase after it to find him and engage in battle. Li Qing sat upright, his eyes fixed on the radar scan screen. There were too many meteorites blocking the way, and the enemy ships scanned on the radar screen appeared and disappeared from time to time. But he was able to determine the approximate positions of the 2 pirate gunboats. Even his super-high perception, mind, and spirit enabled him to think calmly, simulate the terrain of the nearby battlefield in his mind, directly simulate the situations that might be encountered next, and then simulate the battle combining different situations. This is a very magical state. Normally, only a combat computer can achieve this after collecting enough information. But he can do it with his human brain alone. Of course, this is also because the combat scope is small. If it is a large-scale battle, there are too many warships, or the opponent is a player with too many variables, he will not be able to simulate it. But this is already very powerful, and it is completely overkill when used against wild monsters. Chapter 9. Victory and Learning Skills. Under his precise control, relying on the battlefield simulated by his powerful memory, the frigate used different meteorites to conceal its own shape, and after silently touching a meteorite over 400 meters in size, the battleship turned sideways. About a minute later, a pirate gunboat flew out from behind the meteorite, without even noticing the frigate hiding behind it. Fire! At the command, the 3 electromagnetic cannons and 2 machine guns that were ready to fire fired SH/LS at the same time. For a round of electromagnetic guns, the automatic loading machine on the cannon is rhythmic to pop up the stored metal electromagnetic artillery SH/LS. The electronic scan is determined that there is no problem with the cannonball. Use the transmission belt to the cannon position, and then scan it in the cannon box. Then fill it in the cannon mouth, and then turn on the fire after aiming at the target. The interval is 25 seconds. However, this is just the fastest theory. In actual battle, regardless of whether its warships will move, enemy warships will also move. Coupled with the variety of disturbances in the changing battlefields, it is actually difficult to achieve the maximum theoretical launch speed. But the machine gun does not have this problem. The SH/LS of this weapon are like bullets. A whole base of 5,000 discarded Sabo SH/LS is connected to the machine gun in an ammunition box. It can be fired continuously like a machine, but the speed is not as fast as a machine gun. About 1 SH/L is fired every 2 seconds. After capturing the pirate gunboat under Li Qing's command, the frigate held on tightly, keeping the distance between the 2 sides at about 20 to 30 kilometers. The 2 machine guns continuously fired discarded SH/LS, constantly making pits on the energy shield on the surface of the pirate gunboat. The damage of the 3rd generation fire rain machine gun is 25 to 30. The range is 60 kilometers, and the correction is the same as the electromagnetic gun, plus 25% shield damage, minus 50% armor damage. The 2 guns concentrated their fire, and in just a dozen seconds, the pirate gunboat's weak energy shield was broken. Countless bullets hit the pirate gunboat's thick armor, sending sparks flying. Although kinetic bullets have a 50% damage reduction on armor, the machine gun's firing rate is too fast, and it keeps pouring firepower on him. At the same time, he has time to control the battleship and use the enemy battleships and surrounding meteorites to avoid the attack of another pirate gunboat. Although the commander of the pirate gunboat felt something was wrong and wanted to get rid of this situation, this ordinary monster warship was no match for him in terms of configuration or commander skills. No matter how he evaded, he could not get rid of him. He was chased and exploded, breaking into 2 pieces. The burning wreckage hit a meteorite and caused a second explosion. War is the best catalyst. In this kind of actual combat, the experience of both naval command skills and frigate operating skills increases very quickly. Much faster than usual. After destroying a pirate gunboat, the frigate's energy shield still had more than 1,000 shield points left, and it turned around without stopping and attacked the other pirate gunboat that it had been chasing for so long. Hard carried a pirate cannon boat bombardment of the 4 small and 4 small-scale electromagnetic guns, 3 door and 3 generation electromagnetic cannon plus 2 machine guns crazy to fire, until the battleship's energy shield was broken. The thick alloy armor was blown up, and the last pirate gunboat sank. Carefully counted the damage of the warship. Li Qing couldn't help but explode the rough mouth. Why? I have gone by more than 100,000. The energy shield can be restarted, but a standard energy block is required to reactivate the energy. That is 100,000 yuan. This is the lowest standard. Even if the shield of a battleship is gone, it requires at least 1 energy block to reactivate. If there is sufficient time, you can let it slowly recover from automatic recharge. If there is still a fighting task, it needs to be quickly filled with energy. It is worth mentioning that if the energy shield is not completely destroyed, even if there are only a few points of energy shield left, it can be slowly restored after the war by relying on the battleship's reactor without the need for additional energy blocks. Only when the shield is completely broken can the energy block be reactivated. In addition, the damaged armor needs to be repaired, and the potholes blown up by the electromagnetic SHL were repaired one by one with alloy materials. Even if the labor cost, it can only be done here, but the material cost is estimated to cost tens of thousands of stars. In addition, this battle consumes a total of 33 electromagnetic SHLs, a 1,500 star, a total of 49,500 yuan, a total of 320 machine gun SHLs were fired, each SHL costing 150 star coins, for a total of 48,000 star coins. The ammunition consumption is normal. After all, not every gun can hit the target. In summary, this light is 97,500 yuan in the consumption of ammunition, plus a maintenance fee of at least 150,000 more than 150,000 yuan, with a total loss of about 250,000 plus. The results of the battle are very amazing. After cleaning the battlefield, there is no accessories drawings. There are only 7 wreckage. Each wreckage is sold to the recyclers at 110 yuan, a total of 770 star dollars, and blood loss is 250,000. Yes, this is the gain from a normal war. If no ship accessories or blueprints are revealed, there will only be a huge loss. Although it is fierce, these 2 pirate cannon boats are indeed the simplest monsters, which is equivalent to seeing 2 slims in the novice village in a game. Such a monster expects that the big explosion is quite unrealistic, and this is the norm. It is impossible for something to explode at any time. After some size, he consumed a standard energy block to reactivate the shield, and then continued mining. After half a day, the battleship shield slowly recovered and complete, and he collected how many tons of ore meteorite in the palm of the palm in the universe in this half day. The mining ship was slowly cutting meteorites in a long time, crushed into small pieces, and then the ore containing meteorite income in the mining ship was packed for half of the cabin. I didn't know how much efficiency was. Li Qingma estimated that he used the universe in the palm to collect meteorites one by one. It did not calculate a large amount of useless rocks in the meteorite. The capacity of simply collected was thousands of times that of mining ships. If you removed a large amount of useless rocks in a large amount of meteorite, the efficiency is estimated to be hundreds of times of a small mining ship, which is equivalent to hundreds of small mining ships in mining. And this was not his limit. Due to his lack of strength and fear of attracting wild monsters roaming in the asteroid belt, he didn't dare to make too much noise. According to the optimal plan he envisioned, if there was a cruiser or a high-powered shock bomb prepared, he could place one in the center of the meteorite group and explode it, causing a large number of meteorites to collide and move. At that time, he could open the cosmic channels in his palms everywhere to swallow the moving meteorites. That way, the efficiency would be the highest. It's a pity that the cosmic channel in the palm of the hand can only be opened and cannot generate attraction. Otherwise it would be more efficient to swallow it directly on the spot. Li Qing did not wait for the mining ship to be full before returning. He left the mining ship to mine on the spot, and drove the frigate back to the base first. Back to the base. Open a black hole directly on the ground side of the base. A large number of halfway was crushed into a standard mines from the black hole by the power of the universe in the palm of the palm. The gravity of the satellite was not affected by the gissing of the satellite. It actually piled up into a mountain, quickly exceeding the depth of the crater and spreading outside the crater. I put out about half of it, and stopped because there was no place to pile it anymore. Then turned on the ore crushing and screening and refining equipment. 2 10 meters highs from the moving robot modified by the mining robot to move the large-sized meteorite to the entrance of the ore crusher. In the sound of a rumbling sound, the large meteorite was smashed, and then was shifted. The rocks are spit out to one side, and the screened ore is sorted onto a conveyor belt on the other side, and sent directly to the refining furnace not far away. The so-called refining furnace does not directly refine the raw ore into high-purity ore, but only purifies the raw ore. For example, the raw iron ore crushed, extract iron ore melted, remove impurities, and directly refine the raw iron ingots with a large amount of impurities. The next step is to refine it into steel, or add other ingredients to refine it into various alloys. That is the job of the alloy foundry, and the equipment here cannot do it. However, there will be capital in the future. The group of stars in the universe in the palm of the hand can be repaired slightly inside the Galway fortress. He will also establish a base in it, establish a set of industrial production lines, and specialize in various industrial products, which is much more money than selling raw materials. The price of normal standard iron ore is $15 but if it can be sold for $150 after refining, the actual iron ore refining is definitely not 10 times the difference. One more process. Not only the original iron ore occupation space is much less, but also earns more. The only problem is that the output is not high. Even if a whole set of equipment runs at full capacity 24 hours a day, the total output is less than 10,000 cubic meters. It is also necessary to deduct the rest of the machine. The routine maintenance time is 8,000 square meters a day, and 240,000 square meters a month. One party is $150, which is 36 million. Of course, this is the calculation that the iron ore has no other high-value ore. But it is not much different. The most of the meteorite belt is indeed iron ore. Other ore categories are more than half of the iron ore. So, there are many problems now. But the output can't keep up. I remember that there seem to be a few players in this galaxy to build a base. Go to visit in a few days to see if you can buy 1 or 2 sets of equipment. Now it is of course the maintenance frigate. Li Qing has selected several configurations in the brain insertion from many of the mini-skill chips I bought before, namely engineering, mechanical, industrial theory, maintenance system theory, hull reinforcement theory, armored reinforcement theory, energy shield strengthening theory, frigates construction research, theory studies, a total of 14 skills in the theory of the Whistle Station construction. It covers warship construction from theory to practice, as well as related disciplines such as repair and maintenance. Anyway, there are enough brain slots and 20 a hole. If you want to learn other warships to build skills in the future, the brain slot is not enough. You can remove the unused skill chip first, and then change it when not in use. A full 14 skills are only part of the warship construction and maintenance system. Normal players do not have so many brains to learn so many skills, and most of them can only choose to specialize on one aspect. When he really maintained, Li Qing learned the skills of repairing robots. Otherwise, it would not be possible to control the maintenance robot at 10 meters high. The maintenance of this frigate is simple, but the armor has been blown out of some potholes. It is necessary to melt the armored material and repair the potholes. It contains welding technology, but there is no special welding skills. Instead, it is included in the theoretical skills of the body's maintenance system with other series of maintenance mini-skills. 10 times experience bonus, coupled with super high congenital attributes. Let him get started quickly. The maintenance once is equivalent to dozens of times. Several skills have changed from 0 level to 1 level on the spot. It is a pity that many theoretical skills require professional knowledge. Not to say that it can be improved by getting started directly. I can only download some professional knowledge to take a look at the next time I return to G-Min. With his current memory attributes, he can basically do 10 lines. Never forget, and return to 3, and soon digest knowledge. After repairing the frigate, he tossed in the base for a few days, brushed the exterior wall of the base outside the outside, grinded the wear of the maintenance robot, and the ore was crushed and screened the exterior of the refined equipment to accumulate a small amount of experience. Too little. The base was just completed, and it was still new, and I didn't have to repair it. Standing in the base, looking at the frigates parked over above. He finally sighed, and abandoned the idea of the experience of using the base guards post-approach to attack the battleship. Take it easy. In the future, there will be a lot of opportunities to brush experience, such as mining ships and mining robots can be maintained once and forth. In the future, you can buy more mining ships or warships. At that time, you can often brush or even vomit. On the day after the maintenance, Li Qingkai left the base with the frigate and took another small asteroid outside the galaxy star. She was going to find a personal base in the players in this galaxy. I had previously circled the inner asteroid belt, but had not found any player bases. So I guess they are all in the outer ring. The mining ship does not need to control it. It is only necessary to mining in a safe area. It is found that the enemy is running directly, and the mining is transported directly, or the industrial ship is transported back. An industrial ship is actually a comprehensive ship that combines functions such as transportation, maintenance, towing, salvage, engineering, etc. Its transportation capacity is not as good as that of a professional transport ship, but it is stronger than a mining ship. Moreover, this type of ship can also tow large containers for long-distance transportation, which is very useful. The frigate ran directly to the asteroid belt in the outer circle of the galaxy at sublight speed, and then contacted a player named Yang Yunhua whom he had met before. It didn't take long for the communication to connect. A young man with a loyal face appeared on the curtain. He saw Li Qing froze for a moment. The next second seemed to remember to reveal his expression, and beckoned. Is your base built? Li Qing nodded. It has been built for less than a week. Where is built? Inner ring or outer ring? Inner ring. It's okay there. There are many iron ore over there. Stable. By the way, where are you now? I want to come visit you guys. Yang Yibu's face was happy and said, Welcome. Come here. I'll get ready. Li Qing immediately received a coordinate and checked the star map. It was not too far away from him. So he asked the deputy captain to check the coordinate. The frigate's hyperspace engine began to charge, preparing to enter sublight speed state. Chapter 10 Burning Operation. 2 hours later, the spacecraft appeared in front of an asteroid in the early 1,000-kilometer diameter. This asteroid is located at the edge of the asteroid belt, and its surface is covered with pits of various sizes. Its gravity is smaller than that of a normal asteroid of this size, and is not enough to attract the surrounding meteorites. This place is far away from the main sequence stars of the galaxy, and the temperature is very low. But there is no water vapor on the planet, so there is naturally no ice. There is only a thick layer of dust that has accumulated for who knows how long. On this asteroid, there are actually 3 personal bases not far from each other. When Li Qing came to Yang Yibu's base, he received a public communication channel from Yang Yunhua. Open it and enters. A light curtain bounce. Divided into 6 interfaces. Each interface has a player. Welcome brother Li Qing to settle down in this galaxy. He beckoned in surprise. Are you guys together? Yang Yunhua shook his head. It's not together. But it's too far from the G-Min galaxy here. There are too few people, and they are panicked. So everyone can communicate together. The frigate stopped in midair and entered the base in a small aircraft only 5 meters long. Yang Yunhua's base is also a small base. The main core cabin is the same as him, but he is afraid of the 20 or 30 affiliated compartment here. The outside is full of raw ore. The aircraft entered the main core cabin gate. Routine disinfection inspection. The door opened, and an air condition was sprayed. Yang Yunhua and the other 2 men and a woman were standing on the steps and waiting for him. He hurriedly greeted him and introduced himself with himself. The other 3 players are named Xiaoqi, Ningxi, and Lu Yanqi. Lu Yanqi is Xiaoqi's girlfriend, and she is quite pretty. As the owner, Yang Yunhua has long been prepared for food and drinks. A stone is cut into a tripod to stand on the ground. On the surface, a groove like a tray has many wire grooves on it. I don't know what method to use the temperature in the stone groove. 5 people ate barbecue and drink drinks together. Most of the time, Li Qing asked them about the situation of this galaxy and nearby galaxies, and they answered, through understanding. This galaxy originally had 6 players. Now Li Qing is 7, and they are usually talked about. Among them, Yang Yunhua and Xiaoqi Lu Yanqi. And the bases of Ningxi were on this small asteroid, and the base of the other 2 players was located elsewhere. It happened that the 2 asteroids in the depths of them were taken away today, and they would not come for a while. You have to say earlier. The two of them are here. Yang Yunhua coated the grilled piece of meat with a large piece of grilled meat, and rolled up, and chewed it in the entrance to chew it. He drank another drink and said to him, "You come to us to find us, right? This is too difficult to mix outside. At first I came here, alone, and died alone. I have such concerns too. But don't worry now. If you will go out and tell us, I will send 2 ships to see your base to help you." Li Qing quickly thanked. "That's too much trouble." Yang Yunhua waved his hand. "No trouble. Everyone helps each other." Li Qing nodded. "Indeed, to help each other. Otherwise it is not easy to mix. By the way, how long do you usually go back to Jimin? Maybe we can go together." "Jimin? We rarely return. Maybe only one trip for 3 or 4 years." Li Qingqi said. "Do you have to store your mines for so long before selling them once?" Xiaoqi, who had been eating, looked up and said, "You may misunderstand that our mine is not sold back to Jimin." "Where is that?" "From here to the north. There is a large team named Burning Ghost in the JM 381 Galaxy. There is a team headquarters there, with a 3rd-level star castle, occupying the 30 or 40 galaxies centered on the JM 81 Galaxy. All the ore of all individual players, and the small team around them are basically sold to the Burning Ghost." "Oh!" He just spoke. Just after eating a piece of barbecue, he looked up and said to him, "You should note that although we sell all the mine to the Burning Ghost, this team is not very good in the nearby Wind Review. Tell me, this Burning Ghost team moved here more than 30 years ago and started to build a base. I heard that it was legated by robbery. Later, the formal team was washed and whitewashed. But some things were immersed in their bones. Stingy, revenge, greedy, because he acquired various ore on a large scale. He could only acquire the price at the market price. People will be lower. But the industrial products sold are 20% more expensive than Jimin. But there is no other way. This place is too far from Tianjin. It takes 4 or 5 months for the fleet to go back once, and another 4 or 5 months to come back. A round trip takes nearly 10 months, which is too time-consuming. Weighing the pros and cons, we can only reduce the profit by 10% and save 10 months. Also, the people of Burning Ghost are very stingy and hold grudges. But they stay within the team's territory most of the time and rarely go out. I'll send you a complete star map later. Take a look at it. Don't go to their territory to mine for no reason, so as not to offend them." Li Qing smiled and said, "This rest assured. I am a boat now, and the local mines can't be dug. It is impossible to run other places to dig." After some casual chatting, he found that although the people had different personalities, they were all easy to get along with. Most of them are very standard personal pioneers. They seem to have no ambitions, and their ambitions are limited to their ability and no achievements. They just want to make money while young mining, and sell all the ship mines when they earn it, and find a stable colonial star in the human United Empire as a financial freedom. The most active ones are Xiaoqi and another player. They occasionally go out for adventures besides mining, but they won't go far. Li Qing likes to be neighbors such as such people. Worrying and peace of mind. But I don't know if it is the illusion. He scanned Xiaoqi's girlfriend and Yang Yunhua with a glance at each other. It seemed a little strange. He didn't dare to think too much, but just read it wrong. After eating and drinking together, everyone got to know each other and chatted. Li Qing took the opportunity to ask more about the situation nearby and obtained a more detailed star map, the farthest point of which had been explored was the JM 544 Galaxy. Li Qing was in a good mood from Yang Yunhua's base. This trip was full. I met a few friends and learned about the situation nearby. Unlike all the eyes of the previous eyes, however, they do not have extra or crushing and refined equipment. This needs to burn the ghost team to buy it. However, in a month, Xiaoqi was almost the same. They were ready to sell. They agreed to see it at that time. By the way, they would definitely be priced in the past. Return to the base again. Only rest for one day, and continue to dig out the next day. Although the base are piled up, the mountains are far from digestion. Anyway, the space of the universe in the palm is almost unlimited. And it is okay. Return to the asteroid belt. And the mining ship is still continuing to mining. Check the previous record without any abnormalities. Although there are few people here, the monsters that are refreshed from time to time have slowly accumulated a lot. But compared to the distance of the starry sky, it is not much distance. There may be a living thing more than 100,000 kilometers. Next is the boring mining days. The only thing better than before was to get the communication channel opened by Yang Yunbo with several other players. And you can chat. This communication channel is similar to a regional channel, which is established with the player's radar as the fulcrum. You must have a radar to join. You must have permission from others to join. And you must be in the current galaxy. You will not be able to communicate if you leave this galaxy. Although the radars they used were not advanced enough to achieve real-time communication, and there was a delay of about 1 minute. It was much better than having no communication at all before. The frigate advanced along the edge of the asteroid belt, and whenever it encountered a meteorite containing minerals, it would collect them into the palm of its hand, regardless of how much minerals they contained. Others need to consider transportation costs and refining costs, and he doesn't need anything. Time passed day by day, and half a month passed unknowingly. On this day, he was doing his routine mining. He opened the universe in his palm and collected a floating meteorite into a huge black hole, without the meteorite barrier with a diameter of several kilometers. There was a large piece of empty void behind him. At the end, a huge man-made creation was looming. Several armed mining ships were surrounding the huge man-made creation. Here we go again! Li Qin glanced at the mineral balls piled up next to the huge meteorite, in which the huge man-made creation was embedded, and couldn't help swallowing. Then the mine is that there is no place to collect the ore, so they use special methods to combine into a huge mineral. Many mining players will do this, and then use tracking beams to restrain the mine around the base, swim around the base, and leave in one breath after the tunin accumulates enough ore. It is obvious that this wild monster mining base has collected a lot of ore, so much that the base can't even hold it all, if there is no accident. After another time, more ore is accumulated. The base will transform these ore into resources, and then refresh more mining ships or guard fleets. At this stage, players can grab these ore. Grab it. Is the raw ore directly, and you can directly sell the money. But, Li Qin glanced at the fleet patrolling not far from the base, led by a destroyer. With my current strength, I definitely can't do it. But, he left a message for everyone else in the communication channel. Brothers, I found an exception here. There is a mining base, and the ore is piled up. There is a destroyer and more than 20 frigates. Are you interested in making a wave? After almost 2 minutes, I would rather repay. Can't do it. At this time, another player named Zhang Weiqi said, this is meaningless. The most unsatisfactory thing in the asteroid is this wild mining base. We found no less than 10 on our side, and we were not interested in reasoning. Ah, Li Qin asked in surprise. Can you all be alive together? After another 2 minutes, Zhang Yunbo responded. Of course we can handle a small-scale operation, but there will inevitably be losses. More than 20 frigates plus a destroyer have very strong firepower. A frigate will be blown up after a few hits. If we lose one, we will lose even if we take down the base. This kind of mining base drops at most of the wreckage and or in the base. The minimal probability will lose data chips or drawings, but the drop rate is extremely low. And the ore stars are the least lack of time. You are only a boat now. The strength is too weak. Don't think about anything else in the early stage. First make money to buy more mining vessels to build a fleet to make money. In the future, you will make more money to consider configured more warships. Oh! Li Qin didn't speak anymore. They were mixed with themselves longer than themselves. Get away the idea. The frigate turned and left. However, after half of the frigate, he stopped and returned. Li Qin stood before the bridge glass and looked at the picture in the void in the distance, holding his chin in his hands, and had a bold idea in his head. It is definitely not doubtful, but it does not mean that it cannot be done. This wild monster has limited AI. Now he is observing the base from a distance, but the base and the surrounding escort fleet have not discovered him, which means that the base radar is not as good as his third-generation radar. The weird ideas in his mind have room for operation. It's very simple. Open the Palm universe outside the detection range of the mining base radar, and steal the mineral balls piled around the wild monster mining base. The base cannot be moved, and it is okay to steal a mine. Anyway, the maximum distance of the universe opening in the palm is determined by the visual distance. That is, the maximum detection range of the radar can be opened. His radar detection range is farther than monsters, and stealing mines from long distances. They do not know where the enemy is. The opening space of the universe in the palm is not invincible, but it is definitely not that this ordinary monster attack can be shaken. When I thought of it, Li Qing first turned around and found a huge meteorite hidden behind, and then looked at the monster mining base of the subspatial radar sensor in front of the eyes. As soon as the motion showed a mine surrounded by the mining base, a huge black hole gap was opened silently. Drill into the black hole silently. Then, Li Qing felt a mine with a diameter of nearly 5 kilometers in the universe in the palm of the palm. Yes. He waved his fist hard and closed the exit of the universe in his palm. Looking at the radar screen again, several frigates were flying back and forth where the orb ball disappeared, as if there was a bug. This is normal. How could the wild monster's AI possibly understand what's going on? It is estimated that it has never encountered this before. So there is no way to deal with this in the AI logic, which leads to logic conflicts and strange changes like card bugs. Li Qing was excited. And the mine just now, even if it was all iron ore, the total value was absolutely tens of millions. There are 6 minerals such as the mining base, and the total income is afraid that it can be over 50 million. Unfortunately, it is raw ore. If it is a refined ore, the total value is afraid that it can break 500 million. But no matter what, this is nothing. Let's wait for a while. Li Qing reappointed his skills again, stealing other mines in the same way. The guard fleet around the mining base saw a black hole that launched an attack. But no matter, any attacks could not destroy the black hole. After stealing all mines, the frigates retreated quickly, and Li Qing consciously returned to the universe in the palm. Excited? It's not just these 6 mineral balls with a total value of over 50 million star dollars. But through his actions just now, he seemed to have opened up a new world, and countless more exciting operations emerged in his mind. Chapter 11, Mining. There was almost no stay. He recalled the mining base that I saw when I first came to Shirxing. This is not a mining base. And maybe you can try it. Flying out of the planetary belt, I turned around in the direction of memory, and quickly found the mining base. In the same way, do it outside the opponent's radar detection range, stealing 3 mines surrounding the mining base. This mining base is larger than the previous one. There are nearly 30 frigates in the guards. But it is coincident. There are only 3 mines around the base. But this is not a problem. What are the requirements for Bili ore? Next, continue to change the place. Turn around along the asteroid. Find the 3rd mining base in the 4th hour. And find that there are 8 huge minerals around the mining base. But the size of this mining base is larger than the previous 2. The most important of his radar is even stronger than him. It was discovered as soon as the maximum detection range near the radar was found. And then a destroyer rushed over, and a dozen frigates. There is no way. This can only run the way. And the destroyer caught up with the destroyer may not be able to run. The basic speed of a frigate is only 130,000 kilometers per hour. And the basic speed of a destroyer is 140,000 kilometers per hour. Judging from the radar configured in this mining base, it is highly likely that it has begun to configure 3rd-level weapons and accessories on a large scale. The speed of the 3rd-generation thrusters is already comparable to his. If there are other acceleration accessories or skill bonuses, the speed may be even faster than his, with the destroyer far stronger than the frigate's combat effectiveness. Once he was caught, he might not run away. However, although this mining base cannot be built, the base cannot be run away from here. Li Qing plans to travel around this galaxy first, and then go to the outer asteroid belt after completing the inner asteroid belt. I heard them when they were chatting with Yang Yunhua and others. They heard them say that the outer ring stars have a dozen mining bases, all of which go to harvest a wave. At that time, you can go home and sell the mine. Selling hundreds of millions will not be a problem. At that time, you can strengthen the frigate. In the next week, he turned around in this small asteroid belt to find the possible mining base. It really made him find 2 mining bases, and could not find him. But the problem is that one of the mining bases had just expanded and had run out of ore. So it only had 1 ore ball accumulated, while the other had 4. For a total of only 5. Then, no other mining bases were found. But I encountered many pirates and cannon boats wandering in the asteroid belt. They would attack any pirates they saw being left alone. And in total, they killed 7 pirate gunboats, losing more than 200 electromagnetic cannon metal SH. LS and several thousand machine gun discarding SH. LS, and only collected dozens of pieces of wreckage, with a total value of several thousand star dollars. This made him speechless on the spot. Back to the base for a simple maintenance. Have increased some maintenance experience. set off again, and fly to the outer ring of the galaxy. Too difficult. On the way, Li Qing calculated the income and expenditure of these days. In the past few months, he had paid tens of millions in wages alone, and had no income at all. If we exclude the mineral balls stolen by cheating this month, the income from mining for a single mining ship seems to be around 20 to 30 million. After deducting the time cost, there is no profit at all. Yang Yunhua and others have been here for so long. Each has a mining fleet. The largest number is Yang Yunhua, which is the longest mixed. There is a fleet with one large, for medium-sized, 38 small mining ships, and a large 3 medium-sized 3 small transport ship. In addition, he also established planetary material collection mine on several barren planets in the galaxy. These income support can support a cruiser and a destroyer and 5 frigates. Of course, this is not to say that Yang Yunhua can only afford so much. The income of so many mining vessels can be raised so much. But he has not raised it. He is just a personal player who only wants to make money. The biggest willingness is to make a lot of money to go to a small place to be a local tyrant. A cruiser can be used to deal with monsters that occasionally refresh at the base and mine. The ship is too small and some monsters. The other players' ideas are similar to Yang Yunhua. They are all personal players who are thinking about making money. The mining fleet is slightly inferior to Yang Yunhua. The warships raised are worse, but they can also make up 40 or 50 boats. 6 people raised a total of 3 cruisers, 8 destroyers, and more than 40 frigates. A total of hundreds of large and medium-sized mining ships were required. Li Qing's I calculated it a bit. Not a weapon and ammunition. And the salary and basic maintenance cost of crew workers needed tens of millions per month. Extract. What are the division-level fleets of the military main gate valves? How much should I spend every month? Li Qing himself was born in the military main door valve. Of course, he knew the size and composition of the fleet. One division-level fleet had at least 2 Titan super flagships, and the flagship between 20 to 30, including the fearless ship and a hang. There are about 10,000 battleships, generally elite template crusader class, and occasionally excellent template lord class heavy battleships. About 20,000 cruisers are also mixed with the elite template patrol level and excellent templates. Occasionally, there will be a night magic cruiser that is not inferior to the standard battleship. There are about 50,000 destroyers, including the elite hurricane class and the excellent storm class. There are about 200,000 frigates, elite template raptors, and excellent template black eagle grade. It is worth mentioning that the regulations of the division-level fleet are just a standard module. Different military gate valves will be adjusted according to different situations. Some may have a little more large and medium-sized ships such as cruise and expulsion, and some may mainly develop battleships. With so many warships, the theoretical on frigates requires a salary and maintenance fee of 100 billion yuan per month. In addition to other warship fees, the monthly salary is afraid of more than 400 billion yuan. However, the income of the owner of the door valve is nothing. After all, with a population of tens of billions and tens of billions of players, it is hard to say how much tax is collected every month. Adding other industries, it is more than enough to support a division-level fleet. It's a long and arduous journey. Li Qing smacked his lips, lamenting how difficult it would be to maintain a large fleet on one's own. It is necessary to have a huge support, just like a team in the Legion. This is to gather the main door valves of the shoulders. Although the comprehensive combat effectiveness is huge, any legion is already eligible to threaten the military main valve. After all, there are tens of thousands of warships. Although it is only a crowd in the eyes of the military door valve, it will lose great losses even if they win. Therefore, the army valves in each military are mainly the legion within the scope of the forces, or even directly shares. For example, the Qingheli family, in addition to having fleets within the family, each branch also has its own supporting legions that can be pulled out and thrown into the battlefield at critical moments. This is their potential strength. Li Qing sent a message in the communication channel, which meant that he wanted to take a tour around the outer asteroid belt. There are more than a dozen wild monster mining bases in this asteroid belt. Some of them are not far from their mining area and may be discovered by them. It is better to tell them in advance to avoid misunderstanding. This time, he didn't run blindly because he had coordinates. Yang Yunhua and others occasionally saw that he recorded it at hand. He passed on hand when he gave him a nearby star map. He didn't have to run around and went straight to the coordinate destination. 2 hours later, the frigate appeared in a mixed asteroid belt. The rapidly flowing meteorite gave him the best cover, such as the old technique, and continued to steal the mine from long distances. 1, 2, 4, and by the 5th day, he had stolen all the mineral balls from the 11 wild monster mining bases at the coordinates. No accident. Most of these radar sensors of these monster mining bases were not as good as him. Only 2 were almost the same as him. He was found by the carrier-based radar of the 2 destroyers. However, he used the enemy destroyer to patrol the opportunity to steal it quickly. When the destroyer reacted, he turned and ran. After shaking off the pursuers, they returned and continued. This process was repeated more than 10 times before all the thefts were completed. The minimum of the minimum minerals accumulated in these 11 monster mining bases, with the most 8, with a total of 42, plus 14 previously accumulated, a total of 56. The price of a single ball is not very clear. After all, in addition to iron ore, there are also a lot of gray crystal, silver crystal and limestone. There are also a small amount of copper-like ore, gneiss, crystalline quartz crystals, and the like that are slightly more valuable. The most valuable of them is a mineral ball that is full of silver-like ore. From a distance, it looks like a huge gray-silver ductile iron. The price of silver-like ore is the 78-star side, and the iron-like ore is a 15-star dollar. The price is 5 times, which is equivalent to this mineral that can be compared with 5 ordinary minerals. When I returned to the base, Li and Xiaoqi agreed to go to the Burning Ghost Galaxy to sell ore for a few days. But at this time, there was a problem that it was difficult to hold Li Qing. How can a full 56 mine, with a diameter of about 5 kilometers be transported? It is a good idea to transport it in the way of traction. Industrial ships also have this device to guide. But small industrial ships do not have that capacity, and can't pull it all. This is at least the capacity of large industrial ships. Although there is no resistance in the starry sky, even theoretically, even a large planet can move. But theory is just theory. In reality, even if a large planet can be forced out of orbit, it cannot be pulled away within the range of the star's gravitational well due to the strong gravitational pull of the star. It is not realistic to find Xiaoqi. The transport ships on their hand were bought according to their ability. It may not be a problem to borrow such a small transport ship, but his 56 mine at hand cannot be pulled away by several small transport vessels. Crushing refining is a good idea, but I only have a set of refined equipment, and the output is too small, and the time is too late. Really pain. Li Qing did not expect that he would be embarrassed by this. When he came out of the Jinan galaxy, he never thought that he would encounter this problem. The original idea was that even if a large amount of minerals were really accumulated, they could be put into the palm-sized universe first, and then an uninhabited galaxy could be found near the Jinan galaxy to reload them, and the trips back and forth to sell them would just take a little more time. But here I see Ant do that. The individual players in this star domain are so much. It can be said that there are only a handful of it. He sells it back and forth like this, and it is easy to be noticed. I was worried about this problem for 2 days. And Li Qing finally. It is not a flash of light, but after considering countless possibilities, naturally thinks of a concealment method. As we all know, there is a treasure called Asian in the Sea of Stars. This thing is also called an ancient relic. The conditions for its formation are extremely harsh, and it is very precious. Because the conditions for the formation of ancient relics are extremely complex and unpredictable. The types of relics are also unpredictable. As long as conditions permit, anything can become a relic, and thus have magical effects. So the point is coming. Li Qing considers carefully, considering that in the future, this stuff will always be exposed. Instead of covering up to let others guess, it is better to show it. It is better to control the functions and effects of displaying outside, which is better than others. At least others know that this is just a treasure with a huge space. There may be greedy people, but it will definitely not be a big person. Adults have their own identity and cherish their reputation. At least, it is impossible to do a strong robbery before the benefits are not enough to give up the reputation that have been maintained for a long time. It is worth mentioning that some of the treasures such as relics cannot be robbed, while some can be robbed, but the conditions are very harsh. Among them, the ones that cannot be snatched are those that cannot be taken away no matter what you do. Even if you kill the owner of the treasure, the conditions for being able to snatch it are also extremely harsh. First, You must find a very powerful psychic to suppress the relics. And then find a treasure called Psychic Crystal, which is the crystal of psychic energy and soul left behind after the death of a powerful psychic. It is necessary to melt this spiritual energy to crystallize and wrap the remains to isolate the connection between the remains and the owner. And then kill the Lord of the Zetian. This kill refers to killing completely. As we all know, the death of players can be resurrected, but it will lose a certain life of the cause of war. Only by exhausting all lifespan can it be regarded as a complete death. 3 elements of the deprivation of Rishon. Very powerful spiritual person. The soul of the powerful spiritual ability. Thoroughly kill the Lord of the Zetian. The combination of the 3 can forcibly capture a remedial. Of course, this refers to the relics that have already recognized their owners. If it is a relic that has not yet been recognized by its owner, the difficulty of seizing it will be greatly reduced. If the holder of the relic is killed within a period of time, the relic will drop directly. In addition, some special relics do not have the function of recognizing their owners. Anyone who holds them can use them and trade them. The conditions for deprivation are just as simple. Most of the low-level relics do not have the function of recognizing the Lord. Only a few special relics and high relics have the main function of recognition. Li Qing promoted that his remedies had recognized the Lord, and the function had only a huge independent space in a single function, without combat functions, so that he could minimize the puppets. So, Chapter 12 Anomalies of Gas Giants. A week later, Xiaoqi watched Li Qinglu's Zero frigate over, and asked strangely, "You just pass it? Don't you need to sell something?" Zhang Yunbo laughed in the channel. "How long did he come? Just a mining ship. There must not be how many mines. This time, he was familiar with the road with you. Otherwise he would definitely be suppressed in the future. That's okay. Just follow me." Xiaoqi didn't think too much. Here, he began to direct transport ships to connect to form a fleet. Li Qing rubbed his head on the channel and said, I brought a lot of mine over." Zhang Yunbo looked at the radar scan subconsciously, and no additional ships were found nearby, and asked, "Have you brought a lot? Where? Why didn't I see it?" "Here." A circle of black holes spread quickly for 10 kilometers in diameter, and a huge mine slowly came out of it, appearing around the asteroids like this. There was silence in the channel. Everyone stared at the huge passage and the huge mineral ball in amazement. After a while, Ning Shi's shocked voice rang out. "Lai, are you Xinjian? Space Cherish? How big is the space? What else is there?" Several people were widened, and the shocked Qiqiang and Tung asked. "Li had a belly in the morning. This is a rare treasure that I was born to. When I was born, my mother prepared for me. It is a space category. It has a huge space that can accommodate a planet." After a pause, he added, "This is a simple space-related relic. It has no other functions. It has already recognized me as its master. Oh my god! How many mines can I install at that time? It is worthy of the perennial mining guys." The first reaction is how many, or can be installed as he can be installed. Several people were very envious of the enthusiasm and fierce discussion. Just envy. There is no other thoughts. It can dispel any idea of most players after recognizing the Lord. What's more, they are just ordinary individual players, and would never have such dangerous thoughts. They were delayed here for 2 hours, mainly because they were curious and asked him to control the universe in his palm to load Xiaoqi's entire transport fleet into it. In the words of Xiaoqi, there are also 40 or 50 galaxies. It is not safe along the way, except for the monsters on the road. Occasionally, they may encounter robbers. If they will income the universe in the palm of the transport fleet, they will not be afraid of the robber stream players. However, when the official went on the road, there were more than Zhang Weizi in the team. The minerals they had stored were not yet at the point of being sold. But this time, there was no need to bring a transport fleet. So without any burden, they decided to travel together and do some shopping. A total of 1 cruiser, 2 destroyers and 6 frigates formed, leaving the JMN-48 galaxy. After passing through the wormhole, the spacecraft's radar quickly turned red, indicating that there were enemies within the radar detection range. After a closer look, there were 6 light spots in the void more than 1,000 kilometers away from the wormhole. Li Qing immediately checked the data fed back from the scan and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. It is 6 pirate gunboats. The 6 pirate gunboats also discovered them and chased after them. Li Qing asked the leader Xiaoqi, Is it hit or throw away? Xiaoqi said. Broken. Otherwise it is easy to interfere with the Ultra Space engine. Okay. The fleet was quickly arranged into a triangle, headed by cruisers, 2 destroyers, and the frigates behind, and Li Qing's only frigate was placed at the end. As soon as the 2 sides were approaching, the cruisers and the 2 destroyers of the 2 destroyers were lit at the same time. 10 large-scale electromagnetic cannon mouths spit out, and the 10 large trajectories broke the air. They fired at the same time as more than 8 missiles and more than 20 slightly medium-sized electromagnetic guns, divided into 2 pirate gunboats with 1 left and 1 left. The cold starry sky outside the bridge was transparent to the glass. 2 large flames burst into the cold starry sky. The 2 pirate gunboats were exploded on the spot and turned into 2 huge flames to slowly crack into 2. The remaining 4 pirate gunboats passed through the explosion and flames and turned around halfway and ran. The pirate also has a simple AI and found that they were fierce and ran on the spot. Unfortunately, the AI was limited and it did not run away immediately. Instead, it took a wave of attacks with its face and destroyed 2 ships before it knew to run away. Li Qing watched the whole show and gained a new understanding of the power of large warships. The cruisers are already a large warship. Standard travelers have 8L large weapon tanks, 6 G-class missile slots, and 16M medium-sized weapon slots. The firepower is enough to instantly kill the frigates with poor seconds. In the Starry Sea, battleships are high-level warships, and are main battleships even among military lords. The size of this stuff is huge, and the firepower is extremely fierce. The main gun is an X-slot large weapon. Its lethality is enough to easily kill the destroyer of the general configuration. The frigates are no matter what the configuration is 1 cannon. The construction of this main battleship is extremely difficult, and the demand for shipyards and shipbuilding engineers is also high. Generally, shipyards cannot be built at all. Only those shipyards with great power can be built. However, no matter where this main battleship is, no matter where it is, the power is not enough, and it is impossible to sell it at all. Therefore, many forces with no channels are the main battleships. While the battleship is a killer, the dock array in the Galway fortress in the palm of Li Qing's hand is not only qualified to build a battleship, but even the Titan super flagship is qualified to build. But there are no drawings, as well as capital, and the most critical batch of shipbuilding engineers who are qualified to build Titan super flagships. Ordinary shipbuilding engineers are easy to find. This is not uncommon, and you can directly go to colleges or unions to hire them. However, the most critical senior engineer is not easy to handle, especially the senior shipbuilding engineers, who are eligible to build the main battleships above the battleships. No matter where they go, it is a baby, and the high salary is not a matter. It is mainly that such senior engineers cannot be found. This is also a problem with Li Qing's headache. If you can find a senior shipbuilding engineer, what kind of mine will you dig and sell it directly? Which is much faster than the mining. Unfortunately, there is insufficient strength now. Unable to cooperate with others. Lack of strength. And not qualified to cooperate with others. A super dock array that can build Titan super flagships. You must know that many military main gate valves are not qualified to build Titan super banner. This is absolutely qualified to make those adults pay a huge price to him. With a cruiser in charge. Pirate gunboats, generally less than 10 in number, don't need to hide and can just sweep past them. Most of the creatures wandering around in the wild galaxies are pirate gunboats. The powerful pirate cruisers mostly wander around in large fleets. They are not fast and can usually escape if discovered early. Xiaoqi and his team had traveled this route many times and were very familiar with it. In less than a week, they had traveled through more than a dozen star systems and stopped at a star system outside the galaxy claimed by the Burning Ghost team. Zhang Weiqi said in the channel. I got a piece of data chip before. Extracted it with a decoder and found that it was a signal coordinate. It was not far from here. Do you want to dig it by the way? Xiaoqi, the temporary captain of the team, considered and asked. How many levels of signal chips? Level 2. Well, go and see. The signal chip is also called a grave digging. Using the decoder to extract the information in the signal chip, it will get a coordinate, similar to the treasure collection map, and dig out the baby to the coordinate location. In many cases, the coordinates are treasures left by predecessors in ancient times, so the players are nicknamed the grave digging. The grave is divided into 5 conventional levels. The lowest level, Basically no good things. The total value is less than 1 million. The highest level is the highest. And the battleships can be built. Some rare graves have a probability that can dig out ancient finished battleships. In addition, there is a rare thing beyond the conventional super grave outside the 5th grave, which is a rare thing that has a probability of obtaining the flagship first-class good things. The value of the 2nd grave will not be too high, and the best may be dug as shipwreck, or some warship drawings, or some valuables with a total value of not more than 50 million. A group of 4 crossed the 2 galaxies according to the coordinates, and entered a dim galaxy after passing through the wormhole. Li Qing saw at a glance that the main sequence star in the center of the galaxy had collapsed from a red star into a red dwarf star with extremely low luminosity. Except for some light near the main sequence star. It was pitch black a little further away. According to Zhang Wei's coordinate guidelines, the fleet flew towards the edge of the gravitational well on the other side of the galaxy, escaped several powerful monster fleets all the way, and stopped near a gaseous planet. Why or anyone? Xiaqi's cruiser had the longest radar detection range, and he quickly sent a radar detection map to everyone, including Li Qing. The screen shows that a large-scale fleet parked over the track of this giant stars. From the perspective of specifications, there were 2 cruisers, 5 destroyers, 20-2 frigates, and 3 industrial ships. They were stronger than them. At the same time, Li Qing discovered a strange place. A few satellites on the track of the giant stars have been broken, as if it was bombed by huge power weapons. The fleet was mooring above an oversized vortex orbit of the giant walk star at this time, and a large light column sprayed out of the center of the vortex until thousands of kilometers of space. At this time, Xiaqi sent them a bad news. It's someone from the Burning Ghost team. While they discovered the Burning Ghost, the enemy also had 2 cruisers, and they also discovered them. He inspired Xia to communicate, and he sent it directly to the channel. Burning Ghost team mission. Irrelevant people, please leave this galaxy. So arrogant? Li Qing scratched his hair and looked at Xiaqi. He chuckled and said, "You will see more arrogant scenes later. So what do we do now? Let's negotiate first and see." Xiaqi answered the call and sent a message. A young man wearing leather clothes appeared directly in the channel. He glanced at the 4 people expressionlessly and said, "Either wait until next time, or wait until we finish the mission." Xiaqi quickly replied, "You guys go ahead and do your work. We can wait for a while. Don't get too close to the gas giants. Just wait where you are." The communication was closed directly, and everyone looked at each other. Xiaqi and others probably had seen it before, so they just spread their hands. Li Qing rubbed his forehead, chuckled and said nothing. "This is the first time I meet this Burning Ghost team, and I got to see their style of doing things." Above the orbit of the gas giant, 2 cruisers were separated to the left and right. 5 destroyers and 22 frigates were divided into 3 teams patrolling on the left and right, and 3 industrial ships were lined up side by side, each of which emitted a thick beam of light from the bow into the violent atmospheric vortex of the gas giant. From a distance, this thing looked like a tractor beam, as if it was pulling something out from the bottom of a gas giant planet. Time passed by minute by minute. After an unknown amount of time, the 3 tractor beams suddenly shook violently. Li Yuan, the captain of the Burning Ghost 7th Independent Squadron, who was sitting on one of the cruisers, saw a ball of light hanging in front of him suddenly light up. He was immediately shocked and shouted in the channel, "Everybody brace yourself. That guy is coming out." "Buzz?" Li Qing felt his head shake slightly, and was a little dazed for a moment. "Mental shock." Xiaqi shouted in the channel, "Be careful. The effects of this thing will overlap. If it vibrates again later, the power will be even greater." Before he finished speaking, he fell into a trance again. Li Qing woke up, and the channel was very quiet. After a long while, Xiaqi continued, "I don't know what they are doing. It's a bit dangerous. Let's move away first to avoid." "Buzz?" Li Qing could see a real wave sweeping through the space in front of him, and he instantly lost consciousness. When he recovered again, the deputy captain and the adjutant of staff behind him were all lying in their seats and lost consciousness. "Nima." He quickly tuned the warship into an automatic mode and prepared to turn around. At this moment, the central beam of light in the violent atmospheric vortex of the distant gas giant planet suddenly lit up, and a chaotic ball of light flew out of it. 3 traction beams were binding the chaotic light ball, causing it to shake violently. Li Yuan, who had regained consciousness, took out a crystal the size of a finger capsule and placed it in his nostril. He took a deep breath, and the crystal turned into mist which he inhaled into his nostril. Suddenly, his eyes glowed with brilliance, and he became more energetic. He calmly issued an order in the channel. The 3 industrial ships have their tractor beams at maximum power. Cruiser number 1 has its interception field activated. Cruiser number 2 has its interference field activated. Destroyer number 1 is preparing to wrap around the stasis beam. The others are in position to fill in as needed. The diameter of the chaotic light ball was only a dozen seconds, and the chaotic light blooming on the surface was shaking violently. From time to time, hideous faces of people biting each other appeared, as if there were countless evil spirits killing each other inside. Guided by 3 tractor beams, the chaotic light ball quickly broke away from the violent atmosphere of the gas giant and entered the planet's orbit. The encirclement of the burning ghost fleet was gradually shrinking. A layer of clear light exploded from one of the cruisers. A second later, a second clear light exploded again. An even thicker beam of light hit the chaotic light ball, turning into a light net formed by countless rays of light and wrapping it up. Chapter 13, Subspace Creatures. Damn. I felt so bad. I couldn't sleep last night. Li Qing's frigate was affected by the interception force field and interference force field for the first time, but it did not affect his retreat. The role of shaking power is only to block the target that cannot use the ultra space engine leap to leave. The role of interference force field is to lay the force field to prevent others from jumping to this area. Neither of them has a deceleration function. Only the entangled stasis beam had a deceleration function, but it was not used on him. At this time, Xiaoqi and others also came to their senses and turned around and retreated quickly like him. Li Yuan, the captain of the Burning Ghost Squadron in the distance, just sneered when he saw this, and ignored it, concentrating on commanding his men to capture the chaotic light ball. Under the control of the 3 traction beams, the chaotic light ball was firmly fixed in the void and shook violently. As if it felt threatened, the hideous evil spirits inside bit more fiercely, and one could see with the naked eye that the hideous evil spirits were torn apart and devoured one by one. The number of evil spirits decreased rapidly, but those that survived became stronger and stronger. Even though he was prepared, Li Yuan could feel the increasingly strong mental shock, but he was not worried. Instead, he looked at the ball of light that gradually turned from chaotic to clear with a fanatical look on his face, muttering to himself, "Tear and kill. Devour. Hundreds of thousands of souls affected by the warp will merge into one, and psychic life forms will surely be born." Buzz! Another powerful psychic shock exploded, and all the warship shook violently and just stopped. Li Yuan's face was slightly changed. At this time, a robotic area suspended in the air behind the eyes flickered, and a mechanical sound sounded. Warning. The battleship has been detected to be affected by a psychic shock. The electronic transmission at the stern is faulty. Please ask the logistics supervisor to prepare for repairs. Warning that the force spirit impact intensity has reached the critical point of the spiritual storm. It is expected that the next impact will be improved to the intensity of the quasi-spirit storm level. Please pay attention to avoid it. Warning. The 5th psychic shock is predicted to reach a quasi-psychic storm level. All fleet automatic facilities will be temporarily interrupted. The duration is expected to be 60 seconds. Commander, please avoid it. After 3 consecutive warnings, Li Yuan's face changed slightly. His eyes flickered. His mind turned rapidly, and he quickly made a decision. I order all warships to switch to manual combat systems and activate overload mode before the next round of psychic storm arrives. Commander, the overload mode can only last for 1 round at most. According to the calculation of the psychic shock intensity, the psychic shock intensity will officially enter the psychic storm level in the 6th round. That's enough. Do as I command. Followed by, Commander. The robot's electronic eyes flashed red. Li Yuan clenched his fists, looking expressionless and unconcerned on the surface. But he was actually a little nervous. Buzz! The 5th round of psychic energy impact swept past, and the huge warship shook violently. Ripples like water waves appeared on the surface shield. A wave of real space swept past right under his nose. Countless lights in the warship turned red, and various warnings sounded in his ears. But after activating the overload mode, the impact resistance of most of the warship's equipment was greatly enhanced, allowing it to withstand the blow. At this time, the captain robot of the cruiser came over again to warn that he reached out and stopped, staring at the light ball that had split the victory. and a smile on his face. It's over. There won't be a sixth round of Psychic Storm. The light ball has changed from the previous chaos to the current clarity and transparency. You can clearly see that the countless hideous faces mixed in it have disappeared, and only a soul is left hanging in the clear light ball, as if it is in deep sleep. Psychic life forms, after fusion, can forcibly awaken psychic powers and become psychics. Li Yuan recalled that in order to do this, he specially built a large base, spent tens of billions to relocate hundreds of thousands of people here, and then lure the evil creatures from the subspace to come, and quickly close the subspace rift after a trace of the evil creature's power arrived. Hundreds of thousands of human souls were polluted and alienated by the power of evil creatures. They killed and devoured each other. Finally, the strongest soul devoured all souls. The quantitative change led to a qualitative change and turned them into psychic life forms. It cost more than $40 billion to build a base that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people and relocate hundreds of thousands of people. Almost all of his wealth. Finally, it's about to succeed. Li Yuan was extremely excited and quickly ordered the traction beam to pull the light ball over. He could hardly wait any longer. With the combined efforts of the three industrial ships, the ball of light quickly approached the cruiser. The cruiser opened a hole, and the ball of light fell into it. Li Yuan, who had been waiting in front of the deck, took out an egg-sized prismatic crystal. As soon as the crystal touched the ball of light, it emitted a powerful attraction and swallowed up the clear light like a dragon sucking water. The man-shaped soul in the light ball also quickly distorted and deformed into the prism crystal, and it was about to be swallowed. At this moment, the soul opened his eyes suddenly, and the pupil blood flame spit roar. Don't even think about it. The soul exploded, and a violent spiritual energy surged towards Li Yuan, but was blocked by a layer of light armor that appeared on his body. He said in a cold voice with an expressionless face, I know you are not willing. I have been prepared. I do and know when the right hand appears another edge's crystal. One crushed, and a light man who couldn't see his face suddenly appeared. He reached out and grabbed it. The collapsed spirit could be firmly bound by a strong force. You can't run. Obediently. The soul body face that was reaggregated was no longer what it just now, but another face with a weird smile full of evil feelings. Li Yuan suddenly felt bad. What he wanted to do subconsciously did not feel his existence at this moment. At the same time, the evil face said, I have seen countless butchers, but they can also kill hundreds of thousands of similar to killing hundreds of thousands of similar. I appreciate you very much. Do it with me. Then, Li Yuan could feel his own existence again. The first reaction to communicate the captain of the robot. However, the evil face seemed to be able to sense his thoughts and shook his head. You can't do this. That is, you are not interested. And this seed never reluctantly. He looked up at a certain direction, and his mouth was tilted. Well, let me see. There are two of your kind who are more interesting than you. Li Yuan seemed to have sensed something. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes, and he shouted, I agree. I agree. Late. The next second, the protective armor collapsed, and countless red and black lights penetrated into his body. The light in Li Yuan's eyes quickly dimmed and turned gray, and soon his whole body turned into ashes and disintegrated. A red and black light rose from the disintegrating dust, flashed through the air and disappeared. You are swallowed by the subspace unknown evil thing. Rebuating the body and soul need to consume 50 years of life, and the remaining life is 6 years. As soon as Li Yuan died, the unknown Asian space disappeared, and Li Qing immediately felt the chaos produced by the burning ghost fleet. At this time, Xia Qi's voice came from the channel. What confusion seems to have happened there? He suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his words. Everyone was stunned for a moment and sent messages to Xia Qi to ask questions, except Li Qing, because he was also preparing to send a communication inquiry. But before he saw it, he saw the countless black and red light of the bridge gathered before, condensed into a human figure that couldn't see clearly, staring at him with interest, and said a word that made him and Xia Qi shocked. Human. I can feel the huge spiritual potential on you. Now I only need a trace of power to successfully awaken the spiritual energy. But there is a sentence in your human civilization that there is no free lunch in the world. Now you only need to pay some trivial costs to become a powerful spiritual person. Xia Qi did not speak, but looked at this unknown life that didn't know how to appear in his worship. The unknown life form seemed to guess what he was thinking. and said in a tempting voice, "Perhaps I should introduce myself first. I come from the void realm, or the psychic realm in your words. We may be evil in the eyes of humans, but we ourselves do not think so. What we like most is trading and taking what we need, rather than taking by force. If you know something about us, we should know that we have never forced you. And this is the same now. If you don't want to, I can leave now. But before I leave, I have a small proposal. You may not know that you have the talent of spirituality. It is only one step away from the awakening spirit. Normally, you may have to wake up for decades. Maybe you see and wake up in a lifetime. Powerful spirituality." He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He raised his left wrist as if to check the time, raised his right hand and stretched out his orchid finger and said, "You have 15 seconds to consider. If you have not made a decision after 15 seconds, I will default that you give up this opportunity to change your destiny." 15. 14. Compared to Xiaqi's brows. He opened a while. His eyes fluttered, and his face was hesitant. Li Qing's expression was much more normal. He even curiously looked at the unknown life that claimed to be from the Lingningji. He knew the psychic world, which was extremely famous. It was a powerful and exotic world located in the subspace opposite to the main material universe. It was also the place that all psychics most desired to enter. There lived countless powerful psychic creatures, the most famous of which are the 4 chaos evil gods, also known as the 4 peddlers, namely, Void Whisper, the World Shame, the Instrument of Desire, the Fabric of Life. However, this was just their former name. In different eras and civilizations, they had different names. God of Courage and Strength, God of Knowledge and Wisdom, God of Life and Prosperity, God of Art and Beauty. Of course, this unknown life body is definitely not any of the 4 super powerful chaotic evil gods, because the existence of the 4 will never conceal its existence, and other spiritual power worlds dare not impersonate them. So it must not be. But no matter who he is, as long as he comes from the psychic world, he must be a very powerful being. And what he says is highly feasible. If I say I can help you open up your psychic powers, then I can definitely help you open up your psychic powers. But how to open and what price to pay is hard to say. To be honest, Li Qing had no interest at all. It's not that he has no interest in psychic powers. On the contrary, he is very interested in awakening psychic powers. The 3 major ascensions of Xinghai are the rise of Lingning, the genes of genes, and the rising mechanical. However, the corresponding spirit can be more difficult to rise. And it is difficult to live in the wake up. And it is difficult to live. Once one successfully awakens psychic power, one will gain the psychic power to interfere with matter with one's mind, as well as a powerful skill that only psychics can obtain. The reason why he was not interested was that he was afraid that he couldn't afford it at the cost. The favorite thing of Lingningji's life is the soul. The most common price is to take your soul away after your death. If you are greedy, you will provide you with more souls. To put it bluntly, it means asking you to cause trouble everywhere. Imagine that as long as the contract is signed, you will have to kill a group of people every other time. Each time you need to kill more than the previous time. Even if you just kill one at the beginning, slowly accumulate to a certain point. There will be more and more souls that you need to provide until you can't afford it. At that time, you need to fill in your own soul. Elite education from the military gate valve has reminded them more than once in the past not to have any transactions with any existence in the Asian space. And ordinary players cannot play them at all. They are all monsters living with thousands of years. They can never be their opponents. But Li Qing was very interested. Of course, it is not to find death, but the induction of the universe from the hand in the palm. And the awakening spirit can be very critical to repair the universe in the palm. Therefore, although it is very dangerous to do transactions with the biology of the subspace, considering that this is a sense of medium response from the universe in the palm, he decided to take a risk. So he said, "Can you tell me first? Do I need to pay?" The joy of this subspace creature could be clearly felt. And he said, "It is very simple. Within 1 year after I awakened the spiritual energy, I provided me with 100 wisdom souls. There is no need for clone people and biochemical people. That's it. That's it." The subspace creature folded his arms and looked at the boy in front of him with confidence. After a short silence, Xiaqi's hesitation finally ended. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and said in a deep voice, "I am willing to sign a contract with you." "Very good. You will soon find out that this is a very wise decision. It will allow you to quickly surpass your fellow tribesmen and become the best in the tribe. So, how to awaken? Accept my power. Two identical subspace creatures stretched out their fingers at the same time and tapped the foreheads of Li Qing and Xiaoqi. Suddenly, a bright light appeared and the subspace creatures exploded into a psychic energy tide that submerged them. It quickly turned into a ball of light that surged like a tide. And the psychic energy turned into countless tiny filaments of light that penetrated into their bodies. Chapter 14 Psychic Awakening. Li Qing and Xiaoqi groaned at the same time, and the laughter of the subspace creatures that seemed to be plotting and showing off rang in their minds. There was a hint of Xiaoqi's heart, but Li Qing's face covered by Lingning showed a smile, and he was struggling to drill into his body, and did not know when he stopped. Instead, he re-drilled. The Lingning light ball was separated from him, recondensed into the figure formed by the light of black and red. Where is this place? I do know when the scenery outside the frigate bridge has changed. It turned out to be of frigates and destroyers in Ningsun, but at this time it disappeared and replaced it with a strange starry sky. Unknown Asian space creatures suddenly rose up, and the hard alloy on the top of the battleship bridge could not stop him at all. After leaving the frigate, the unknown subspace creature appeared in the void of the universe in the palm of the palm, looking at the huge and extremely inspector of the universe in the center of the universe. Gao Weisai. The light of black and red shaking. Suddenly he turned his head to look at the frigate, and turned into the bridge as soon as he turned. Li Qing, who was sitting in the command room just a few seconds ago, had disappeared. He looked up suddenly, an angry expression on his face, and his spiritual energy suddenly exploded. In the void, the frigate suddenly shook violently, and exploded the next second. The silver psychic energy storm tore the frigate into pieces, and turned into a silver tide that surged in all directions. Pa! 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 The starlight in the void gathered and condensed into Li Qing's figure. He clapped his hands lightly and sighed. What a powerful psychic storm. Just a trace of what can produce such powerful psychic energy. I wonder how powerful your true self is. Silver spiritual light gathered in the center of the psychic storm, and condensed into a huge head. He stared at Li Qing, lowered his head slightly, and said in a deep voice, Heir of the transcendent civilization, please forgive my impoliteness just now. Please allow me to introduce myself again. He paused for a moment, and then spoke in a voice that rose and fell like an aria. Du Bois brag? Or you can call me Xian. Or you can call me the Soul Devourer. Li Qing smiled and shook his head. I have no interest in your name. The Soul Devourer named Xian changed his expression slightly, and said again, perhaps we can talk again. I remember there is a rule in the human world that noble people can use enough wealth to buy their own lives. I am willing to take out the wealth that matches my status and beg you to let me go. Li Qing looked at him with a smile, looking at his huge face and the slowly shrinking psychic storm, which soon condensed into his body and turned into a huge silver light man suspended in the void. Soul Devourer Xian suppressed his anger and put forward his own conditions. Based on my understanding of the human race, I can offer the following conditions to purchase my will's departure. I can open up your psychic power, guarantee your psychic ascension, and provide 3 ways to open the second stage of psychic ascension. I can provide you with a lost high-level relic, and I also know the whereabouts of a lost ancient titan. If you are not in a hurry, I can also provide you with the coordinates of a psychic saint who is lost in the psychic world. After saying this, Xian looked at Li Qing expectantly, but he saw that he was still looking at him with the same smile as before. He said with a little dissatisfaction, according to the rules of equal transactions, this is enough to buy my life. This is just my will. Hey hey. Li Qing laughed out loud for the first time. He felt great. It was the first time he caught such a big fish using the palm-sized universe. This guy was too careless, and did not take an ordinary human seriously at all. So he directly opened the cosmic channel in his palm, and swallowed the frigate. He clearly noticed the abnormality, but did not escape it the first time. By the time I reacted, it was too late. My game, my turf, my rules. Outside, he is just an ant in the eyes of the subspace creatures. But in the palm of his hand, he is a god. The new proposals were indeed tempting, but Li Qing was not interested at all. Not only because most of them looked good but were useless. Can I drive a titan if I am given one? Can I afford it? Would it be useful to give me the coordinates of the psychic saint? Do I dare to enter the psychic world now? These are all traps and pitfalls. It seems good, But it is not practical. It would be better to just give me $1 trillion. Not to mention that a Titan super flagship costs more than $1 trillion. The key point is, can he get it? He had been trapped and not discovered until now. He must be in a remote place. With his current ability, how could he get out? How could he get out after entering? It has to be said that these things in the subspace have been playing tricks all their lives. And they subconsciously want to keep something in reserve for everything they do. It's a good thing that Li Qingyan never thought of making this deal. Otherwise he might have been tempted. Compared to these transactions that look good but are useless, it is better to refine it directly. Thinking of this, he raised his eyebrows. And Xian immediately sensed his murderous intent and said quickly, as witnesses to the 4 gods of the Void Realm, if you let me go, I will deliver everything I promised to you within a year. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge silver light man suddenly paused, and then flames burned all over his body, and his huge body quickly disintegrated and became smaller. The silver light man roared in pain, and the powerful spiritual energy condensed into his body expanded violently. Waves of heart-pounding fluctuation surged out, but they were all suppressed by an invisible force. The man fell apart and recollapsed into a large spiritual energy storm tide that spread in the void. From a distance, it looked like a huge silver cloud with a diameter of several thousand meters. Transparent flames appeared out of nowhere, and the silver clouds quickly evaporated and shrank. A huge transparent light shadow struggled hard, but was firmly bound by an invisible force in the silver cloud. It watched helplessly as the silver clouds quickly evaporated and shrank, becoming smaller and smaller. I don't know how long it took, but the silver cloud layer that was several thousand meters long and wide had shrunk to only a dozen meters in size, and the color gradually changed from the previous silver to transparent and clear. Li Qing looked expressionlessly at an equally transparent shadow in the transparent and clear light. He waved his hand, and the transparent shadows turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the Star Witness superdimensional fortress, and directly plunged into it. In the core space of the fortress, Li Qing and the group of clear light appeared at the same time. Immediately, more than a dozen chains formed by starlight fell, and shot into the clear light, locking the group of clear light and the transparent figure inside the clear light respectively. And then, a circle of invisible ripples passed by, and the transparent figure suddenly let out a silent roar towards the sky. Li Qing instantly felt that the power of the universe in his palm crossed the material universe along a thread imperceptible to the naked eye, and appeared in a constantly twisting and changing chaos. The mysterious perception was that one end of the thread was connected to the transparent light and shadow sealed in the universe in the palm of the hand, and the other end was in the depths of the constantly twisting and changing chaos. An endless stream of chaotic power penetrated into the transparent silk thread and transformed into streams of spiritual light that flowed towards the source of the silk thread. Almost instantly, Li Qing felt an inexplicable force surging into his body. His eyes lit up, and he vaguely felt that a valve in his body that could not be observed with the naked eye was slowly loosening. He understood clearly that it would not be long before the universe in his palm would become increasingly powerful after drawing enough power from the psychic world. He would also be able to awaken his own psychic power. Yes, what he is doing now is to use the incarnation of the will of this unknown powerful existence in the psychic world as a guide. Find the coordinates of the psychic world through the connection between the incarnation and the real body, and then use the power of the universe in his palm to forcibly extract the power of the psychic world through the connection coordinates to strengthen the universe in his palm and himself. This is the main reason why he is not moved at all. No matter how good the new conditions are, they can never be operated so well. Continuously extracting energy from the virtual realm can not only slowly repair the damaged origin of the universe in his palm, but also continuously strengthen his spiritual power. With this, he will be like the legendary dragon. Even if he eats and sleeps every day, his spiritual power will continue to grow stronger. Li Qingma estimated that within a month, the continuous purification of spiritual energy would be enough to break through the boundaries and awaken the spiritual energy. Once the spiritual power is awakened, let's put it this way, not only the Qingheli family, but any military clan in the human United Empire would regard the awakening of psychic power as a genius second only to possessing the innate talent of Purple Epic, and would definitely be willing to invest certain resources in its cultivation. Once his spiritual power is awakened, Li Qing's attention in the Qingheli family will definitely increase significantly. As long as he goes back to report, he will immediately receive support from the standard training fund set up by the family, including the time when the identity and status were not enough in the past. and the blank period between birth and going out to explore will all be reissued according to the existing standards. There is no need to doubt whether it is true or not. Any wealthy aristocratic family will not be stingy in cultivating truly elite offspring. However, Li Qing has not yet considered whether to go back and report to the family. After reporting, he will indeed get strong support from the family. But at any time, gains and obligations are equal. The family has invested so many resources. It is impossible to raise you for nothing. And when you grow up in the future, you must fulfill your obligations. Li Qing also recognized this point. But, with a universe in the palm of his hand, he will surely rise and stand at the top of the starry sky in the future. He has no interest in returning to his family, even if there is a high probability that he will defeat other competitors and become the patriarch of the Qinghe family, controlling nearly 100 billion people and billions of players in Qinghe province, and a division-level fleet in the United Human Empire. The goal of any aspiring super elite has never been to return home and inherit the family business, but to explore and establish their own territory. The ultimate goal is to establish a new province with their own hands and become the new military leader of the empire to prove themselves. Only when the territory fails to open the territory can I retreat and go back to the family to inherit their family business. No matter in which era, those who have the ability to reopen up and become new military leaders are the sons of the time, and are the most likely to impact the Star Lords and become the true rulers of the United Human Empire. I hold the universe in my hand. If you ask me what my goal is, it certainly is not to go home and inherit the family business. So, how am I supposed to get back now? Another problem faced Li Qing. Before, the Soul Devourer's psychic energy exploded and blew up the frigate, killing all the crew members inside. It's good that we are in the palm of the hand universe now. But what should we do when we get out? Not to mention that his psychic powers have not yet awakened. Even if he has awakened them, the newly awakened psychic powers are not enough for him to survive in a vacuum. Moreover, the ship exploded and all the crew members died. They had to prepare a large sum of compensation when they returned to Tianjin province. My head hurts. The joy of awakening psychic powers was suddenly halved. The result is death. There is no other way. In the palm of the hand, it is impossible to communicate outside. When I was sitting on frigates before, it was a few kilometers apart from Xiachi and others. For the battleships, there were several distances, but for small individuals, a few kilometers were very far away. Sound cannot be transmitted in space, and no one can hear you even if you shout loudly. When he came out of the universe in his palm, a bang banged violently, waiting for the resurrection. It has been within the base of dozens of galaxies. The resurrection point defaults to its own territory or personal base without setting, if there is no base nearby. The second default is the nearby Space Whistle Station or Star Fort Star City. If it is too far apart, it will be randomly resurrected at the nearest place, not limited to abandoned space stations, or above other warships. Anyway, it is a place where the physical existence can be accommodated and will not be resurrected in space. Each death is resurrected, and it will lose a certain lifespan, generally at least 5 years, at least the upper limit. Like him, he died in cold space and died of normal battles, and only lost a minimum of 5 years. But if you die at the hands of those evil subspace creatures, that would be hard to say. For decades, as many as hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years. If you are fortunate to die in the hands of the 4 gods of the virtual realm, the probability is directly GG. Everything was normal at the base. There was a frigate from Yang Yunhua parked outside the satellite's orbit. He actually sent one over to help look after the base, which touched Li Qing quite a bit. Turn on the communication through the radar of the base, and send a message to everyone. After a minute, Yang Yunhua replied, "Brother Li Qing, what happened to you when you came back so early?" Li Qing smiled bitterly. "Indeed, something happened halfway, and my boat burst. It's a pity. What about them? It's not clear. Maybe still in the battle, or escape. Then you are ready to do now. Do you want to buy another boat? Or I sell you one?" Li Qing thought for a while and nodded. That troubled Yang. "Brother Yang, you're welcome. By the way, most of the warships I have here are of level 2 or 3 configuration. If you want 2 types, I'll sell them to you at market price. Level 3. Although he wants to configure the 5-level configuration, it is estimated that Yang Yunhua has not had a few days at hand. Okay, I'll send it to you later. Brother Xie Yang. By the way, I don't have so much cash now. Can I use or to be worth it? Well, yes. A total of 33 million. Okay. Turn off the communication. Li Qing rubbed his chin and decided to wait for Yang Yunbu's boat to come back to Jimin. Chapter 15 Configuration Warship. From Jimin. Although there are not many battles, Li Qing is clearly understand that the combat effectiveness of high-profile warships is indeed too much stronger than low configuration. This time, when you go back, you must configure 2 5-class frigates. In fact, he wants to configure a destroyer. Not only is the ship stronger combat effectiveness, but also faster. But the full match destroyer is at least 67 million. And the mine in the universe in the palm may not be enough. However, it is not allowed now. On the way back, he was ready to pass through the galaxy everywhere. See if there is such a mining base. If you can steal some mines all the way. If we can collect a few 100 million worth of mines along the way, we can directly equip a fully equipped destroyer when we return to Tianjin. The destroyer is not only faster than the frigate, but also wider carrier-based radar, which is more convenient for stealing mines. The next day, Yang Yunbu brought 3 frigates and a medium-sized transport ship. Li Qing handed him the 3 ore balls and some refined ore that he had prepared long ago, and obtained a new frigate. After chatting for a while, Yang Yunbu resigned and left, and he set off all the cumulative revenue of the refined mines accumulated during this period, and sent a message to Yang Yunbu. The frigate quickly left the galaxy and entered the next galaxy, then directly started the hyperspace engine and entered sublight speed state. He has a nearby galaxy. This galaxy has no asteroid belt, and there is no probability that there will be monster mining bases. After entering the next galaxy 3 days later, it still starts the super space engine, but the direction is inside the galaxy. It didn't take long to come to a small asteroid belt inside the galaxy. The battleship slowed down and moved along the asteroid to find possible mining bases. It took a month to stop and stopped. A total of 6 mining bases were found, and 22 mines were successfully stolen. There must be more than a few mining bases in an asteroid belt. But the asteroid is too big. He can't really rely on ordinary flight around. It is an endless distance of a year, and he can only walk away. Set the frigate to cruise at a constant speed, and Li Qing left the frigate and entered the universe in the palm. As soon as he entered the universe in the palm, his pupils exploded, and his mind seemed to be ignited. The surging spirit could no longer suppress the eruption from his eyes, like 2 transparent flames. After more than a month of accumulation, Lingning finally passed through that line and successfully awakened Lingning. The so-called spiritual power is the mixture and sublimation of soul power and mind power. Only the power of the innate soul or the power of the soul, under the guidance of a strong inspiration, or under the guidance of foreign power, ignite the power of the soul with the power of the soul and awaken the spiritual energy. Psychic power is a special kind of energy. It is the sublimation of mind power and soul power. Mind power can also be called spiritual power. After the sublimation of the virtual mind and soul power, it is transformed into substantial psychic energy, which can interfere with reality with the spirit. You can refer to the legendary magic or Taoism, and the spirit can achieve the legendary spell effect. For example, Li Qing stretched out his palm, and the palm of his palm was intangible and transparent into a flame form. With his mind, the power of transparent spiritual energy quickly turned red and burned, exuding hot heat. As he moved again, the burning flame temperature dropped rapidly, and it was quickly lower than 0, exuding a stubborn cold. With spiritual interference in reality, spiritual can achieve impossible. Now his spiritual strength is insufficient. The spiritual strength of only 10 units just awakened, and at most, it rises a group of fire or frozen ice cream, and it will not be possible. However, as the spiritual energy continues to be strong, the power will continue to be strong. When it reaches a certain realm, the power of the spirit can form a powerful spiritual storm. Even if the warship can be easily crushed, try a little bit. Li Qing's palm folded to destroy the ice flame. His mind moved. The light curtain bounced in front of him, and several tips appeared in front of him. You have awakened the spirit can become a spiritual person. All congenital attributes plus 2 points. Lifespan plus 200 years. The pipe can be strong and weak, and once the awakening spirit can, the lifespan will increase significantly. Moreover, the lifespan of spiritual cannot affect higher gene modulation. It can also go through 5 gene modulation to improve life and their own constitution. It is worth mentioning that the congenital attributes of Lingning Awakening are much higher than gene adjustment. The genetic adjustment will only add a little congenital attribute each time, but the awakening of Lingning will not increase the brain slot. It is also worth mentioning that Lingning Awakening and genetic adjustment and the Lingning Ascending and Gene Flying are 2 codes. Now this is not the Lingning Ascending and genes. Whether it is awakening, or genetic adjustment, or righteous body transformation, these are all 3 ascension fronts. The spiritual strength of the spiritual awakening must reach more than 1,000 units. After the genetic adjustment is 5 times. The 3 major ascension will be opened after the righteous body is transformed 5 times. Only after success, it can be considered as successful, so as to get huge rewards after the rise. Retracting his thoughts, Li Qing's eyes fell on the second hint. You have awakened the spiritual energy person. Please choose the direction of the spiritual skills. Spiritor, administrative. This is a powerful spiritual person who can give it extremely high administrative efficiency. Psychic, scientific research. This is a powerful psychic whose powerful psychic powers give him extremely high scientific research efficiency. Spiritor, naval commander. This is a powerful spiritual ability, and the powerful spiritual can give the fleet a great bonus. Spiritor, army general. This is a powerful spiritual ability, and the powerful spiritual can give the ground forces a great bonus. Well, Li Qing hesitated. There is no distinction between spiritual energy. It is just a pure spiritual energy. But the data of the new universe has the exclusive skills of this spiritual ability. This is the main reason why the spiritual power is called the innate talent of the purple epic level. It not only has power, but also has a powerful buff. And this skill will also improve with the level of the spiritual power, which is very powerful. Theoretically, the skill of the spiritual ability is stronger than most epic levels, but it is difficult for the spirituality to improve. The more difficult it is to improve later. There is no so-called bottleneck in innate talent. Psychics cannot compete with the upper limit of the level, so they are ranked at the bottom. But anyway, the skill of the spiritual ability is an extra skill other than the innate talent, and it is so powerful. In fact, you don't need to be too entangled in the choice. Administrative branches must be excluded first, and scientific research branches. Li Qing hesitated and eliminated. This branch is actually very fierce, and the scientific research efficiency is plus 20%. The occasional lighting is actually very powerful. Many scientific research results are occasionally light from scientists. With this, it is no problem to become an excellent scientist. But the problem was that he never wanted to walk away from the scientist line. There are 2 paths, and the army does not need to consider it, leaving only the naval command skill route. When making a choice, Li Qing immediately clearly felt that the speed of the frigate increased a lot. As for psychic power, this thing is located in the mind. When it is just awakened, the strength of psychic power is only 10 units. Normal psychics need to find psychic secrets and constantly train to slowly improve. But he doesn't have to do anything. He can continue to improve by eating and sleeping every day. At this stage, his spiritual energy increases by about 1 unit every day. When the universe in his palm is repaired to a certain extent in the future, the extracted virtual energy will increase, and the spiritual energy feedback he obtains will also be enhanced. In other words, there is no need to count on the big move of the spiritual storm at this stage. It is that there are at least 1,000 units or more, which is called the storm level spiritual power, to barely perform. And it is not as powerful as the spiritual swallow of the spirit. Although he is just an incarnation of will, the strength of his psychic energy is more than 1,000 units. It's a long and arduous journey. Li Qing smacked his lips, hoping that he could be like this in the future, or even stronger. It is worth mentioning that although later psychics are very powerful, and some legendary super psychics can even cover an entire planet with their psychic powers, fleet warfare is still the mainstream in the Starry Sea. Psionic energy only has strong explosive power, but it is not sustainable. At most, you can use a few waves of psychic storms to kill a small fleet in seconds. Once the psychic energy is exhausted, it will be time for you to be slaughtered. For powerful psychics, they never rely on psychic powers to fight against fleets. For them, the greatest benefit of psychics is the powerful skill effects of psychics. Imagine a fleet commanded by a powerful super psychic with speed plus 100%, range plus 100%, attack power plus 100%, and guaranteed hit. How powerful would it be to command a fleet with such a strong buff? Although the bonus at this time is not that great, Li Qing can clearly feel the difference. The instantly increased speed allowed him to easily shake off ordinary pirate gunboats, and even destroyers, greatly improving his safety. In the next few months, Li Qing walked slowly along the road back to Tianjin. He would take a tour of every galaxy with an asteroid belt, and look for a mining base in a hurry. If you come across a personal player base, you can spend some money to buy the star map of the galaxy from them, which can save a lot of time. 5 months had passed before he realized it, and he finally returned to the Jimin galaxy. At this time, he had accumulated more than 100 mineral balls, a total of 114. After returning to Tianjin, he did nothing. He first rented a hotel on the scenic Tianjin No. 2 tourist star, and spent half a month to relax and have a good time. Then he went to the galaxy next to Tianjin, and found a chamber of commerce to rent a large industrial ship. He drove the industrial ship to an uninhabited part of the galaxy. Although it was a galaxy next to Tianjin, and there were a lot of people, the galaxy was too large, and it was impossible for there to be people everywhere. He only needed to find an uninhabited place to open the exit of the universe in his palm, drag the mineral balls out with the traction beam of the industrial ship, and then drive out directly, dragging the mineral balls one by one like a train. They randomly found a mining company called Dai, and sold all 114 mineral balls, with a diameter of about 5 kilometers at the market price. It took almost a week just to smash the ore balls one by one. Count the raw ore inside the balls, count the number of different ores, and calculate the total price. In the end, comprehensive statistics, 114 or plus the ore accumulated before, eventually sold 1.24 billion yuan, a little higher than he expected. It's hard enough to build a small fleet with $1 billion, but it's a good start. It is entirely possible to configure a fully equipped destroyer and 2 fully equipped frigates. At that time, it will be more convenient and efficient in terms of actual combat effectiveness or stealing minerals. The shipyard that was looking for to configure the warships was a shipyard that belonged to the Yu family and accepted custom orders for up to cruisers. It's not that he doesn't know how to build battleships, but the orders for battleships are in short supply and have been scheduled for 10 years later. So it's not his turn at all. In the reception room, Li Qing was drinking tea while looking at the different destroyer configurations displayed on the screen in front of him. A beautiful girl wearing a short skirt uniform and showing off her good figure was introducing them to him enthusiastically. "Sir, our Yu shipyard has been passed down for more than 400 years and can accept orders for the highest level battleships. There are only 58 people in line for the destroyer you ordered, and construction is expected to begin in a month. Of course, if you are in a hurry and don't mind, you can buy a finished battleship, but it will need to be refitted and strengthened." Li Qing did not answer, but just checked the initial module configurations of different destroyers on the light curtain, as well as various modification plans. The configuration of weapons and general slots is not important. New ships and old ships can be replaced at any time. Customization mainly depends on the modules, because the destroyer is divided into 2 sections, the bow and the stern. Each has many modules. Ordering means freely customizing the assembly of different modules rather than the default modules. Among them, the most common bows include gunboat bows, frigate bows, giant gunboat bows, and missile ship bows. The sterns are divided into frigate sterns, interceptor sterns, gunboat sterns, and missile ship sterns. In addition, there are the rare hangar bows and hangar sterns. In addition to these, customized warships can also be strengthened and modified during construction, adding new weapon slots or general slots, making them stronger than conventional warships of the same level as soon as they leave the factory. Of course, the price is also more expensive, often costing hundreds of millions. However, when it is impossible to form a large-scale fleet in the early stage, the strength of a single ship's combat effectiveness can directly affect the combat effectiveness. So battleship modification is very popular in the early stage. For example, Xiaqi's cruiser has been modified. Not only is it fully configured at level 5, the battleship has also been modified and strengthened, and many additional weapon slots have been added. Basically, it can fight 2 standard cruisers alone. Li Qing thought carefully, and thought that he would probably be running around for a long time looking for wild monsters to steal ores from mining bases. Speed would definitely be important, and combat power was also crucial. He needed a full 5-star configuration plus various enhancements. The bow of the ship is equipped with a cannon bow module, which has 2L large weapon slots and 4M medium weapon slots. The stern of the ship is equipped with a gunboat stern module, which has 8M medium weapon slots. There is no S small weapon slot, nor AP close-range rapid-fire cannon slot, so it is difficult to launch a threatening counterattack when facing a close-range enemy attack. But it's not a big problem. Close defense can be left to 2 fully equipped frigates. The 3 battleships also form a small fleet. The main destroyers are responsible for frontal combat, while the frigates only need to escort. Chapter 16. The general slots have a total of 6M medium slots, 8S small slots, and 2A slot function slots. It is worth mentioning that the destroyer he ordered was not a regular Tornado-class destroyer, but an elite Hurricane-class destroyer. Not only does it have higher basic attributes than the regular Tornado-class destroyer, it also has more slots. But correspondingly, the bare ship price of a conventional Tornado-class destroyer is $150 million, while the elite Hurricane-class destroyer is $250 million, which is a full $100 million more. Destroyer, Hurricane-class, a multi-purpose ship with assault, air defense, escort, patrol, surveillance, and reconnaissance functions. Advanced cannon bow module. Advanced gunboat stern module. In fact, he wanted a superior Black Hawk-class destroyer more, but the shipyard did not have the drawings for it. And this was just the beginning of spending money. Next, Li Qing deleted and subtracted some items from the configuration list and added several slots for the destroyer, according to the limit value of the Hurricane destroyer's modification. A total of 15 points of modification value. An additional increase of 2L large weapon slots, with 6 points of modification value each. Spent 50 million * 2 equals 100 million yuan. And the attack power is directly full. The remaining 3-point modification value increases a M-type general groove that consumes 3 points of modification value, which costs 10 million. Total cost, 250 million for the hull plus 100 million plus 10 million. A total of 360 million dollars. Then comes the second largest consumption item, weapons and general slot configuration. It is worth mentioning that his 4L large weapon slots are not equipped with conventional large weapons, but L slot main gun type weapons. In Star C, there are 4 types of weapons: M medium, S small, P point defense, and machine gun. Each weapon slot actually has 2 guns, one on each side of the battleship. The X super large slot, G missile slot, and T slot doomsday weapon each have only 1. Among them, the L large slot is somewhat special, because this large slot has 2 templates. One is the regular template, and one slot is divided into 2 guns. One is the main gun template, which has only 1 gun in 1 slot. The main gun equipped in the L large slot is more powerful than a single conventional large weapon, but it is more expensive. The 4L large weapons are equipped with kinetic weapons, advanced kinetic rail guns, which are more powerful than kinetic rail guns. Each gun costs 50 million dollars, and the 4 guns have a total of 200 million dollars. Advanced kinetic rail gun, a very advanced kinetic artillery piece capable of firing powerful, long-range kinetic projectiles. Then the 12M medium weapon slots are also equipped with kinetic weapons. The 5th generation electromagnetic gun. 5th generation electromagnetic gun, medium, a long-range antimatter artillery that can fire powerful kinetic SH.LS at extremely long distances. The price of the 5th generation electromagnetic gun, medium-sized, is 10 million for a set of 2. And a total of 12 sets cost 120 million. After the weapons are configured. The next is the general slots. A total of 7M medium general slots, 8S small general slots, plus 2 A-type function slots. Li Qing thought about it, and configured 2 of the 7M medium general slots with the 5th generation medium energy shield, each increasing the energy shield value by 400 and automatically regenerating energy by 2 points per second. The other 5 were configured with the 5th generation neutron armor, each increasing the armor by 300 points and repairing the armor by 2 points per second. The price of both the 5th generation medium shield and the 5th generation medium armor is 8.8 million each, and the total price of 7 is 61.6 million dollars. As for the 8S small general slots, they are fully equipped with 5th generation small energy shields, each of which increases the energy shield value by 2,000 points and automatically recovers 1 point of energy per second. The 5th generation small shield costs 2.2 million each, and 8 of them cost a total of 17.6 million dollars. The two Type A function slots have the same configuration. Both are advanced afterburners, with the effects of starting speed plus 30%, turning rate plus 30%, and normal flight speed plus 20%. The price of each is 20 million, and two are 40 million. Just increase the speed to full. The weapons and general slots together cost 200 million plus 120 million plus 61.6 million plus 17.6 million. A total of 399.2 million. Add to that the previous 250 million bareboat and the additional slots. A total of 360 million. Li Qing scratched his forehead and couldn't help smacking his lips. So expensive. The key is that the configuration has not been completed yet. You still need to buy 5 types of equipment: reactors, hyperspace engines, thrusters, sensors, and combat computers. The 5th generation 0-point reactor destroyer version, $12 million. The 5th generation jump engine destroyer version has a maximum jump range of 50 light years and a price of $30 million. 5th generation phase pulse thrusters. Speed plus 60%. Starting speed plus 25%. Turning rate plus 25%. Price $40 million. The destroyer version of the 5th generation tachyon sensor has a maximum detection distance of 100,000 kilometers in diameter and a price of $16 million. Destroyer version of advanced combat system. Hit rate plus 10. Flight speed plus 10%. Price $7.5 million. All in all, the total is $105.5 million. Adding previous expenditures, a top-of-the-line destroyer was produced, costing a total of $844.7 million. TSK. It is outrageous that the $1.2 billion that had just been earned were lost in an instant. This expenditure directly made Li Qing cancel his previous idea of equipping 2 top-of-the-line frigates. At this stage, he would only equip 1, as he was afraid he could not afford 2. He could barely afford it, as the expenditure on a frigate was much less than that on a destroyer, mainly because there would not be much money left after the equipment was completed. He also had to purchase a large amount of weapons and ammunition. Large weapons and ammunition were extremely expensive. And he also had to spend money to recruit a group of crew members. The original crew members who died needed to pay a high pension. Next, he will have to stay in Tianjin for a while and go to the engineering college to study shipbuilding-related skills, which will cost money. There is no need to buy a frigate. The current one just needs to be modified to add extra slots. The frigate only has 5 points of modification value, so there is nothing to consider. 4 of the additional equipment are small weapon slots that only take up 1 point of modification value, and 1 is added for the P slot point defense. A total of 5 million each, for a total of 25 million, including the original slots. There are a total of 9 small weapon slots, 2 P-type point defense slots, 5 small general slots, and 1 A-type function slot. All weapons are 5th generation flame storm machine guns, with a unit price of 2.5 million, and 9 of them cost a total of 22.5 million. 5th generation flame storm machine gun, a large caliber ballistic weapon that can fire discarding Sabo LS at ultra high speeds. Since it is a frigate, its main responsibility is to intercept enemies that attack the destroyer at close range. So it naturally has to use the machine gun with the fastest attack speed. The P-slot point defense configuration is a Guardian-level close-range rapid-fire cannon, with a unit price of 2.5 million, and 2 for 5 million. Guardian-class close and rapid-fire cannon, the battleship's last line of defense, specifically designed to defend against missiles and space fighters. The general slots have 3 shields and 2 armors, and the price is 2.2 million * 5 equals 11 million star coins. Slot A is equipped with an advanced afterburner, and the frigate version has a unit price of $10 million. Then the energy core is the frigate version of the 5th generation 0-point reactor, which costs $8 million. The frigate version of the 5th generation jump engine costs $15 million. The frigate version of the 5th generation phase pulse thruster costs $20 million. Frigate version of the tachyon sensor. Price, $8 million. Frigate version of advanced combat system. Hit rate plus 10. Firing rate plus 10%. 2.5 million star coins. All in all, excluding the price of the battleship, The total cost of the modification was $25 million plus 9 5th-generation Flame Storm machine guns, $22.5 million plus 2 Guardian-class close and defense guns, $5 million plus 5 small general slots, $11 million plus advanced afterburner, $10 million plus 0-point reactor, $8 million plus 5th-generation jump engine, $15 million plus phase pulse thruster, $20 million plus tachyon sensor, $5 million plus advanced combat computer, $2.5 million. The total cost is $135 million. If the $20 million for the Bear ship is added, a top-of-the-line Haiyan-class frigate will cost $155 million. $155 million plus $844.7 million. A total of $999.7 million. A total of $1.23 billion star dollars in assets. Suddenly shrunk to $230.3 million star dollars. Based on the price of a top-of-the-line frigate. If you add another one, the remaining 700 or 800 million may seem like a lot. But it is actually not worth spending. Playing warships costs money like water. Most of the time you don't even know where your money goes. If you don't save more, you'll be doomed if you suddenly have no money one day. Next, Li Qing went to the crew union and paid the compensation for the dead crew members. The pension for senior crew members is $2 million each. And for frigate captains it is $5 million each. A frigate had 3 senior crew members. But fortunately, there was no captain. In the end, he paid a full $6 million in pension. Fortunately, the new ship has just been customized. The salary of the frigate is not too much, and it can be carried. But once the destroyer is launched and the crew is in place, he will have to leave Tianjin early to make money. After leaving Yu shipyard, Li Qing first went to the Tianjin No. 3 space living station to rent an apartment. He would have to stay in Tianjin for at least half a year, so he had to have a place to live. Use a personal terminal to open the engineering college network and sign up for a series of shipbuilding-related courses online, including both online and offline courses, totaling tens of millions of star dollars. Then, there is the intensive course that is comparable to the college entrance examination. He signed up for too many courses, including a series of shipbuilding-related courses, a total of more than 30 courses, and had 4 or 5 classes almost every day. He was in class all day, madly absorbing knowledge from various subjects. The 10 times the experience plus the powerful innate attribute bonus made one class for him equivalent to dozens of classes for others. And his skills improved very quickly. Li Qing estimated that at this rate of improvement, after completing all the courses, he would be able to try to build a frigate himself. By then we can recruit a group of shipbuilding engineers and several senior engineers to assist us. And we can almost build frigates directly. Selling ships can make more money than mining. And arms always have huge profits. A Bear frigate is worth 20 million. So even if you only make 10% of it, it will be 2 million. But how is it possible to only make 10% in reality? Through understanding, we can see that the price of a warship is composed of 3 aspects. Drawings account for 10%. Materials account for 50% to 60%. And if there is no stable material supply channel, the materials account for 60%. If there is a stable material supply channel and connections, you can get the materials at a price lower than the market price. Normally, the salary of using a shipyard and a shipbuilding engineer adds up to about 10%. Then, there is the channel fee, which is hard to say. If it is a direct sale from the shipyard, there will naturally be no channel fees. However, some businessmen cooperate with the shipyards, get the ships from the shipyards at low prices, and then resell them. The middlemen will definitely make some money. Therefore, if a ship is built normally and sold in a shipyard with a stable supply channel, the profit can be between 20% and 30%, and will not exceed 30% at most. This proportion is not large. But a ship is so expensive. 30% of 20 million is 6 million. One frigate costs 6 million. And 100 frigates cost 600 million. The construction time of a frigate is 60 days. Generally, a large shipyard can build hundreds or even thousands of frigates in a batch. An income of 50 to 60 billion in 2 months is considered quite good. It is worth mentioning that the construction capacity of these large shipyards is often hundreds or thousands, which is different from the docks in the high-dimensional fortress in Li Qing's hands. The dock in the Galway fortress in his hand is accurate as the superstructural assembly base. It is a dock of docks. That is, it can be built into tens of thousands of navy capacity only 1 square frigate. It can also build a Titan super flagship with a naval capacity of more than 1,000 grids. The docks of ordinary large shipyards are just ordinary docks merged together. They can build thousands of frigates and destroyers at the same time. But they cannot build flagships that occupy a very large dock capacity. To put it bluntly, the 2,300 construction capacity in the superstructure assembly base in his hands is a whole. The thousands of construction capacity in ordinary shipyards is made up of countless construction capacity of only a dozen or dozens of construction capacity. That is to say, its maximum construction capacity of its single ship is only 20. And the maximum naval capacity of the naval capacity is 20 cell. Moreover, Liqing's superstructure assembly base dock has an attribute, which is that the shipbuilding speed increases by 100%. It means that the construction time of the normal frigates is 60 days. This superstructured assembly base takes only 30 days to build it, and the time is reduced by half. And it only requires one chief engineer, 2 senior shipbuilding engineers, and 30 ordinary engineers to build it. This superstructure assembly base now has a dock capacity of 2,300 docks, and theoretically requires 2,300 senior shipbuilding engineers and 69,000 ordinary engineers to fully operate. And this is just for building frigates. If we build destroyers, cruisers, and battleships, ordinary engineers can be used, but a large number of matching senior shipbuilding engineers will be needed. Moreover, the dock that is still intact now is only a part of the superstructure assembly base. When it is in good condition, the total dock capacity exceeds 100 million. In its peak condition, it can build up to 100 million frigates every month. It is outrageous to think about it. But if you think about it, the size of this thing is measured in astronomical units. And the power reactor is a galaxy like the Milky Way. So it's not too far-fetched to think so. Chapter 17 Shocking News. Chief Shipbuilding Engineer Liqing can work part-time himself. But now, he still needs the assistance of 2 senior shipbuilding engineers and 30 ordinary shipbuilding engineers to build a frigate. The salary of an ordinary shipbuilding engineer starts at about 30,000 yuan, which is the minimum standard, if the work location is far away from Tianjin, such as working in a shipyard with a team like Burning Ghost. Additional subsidies are required, which are about 35,000 to 40,000 yuan. If there are some harsh conditions, such as being farther away, or signing a long-term contract of more than 10 or 20 years, and staying in a certain place for more than 10 years, and rarely coming back, the salary will be even higher. It would take nearly 100,000 shipbuilding engineers to fill all the docks, and their salaries alone would be several billion per month. The salary of an ordinary shipbuilding engineer is much higher than that of an ordinary crew member of a warship. Such a large expenditure is definitely not something that Liqing can afford now. Even if he becomes rich in the future, it will still be a very high expense. In order to prepare for a rainy day, Liqing thought it was necessary to think about ways to save money early on. How to save manpower and expenses in shipbuilding and factories. Enter this query into the search engine, and soon a series of answers will appear on the screen. After a careful glance, most of the answers were meaningless. However, I found an interesting suggestion on a forum that brings together a large number of battleship modification enthusiasts. With the existence of a trade union, it is impossible to underpay or withhold wages. But we can start from the source and directly sponsor some low-level civilians to enter professional engineering and shipbuilding colleges. We can sign a contract in advance, stipulating that one party will sponsor their studies, and the other party must serve the sponsor for a certain number of years after graduation at a salary lower than the normal salary. However, this method can only be signed for a maximum of about 10 years, and then the salary will be gradually increased until it is on par with the normal salary. In other words, you may be able to make some money using this method, but the profits are limited and unsustainable. In addition, there is another suggestion that seems useless. That is to establish a development base. When the scale of the base reaches a certain level, you can apply for development immigration. There is only one way to immigrate, which is to accept immigration applications directly from within the United Empire of Humanity. But the reason why this suggestion is useless is mainly because it costs too much to build a development base, and to meet the conditions for development and immigration. It is not possible to just build an empty SHL base, not to mention a planet with life. At least we have to build a space residential station that can accommodate millions or tens of millions of people and achieve self-sufficiency in living supplies before we can apply for pioneering immigration. Building a self-sufficient standard space living station that can accommodate tens of millions of people would cost trillions of star dollars. With this money, It is enough to pay wages for nearly 30 years and build a DI base. However, after reading this suggestion, Li Qing became interested. This is indeed a bit tasteless for others, but for him, now the dock has only a capacity of 2,300. But now the universe in the palm is already being repaired, and it will undergo huge changes within the universe in the palm of the palm. At that time, if the Star Witness Galway Fortress can be repaired, wouldn't it be immigrant? You should know that this Witness of the Stars is not only a high-dimensional fortress, but can also be used as a super-large colonial planet. It can be understood as a war star, which can be used as a super war fortress or developed as a colony star. Once part of the high-dimensional fortress is repaired, we can then build a colony at the repaired location. The size of this high-dimensional fortress is measured in astronomical units, so repairing a small area would be larger than a planet. However, due to the particularity of the palm universe, it is not appropriate to explore and immigrate. The best way is to use genetic technology to cultivate new natural humans, living in the palm universe since childhood. They will not yearn for the outside world. It is worth mentioning that the reason why clones and cyborgs are not used is because these two types of genes are incomplete and are not suitable for high IQ technical professions such as shipbuilding engineers. Natural persons are required. Li Qing weighed the two methods and felt that the second method was better because it could solve all problems at once. But now the palm-held universe has not been repaired yet, so it cannot be implemented for the time being. I can only remember it and deal with it later. A month and a half later, Yu's shipyard sent him a message that the destroyer he ordered had been lined up and construction had begun. His studies at the School of Engineering were also well underway. Every day, he either attended classes online or in person at the school. In his spare time, he would search for information online. With his hard work and dozens of times of experience bonus, his experience in various subjects increased rapidly, soon reaching LV3 or LV4, and some were not far from LV5. Normally, once these skills reach level 5, one can try shipbuilding. So in addition to studying, Li Qing now has to prepare drawings, materials, and recruit a group of ordinary shipbuilding engineers to prepare for the upcoming shipbuilding. But just as he was about to go shopping at the trading market during his spare time, a pinned message suddenly appeared in the elite channel that he had not opened for a long time. He only took a glance at it, and it attracted all his attention. Accurate news. The pioneering team has discovered alien civilizations and planets with life in the Zutter star field. He immediately clicked on it and carefully read the detailed information in the post. After reading it carefully, Li Qing's eyes were filled with more surprise, and he murmured to himself, "There are so many." My plan. The post came from the Yu family and was similar to official news, so it was not false. The news showed that a pioneer with special innate talents entered the depths of the nebula in the Zutter star field and discovered an alien civilization in the depths of the Dust Nebula more than 2,000 light-years away from Tianjin province. At first, they only discovered some remote mining stations. Later, as they continued to explore, they discovered more outposts and patrol fleets, and finally discovered an alien civilization hidden deep in the Dust Nebula. The original intention of conducting deeper exploration centered on this alien civilization was to clearly explore the scope of its civilization. But at the junction of this civilization, two other civilizations that were not much different were discovered. In other words, 3 alien civilizations with technological levels between the 3rd and 4th generations have been discovered, and a total of 8 life-bearing planets in the 3 civilizations have been preliminarily confirmed. At this time, the elite channel was already boiling with excitement, and all the pioneers were very excited. What does 8 life planets mean? The entire province of Jimin includes 2 natural planets in the capital Jimin star system, with a total of 5 life planets. The Human United Empire covers the entire land, and some remote provinces may only have 2 or 3 planets with life. The entire Human United Empire has not discovered a new planet with life for at least 50 years. This means that at least 2 provinces can be established on these 8 life planets, and it is possible that 1, 2 or even more military lords and clans will be born. This also means that there are 8 life planets available for pioneers to seize and use as a basis for building a foundation. This directly shocked Li Qing for a while. And then, his previous idea was not to get involved with Zutter. But now that he found that there were 8 life planets there for them to fight for, he became restless. As long as he could capture one, whether he developed it for his own use or sold it, it would be a huge sum of money that he could not imagine. Or, even if you don't have the strength to grab it, you can still cooperate with others to grab it, and then get a portion of the equity according to your contribution. If the planet is developed in the future, you can lie down on the stream of money or sell your shares directly, which is also a huge sum of 1 trillion yuan. It can be said that even 1% ownership of a life planet would start at 1 trillion. This still refers to primitive and undeveloped life-bearing planets, whether they are Type 2 or the slightly inferior Type 3 life-bearing planets. If the planet has been developed, it can be immigrated after being transformed suitable for human residence, and the price will rise several times in an instant. To put it in this way, 1% of the ownership of the Tianjin No. 1 colony can now be sold for 20 trillion. However, this product is still out of stock and impossible to buy. The post was bustling with activity. Countless young men from various large families within the United Empire who had been lurking there could no longer hold back and surfaced to comment on the post. In just over 10 minutes, there were already more than 100,000 messages. Moreover, the news became more and more popular as more and more people saw it. And it even quickly spread beyond the circle and became known to people outside the elite channel. Soon, Li Qing saw the same news appearing in the regional channel. In less than a day, this matter became the most talked about news in Tianjin province. And almost everyone was talking about it. This is obviously not a good thing. 8 planets with life. What a tempting thing. Li Qing can be sure that the many forces that have received the news at this time have probably already summoned their top leaders to discuss and decide on the matter of advancing into the Zuterstar field. For ordinary people, this is just a big news. But for those teams with a certain strength, this is a rare opportunity. The power of the team. Once a life planet can be successfully won, it is directly flying, and the team of senior teams can earn a wave, or even change the fate directly. All members of the family who stayed in Jinmen, please go back to the family office immediately. From the group issuing information from the second uncle Li Luan. He responded casually. Obviously, the second uncle summoned all members of the Qinghali family who stayed in Jinmen. The probability was for that news. Li Qing did not immediately ask for leave, but listened to this lesson carefully before asking for leave for the later course, and then rushed back to the planet No. 1 in Jinmen, a family office in the 5th district. A 6-story building covering an area of more than 10,000 square meters, with an aircraft parked on the roof. He opened a hatch and saw many aircraft parked on the roof. For young tribesmen, he didn't know were standing at the central staircase and chatting. When they saw him, they just nodded. Go down to the 2nd floor and walk out of the suspension ladder. I saw more than 200 figures in the hall. 3 or 2, and most of them did not recognize it. Only a few were a little impressive, including Li Lai. And he came back. He was quite surprised at how there were so many people. At this time, Li Lai saw him and said something to the 2 people who were chatting and walked over. Go and talk on the side? Li Qing nodded, and his chin refers to one of many small rooms beside the hall. Number 32. Walk. By the way, why are there so many people this time? Are we back all this year? Li Lai shook his head. Of course not. This is not the first session, but part of the people in the 3 sessions of the last 3 families in Jinmen province. A large part has not received the news. It will be rushed back in a few months. At that time, there will be thousands of people. So much. Of course, our Qinghali family has a great cause, and there are many branches. The 3 rounds of pioneers are in a teenager. It is not a problem to make a tens of thousands of people. Li Qing. Entering this small room, Li Lai closed the door of the room and pointed at the central coffee table of the room. Let's talk. There is a tea set on the coffee table, and there is no difference between the 2 and the guests. He burned the water. Li Lai sat down and said, You know the news pinned on the elite channel. My father is the director of the family's Tianjin office. I know some inside information. The family summoned us this time in order to unite us to fight for a planet. Li Qing didn't speak, and Li Lai continued to say, Of course, this is not news. Anyone can guess it. The point is that my father told me that they knew about this a week ago. Now the news has already spread to the United Human Empire. The clan leader has called a meeting of the top leaders of all branches of the family, and has decided to set up a development fund with 50 trillion star yuan to support the family pioneers in seizing a planet with life. TSK. 50 trillion. Even Li Qing couldn't help but sipped his mouth and said, This 5 trillion. Isn't it easy to get it? Of course. It is not easy to get. The patriarch stipulates that any family pioneer can apply for a pioneering fund. But the premise must show your ability, strength, or potential. Anyone can apply for the standard. The specific application limit depends on the evaluation of your ability and potential for your ability and potential. In addition, the patriarch encouraged us to form a team to apply for a pioneering fund in the form of a team. This way is easier to apply for it than individuals. Li Qing suddenly became clear and asked, "Do you want to apply with me to apply?" "That's right. I am going to pull up you to set up a team together to apply for a pioneering fund in the form of a team. When the pioneering fund is applied, it will decide to continue the team's path through their star field. Or it can be parted." "Well?" Li Qing pinched his chin and thought for a while. Then asked, "If a team applies, can we still apply individually?" "Of course. These two are not conflicting. By the way, if you apply for a pioneering fund, you must go to the Zeter star field. This is a prerequisite condition. Can we go later? It can be delayed, but not too long. 1 year at most. So, let me think about it." The two chatted for a while. He asked about the other people and some interesting things that happened to them during this period. Before they knew it, an hour had passed until they heard someone knocking on the door and saying that everyone was there and asked them to go out. Chapter 18, The First Shipbuilding. At this time, 400 or 500 people have been gathered in the hall, which is twice as many as it just now. This is just the news that many people have not returned outside, waiting for people to have 2,000 or 3,000 people. The two principals of the family stationed in Jinmen have arrived at this time. Li Lai's father, Li Luan, was still wearing the Zhongshan suit and a gorgeous golden rod with his hands. Under the attention of everyone, he said, "Everyone should already know the reason for calling everyone together this time. So I won't waste any more words. The clan leader has established a development fund of 50 trillion star yuan to support your development. Anyone who meets the requirements can apply for the development fund. The specific application details will be sent to everyone later. You don't need me to explain. Everyone knows what 8 life planets mean. The Empire hasn't discovered a new life planet in 50 years. Now the eyes of the entire Empire are focused here. The competition pressure is very high. But once we can successfully capture a life planet, we will have the foundation to establish a new military leader clan." At this point, Li Luan showed a hint of envy on his face. He smiled wryly and said, "If it wasn't for the noble senior home, it was not allowed to open up for more than 10 years to enter the venue. You have no chance at all." Li Luan left after speaking for a short while. But the crowd did not disperse or make a noise. Everyone quietly looked at the more detailed information about the news that Li Luan had passed on to everyone, as well as the application requirements for the development fund. Just like what Li Lai said. I read it once and then skipped it, focusing all my attention on more detailed information. According to the data, the 3 civilizations do not know the names for the time being. They are based on A, B, C. To say that the 8 life planets have 7 belongings to these 3 alien civilizations. A occupy 3. B has 2. C also occupy 2. And 1 is at the junction of 3 civilizations. The data shows that the technological levels of the 3 civilizations are not much different. Between the 3rd and 4th generations, flagship super battleships have appeared, but Titan super flags have not been seen yet. Their technological level is not as high as that of humans, but the weapons they use are at most 5th generation, which is the upper limit of conventional weapons. Compared with the 4 generations, the 5 dynasties are indeed a lot, but they have not produced qualitative changes. And any of the 3 civilizations are several times larger than that of Jinmen Xingxing province. The comprehensive strength of any civilization exceeds Jinmen province. It is not easy for them to guide these 3 civilizations. But nothing is easy in the world. It is normal that 8 planets with life are difficult to conquer. Moreover, compared with their predecessors, they are much happier. There are 8 life planets for them to fight for. Think about the founders of other military clans in the past. Countless players competed for a life planet. The competition was really fierce. Therefore, Li Luan would lament that it was a chance to tell them. As everyone finished reading the information, they looked at each other with flickering eyes. Li Qing also received the news of Li Lai to room 32 just now. This time, there were 7 people in the discovery. In addition to Li Lai, there were 2 women with quite exquisite appearances. There were only 1 familiar face. It seemed to have seen it before, but did not know the name. He used to be too low-key. Li Lai repeated what he had said before, looking at everyone and said, "Now everyone decides. Do you want to form this team?" Everyone looked at each other. After a few bowed heads, A handsome man with instant noodle head stood up and said, "We have no objection to forming a team. But not everyone can join. I am familiar with most of the people present, and I have some idea of their strength. But this brother Li Qing, as far as I know, is not only an ordinary innate talent, but his academic performance was also average in the past. And he has no maternal support. I have doubts about his strength. Of course, I'm not targeting you. But since we're forming a team, the difference in strength should be similar. If you can prove yourself, I won't say anything." Everyone's eyes were concentrated on Li Qing, and his face looked up and looked at it, saying, "What kind of strength do you think I need to prove myself?" Li Qing's heart was a little uncomfortable, but he knew that this was a common sense. It was a normal person who didn't like a hindrance in his team. After all, this is not a family, and the loss of a random frigate is tens of millions. If it is a high-end destroyer, at least 56 million. The cruiser will be more. Even if it is replaced, he will have this idea. The noodle-head man immediately said, "Not to mention whether there is any support in the future. Let's say that now. You need at least 2 cruisers, more than 3 destroyers, and more than 20 frigates." Li Lai frowned slightly, and was about to speak. The voice of the instant noodle man Li Qi's voice came from the ear. "I know this is a bit harsh, but he has no innate talent and no maternal support. He has almost no potential. If he wants to join our team, he must have stronger strength." Li Lai immediately replied, "You know, he has a blank slate of innate talent and no maternal support. How could he have built a fleet of this size in less than 2 years?" "Luck," Li Qi replied. "If there is nothing, you can only look at luck. If you have enough luck, you can offset most of the shortcomings. If you do it even have luck, if you do it have anything, it is really useless." Li Lai remained silent. Although he was optimistic about Li Qing and thought that he had a good mentality and might have a chance to succeed, Li Qi's words were also correct, and he could not refute them. Everyone looked at Li Qing, who shook his head and said, "I don't have that many ships. Right now, I only have 1 top-of-the-line Hurricane-class destroyer and 1 top-of-the-line Petrel-class frigate. That's a pity." Li Qi shook his head and said, "Given your situation, it's actually quite good to be able to earn a top-of-the-line Hurricane-class destroyer in just 2 years. I don't deny that. On the contrary, I admire you. But forming a team, this time, is extremely important. We only want strong teammates." "I'm sorry." Li Qing smiled. "It's okay. I would do the same if I were you." Just like that, you guys chat. "I'm going to leave first." He waved and pushed the door open to leave. As I walked out the door, I heard Li Lai's voice. "I'm sorry. The team is too big, and I'm not the captain yet, so I can't help." Li Qing replied, "It's okay. I'm really not angry. What he said is true. This is true. He is not wrong. And what he said is reasonable and well-founded. He is not looking down on me for no reason. But then again, this is still a good thing for Li Qing. He himself had no interest in this team, and finally chose to stay put. He had been hesitating about how to reject Li Lai before, and now was the perfect time, as all the reasons were ready. It's not that he is against forming a team, but if he applies for a team fund, he will have to go to the Ancestral Tower within a year, and he hasn't decided to go there right away. Although the 8 life planets are very tempting, the planets are now in the hands of 3 alien civilizations, and they still need to snatch them. During this time, the nearest Tianjin province will definitely lead its fleet over and join forces with the players to defeat the 3 alien civilizations. This can be predicted to be a protracted war that may last for more than 10 or 20 years. In the early stage, it is basically reconnaissance and warfare, and it is still too early to compete for the 8 life planets. It is useless for him to go there now, and it is also dangerous. It is better for him to stay in the Tianjin star field for a few more years, make some money and improve his strength before going there. This is basically the most important event recently. The entire Jinan galaxy is boiling with excitement, and countless players are vying to discuss it. Even when Li Qing is in class every day, this is what students and teachers discuss the most. After that family meeting, he returned to his old rhythm, attending classes or hanging out in the library every day, and checking the progress of the destroyer's construction at night. As time went by, more and more pioneers from different families came back, and teams of varying sizes were formed. But Li Qing was still busy studying alone. In addition, the personal development fund he applied for a long time ago was approved, but it was only 100 million. Li Qing wanted to laugh, But considering that he was so low-key that he hadn't even told anyone about his awakened psychic powers, 100 million was considered pretty good. He did not collect the 100 million yuan, but directly transferred it to his second uncle to pay off his debt. The days passed one by one, and 2 months later, Li Qing's many skills were finally upgraded to LV5, and he was able to build warships. He immediately ordered 5 drawings of the Haiyan frigate from the trading house, each for 2 million, for a total of 10 million. With his current level of shipbuilding skills, he can only build standard Petrel-class frigates, and he cannot build elite Raptor-class frigates. Then a large amount of construction materials were ordered, with a total value of about 60 million. Then, 2 senior shipbuilding engineers and 30 ordinary shipbuilding engineers were hired, because they signed a 10-year contract and a confidentiality agreement, and had to stay in the Palm universe and could not leave. The normal monthly salary of a senior shipbuilding engineer was 200,000, and 300,000 for a high-end one. The monthly salary of an ordinary shipbuilding engineer was as high as 50,000 star dollars. So the monthly salary required was 600,000 plus 1.5 million star dollars. He opened the opening of the Palm universe directly in the dock, and the engineers and materials went directly into the dock warehouse. The shipbuilding engineers did not know where they were. The shipyard of the High Dimension Fortress is very advanced, and its structure can be freely combined. It can be divided into more than 2,000 workshops that can accommodate a frigate, or it can be combined into a construction array that can accommodate a Titan super flagship that is more than 20 kilometers long. Building a warship may seem complicated to outsiders, but to engineers with the ability to build it, it is not as difficult as imagined. First, he, the chief shipbuilding engineer in charge of shipbuilding, extracted the blueprint of the frigate to be built from the ship, and then classified the drawings of different modules and accessories. It is worth mentioning that the blueprint of a battleship refers to a whole, but in fact it is composed of countless accessories and module blueprints. The blueprints for a frigate only have a few hundred in number and are not very complicated. However, the blueprints for a battleship, for example, have thousands of them, which require the chief engineer to extract from the blueprint chips and then arrange for his shipbuilding engineers to build them, which requires a lot of professional knowledge. The feeling of not understanding is difficult, but the feeling of understanding is very simple. A total of 225 blueprints were handed over to his subordinates, and the huge shipyard started operating. A steady stream of materials were put into it, processed into various accessories and modules, and then transported to the dock. The ultra-high-level docks and workshops of the high-dimensional fortress not only greatly increased the production speed of various accessories and modules, but also greatly improved the precision of accessories and modules, which can greatly improve the success rate of warship construction. When all accessories and modules are manufactured, Li Qing, the chief engineer, commands the equipment and mechanical booms in the dock and combines all the warship accessories with the module according to the frigate blueprint. It looks simple, right? This kind of thing means that you can do it when you see it, but fail when you try it. Without professional knowledge and skills, you can't do it well even if you follow the drawing. When all the accessories were assembled, a standard Petrel-class frigate appeared in front of everyone. There was no difficulty at all. It was done in one go, and it was as smooth as the curve of a girl's buttocks and back. The success gave Li Qing great confidence. He just took a short rest, and then hired 8 senior shipbuilding engineers and 120 ordinary shipbuilding engineers at once to start the construction of the 2nd and 5th frigates. There is no need to recruit additional chief engineers, as he can handle the 5 teams alone. Generally speaking, a chief engineer could oversee the construction of 10 frigates, 5 destroyers, 2 cruisers, and 1 battleship at the same time. The construction time of a frigate is generally about 60 days, or 2 months, but the production workshop in the high-dimensional fortress dock has a very fast production speed. The strength of the dock components and equipment saves a lot of time. It only takes 1 month to produce a frigate. It took only 2 months for Li Qing to use up all the materials and build 5 frigates in one go. The construction of 5 frigates was completed, and all his shipbuilding skills were upgraded by 1 level. He did not keep the 5 bareboats, but sold them all, 20 million each, for a total of 100 million. But after deducting the drawings costing 10 million, the materials costing 60 million, and the monthly salaries of 10 senior engineers and 150 ordinary engineers totaling 10.5 million, there is still 19.5 million left. Earning nearly 20 million per month is quite profitable. These are just 5 ships. If there were 10 ships, that would be a revenue of 40 million. If the scale is further expanded to 100 ships, wouldn't it be 400 million per month? What if it were to expand tenfold? 4 billion? Li Qing suddenly became a little excited. However, after careful consideration after the excitement, I found that some problems still needed to be solved. The first is the cost issue. Both hiring employees and purchasing shipbuilding materials require capital. Of course, this is not a big problem. Just take your time. First hire a group of employees and purchase a batch of materials according to your financial ability. And then expand the scale of production after making more money. There is no need to rush. Ultimately, it is still necessary to make some money first. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough money for an individual application. He could apply for a large sum of money by revealing his awakened psychic powers. But a lot of messy things would disrupt his plans. The key point is that the money that Psychic applied for cannot solve his problem at once. The development fund that an individual applies for is limited. It is impossible to give you hundreds of billions in one go. It is only a few billion at most. Moreover, such a large amount of funds is not like 100 million funds that can be given out casually. It is conditional, and he needs to be ready to go to the battlefield in Zuter. There is only one destroyer, and the fund can only afford one cruiser at most. With this level of strength, it is easy for civilizations to die violently on the battlefield. Chapter 19, Battle of Tianjin. One day 3 months later, in the palm-sized universe, at the high-dimensional fortress dock, Li Qing's third batch of 5 frigates were completed and launched. There was no blind expansion. Although a chief engineer could oversee the construction of up to 10 frigates at the same time, Li Qing took into consideration that he could not stay in the shipyard to build ships like a professional shipbuilder. He would definitely have to do other things in the meantime and leave Tianjin to go somewhere else. If he expanded blindly, he would not build many ships, but his salaries would still have to be paid, which was not cost-effective. Of course, the main reason is that the capital is not enough. If there is enough capital, the materials for hundreds or thousands of frigates can be stored in the dock of the palm-sized universe, so that we can stay out for a few years and then come back to sell them all at once. Unfortunately not. There were 15 frigates in 3 months, and 5 were sold each month. They bought materials and sold it before selling. Until now, a total of 58.5 million have been made. He did not continue construction, but went to use shipyard, where the Hurricane-class destroyer he ordered had already been built and shipped. After quickly completing a series of acceptance procedures, Li Qing saw the elite Hurricane-class destroyer docked in the dock. Its specifications were about 50 meters longer than the conventional Tornado-class destroyer. Board the ship. Enter your information into the warship's combat system, and determine control. The length of a destroyer is more than twice that of a frigate, and the bridge area is also larger than that of a frigate. A destroyer requires a total of 100 clone crew members, 5 senior crew members, and a captain, in addition to the 20 million clone crew buyout. The monthly salary is 500,000 plus 1.25 million, and the basic maintenance fee is 500,000, for a total of 2.25 million monthly expenses. The daily maintenance fee generally refers to the daily drinking and drinking of more than 100 crew members on the battleship, all kinds of basic needs, and so on. In the case of salary, more than 160 crew members were added soon. Captain, you can prepare to depart. Li Qing, who was sitting in the main command chair, waved his hand. The captain nodded, stretched out his hand, and tapped on the light screen in front of him. And a series of orders were issued. The battleship was slightly shocked, and the large landing observation of the bridge began to move slowly. From the outside, among the countless warships parked at the huge space station of U Shipyard, a warship slightly larger than an ordinary destroyer slowly left the space station and entered the starry sky. When the warship sailed about 100 kilometers away from the shipyard space station, the staff officer nearby reported to him, "Commander, there is communication access." Li Qing reached out a little, and the light curtain bounced in front of his eyes. A bald head transformed into a mechanical eye appeared in front of him. The captain of frigate number 1 reports to the commander and requests to join the team. Accept the team. This is another frigate. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a warship that seemed no different from the common frigates on the surface drove over. After exchange a series of signals, the frigate slowly drove to the edge of the destroyer to keep the escort. After carefully checking that the 2 warships were in normal condition, Li Qing ordered the fleet to start their hyperspace engines at the same time and head towards the north of the galaxy. 2 hours later, the warship was separated from the sub-light state and appeared near a giant star. Through the glass in front of the bridge, you can see a huge vortex in the void ahead, with a beam of light spewing out from the vortex, and densely packed warships parked around it. This vortex is the entrance to a subspace fragment, or in layman's terms, a copy entrance. The so-called copy is divided into two types. One refers to the various subspace fragments, which are generally dangerous. After the initial exploration, it will be converted into a subspace fragment that can be repeatedly entered, commonly known as a copy. The other is a copy formed by projecting certain special events due to some special reasons. The copy that each player can enter each month is unlimited, but each copy can only enter once a month. That is to say, a separate copy can only be entered once a month, but it can enter different copies without restrictions. Furthermore, once you enter the dungeon and there is combat damage, just like in reality, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. There is no way to salvage the wreckage to get back part of the capital, and the insurance company will not compensate for the loss. The only thing that is good is that no matter what death in the copy, it is only a normal method of death, and only the losses have been lost for 5 years. But even so, many players still enter a copy once a month. The reason for this is naturally the harvest within the copy. In any copy, as long as a series of tasks are completed, you will get points. As long as the points reach the minimum standard, you can choose to use these points to redeem various blueprints to safely leave the copy. The blueprint for the first generation electromagnetic cannon, up to the full set of battleships to build a blueprint. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange it. It can be said that the copy is the birthplace of most of the blueprints in the entire new universe. Li Qing came here not to get a blueprint, but just to test the combat effectiveness of 2 top-level warships. Apply for the copy first, and soon the light curtain bounced in front of the eyes. It showed that it was rank number 214, which looked very long. In fact, it didn't take long. While queuing, he checked the information of this copy. This copy is called G-Men Convention War, which is a copy of a typical special event projection. The historical background comes from the last decisive battle of the main force of the local alien civilization hundreds of years ago. In the copy, it will come hundreds of years ago to defeat the alien civilization hundreds of years ago, capture the alien mother star, and open up the historical moment of G-Men province. Players will participate in this battle as a hired fleet. And how much points do you get with your performance? There are a total of 4 copies in the entire Tianjin. 3 copies are related to the Navy, and 1 copy is related to the Army. The Battle of Tianjin is the largest copy among them, and also the one with the highest theoretical income, because the highest reward of this copy is a blueprint for building a fearless flagship. The reason why it is theory is that Liao Liuwu, who can get the fearless flagship for hundreds of years, has only 7 points of total scores on the ranking score. The Dreadnought flagship blueprint, which ranks first on the copy reward redemption list, requires 100 points to redeem, which means that only 7 people at most can redeem it. The warships entered the copy very quickly. The 2 warships kept moving forward and approaching the copy entrance. It was his turn in less than half an hour. With a powerful traction, the 2 warships pierced into the vortex, which stirred up a turbulent energy tide. This is a magnificent epic battle. Wealth and resources, bloody and smoke, survival and destruction. The battle for survival between the expeditionary forces from the United Human Empire and the Bonal Star Empire is unfolding here. As a mercenary of the expeditionary forces, how will you perform in this epic battle? The distorted fonts on the smooth surface slowly slid down. The battleship slowly shook, and huge explosions were heard from time to time. But everything outside the bridge glass was blurry. It didn't take long for all the fonts on the light curtain to fall, and the blur outside the bridge glass slowly became clear. With a slight shock with the warship, Li Qing found that his 2 warships appeared at a huge space station starport. The carrier-based radar was scanned quickly, and the surroundings were quickly scanned. The lights in front of them were on. A huge fleet led by a more than 10 kilometers of super warships was slowly leaving Hong Kong. His Titan Super Banner, the huge hull, the iconic Doomsday weapon cannon, all made Li Qingxian admire the purple hair. Dreaming, all naval commanders dream of wanting a Titan Super flagship, but only Liao Liao can realize this dream. What is the Titan Super flagship? Which is one of the most powerful warships in Shanghai. a hull that is more than 10 kilometers long or even longer, with unimaginable armor and shields. A T-slot doomsday weapon that can blow a planet as big as the Earth into pieces with one shot. And various powerful superflag force field halos. With all these factors combined, a Titan superflag suddenly joining the battlefield can often reverse the situation in an instant. Li Qing watched the huge fleet away from the base with piety. The aura of a layer of force covered the entire fleet. As the space twisted violently, the huge fleet leaped away under the wrap of Titan Super Banner. What is the Titan Super Flagship? This is the Titan Super Flagship. The Super Flag level transition engine can penetrate the vast majority of interception and interference force fields, and carry a fleet consisting of tens of thousands of main warships coming directly on the battlefield and instantly reverse the battle. Unfortunately, he was not qualified to see the majestic appearance of this Titan Super Flagship, as he had never seen it before. Regardless of the Qinghe or Jinin, neither the battle that allowed Titan Super Flagship. It wasn't until the fleet left for a long time that the space fluctuations generated by tens of thousands of fleets disappeared, and Li Qing returned to God, packed up his mood, and checked the copy task. The copy task is very simple. There are no fancy missions. Just 3 battlefields, 1 big and 2 small. Players choose one battlefield to join, and then get points based on the number of enemies killed in the battlefield, according to his strength evaluation, each of which was hit at 0.1 points of the hostile frigate. A destroyer was 0.5 points. A cruiser was calculated at 2 points. A battleship was 20 points. And a flagship was 500 points. The points are earned according to the strength of different players. The weaker players will get more points, while the stronger players will get fewer points by sinking warships. If Li Qing had a battleship, then sinking a frigate might only give him 0.01 points, and sinking a battleship might only give him 5 points. Li Qing did not consider it, and directly chose the second battlefield of the 3 major battlefields, one of the 2 sub-battlefields. He had looked up information when he was queuing before. The difficulty of this copy is dynamic. The situation of the battlefield is different every time you enter. In addition to the main battlefield, the situation of the 2 small battlefields is changing every time, and there is no situation where one is easier to score points. Moreover, Li Qing did not think about how many points brushed, and never thought about brushing a fearless flagship blueprint. He just came to try the power of 2 ships, and when he enters the battlefield, he will not go straight in. That is, he shakes on the edge of the battlefield, and the situation will run directly. After 24 hours, the copy will automatically end and leave. What joke! He just retreated the whole body after destroying so many enemy ships on the chaotic battlefield on a chaotic battlefield? And casual battleship is locked. The full fighter frigates are directly violent. The full destroyer carries up to 2 guns. Why? By psychics? If he is a storm-level spiritual ability, find a chance to have a wave of spiritual storms that can destroy a damaged battleship. The problem is not. The number 2 battlefield is not in this galaxy, but a galaxy within 6 jumps north of Jinin. The exotic civilization has a super large mineral planet here. So a star castle was built here, and a fleet was stationed. At this time, the battle had begun, and Li Qing left the base 2 warships after receiving the mission and flew towards the wormhole on the edge of the galaxy. The galaxy is full of warships of expeditionary forces and mercenaries that have sailed away from this galaxy and the neighboring galaxies. In particular, outposts have been built on every planet within the main shipping lanes, with interference and interception devices deployed to prevent enemy ships from crossing over and decapitating at sublight speeds. It is worth mentioning that this copy is projected by the Jinin battle, which contains all galaxies within the range of 100 light-years centered on Jinin. Theoretically, it can be separated from the 3 major battlefields. But if this is equivalent to deserters, all the points accumulated before are clear. The advantage is that you can leave the copy alive when the galaxy is close to the battlefield. Li Qing stood up and said to the senior crew behind him, "It's about to enter the battlefield, and you also invite all to work together to resist the strong enemy. After the war, every will reward an additional monthly salary allowance." Several senior crew members and captains of the destroyers, as well as the captain and senior crew in the communication channel, nodded with a serious face, and the crew in the channel was also happy to hear. Li Qing nodded, and morale was available. Although both the crew and the captain are all white bards, they still have to use them to play later. It wasn't the captain he didn't want to do, but the talented crew captain could not find it. Although Jinan has a large-scale vocational college district, there are a large number of occupations for recruitment every year. Among them, there are absolutely no green names of the green names. Occasionally, the purple epic talents or captains will occur. If you want these excellent captains, you will not talk about the salary of ordinary captains. You must use these headhunting companies to recruit at the additional price. The most important thing is that many times they can't be recruited at all. Not only the small number, but the important thing is that these talented captains can't see you. To put it bluntly, the low-end market is recruited casually, as long as the salary is in place. But the excellent captain is to pick the commander. This is a two-way choice. If the other party thinks that your commander is not promising, he will not care about you. So after learning about the situation in this regard, Li Qing did not think about looking for a good captain. He just got a bunch of blank crew captains to use first. Most of the players were the same anyway, and everyone was evenly matched, so no one could get the upper hand. An hour later, the two warships were pierced into the wormhole. Chapter 20. Boom! I just walked through the wormhole and rushed two strange destroyers on the face. There were 7 of the same style frigates in the back. A total of 8 Door-M medium-type electromagnetic guns at the same time fired at the same time. Hint: your battleship is under attack from the 3rd generation electromagnetic cannon, medium, causing 300 plus 25% shield adjustment value equals 375 points of kinetic impact damage to your battleship shield. Hint: your ship is under attack from a 3rd generation electromagnetic cannon, medium. There were exactly 8 such prompts, and a wave of concentrated fire caused a total of 3,000 points of kinetic impact damage. Fortunately, the destroyer was thick-skinned and strong, so it could withstand it. If it was a frigate, this wave of energy shield would probably have been blown up. Having just jumped out of the wormhole, there is no way to dodge it. Li Qing himself was a little caught off guard. He could only order the battleship to open the distance as soon as possible. But he did not need to order. The captain ordered the warship to be diagonal first. That is to say, it has entered the enemy's range, and naturally enters its own range. And the skill of the spiritual ability can increase the range by 20%, which is very powerful. Boom! As the destroyer's 4 main artillery mouths were twisted, the dazzling fire spit. The 4 advanced kinetic energy rail cannons fired at the same time, and accurately hit the enemy destroyer marked as the first. The huge power tears the energy shield of the number 1 destroyer on the spot, leaving 4 huge potholes on the armor. Large alloy armor is torn by huge kinetic energy. Keep the warship's retreat at a constant speed. The order came from the captain of the destroyer. Li Qing was observing the battlefield situation in the nearby starry sky at this time. As a commander, his task is to observe the overall situation and issue orders to the entire fleet. The actual combat still depends on the captain. Before that he was also the captain of the frigate. He needed to command. Now he has hired the captain. Of course, he will not be overburned. Don't look at others, just a captain whiteboard. The most critical destroyer combat skills are only LV3. But that is also a professional. On the case of command, he is definitely better than him. Blank simply means that the skills are weak and the potential is limited. But the basic professional skills are still up to standard. With the 20% speed bonus of the spiritual skills, and the 20% range bonus, the new captain uses the speed of the enemy to open the distance and keep the distance within the attack range of all the enemy ships in its own cannon mouth. But the enemy cannot hit his state. It was not until the 4th round of joint attack 5 minutes later that the enemy destroyer number 1 was sunk. I have to say that the destroyer is much harder than the frigates. His 4-door L slot main gun plus the 12-door M door electromagnetic cannon has a total lethality of 25,000 plus. The frigates are spiked no matter what configuration. But the destroyer that is only equipped with a 3rd level configuration has been carried 4 rounds. This is the configuration advantage and skills advantage. Everyone is a destroyer. But you can't catch up with me. You can't hit me. And you can't run. You can only be beaten passively. One destroyer sinking a destroyer scared away the other destroyer. Li Qing ordered the pursuit, but 2 enemy frigates greeted one left and one right, which only made Li Qing feel the courage. And then, nothing happened. Sinking one frigate at 0.1 points, and 2 points of 0.2 points. Sinking a destroyer at 0.5 points. It's far from the 100 points. Moreover, Li Qing found that the points were not easy to take. The enemy was not stupid like the monsters that they usually encountered. That is, they would intercept, And they would also be simple tactics. They could not fight decisively. They could not run and would lose cannon interception. This is no different from a normal commander. He is skillful. And the real command ability is not outstanding. Broken a small enemy. The battleship stopped in place to self-inspecting. Li Qing checked for a while. Ordered one small, and 2 warships to drive in one of them. This galaxy is the battlefield. Except for the areas where the 2 sides are fighting. There are teams in both sides and other parts of the galaxy. Which is very confusing. He remained far away from the area where the 2 sides fought against each other. Cruised in the edge area. And saw that the large branch fleet avoided it from far away. With the speed of the top destroyer, no one could catch up with him. If you encounter a small fleet, and you think both sides are capable of defeating it, then rush over and attack without hesitation. If you feel too risky, take it if you see it. If the risk is controllable, hunting to the end. Unconsciously, he had slowly accumulated more than 2 points by destroying frigates. In theory, he could slowly grind up to 100 points. But in fact it is unlikely, because he has already spent several hours. And the total time of the copy is only 24 hours. It is impossible to slowly grind to 100 points in this way. Li Qing was not in a hurry. The first time he entered the copy was mainly to test the boat. The point of points or something. It is worth mentioning that destroying an enemy ship will also drop some things, such as a small amount of wreckage. Although they are not valuable, they are a huge loss compared to the consumption of weapons and ammunition. First of all, the L-slot main gun advanced kinetic railgun SH. LS are 20,000 star coins each, and the M medium slot 5th generation electromagnetic SH. LS are 3,000 star coins each. Since entering the battlefield, the ammunition consumption alone has consumed more than 700,000 star coins. According to this consumption ratio, there will be 2 or 3 million ammunition consumption in a day. Boom! The battleship shook slightly. Li Qing, sitting in the command room, watched as a layer of transparent shield like a honeycomb emerged in the void in front of the bridge, blocking a dazzling white light. A circle of real ripples spread along the transparent shield. It was another fierce battle. It was a team of 3 destroyers and 15 frigates. It was larger than the team that had encountered before. But he still didn't have much worry. Instead, he frowned and looked at the chaotic red and green light marked on the map of the theater. His extremely high innate perception allowed him to keenly detect something amiss on the map. Shouldn't I enter the secondary battlefield? Right. The main battlefields of the 2 sides are not here. But there are several secondary battlefields, with a large number of main battleships outside the main battlefield, which is also very dangerous. Although only 3 destroyers were encountered, several small fleets led by cruisers were found nearby. At this moment, the radar screen showed a small fleet marked with red dots approaching him. He decisively ordered, "Prepare to retreat. Move towards the 3 o'clock direction." There were only a few scattered red and green dots of light tangled together over there, indicating that there was a battle between enemy and friendly warships. But the scale was not large. As he retreated, the 3 destroyers immediately accelerated to catch up with him. But the speed difference between the 2 sides was too great, and they quickly fell behind. When we arrived at the target location, we saw a friendly cruiser being besieged by an enemy cruiser and 2 destroyers. There were a large number of warship wreckages floating in the air, and judging from their size, most of them were frigates. It shows that the 2 small fleets met and started a fierce battle. In the end, the Empire's expeditionary army did not fight. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he immediately received a communication. He opened it and saw a middle-aged officer wearing an imperial military uniform and holding the rank of major. He saluted him and said to him happily, "Excellent. Thank you for your rescue." Li Qing returned a gift. "You're welcome, Major. I will take over the 2 destroyers. Thank you so much." After shutting down the communication, the destroyer quickly approached the battlefield. The enemy immediately sent out a destroyer to intercept. Without his order, the battleship began to move diagonally, and the muzzle of the main gun twisted slightly to charge. Boom! The conspicuous orbital traces penetrated the void and hit the target warship hard. The horrific movement tore apart large pieces of composite armor on the spot, revealing its alloy hull structure. The destroyer itself was already badly damaged. Its energy shield had long been broken, and its surface armor was covered with kinetic impact scars and melt holes from energy weapons. Its armor was torn apart on the spot after being bombarded by 4 L-slot main guns. limited by the technological level. This civilization's technological level is between the 3rd and 4th generations, although its destroyer modules also have giant cannon modules, standard gunboats, and interception modules. Its giant cannon modules can only be equipped with L-slot large weapons, and cannot be equipped with L-slot main gun weapons. Therefore, most of the destroyers he encountered used M medium slots, and very few L large slot weapons. And he had never encountered L-slot main guns. Picking his head is still very cool. Just 2 rounds of the shield's rupture of the enemy ship was sunk by him. Then he rushed forward and confronted the cruiser head-on. This cruiser was also badly damaged. Its shield had long been broken, leaving only the composite armor and hull with holes everywhere. Of course, the weak ones are the ones to be picked. And a cruiser has 2 points. So sinking one is equivalent to sinking 4 destroyers. Most of the L slots of this cruiser are equipped with main guns. The standard model cruiser has up to 8 L slots and 6 G slots for missiles. And the range of the missiles is higher than that of the L slot main guns. With the range bonus of the psychic skills, the opponent's main guns are not as far away as him, but the missiles can reach it. As soon as he finished a round of bombardment, he saw 6 deep space fusion nuclear missiles rushing towards him with long flames. The frigate is in place. The frigate, which had been missing all the time, came in handy at this time. It quickly flew in front of the destroyer, and its 2 Guardian close-in defense systems opened fire at the same time. The ultra-fast firing rate of 13,000 rounds per minute formed 2 barrages of countless bullet spots that swept towards the incoming missiles. The 5th generation Guardian close-in defense system intercepts the 3rd generation deep space fusion nuclear missile. It has the advantage of weapon generation gap and a very high interception hit rate. I saw countless barrages of fire sweeping by, and the flying fusion nuclear missiles were hit and destroyed one after another, and huge balls of flames exploded in the void near the warships. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he could not win just now. The actual combat capability of a cruiser is much stronger than that of a destroyer. The base hull, armor and shield of a standard Tornado-class destroyer are only 8,000, while the base hull, armor, and shield of a standard Ranger cruiser are as high as 60,000. Not to mention that cruisers have more and higher weapon slots and general slots than destroyers. Even the top-of-the-line elite Hurricane-class destroyer is far from a match for the standard Ranger cruiser. He also took into account that the psychic skill can increase the range by 20%. Without this skill, even 2 identical top-end destroyers would not be able to defeat a standard unmodified cruiser. This is the difference in hard power. The L-slot main gun continued to bombard, and the incoming missiles were intercepted one by one. The destroyer was faster than the cruiser, and soon it entered the kite-flying state that he was best at. The Imperial Navy cruiser on the other side does not need to face cruisers of the same level. Even if it is in a disabled state, it will have no difficulty in suppressing a 3rd-generation destroyer. The 4 L-slot advanced kinetic railguns fired 11 rounds in succession. The destroyer circled the cruiser at an extremely fast speed and bombarded it for more than half an hour before it finally killed the cruiser. This high-speed movement tactic can minimize the enemy's attack speed. After all, he is always moving, and the muzzle needs to keep adjusting the angle, which is not only time-consuming but also greatly reduces the hit rate. When the target was sunk and paralyzed in the starry sky, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief and gained a new understanding of the cruiser's combat effectiveness. Too strong. I have to say that when the battleship specifications are upgraded by 1 level, its combat effectiveness is really many times stronger. This is only a standard 3rd-generation cruiser. If it is a top-of-the-line 5th-generation cruiser, he will definitely not be able to defeat it. Not to mention battleships, whose X-slot main guns have a range of 5,000 plus, 3 times that of L-slot main guns. No matter how you try to escape, you will be killed by 2 shots. Huh? There are still spoils of war. There was a ball of light on the wreckage of the battleship. The frigate moved over and used a robotic arm to salvage it. It turned out to be a blueprint of a 3rd-generation laser cannon, medium-sized, with a market price of 500,000 per piece. The key point is that this blueprint can be used 10 times, which means 5 million. All the SHLS lost since entering the dungeon have been recovered in one wave. This is how it is in the Starry Sea. In most cases, wild monsters will only drop some worthless debris. But once something does drop, it is mostly quite valuable. After the battle, the cruiser belonging to the Imperial Expeditionary Force said goodbye to him and left, preparing to return to the rear for repairs. You can still build up relationships outside, but they are useless inside the dungeon. Any relationships you manage outside the dungeon are useless, and you can't do anything in just 24 hours. However, before leaving, the commander told him that an Imperial Wing-class fleet was fighting a large alien fleet not far away, and if he wanted more military merit, he could go and try. The Wing-level fleet belongs to the lower-level Brigade fleet and is between the large fleet. The Human United Empire fleet preparation is from top to bottom. Normally, there is no such thing as a wing-level branch fleet. This is usually a temporary organization of several large branch fleets when performing certain military tasks, and they will be disbanded after the war. This branch fleet has 120 battleships, more than 500 cruisers, more than 1,600 destroyers, and more than 6,000 frigates, and is composed of 3 large branch fleets. Even after a long and fierce battle, their opponents still had more than 170 battleships, more than 700 cruisers, more than 2,000 destroyers, and more than 5,000 frigates, which was larger than the Empire. However, due to their disadvantageous weapon configuration, they did not have any advantage even when they were fighting 2 against 1 at the beginning. Moreover, up to now, they no longer had a 2-to-1 advantage. They were barely able to maintain a balance, but it was obvious that the Empire would be the winner in the end. Because of this, Li Qingyang decided to look at it after a little consideration. He was going to touch the fish in the remaining time to see if the fish could kill some destroyers or damaged cruisers, and strive to make a 20 points within 24 hours to redeem a few frigate blueprints. Chapter 21 Burning Operations in the Copy. It is about 2 million kilometers away from the battlefield, which is actually very close in space. Before getting close, I saw 2 battleships of the Imperial Expeditionary Force and 3 enemy battleships engaging in a bombardment. Dazzling neutron light spears pierced through the dark and cold void and lingered for a long time in the center of the 5 battleships of both sides. Nearly 200 large and small warships were engaged in a fierce battle. Every few minutes, there are several dazzling light spears running through the void, and several warships will explode. Li Qing observed from a distance for 2 minutes and ordered the fleet to take a detour. He is not qualified to intervene in the battlefield of the battleship. If people see you too much to give you 2 light spears, wouldn't it be violent on the spot? After circumventing the battlefield for tens of thousands of kilometers, Li Qing saw 2 destroyers with billowing smoke slowly floating forward in the air. He immediately ordered the warships to get closer and fire at the target from a distance. After chasing back and forth for more than 10 minutes, the 2 destroyers were sunk and 1 point was earned. However, just after the ship was sunk, before they had time to clean up the battlefield, the void ahead suddenly twisted, and circles of energy ripples spread out, and a dazzling alarm sounded from the battleship. A large fleet jump has been detected. Please evade. Retreat. Li Qing gave the order decisively, but the warship had turned around before him. Reacting very quickly, he turned his head and retreated less than 500 kilometers, and the void distorted in the distance, and the turbulent energy tide exploded. A large branch fleet led by 50 battleships jumped into the field. When the energy tide surged far away, this large branch fleet split into 2 and headed in different directions. I'm going. How can I chase me? Most of them headed towards the battlefield of 5 battleships not far away, but 20 battleships leading about 500 small and medium-sized warships actually chased after Li Qing. This is outrageous. He only has 1 destroyer and 1 frigate. However, he soon discovered that he was being wishful thinking. The target of this fleet was not him, but it was coming towards this side, then turned halfway and split into 2 smaller fleets halfway, apparently wanting to outflank the naval fleet from another direction. Although the alien fleet is much larger than the Imperial Expeditionary Force, its weapons and equipment are inferior. Not only is its average combat effectiveness inferior, but its speed is also inferior. If you want to encircle and annihilate it, you must use some tactics. Li Qing immediately sent a warning message to the Imperial Expeditionary Fleet fighting in the distance, and then ordered the fleet to leave the battlefield. But the warning was useless at this time. The Imperial Expeditionary Fleet led by the 2 battleships had been fighting with the enemy for so long that it would not be easy to escape. If there was a delay, several branch fleets would have completed the encirclement. Li Qing could only watch helplessly as the Imperial fleet was surrounded by an alien fleet that was dozens of times larger than its own. In the end, only a few fast destroyers escaped, and the 2 main battleships were all sunk. What a pity! It would be great if it was given to me. He smacked his lips and left the battlefield. Next, instead of rushing to look for the enemy, he ordered the fleet to wander around the galaxy aimlessly and scout the galaxy. The battle situation in the dungeon is different each time, but the terrain in the galaxy remains the same. Anyway, you don't expect to achieve much on your first try, so you might as well scout the terrain first to make it easier for you to enter the dungeon next time. It is worth mentioning that in a large battlefield like this one, which gathers hundreds of thousands of warships from both sides, it is impossible to start the hyperspace engine and enter the sublight speed state. Any small fleet with battleships will have an interception force field, and the sublight speed will be intercepted and surrounded by enemy ships in minutes. In addition, it is possible to jump into a galaxy from the outside, but it is impossible to use the jump engine to leave the galaxy unless you use an emergency jump to escape regardless of the consequences. Emergency jump is a life-saving measure used by warships when they are in desperate situations. It activates the hyperspace engine in a very short time to forcibly jump away without any target. In the emergency jump state, because there is no directional target, the landing point is random, and there is a high possibility of jumping to the endless void between galaxies. Because an emergency jump will cause huge damage to the jump engine. The lower the level of the jump engine, the higher the probability of damage. If you are trapped in the endless void between galaxies and cannot repair your jump engine, you can only fly at conventional speed. Think about it. The distance between galaxies is measured in light years. If you fly at conventional speed over such a long distance, how long will it take? The distance of 1 light year is 946.08 billion kilometers. Even if the speed is 200,000 kilometers per hour, it will take 47.3 million hours, 1.97 million days, or 5,400 years. In other words, if you accidentally jump into the endless void and don't know how to repair the jump engine, you are basically dead. Therefore, under normal circumstances, when players recruit crew members, they will recruit a few crew members who can repair engines. If not, emergency jumps will be simply prohibited. If you die once, you will only live for 5 years. If you are trapped to death in the endless void, you will be doomed. I spent several hours wandering around, from one end to the other, and then changing direction to wander towards the stars. Anyway, the destroyer is fast to begin with, and has an additional 20% bonus from the psychic skill. There are creatures in this dungeon that are faster than it, but they are definitely not as fast as the alien race whose technological level is only the 3rd or 4th generation. Half of the 24 hours had passed unknowingly, and Li Qing had already crossed a very long distance and arrived at the central area of the galaxy. From afar, he could see the huge bright yellow star and 2 huge fleets fighting at the far edge of the star. It is estimated to be the main battlefield of this galaxy. Both sides have hundreds of battleships and thousands of large and small warships. The battlefield covers an area of tens of millions of square kilometers. It was rare to see such a large-scale battlefield, so Li Qing stopped the warship at a very far distance to watch the battle. Warning: a large fleet has been detected jumping in nearby. Please avoid it. Leave. Li Qing was speechless. It seemed that his luck was a bit bad today. He landed twice at the jump point where the enemy fleet entered the battlefield from outside. There is no other way but to avoid it. However, less than 500 kilometers away, the warning sound of the combat system suddenly disappeared, and the piercing red light turned green. The staff officer behind him whispered to him. It was detected that the frequency of the Imperial Expeditionary Force was about to jump. They are friendly forces. Keep going. The friendly troops were not afraid, but he was afraid that they would see him conscripting men into the team, which would be embarrassing. This kind of situation is not uncommon. When a large fleet sees some warships on the battlefield, it will forcibly requisition them into the fleet. However, those requisitioned warships will most likely be used as cannon fodder in the melee. Such a large fleet will only face equally powerful enemies. In a melee involving thousands of warships, one can imagine what the consequences will be if they break into the front row. However, before the fleet had run far, the bridge suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light again, and the subordinates reported that they had detected an induction force field in the void ahead, and an enemy ship was about to jump in. Li Qing was dumbfounded. It took him several seconds to react. He decisively ordered the fleet to retreat towards the star on the left. I should have known not to come here to watch the show. Obviously, this is one of the main battlefields in this galaxy. Both sides will receive reinforcements from time to time. And it must be quite dangerous to observe here. Halfway through, Li Qing subconsciously opened the cosmic channel in his palm, and a black circle appeared in front of the frigate behind him. He ordered the frightened frigate to enter it and take shelter first. The speed of the frigates is far from the destroyer. At this time, it is still delayed. However, after his men entered the palm universe, Li Qing was stunned. He stretched out his right hand, clenched it in front of his eyes, and opened it again, with surprise in his eyes. Can this universe in my palm be opened in a copy? I had never thought of opening the palm-sized universe in the dungeon before. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited more than 10 hours into the dungeon before trying it. I just did it subconsciously just now, and only realized it after it succeeded. After being surprised, a strange look appeared in his eyes. He pinched his beardless chin a few times and muttered to himself, "If I can open the universe in my palm, can I do something with it? For example, if we open the palm universe and put some damaged and immobile warships into it, can we take them out?" When he thought of this, his mind became unusually active. He did what he wanted to do. He immediately rushed towards the direction of the star, which was the direction of the battlefield. In the previous fierce battle, a large number of warships were sunk on both sides. At this time, they were slowly drifting towards the star under the pull of the star's gravity. If there was no external interference, the wreckage would sink into the star and melt after a period of time. But at this time, the destroyer went straight into the battlefield, staying far away from the two sides of the melee, and came to the wreckage of a huge battleship. With a thought, a huge black hole appeared in front of the wreckage of the battleship that was sliding towards the star under the pull of the star's gravity. The wreckage of the battleship slid into the black hole like silk, and then faded at a speed visible to the naked eye until it turned into nothingness and disappeared. No! He could clearly feel that the wreckage of the battleship had completely disappeared. There was nothing left, like air. This showed that the idea of collecting a large amount of debris and melting it into various metal materials was not feasible. This cast a shadow over his heart and greatly reduced his confidence in the next attempt. The second attempt was very simple. He quietly approached the battlefield and used artillery fire to lure a cruiser over from a distance. He did not lure a destroyer because he was afraid that the other side would not dare to come over. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed lightly, opening a black hole in front of the cruiser that was pursuing at full speed. Boom! Li Qing's eyelids twitched slightly. He could clearly feel that when the cruiser hit the channel of the palm universe, it seemed to be connected with the whole world for an instant. An unimaginable force acted on the palm universe, causing his whole body to tremble slightly. But his super high innate perception also clearly felt that the copy space seemed to shake as well. Well, no. He spread his hands to indicate that the plan had failed. It seems that this cheating method is not working. Li Qing was a little disappointed, but not too disappointed. At least he knew this, and he wouldn't have to waste time trying it in the future. And through the attempt just now, he discovered a secret which he didn't know whether it could be considered a secret or not. When he used the palm universe to devour the cruiser just now, he could sense the vibration of the entire copy space. Does this mean that if his palm universe is strong enough, it can shake the copy space and even forcibly devour the entire copy space? Or from another perspective, if we find a very small copy space now, and then open the palm-sized universe in it, can we swallow it by force? In other words, is this copy space a space similar to the subspace virtual world of psychic energy? Moreover, considering that the palm-sized universe can now continuously absorb virtual energy through coordinates to restore its origin, does it mean that it can restore its origin by devouring the copy space? Li Qing rubbed his forehead and thought this idea was interesting. He would try it more often if he had the chance in the future. If we can find a way to quickly restore the origin of the universe in our palms, that would be awesome. Well, this attempt is almost over. Let's prepare to leave the copy. He did not linger and ordered the battleship to turn and head towards the star, preparing to park the battleship on the surface of the star and wait for the copy to end after 24 hours. Although it is not very safe. This is the center of the galaxy, and we cannot use superluminal travel, so we cannot reach a safe place at the edge of the galaxy within the remaining few hours. If you are unlucky and encounter a large enemy force on the way, the risk is still very high. 2 hours later, the destroyer arrived at a place only 1,000 kilometers away from the surface of the star. The temperature here was as high as 3,000 or 4,000 degrees. Steel placed here would quickly turn red and then melt. From the outside, The flames burning on the surface of the star look like water. And the star's surface that stretches as far as the eye can see looks like an endless ocean. The battleship sailed on the surface of the star, preparing to find a place to anchor. Just as they passed over a huge vortex of flames, the lights in the spacecraft suddenly turned red, and Chi Air's warning sounded. Warning. A dramatic change in the energy of a nearby star has been detected. A stellar eruption is predicted in the nearby area. Please be prepared for it. Damn it. Did you really not check the almanac before going out today? It's dangerous wherever you go. He didn't even need to give any orders. The captain reacted immediately and ordered the warship to speed up and leave the area. However, the eruption area was larger than he had imagined. He saw the surface of the star within a radius of thousands of kilometers arching and erupting. In an instant, the sky and the earth were all red. Redder than the warning lights in the bridge. Commander, it's too late to leave the eruption area. The captain's face was pale, and his voice was trembling. The energy of the stars erupted with a power second only to that of doomsday weapons. If a mere destroyer was hit by the spray, it would surely die. But Li Qing did not panic. He even had time to reach out and pat him on the shoulder and said, "Don't panic. We won't die." As soon as the words fell, everyone felt a darkness in the direction of the bridge. Looking up, they saw that the blazing red surface of the star outside the bridge had disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black void. At the critical moment, Li Qing directly opened the universe in his palm and took his ship into it. And then infinite stellar ion energy poured into the universe in his palm along the channel. Li Qing subconsciously changed the angle of the passage. And then everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. Chapter 22: A surprising surprise. Infinite stellar ion energy poured into the palm-sized universe along the channel, forming a red ion energy column with a diameter of up to 10 kilometers in the cold and dark starry sky inside the palm-sized universe, illuminating a large area of the void. The bright red flames and scorching high temperatures injected a large amount of light and energy into the starry sky in the palm of the hand that had been silent for billions of years. But Li Qing did not pay much attention to this. His focus at this time was that the stellar energy was poured into the universe in his palm. But it did not disappear into nothingness like the wreckage of the battleship before, but poured directly into the universe in his palm. It felt like a warm current was injected into his cold body. How is this going? Li Qing stood up in surprise. This is real mass. As the owner of the palm-sized universe, he can clearly feel this powerful mass pouring into his palm-sized universe. Reality, not illusion. Could it be that this star is real? No. This is not normal stellar matter. Li Qing frowned as he watched the hot ion column pouring into the universe in his palm. At the entrance of the passage outside, he could clearly feel the changes in the star. I need to try going deeper. Li Qing decisively controlled the channel of the universe in his palm to slowly sink along the gravity of the star, and soon approached the surface of the star. Although he could not see the outside world in the universe in his palm, he could clearly feel that the speed of the ejected ion flow was accelerating. From the outside, it looked like a normal ejection from the surface of the star. Only the intensity of the ejection was smaller than usual. If there is a research ship or observation station nearby, perhaps they can discover something unusual. But at that time, there was not even an industrial ship except the warring fleets within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers around the star. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and would not notice this small abnormality at all, and naturally would not discover a small destroyer that sank into the star. As the palm-sized universe slowly sank into the stars, a vast amount of stellar hydrogen, helium and other substances were continuously pouring into the palm-sized universe, turning into turbulent ion columns that sprayed into the depths of the starry sky. And finally, affected by the gravity of the high-dimensional fortress Star Witness, they drew a long arc in the dark starry sky and fell towards the Star Witness. But when approaching the Star Witness, as it passed the cold core of an extinct star, a trace of ion energy floated past under the influence of the remaining gravity of the star's core. However, this slight trace caused the core of the star, which had been extinguished for who knows how long, to be stimulated by something and suddenly brighten up, changing from black to dark red, emitting a stronger attraction. The ion column that was falling along an arc towards the Star Witness fortress was affected by the sudden increase in gravity, and it deviated halfway and headed straight for the dark red star's core, slamming into it. Boom! Flames exploded all over the core of the star. Stimulated by this, a layer of dark red flames appeared on the dark red surface of the core, reacting with the external stellar hydrogen and helium. instantly igniting an all-encompassing flame. This can be ignited like this? Li Qing was quite surprised. But after the surprise, he was ecstatic. If he could ignite a star, that would be different. Not only would the palm-sized universe have more energy and mass, but it would also provide him with a new idea for repairing the palm-sized universe and the high-dimensional fortress, Witness of the Stars. These extinguished star cores surrounding the Star Witness, high-dimensional fortress are themselves part of the weapon system of this high-dimensional fortress. If they can be ignited one by one, it will represent a small step forward in the restoration of this high-dimensional fortress. Even if all of these millions of extinguished stars were repaired, not even 1/10,000th of the star witnesses could be repaired. But just this 1/10,000th could provide him with great help. To put it bluntly, even if it is only 1 in 10,000, the power it possesses is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even if we only ignite an extinguished star now, we can still use this star to do a lot of things. It's a pity that it was discovered too late. If it had been discovered earlier, I wouldn't have to do anything and could have entered the dungeon and headed straight for the star. Or if you can think of this early, you don't even need to enter the dungeon. You can just find a star in the wild and do it. Boom! After drawing on how many stars, the energy drawn finally reached a critical point. The extinguished star kernel was finally ignited. In popular terms, the star fusion process that this star had stopped was restarted. The stellar matter that had turned into unknown matter, as it extinguished, was reignited and turned into hydrogen and helium, restarting the fusion process inside the star. To put it bluntly, at this moment, even without external stellar energy to stimulate it, this reactivated star will continue to burn. Boom! The star that had just restarted nuclear fusion spewed out endless energy, as if venting the grievances that had been buried for billions of years. Incomparably hot plumes continued to spew out from the huge fireball, rushing towards the starry sky millions, or even tens of millions of kilometers away. The two warships retreated far away, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying jet. At this time, the star was like a newly born star, violent and terrifying, and the extreme weather it produced affected a very large area. Affected by this, Li Qing also discovered that the high-dimensional fortress of the Star Witnesses seemed to be undergoing some changes. But he couldn't tell where the changes were. He frowned and remained silent for a while, then suddenly said to the destroyer captain, who was staring at the rekindled star in amazement not far away, "Be careful to avoid the jets, and wait for me to come back." After saying this, he disappeared in a flash, leaving many senior crew members even more surprised. With a thought, Li Qing had already entered the Star Witness fortress. As soon as he entered, he immediately noticed the changes. First of all, the core area of the central government has changed from the original 1,000 square meters to 10,000 square meters, which has expanded tenfold. In addition, inside the fortress, in addition to the only intact small area on the edge of the dock, another small area was unlocked. With a thought, he left the core of the fortress and reappeared in the newly repaired area, at the junction with the dock area. At a glance, he could see that in addition to a small dock in front of him, which should be an extension of the current dock, there was also a large area which was a huge warehouse area stretching for thousands of kilometers. It is about 1,000 kilometers long, wide and high. Every 100 kilometers separates a large layer, and each large layer is divided into small layers of varying heights. Inside there are countless warehouses with different functions, as well as obvious living areas. Li Qing entered the warehouse area with joy and anticipation. It was quiet inside. There was nothing, and there was nothing in the warehouse. This surprised him, as he thought there might be something in there that had not been used yet. But it turned out to be spotlessly clean, as if it had just been built. After a simple tour, Li Qing was quite satisfied. Such a large warehouse is just right for storing large amounts of materials, instead of throwing them all into space as before. I'll be away for a while, so I can move all the shipbuilding materials in, and make use of the living area inside. It is worth mentioning that this warehouse area is obviously only a part of it. It is estimated that there are even larger warehouse areas or shipbuilding areas in the surrounding unlocked areas. Moreover, a small part of this newly unlocked area is an extension of the previous shipbuilding area. This unlocking adds some docks, and the overall construction capacity of the docks has increased from the previous 2,300 to the current 3,100. Overall, Li Qing was quite satisfied with this unlocking. It was better than simply increasing the shipbuilding area. At this stage, he had no use for so much shipbuilding capacity. Huh? Li Qing, who was inspecting the newly added area in Galway Fortress, suddenly raised his eyebrows, showing a little surprise in his eyes. He quickly opened the panel and prompted that the column was constantly beating. Because of your behavior, it destroyed an enemy destroyer. Points plus 0.5 points. Because of your behavior, it destroyed an enemy frigate. Points plus 0.1 points. Because of your behavior, it destroyed an enemy frigate. Points plus 0.1 points. Because of your behavior, it destroyed an enemy battleship. Points plus 20 points. Because of you. In a moment, Into brushed the screen with a lot of data. And I see it. Li Qing simply looked at his current points, and suddenly widened his eyes. How is this going? At the total score, a score of 225.4 comes into view. And this number is still jumping up and down. What's going on? What did I do? Li Qing touched his brain, and he didn't figure out what was going on for a while. He didn't do anything. Why did you suddenly have so many points? More than 200? He could exchange 2 flagships to build a blueprint. No. What happened to me? As soon as he moved, he returned to the destroyer, and he stared at the surprise of many crew members. Ready. Let's leave here. A channel was suddenly opened in front of the battleship. And then he saw the influx of more violent ionic energy, which scared the enthusiastic jump. Turn quickly. Li Qing quickly adjusted the angle, and the violent ion column passed the ship, and the captain sat down with his chest. Li Qing has a little carefulness. Fortunately, they don't know what's going on. Maybe some guessing, but not much. Close the passage, and let the violent separation column sprayed into the universe, and the palm slowly scattered in the void. He did not dare to reignite a star as just now. Feedback from the universe in the palm, and the behavior of just now couldn't continue. The reason is very simple. If another star is ignited, the extinguished star will produce very terrifying violent energy when nuclear fusion occurs again. At this time, the star witness has not been repaired much, and its most important power system and gravity control system have not been repaired. So it is impossible to restrain multiple stars. If you force the multiple of them forcibly, the fortress cannot be restrained. These stars may either hit the fortress or leave the fortress in the palm and fly randomly in the universe. The consequences will be serious. He must wait for the current nuclear fusion reaction of the extinguisher in the stars to be weakened slowly in order to reignite the new star. At this stage, there can only be ignited one by one. But if the luck can repair the unlocking core area or gravity control system one day, at that time, you can ignite a bunch of stars at a time, and even collapse a new black hole. If you can't go out, you can't know why you get so much points. However, guessing, the probability is that he uses the universe in the palm to extract star energy, which will trigger the imbalance of the internal pressure of the star, leading to a riot in the star, and then the violent energy generated by the riot, and the fleet of war near the star. Because the star riot was caused by him. The warship destroyed by the star was also calculated on his head. I don't know how many warships have been affected. After waiting for a while, Li Qing found that his total points had exceeded 300. This is going to make death. Li Qing was thinking not only about this time, but also about the next time, and the next time. If he came in and did a wave every month, wouldn't he be able to gain unlimited points? However, when he entered the copy of the copy 24 hours, as he had an invisible force to exclude him from the universe in the palm, Li Qing was full of joy and his face disappeared, and his face pulled down. Nima! Is it possible? The moment he was excluded, he naturally knew in his heart that he could no longer enter this copy again. Because of his behavior, he extracted a large number of copies and caused serious damage to the copy. He was excluded by this copy space. In simple terms, he was blacklisted by the server for cheating. He was full of black lines, but helpless. I knew it was a bit fierce just now. Of course he would not regret it, since this copy was blocked. He could just switch to another one. There were several copies in Tianjin alone. Besides, many legions or large team headquarters had copies or subspaces. He could pay a little price to buy a ticket and go in to get some benefits. Check the panel. A total of 372.8 points. Seeing this, Li Qing sighed again. If he knew this, he should have a big wave. But thinking about it, it is also good now. More than 300 points can be exchanged for 3 flagship blueprints. This wave has been made. Next, it is the exchange of exchange. The destroyer stayed near the copy, And when he moved his heart, he bounced in front of the curtain, turned to the point exchanges, and at a glance, he saw a fearless ship blueprint and a starship blueprint. He needed 100 points to exchange. He did not hesitate to spend 200 points to exchange. Then he found that there was a countdown behind the two blueprints. Take a closer look. The number is 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds in 1824 days. 5 years of refresh 1? Isn't it unlimited? Although only a few of these cards have been redeemed over the past few hundred years. It is certain that there was no such restriction before. Now, this explanation. Shouldn't it be because I took too much origin? But I only drew 1 star. The dungeon map contains dozens of star systems. There's no reason to draw only 1 star system. That's not right. Li Qing reacted. This galaxy seems to be one of the 3 major battlefields. The key degree is far from the galaxy that is not in the surrounding area. He has extracted the core star quality of the galaxy so much, which is equivalent to directly extracting the origin of the copy of the copy of the copy. The copy of the gene in battle is not the transformation of other copies by the cracks of the subspace, but a special historical event projected. If the origin is extracted, it will naturally be affected. Chapter 23 Flagship Super Battleship Construction Drawings. Li Qing remembered that the wreckage of the universe in the palm of the palm. The wreckage of the battleship directly disappeared. But the quality of the stars was directly ignited by extinguishing the stars, which is obviously different. I didn't feel any abnormalities before. Now it seems that the key estimation of the signs of the copy of the world is so easy to ignite the stars. Normally extraction of stars can also ignite the extinguished stars. But it is definitely not so easy. Li Qing didn't tangle too much. How about the tube? Just get the benefits. Anyway, this thing is generally not available for players. 7 years have been released for hundreds of years. There are no differences in CD for 5 years. It is worth mentioning that some people may think that it is not very difficult for 100 points. If you do not deal with the main battleships, like the warfare ship, you can also brush the frigate's destroyer. But this is almost impossible. First of all, Li Qing's current points are determined according to his strength. And a destroyer is dependent on a destroyer and a frigate. If other players have the same configuration as him, but do not have the same powerful skills as the psychic, their strength will not be as good as his. If the player is stronger than him, the points gained from destroying the enemy ship will be reduced. If the player itself has a top-equipped battleship to enter the copy, it is indeed very powerful. Single brushing a single ship is not a problem. But at this time, destroying a frigate will not get any points. Even if a battleship is destroyed on the front, it may be 2 or 3 points. If you want to make 100 points, you may destroy dozens of battleships. If the constant heads-up fighting the column ship may defeat multiple battleships. But in fact, the war column ship cannot appear by a single ship. Generally, a small fleet is dispatched together. If there are more than 5 battleships, there will be hundreds of large and small warships escorting them. A top-equipped battleship can use a 3-generation science and technology battleship with 1 enemy, but it will definitely not fight so many guards. In addition, there will be a hurdle like brushing a small ship accumulation. The acquisition of a certain number of points will be greatly reduced. It is unlikely that the thousands of frigates will be brushed with 100%. This is why the Duman battle has a history of hundreds of years. But until now, 7 players can successfully accumulate hundreds of points. Li Qing also got 2 sheets by opening hanging. Normally, he could not brush hundreds of points on the chaotic battlefield. I often walk by the river. There is no wet shoes. When he has accumulated enough points, it means that he has destroyed too many enemy ships. It will definitely be noticed by the enemy headquarters that once the enemy is preparing to hunt, it is difficult for him to mix the ship. The exchange is very simple. But before the exchange, Li Qing first touched the emotional light curtain populated in front of him, setting his name on the copy ranking to anonymous. More than 300 points. This will definitely cause a big wave, and it will be annoyed without anonymity. Then, the 2 flagship blueprints must be redeemed first. No need to consider this. There were 172.8 points left, and after some thought, he decided to exchange them all for battleship blueprints. In fact, he wants to redeem a large number of frigates drawings to use it, so that the effort to buy the trading market. But considering that the price difference between frigate drawings and battleship drawings, it is still more profitable to redeem large ship drawings. After all, a standard Haiyan frigate drawing is only 2 million, and a standard Knight class battleship drawing is as high as 1 billion. One can be changed to 500 frigates. Standard Knight level battleship drawings only need 30 points. Elite cross level battleships take 40 points. And excellent leadership class battleships cost 50 points. Among them, the leader of the leader of the leader will take 90 points to convert, and the other two must accumulate more than 80 points to exchange. Li Qing had 172.8 points remaining. After some consideration, he spent 100 points to exchange for 2 blueprints of the Excellence Lord class battleship. The remaining 72.8 points were exchanged for 2 standard Knight class battleship blueprints, spending a total of 60 points. The remaining 12.8 points were exchanged for 6 excellent Black Hawk class frigates, each worth 2 points, and more than 50 points were required to exchange. Finally, there are 0.8 points left, and anything less can't be exchanged. The reason why the remaining points were not exchanged for destroyers, but Black Hawk frigates, was because this thing was too rare. Battleships are divided into standards, elites, and excellence. Among them, standard template battleships are very common and can be found everywhere out there. Elite templates are extremely rare, but can be purchased as long as the money is sufficient. The excellent template can be said to be rare and is not available for sale outside at all. Li Qing considered that he would need at least a few frigates. In the early stage, he could only command destroyers and frigates. Now his naval command skills had to be upgraded to several levels before he could command cruisers. There was no sign of battleships. Even if he was given a battleship now, he would not be able to command it. It is worth mentioning that this so-called command refers to the bonus of its own skills that can take effect on the command warship, and does not refer to the command of the starting ship, if the basic naval command skill level is not high enough. The bonus of one's own skills will not be effective for advanced warships. For example, if Li Qing is given a battleship now, he can start it if there are enough crew members and a captain. But his command skill bonus and psychic skill bonus will not be effective on the battleship. Therefore, whether now or in the future, even if the command skills are upgraded, frigates are still necessary. In addition, as a single player, it is better to take the elite route. A top-of-the-line reinforced Black Hawk frigate can single-handedly fight against an ordinary destroyer that is not at the top of the line, and can fight against several ordinary frigates at once. He was exchanging money here, not knowing that the outside world was in chaos. The Battle of Tianjin copy points ranking list, which had been fixed for decades, suddenly changed today. The original number 1 was knocked down to number 2. If the simple change in ranking would not have much impact. The key point is that the new first place has 372.8 points, which is more than 3 times that of the original first place. This is outrageous. As the first copy of Tianjin Province, it is the source of a large part of the battleship blueprints of Tianjin Province. I don't know how many players have entered it. Of course, they know how difficult it is. It is outrageous that someone can get more than 3 times the points of the first place in one go. But compared to ordinary players, who were shocked at the identity of this anonymous person, the first reaction of many major forces was the whereabouts of the blueprints of the 3 flagship battleships. Flagship-class battleships are the top-level battleships in the starry sky, except for the Titan super flagship and those illusory things like mobile fortresses and mobile battle stars that players don't have to count on. Flagship-class battleships are the top-level battleships that players can possibly obtain, even for the major military leaders and aristocratic forces. It is the super battleship they have always dreamed of. They want as many as they can, and are looking for it all over the world. This stuff is absolutely rare, and the number is very small. Don't expect to buy it on the trading market. This thing is impossible to be put on the market. It is either traded privately, or put on auction houses. And most of them are the finale items. Countless teams wanted to get a flagship to maintain order, but none of them could buy one. Now it is possible that 3 flagship blueprints will appear at the same time. The entire Tianjin, from the ruling Yu family to the ordinary teams, is almost going crazy. When Li Qing was exchanged for exchanges, an announcement suddenly popped up in front of him. Yu's desire to buy flagships and fearless ship blueprints at a high price of 30 billion stars, and 35 billion Xing dollars to buy a flag flap blueprint. If there are other conditions, as long as they can be met, you want to sell Ms. Yu Qing. Good fellow. The Yu family actually used their own authority to send a message to all players in the entire Jimin province. This is simply. He opened the regional channel, and it seemed to freeze for a moment. And then, the screen was filled with all kinds of shocking news from the onlookers. Among the many messages, there are many purchase requests. At the same time, purchase information appeared on the top of major regional channels one after another. Many large families, legions, etc. in Tianjin province were all purchasing from the anonymous person. Li Qing saw the purchase information of Qingheli family in it. This is really awesome. Seeing so many purchase information. The prices offered were very honest, some of which even exceeded used price. In the Shanghai, the down to the frigate, the upper to the battleship actually has a standard price. The price depending on the local area, and the price of various situations is slightly fluctuated. Except for special circumstances, the normal situation will not be high, and up to 20%. But the flagship is different. Because of its terrifying combat power and extremely small number, its price has always only had a rough standard but no specific standard. Generally speaking, the price of a dreadnought flagship starts at 250 billion star dollars, and the starting price of an interstellar mothership is 300 billion star dollars. Bare ship, weapon accessories not included. According to the blueprints, there are only 1/10 of the finished warships. That is 25 billion for the dreadnought blueprints and 30 billion for the interstellar carrier blueprints. But in reality, most of the time the transaction price exceeds this number. However, it is rare for the Yu family to offer such a large premium, which is enough to prove their sincerity in purchasing. Li Qing also felt their sincerity and decided to sell one. He planned to keep one of the two flagship blueprints and sell the other. The plan to sell it had already been decided long ago. I would sell the interstellar mothership blueprint and keep the dreadnought flagship blueprint. When my shipbuilding skills improve in the future, I can build a dreadnought flagship myself. The main reason for this is that interstellar motherships are too expensive. An interstellar carrier is also called an aircraft carrier, and its main combat power is the large number of space fighters on board. An interstellar aircraft carrier has 1,000 aircraft carrier hangars. Each hangar contains an aviation brigade with a total of 360 space fighters. An interstellar aircraft carrier can accommodate a total of 360,000 space fighters. The price of a level 5 Ghost fighter is 1.5 million. 360,000 of them is 540 billion star dollars. Plus the cost of an aircraft carrier is 300 billion. A total of 840 billion. Then add a large number of other weapons. A large number of universal slots. Many functional slots. And flagship accessories. If you modify it again, the cost of a top with an astrological carrier will definitely exceed 10 million yuan. Although a dreadnought flagship also needs to be equipped with a large number of top-end weapons and accessories, it is definitely not as expensive as an aircraft carrier. The key point is that unlike aircraft carriers, which will have space fighters destroyed and need to be replenished every time they go into battle, the total price, loss, and maintenance difficulty of the dreadnought are lower than those of the aircraft carrier. But correspondingly, in a super large-scale war, the role of an interstellar carrier is definitely greater than that of a dreadnought flagship. It was after comprehensive consideration that Li Qing decided to keep the dreadnought flagship blueprint and sell the interstellar mothership blueprint in exchange for some money to arm himself. It just so happens that this time, the Family Development Fund has nothing to do with me. With these hundreds of billions of funds, there will definitely be no problem with the starting capital. So the question is now, who does the blueprint sell to? It is definitely not possible to go directly to the transaction. Others will think that he has 3 blueprints, and now sells 1. Others will think that he has 2. He will always be entangled to buy. If he exposes his identity, he will definitely not be peaceful in the future. I have to think of a way to hide my identity. Li Qing had also thought about selling it through auction, directly auctioning it anonymously, and letting the highest bidder win. But later, considering his family, he wanted to sell the blueprint of the interstellar mothership to the Qingheli family. It is considered to repay the family who has raised himself for 18 years, so that he has the identity of his nobles, has the opportunity to receive noble elite education, provides initial funds for development, and so on. Now this noble status may seem useless, but in fact it has always been playing a role in some subtle aspects. If he was not born in the Qingheli family, why did he receive noble elite education? And why would he give you a boat and 100 million starting funds from the beginning? And what mortgage could not borrow 100 million yuan without having to use it? It was impossible for civilians to borrow without mortgage, as long as he is willing to demonstrate his current potential. He can borrow tens of billions of dollars without any collateral in minutes, or directly apply for tens of billions of development funds, and he doesn't even have to pay it back. Moreover, he was born into the Qingheli family, so outsiders looked up to him whenever he went out. If he needed anything in the future, he could always borrow the influence and power of his family. Although the price will pay the price. It is not known how many times the opportunity of civilians does not borrow. This is all brought by aristocratic status. It's like everyone hates capital, but everyone wants to become capital. Although he was conflicted, Li Qin was not worried. While he was anonymous, no one knew that he had the flagship blueprint. After leaving the Du Jinmin's copy, he didn't think about entering the next copy for the time being, but returned to Jinmin Xingqing first. When he returns to Xingqing, he has considered it. Through the Superstar Gate in the Star City, he sent an Interstar domain email to his father. Then it's just a matter of waiting for news. When the Interstar Superstar Gate of Star City opens, all kinds of emails and other information accumulated in different star fields will be able to communicate with each other, and my father will be able to receive his emails. Anyway, they are rewarded the Qingheli family. Why not return their biological father? Although they are not very close, they are biological father and son after all. He did not perform well in the past. His father has so many children, and it is impossible for him to take care of them all. The one who is favored is naturally the best. On the other hand, if he can perform well, he will also be favored. Moreover, he has lived 2 lives and is no longer a child. The reason he chose family affection is only one aspect. On the other hand, he also considered selling the flagship blueprint to his father. With a flagship, his father's status in the family will be greatly improved, and it will be of greater help to him in the future. Chapter 24 Rules for Fighting for Living Planets. You should know that although the Qingheli family has powerful strength, the flagship and Chaoqi add up to 30 or 40. This is the accumulation of the family for hundreds of years, except for a batch of flagships accumulated when it was founded. The average of 10 years was less than 10 years later. His father, Li Xingquan, belongs to the 3rd generation of the Qingheli family, but he is not the best among them. There is no flagship super battleship in the fleet under his command, so his status is naturally not very high. There are many nobles like his father in the Qingheli family and the Human United Empire. It's not that they don't want to, but they simply can't get the flagship construction blueprints. If we can obtain one, our strength will naturally increase significantly, and the family's status will also be greatly improved. He did not hesitate to be polite just because he was his father, and directly referred to Yu's offer. 35 billion star yuan, which was 5 billion star yuan higher than the normal market price. Anyway, for them it's not a question of money. It's a question of whether or not they have it. The email was sent and could not be replied for a while. But Li Qin was not idle either. He first put the blueprint of the 3rd generation laser cannon, medium-sized, that could be used 10 times obtained in the Tianjin battle copy on the market. 500,000 per blueprint, and 5 million for 10 uses. Then, after some consideration, the remaining 2 Excellence Lord-class battleships, 2 Standard Knight-class battleships, and 6 Excellence Black Hawk-class frigates were kept and not sold. Anyway, I will have money after selling the interstellar mothership, so there is no rush to sell it now. I will keep it for my own use if possible. After all, battleship blueprints are difficult to obtain. Although they are not as rare as flagships, they are not easily available, especially the 2 Excelsior-class battleships. In the absence of a super flagship, many top players or teams use them as command flagships. It can be expected that this fearless ship will be able to build it for a long time. Before that, it can only be used as the main commander with excellent Lord-class battleships. 2 days later, after repairing the battleship, Li Qin took the time to check the other 2 copies in Tianjin to see if he could clear another one. There are only 4 copies in Tianjin. After deducting 1 copy that is exclusively for army players and the historical projection copy of the Battle of Tianjin, there are 2 copies left, which are subspace copies converted from subspace fragments. One is called Passion and Speed. Only frigates are allowed to enter, and they must avoid all interceptions and reach the finish line within a limited time. This includes various dangerous terrains, enemy ship interceptions, and even space cracks, etc. The final score is determined by the time consumed, and then the score is exchanged for copy rewards. Because the copy specifications and difficulty are far inferior to the Jinin battle copy, The rewards are naturally average. The main rewards are various weapons and general slots as well as various A-type functional slot accessory blueprints. The highest L large slot will not have X super large main guns and X flagship level general slot accessories. The other one is called Death Ladder. It is also only accessible to frigates. As the name suggests, you have to constantly challenge increasingly powerful frigates. The reason why it is called the Death Ladder is that there is only one way out after entering this dungeon. And that is to keep moving forward until you are eliminated. You cannot admit defeat and quit in the middle. You either pass the level completely or get eliminated because the ship is destroyed and everyone on board dies. There is no third way. But no one has ever been able to pass this copy. Over the past few hundred years, all those who entered the copy ended up with their ships destroyed and people killed under the attacks of increasingly powerful enemy warships. No one escaped. So this means that entering this copy will definitely result in the loss of a ship and a death. Moreover, this copy only rewards frigate blueprints. From the standard Petrel model to the elite Raptor-class frigate, and up to the excellent Black Hawk-class frigate, there will be no other rewards. Li Qingta's money purchased the information of these two copies. And the copy of the Dead Ladder, after reading, was directly eliminated by him. He spent 150 million on this top-of-the-line frigate. How many blueprints would he need to get to make his money back? As for the Fast and Furious copy, he thought about it and gave up. It's not a question of rewards. Although the rewards are not as valuable as battleship blueprints, they can still be exchanged for a lot of things if you perform well. The main thing is that it seems that this copy cannot use cheats in the palm of your hand. Since there is no way to cheat, there is no point in taking the risk to enter the dungeon. Building a ship is not easy, so don't take unnecessary risks. Since he couldn't enter the dungeon for the rest of the time, Li Qing simply continued to go to the academy to study, preparing to wait for a few more months until his father came and sold the aircraft carrier blueprint and got the money. While studying, he was not idle. He used the extra money to buy frigate drawings and materials and continued building ships. It is worth mentioning that at this stage, he can only build standard Petrel-class frigates and cannot build elite Raptor-class frigates and excellent Black Hawk-class frigates. Both of them require his many shipbuilding skills to be trained to level 10 or above. The same specifications as standard Tornado-class destroyers. In addition, under normal circumstances, the player's skill level cap is only level 10, which means that he can only build destroyers. Players must increase the skill level cap through genetic adjustment, prosthetic implants, or awakening psychic powers. There are 5 enhancements in total, with a cap of plus 5 levels. Or you can directly increase the skill level cap significantly through the 3 major ascension methods. One of the ascension levels increases the skill level cap by plus 10 and covers the skill cap bonus from previous gene adjustment, prosthetic implantation, or psychic awakening. The shipbuilding skill at level 15 can build a cruiser at most, or an excellent Storm-class destroyer. A level 20 shipbuilding skill can build a battleship, or an excellent Nightwatch-class cruiser. The Excellence Lord-class battleship requires a level 25 shipbuilding skill, and the flagship super battleship requires a level 30 shipbuilding skill. Of course, this only refers to basic shipbuilding skills. If you need to build these advanced warships, other additional skills are required. The higher the level of the warship, the more skills are required. If there is no special opportunity, there may not be enough skill slots to place all the skills. In this case, even if the basic shipbuilding skill level is sufficient, it is impossible to build a corresponding large ship. This is the most embarrassing situation, and also the most critical factor restricting senior shipbuilders. The first effect of Li Qing, Son of the Star, is 10 times the experience, and a skill level cap of plus 20 levels. Combined with the original level cap of 10, the upper limit is exactly 30 levels, which can be upgraded to a level high enough to build a flagship in one go. With the addition of the second effect of the Son of the Star, the number of brain slots is adjusted to 20, which is basically enough to learn all the skills to build a flagship. Even if it is not enough, he estimates that he will be able to ascend psychically and add 5 additional brain slots, which will definitely be enough by then. His father arrived faster than Li Qing had imagined. Less than a month had passed, or 22 days to be exact. Li Qing, who was in class, suddenly received a communication request from his father. When he answered the call, he saw his father, who looked somewhat similar to himself, appear on the light screen. The person behind him did not seem to be on the spaceship, so he should have arrived. The father and son were silent for a while, and after more than 10 seconds, Li Xingchuan asked first. Are you telling the truth? Li Qing replied expressionlessly. Do you think I will lie to you all thousands of miles? I don't know if it's the resentment left in my subconscious. I had clearly decided to sell the things to my father. But when we really met, I spoke like a stranger. He guessed that it was probably the remnant of his subconscious mind, feeling that his father had neglected him too much in the past. I have no memory of my mother since childhood, and I am not close to my father. So it is normal to have resentment. But if they were born into a wealthy family, especially a military family like the Qingheli family, every member who could remain in the family had more or less a number of descendants. The family affection among aristocratic families was relatively weak, and people had limited energy. So it was impossible to treat all children equally. If you have good talent, you may be able to receive focused training or a little fatherly love. The key is that you have nothing. So being ignored is inevitable. Li Qing cheered up, put aside the remaining resentment, and asked, Are you in a family office? I'm here now. Yes. The communication was suddenly disconnected, and Li Xingchuan was stunned for a moment. In just a short moment, he felt that this son was completely different from the one in his memory. Have you grown up yet? He had some interest and a hint of anticipation. Not long after, a flying vehicle landed at the family's office in Tianjin Star City. As soon as I got off the aircraft, I saw a luxurious aircraft landing. My second uncle Li Luan walked down with a dark golden cane, followed by a beautiful young woman who was holding his arm. Seeing Li Qing, Li Luan stopped and asked, I heard that you didn't join the team to apply for the Family Development Fund. Li asked to stop and shouted the second uncle and nodded. Yes, I feel that I am not strong enough now. It is too dangerous to go to Zuder now. I plan to stay here for a while before going there. Well, the idea is fine. But there is a saying that goes, one step wrong, all steps wrong. If you don't go there early, you will lose the opportunity. At this point, Li Luan looked back at the young woman next to him. She smiled slightly, let go of his hand, and stepped aside. Li Luan nodded and said to Li Qing, There are some things you may not know. For a strategy like this, it is important to take the initiative and have the right to claim. Although we are still a step away from seizing the 8 life planets, the strategy for seizing these 8 life planets has actually been launched long ago. I don't know how many young people from the big clans have already gone there, and are helping the Imperial Expeditionary Force to find a suitable location to build an outpost. Once the outpost is successfully built, the Expeditionary Force reputation system will be activated. According to the default rule, all those who provide assistance in establishing the Expeditionary Army base will not only have priority in defeating the 3 alien races and seizing the fruits of victory in the future, but will also need to obtain the Expeditionary Army's nod of approval. To put it bluntly, only forces that have contributed from the beginning to the end are eligible to compete for these 8 life planets. Forces that participated in the middle will basically have no chance of gaining recognition from the Expeditionary Force. Is that so? Li Qing was a little puzzled. Li Luan smiled and said, Didn't you come here to see your dad? You can ask him when you come. Li Qing nodded and a gift. Thank you for your advice, Uncle. Li Luan waved his hand and said, It's okay. I'm helping you for my brat. He also wants to compete. But to be honest, his ability is not good enough. I don't think he will win. But I can't go against my son. So I can only help you. I think you're pretty good. Let's make more good friends. In the future, you can support each other. Or you can form a team and work together to share the spoils. It's unlikely to capture a planet. But if we can unite more people to work together to capture a planet, we can definitely make a lot of money. Well, Li Qing didn't know what to say. Second uncle is really bold in his thinking. Even if he holds the universe in his hands, he has no confidence in capturing a planet. The competition is just too great. You should know that the pioneers who are allowed to participate this time are not just his batch, but all the pioneers in the past 10 years can participate. They all come from wealthy families, and after 10 years of development, they are very powerful. Many of them have established a large team and formed a large fleet. Some super elites from top wealthy families are even only one step away from the Legion. Li Qing is full of confidence in his future. But at this stage, to be honest, he is no match for those wealthy elites who have been in the business for 10 years. Unless the timeline for the Expeditionary Force to defeat the 3 major alien races is extended to more than 10 or 20 years, giving him time to develop. But this possibility is really small. He wants to extend the timeline. But those super elites, who have the greatest opportunities at this stage will definitely want to move faster. He will definitely not be able to compete with them in terms of relationships. Therefore, for these 8 life-bearing planets, this group of new pioneers will most likely be just a foil. At most they can get some soup, while the meat and residue will probably be eaten up by the first 2 groups of pioneers. However, Li Qing felt that what his second uncle said was right. It didn't matter if he couldn't eat the meat. It would be nice to have a sip of soup. In such a large star field, it would be a huge profit to be able to get a sip of the soup. If we can really cooperate with other teams to capture a life planet and share the rewards afterwards, it will definitely be a super generous amount of money. Li Qing felt that his previous ideas seemed to be able to be changed. Or we can go to the Zuterstar region and report first. Get our status first. Don't participate in the war in the early stage. And take some reconnaissance missions to go around. Anyway, he was doing the same thing in the Tianjin star field. And there were wild monster mining bases everywhere. After saying goodbye to his second uncle, Li Qing walked into the house while thinking. And by the time he reached the second floor, he had calmed down. Boom! 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 Come in! Pushing the door open, I saw my father sitting behind a solid wood desk, tapping his finger on a light curtain. When he saw me come in, he closed the light curtain in a few seconds. Li Xingchuan looked Li Qing up and down. A rare smile appeared on his face, and he said, I haven't seen you for 2 years. You've grown a little taller. Looking at his father's smile, Li Qing felt a little complicated. He sighed and said, This should be the first time I see you smile at me. Li Xingchuan's smile froze, and he said in silence for a while, You are grown up and educated now. You should know that this is a wealthy family. I can only remember the son who performed well. Li Qing said self-deprecatingly. So, am I considered excellent now? Li Xingchuan looked at his son, who seemed a little different from what he remembered, and nodded after a while. If the email you sent me is genuine, you are indeed very good. Li Qing laughed. Sure enough. It's so real. Chapter 25. 40 billion star dollars. He exhaled lightly, letting go of the melancholy in his heart, and said in a deep voice, Then let me tell you. What I said is true. I do have 2 flagship blueprints. 1 dreadnought blueprint, and 1 interstellar carrier blueprint. I am going to sell the interstellar carrier blueprint to you. I have already quoted you the price. Do you have any objection? Li Xingchuan's face showed obvious joy. Make a deal. I want cash. No debt. Li Xingchuan was stunned, with a helpless expression on his face. If I were to buy a fully equipped interstellar carrier, I might not be able to afford it right now. But I can still afford just a blueprint. Li Qing curled his lips, took out a chip flashing purple light, and handed it to Li Xingchuan. Li Xingchuan took it with both hands, unable to conceal the joy on his face. He quickly took out a decoder and began to check it. It really is a set of interstellar mothership blueprints. Even with Li Xingchuan's knowledge and experience, he was still very excited at this moment. To him, this is not just a super battleship, but also a ticket to a higher status. Once the flagship is completed and commissioned into his own fleet, his status in the family will instantly surpass that of most of his peers, and he will become a member of the family's decision-making level. Although it is just the edge of the round table, it has already entered this level, and its status cannot be the same day. And all this was brought about by this son, who is usually very low-key. After getting over his excitement, Li Xingchuan calmed down and turned to look at Li Qing. He could clearly see the subtle changes in his expression and eyes, and even the same tone of voice. But it sounded clearly different from before. Hold on. He clicked his finger on the wheel on his left wrist, and a light curtain appeared. He touched it lightly with his finger. His eyes fell on Li Qing for a moment, and after a slight hesitation, he clicked his finger. The next second, Li Qing's heart moved, and the light screen in front of him popped up, and a prompt appeared. Imperial United Bank, you received a transfer transaction of 400,000,000 star dollars from, with a balance of 402,1630,000 star dollars. Li Qing looked up in surprise. Before he could say anything, Li Xingchuan explained, It's reasonable to spend 40 billion star dollars to buy a flagship construction blueprint that is very important to me. Li Qing slowly erected a big finger. Quite reasonable. Needless to say, Li Qing instantly felt that the resentment of his subconscious residue seemed to dissipate a lot. Sure enough, no matter in which time and space, The most common disease in the world is poverty. And money is the most effective medicine. By the way, don't you have a fearless ship blueprint in your hands? What are you going to deal with? Li Qing immediately raised his head alertly. And Li Xingchuan waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I don't have any other ideas. I can't build it now. I just want to know what you are going to do with it. Are you going to use it yourself or sell it? For my own use." Well, this is a bit difficult. Even without taking the blueprints into account. Building a dreadnought would cost at least 200 billion star coins. Adding the full configuration of conventional 5th generation top-end weapons and equipment, it would cost several hundred billion star coins. A flagship must maximize its combat effectiveness. So it must be modified. All in all, the cost would be at least between 120 billion and 130 billion. And this is just the regular configuration. If you want something better, such as the unconventional 6th generation weapon accessories, the price will be even higher. Even 1.5 trillion won't be enough. And then? Do you have any suggestions? Li Qing looked expressionless. But he was actually extremely surprised. What his father said was much higher than he had expected. He originally predicted that it would take less than 1 trillion star dollars to build it. If I rely on my own money, it will be difficult to build a dreadnought before the 8 life planets on Zutter are settled. Although the flagship has fierce firepower, it also needs to be accompanied by an escort fleet to exert its maximum power. It is estimated that you must earn at least 5 trillion star dollars in 10 years and maintain a monthly income of at least 5 billion star dollars before you can raise a fleet that is qualified to compete for the life planet. With your current abilities, it is very difficult to tell the truth. Even if you have my support in the days ahead, it will be difficult to do so. Li Qing remained silent. What his father said was quite eloquent. An income of 5 trillion star dollars in 10 years, and a monthly income of 5 billion star dollars. To be honest, even with the universe in the palm of his hand, Li Qing felt that it was extremely difficult. And it would be basically impossible for anyone else. Li Qing could no longer remain silent, as his future was at stake. He asked, "I wonder what advice father has." Li Xingchuan nodded and said, "Here are some methods that will allow you to build a large fleet headed by a dreadnought flagship within 10 years. Please refer to them. The first way is to show your potential and attract capital investment. As a member of the Qinghali family and a noble, you have certain advantages in this regard and can attract a lot of high-quality capital. At the same time, capital's evaluation of you is inherently higher than that of ordinary people. But the downside is that capital is all about profit. And your biggest capital is this fearless flagship. They will definitely ask you to pledge this fearless flagship. Once the situation is unfavorable, and the investment is likely to fail, they will definitely ask to take the pledge in advance. And they may even deliberately seize your flagship. Moreover, as more and more capital is invested in the future, your shares will become lower and lower. Once you have the potential to succeed, the capital will certainly want to seek more benefits. At that time, there will inevitably be all kinds of intrigues. To be honest, I don't think you can beat a group of old foxes. In the second way, in a cooperation, you can get a fearless flagship in any large team at this stage. At this stage, any large team can get a fearless flagship. Interest. This method is safer than the previous one. Although there will also be various troubles in the future. If the large team you choose also has capital investment, the trouble will be even greater than the previous one. The third way is to build your own team and use your dreadnought flagship to attract some powerful single players or small teams. Because you are building it from scratch. As long as your wrist is strong enough, you can control your subordinates, and there will be minimal problems in the future. The premise is that no capital is introduced. But if we can take over a planet with life in the future, it will be very difficult to develop a planet without introducing capital. Li Qing listened carefully, and suddenly asked, "No matter which one. In the end, capital has to be brought in. So why can't I let my family in? I remember that my family has its own investment company." Li Xingchuan shook his head and said, "In the competition for this kind of life planet, the major military leaders' families are not allowed to enter directly." At this point, he suddenly stopped, thought for a while, and said to Li Qing with a serious expression, "Do you know why you pioneers cannot get much support from the family? Why don't you allow the family to help you directly?" Li Qing shook his head. Li Xingchuan said with a deep voice, "Because the so-called system is actually the aggregate of the wills of the players of human civilization. It is the projection of the wills of all the players of the entire human civilization, and the representative of the wills of all human players. There is no distinction between superior and inferior people. The vast majority of human civilization is made up of ordinary people. If there were no such constraints, the powerful and wealthy would oppress ordinary people at will, cutting off all opportunities for advancement. What do you think would happen when the majority of the wills and the aggregate of civilizational wills become angry? It means the rejection of civilization. Li Xingchuan didn't continue talking here, but Li Qing could tell the answer from the hint of fear that flashed in his eyes. No wonder these wealthy and powerful people are so restrained. I originally thought that they simply wanted to use the method of raising gu to train their descendants. But now it seems that they dare not go too far. The descendants of wealthy and noble families do have great advantages over ordinary people, but they are not so great that they are incomparable. For example, the 8 life planets in the Zooter star field this time are open to everyone. Children of wealthy families can go, and ordinary people can go too, although their success rate is not as high as that of children from wealthy families. They do have opportunities, and quite a lot of them. As long as they have strong innate talents, they have the opportunity to rise. So, which one do you want to choose? Li Xingchuan looked at his son and said seriously, I personally suggest you use the second method and directly find a large team to cooperate with. This way, you can start building the dreadnought right away. The construction cycle of the flagship is very long, often taking more than 5 years. By the time you finish building it, the battle in the Zooter star field will have come to an end, and that will be when the competition is most intense. It can be expected that there will be few flagships among the many players competing for the title. You have a high chance of capturing a planet with life and keeping it. Of course, if you want to use the third method, that's fine too. Father will do his best to help you. If you develop successfully in the future, you will also receive the full support of our faction. I'm not sure yet. Li Qing thought for a moment and explained. I will prepare to go to the Zooter star region, but I am not sure whether to cooperate or build my own team. I will go there to observe and see if there is a suitable one. I will tell you if I make a choice. Li Xingchuan nodded. You make your own choice. I won't interfere with you. But you have to remember that if you choose the second option, you have to make a choice within 5 years at most. For the third option, it's best to make a decision within 2 to 3 years from now. It may be too late if you delay. I will. It's up to you. They chatted for a while afterwards. This was the first time for them as father and son to have such an intimate chat. In the past, only his best sons had this treatment. Obviously, after obtaining the blueprints of a flagship, his status in his father's heart has soared. A flagship blueprint can bring you more than just 40 billion star dollars. After leaving the family office, Li Qing first checked the balance of his bank account on the aircraft, and then began to plan how to use so much money. In the office, Li Xingchuan was sitting in his office chair, deep in thought, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Come in. The person who pushed the door open was Li Luan, who was wearing a Zhongshan suit and holding a dark gold wooden staff. He sat down on the chair that Li Qing had just sat on and asked casually, Why? Did you come all the way from Qinghe just to see your son? Li Xingchuan nodded and said, You have been here for so long. You should have some understanding of the Yu family. Are there any marriageable women among the direct descendants of the Yu family? Li Luan was surprised for a moment and asked, Which son of yours are you marrying? Li Qing. Li Luan's pupils slightly dilated, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Do you want to propose marriage to him? Or do you want to ask for marriage from the Yu family's round table? He had a complicated expression, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Just tell me whether you have one or not. Yes. Of course. But I think it's unlikely. Li Luan shook his head and said, Among the current round table decision makers of the Yu family, there are only 2 who meet the requirements. They are a pair of twin sisters. The elder sister is Yu Yao. And you should have heard of the younger sister. She is the pearl of the Yu family. UFA. To be honest, with the current status of the Yu family, and the attention that the Imperial Senate pays to Zooter, the importance of the Yu family is rising. I bet that before you thought of this, many people had already tried to get in touch with the Yu family. That's not more than one of us. Please help pass on a visiting card, and I'll come visit in a few days. Well? Li Luan was somewhat speechless. Well, actually, I want to say that it's useless for you to go, regardless of your status, or Li Qing's nephew's ability and talent potential. They are not outstanding there. It's unlikely. Li Xingchuan looked up at his second brother, who was hesitant to speak, and waved his hand. Is it possible that it's something else? Let's go visit first. All right. Star City. Berth number 547 of Starport number 5. When Li Qing returned to the frigate dock there, he had already made arrangements on how to use the huge sum of 40 billion star dollars. The plan changed several times. Originally, we planned not to go to Zutter. But my father said that if we didn't go, we would lose the chance to compete for the life planet in the future. So there was nothing we could do. If he wants to go to Zutter, considering Zutter's current situation, he must prepare well. First of all, we need to build a small fleet of a certain size, with at least 2 cruisers. Although the cruiser's current command skills cannot be commanded, you can first buy the blueprint and shipbuilding materials first. There is a warehouse in the universe in the palm of the palm. In addition, several destroyers, a group of frigates, several transport ships, industrial ships, and a large number of mining ships are needed. Of course, 1 or 2 sets of personal base equipment and a large number of modules are required, as well as a complete set of industrial equipment, etc. Next, he went on a frantic shopping spree in the market, spending a lot of money. Soon, shiploads of materials were transported by merchants to a large warehouse he had rented specially. Then, all these things were transferred from the warehouse to the warehouse of the high-dimensional fortress in the Palm universe. It is worth mentioning that although there are cruiser blueprints for sale on the market, they have been hanging there for a long time at 4 or 5 times the market price. He considered for a long time, but still did not buy it. However, many materials for building the cruiser were purchased according to the recipe. Chapter 26 Transit Base. In addition, there are 50 destroyer blueprints and materials, with unit prices of 15 million for blueprints and 90 million for materials. And the total price is 750 million for blueprints plus 4.5 billion star dollars for materials, as well as 500 frigate blueprints and materials, with unit prices of 2 million for blueprints and 12 million for materials. And the total price is 1 billion for blueprints plus 6 billion for materials. Whether destroyers or frigates, they are all standard Tornado-class destroyers and standard Petrel-class frigates. In addition, he spent a full 2.5 billion star dollars to purchase a Finnish Dushan-class super-large transport ship, which has a total of 50,000 cargo holds, each with 1,000 cubic meters, with a total capacity of 500 billion cubic meters, and can be equipped with trailer cabins 5 times its own capacity. It also spent 2 billion star dollars to purchase 5 Finnish Mammoth-class large transport ships, each of which has 10,000 cargo holds and a total capacity of 100 billion cubic meters. It can also install trailer cabins 5 times its own capacity. A total of 720 million star dollars were used to purchase 10 medium-sized transport ships and 10 small transport ships, with a total capacity of 2 million cubic meters and 500,000 cubic meters respectively. In addition, 4 billion star dollars were spent to purchase an ultra-large industrial ship with 40,000 cabins and a total capacity of 40 million cubic meters. 2 large industrial ships, 7,500 cabins, 7.5 million cubic meters, unit price 800 million, totaling 1.6 billion star dollars. 2 medium-sized industrial ships, with 1,500 cabins and 1.5 million cubic meters, each costing 150 million yuan, for a total of 300 million yuan. 5 small industrial ships, 300 cabins, 300,000 cubic meters, each priced at 30 million, for a total of 60 million. Then, a total of 10 large mining ships were built, each containing 8 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, 200 unmanned mining robots, 8 mining laser guns, and 5,000 cargo holds, with a total area of 5 million cubic meters, with a unit price of 800 million yuan, and a total price of 8 billion yuan. These alone cost him a total of 30.88 billion star dollars. Then, we spent about 1.5 billion to purchase a complete set of large standard base modules. It contains a large main command cabin, which is a cubic module with dimensions of 1000 m times 1000 m times 1000 m. It contains 9 large auxiliary module cabins, with a regular size of 300 by 300 by 300 meters. It contains 36 medium-sized auxiliary module cabins, with a regular size of 100 by 100 by 100 meters, and 120 small auxiliary module cabins, with a regular size of 30 by 30 by 30 meters. There are also 100 large container holds, each with 50,000 cubic meters of space, specifically used for storing supplies. In addition, there are several sets of water extraction and purification equipment, 5 large cold storages filled with food. 2 sets of artificial food cultivation production lines. A small biological laboratory worth 500 million. A small physics laboratory worth 500 million. A small engineering laboratory worth 500 million. And more than a dozen interplanetary aircraft. 3 sets of large-scale ore crushing, screening and refining equipment. Each set requiring up to 1.1 billion star yuan. All in all, about 6.6 billion yuan was spent, plus the previous total of 37.48 billion yuan. In just 4 days, assets worth 40.2 billion star dollars shrank to 2.73 billion star dollars. However, this is not the end. He also spent 300 million star dollars to purchase 2,000 robots, and 200 million star dollars to purchase 2,000 clones. Once the base is established, these manpower will be immediately put to use. At the same time, considering the possibility of boarding ships for combat, he also had to purchase a group of Marines. This money is really not worth spending. Li Qing smacked his lips, endured the heartache, and gritted his teeth to continue. There are only 2 types of army he can directly recruit now, namely clone troops and robot commandos. The price of both is the same, 500,000 per soldier. The clone troopers are a 1-star army, which refers to clones specially equipped with various combat skills. They are far stronger than ordinary clones. Each soldier is equipped with standard tactical equipment, a laser rifle, a high-strength alloyed tactical dagger, and a first aid kit. At the same time, each team is additionally equipped with 2 armored vehicles, 2 heavy Gauss machine guns, 2 electromagnetic sniper rifles, and 2 tactical guided rocket launchers. In addition to the existing ones, each squadron will be equipped with an additional underground aircraft, which can be fully loaded with 120 people, enough to carry the entire squadron and quickly deploy to the battlefield. The recruitment price for a squad of clone troopers, totaling 20 soldiers, is 10 million. The recruitment price for a squadron of clone troopers, totaling 100 soldiers, is 60 million. The recruitment price for a battalion of clone troopers, totaling 500 soldiers, is 350 million. Li Qing directly recruited a clone brigade and a robot assault brigade, a total of 1,000 people, spending a total of 700 million star dollars. It is worth mentioning that a fully staffed Marine Corps has its own commander. The squad has a squad leader. The squadron has a squadron leader. And the battalion has a battalion leader. Moreover, the clone troops and robot commandos require neither salary nor complicated logistics, making them a type of cannon fodder that is inexpensive and easy to use. In just 4 days, a total of 38.2 billion star dollars were spent. This set of things can basically meet the needs of a completely self-sufficient personal base and last for a long time. But it is just basically satisfactory and not perfect. In fact, there are still many things that need to be configured. But now I have run out of money. But it's not a big problem. It's fine as long as you can get by in the early stage. Make some money first, and then slowly configure it later. Everything was ready. Li Qing sent a message to Yang Yunhua, giving him the small base and a mining line over there. Anyway, I don't have much money, and I'm too lazy to spend half a year running there. The warm light of the stars spread across the starry sky, and a destroyer slowly sailed away from the starport bathed in the light of the stars. After preparing for so long, we finally set sail again, without telling anyone. Li Qing left alone, before the destroyer arrived at the central superstar gate of the Jinan galaxy. It paid a 3 million ticket for the destroyer. After a short wait in line, the destroyer entered the star gate. With the surging energy tide, the space began to distort. This is the main reason why even if there are stargates between 2 places, some large caravans would rather spend a long time traveling through galaxies and across hundreds of light years to reach the other side instead of going directly through the stargate. It costs money to go directly through the stargate. It is not free. Generally speaking, the ticket for a frigate is 1 million star dollars, which is equivalent to a small ship. The ticket for a destroyer is 5 million star dollars, which corresponds to a medium-sized ship. The ticket for a cruiser is 25 million star dollars, which corresponds to a large ship. The ticket for a battleship is 500 million star dollars, which corresponds to a super large ship. The ticket for a flagship is 5 billion star dollars. And this is only the price within a range of 1,000 light years. If the distance exceeds this, the toll will increase by 1% for each additional light year. For more than 2,000 light years, Every 1 more light years will pass plus 2% on the basis of 1,000 light years. If it exceeds 3,000 light years, the toll will be increased by 4% for each additional light year based on the basis of 1,000 light years. And so on. If it were more than 10,000 light years away, the ticket price would be ridiculously high. Those large caravans often have dozens or hundreds of large or even super large cargo ships. If they go through the Stargate, the tolls alone will be billions. How much profit is there for one trip? The ticket price alone will lose billions. Who would be willing to do this? Although some products can still make a profit even if they go through the Stargate, for profit-driven businessmen, losing tens or even hundreds of billions for no reason is a psychological hurdle that they cannot get over. Wouldn't it be great to unite and form a larger caravan? Spend a few months or a year traveling across the galaxy, and earn tens of billions more? When the space was restored again, the destroyer had left the G-Min galaxy and even left the G-Min province. Li Qing opened the star map, which showed that his location had left Tianjin province and arrived at the junction of Tianjin star field and Zutter star field. Ever since the United Empire began its attack on the Zutter star field, the Yu family has established a transit base with a star gate at the junction of the Tianjin star field and the Zutter star field. The base has no name. It is called the transit base. It has a first-level star city, a super-large space living station, and 7 large and medium-sized space living stations. Although there are no life planets in a large area of the nearby star field, and it is very far away from the 3 alien civilizations that have been discovered. When Li Qing arrived here, he found that the liveliness here is no less than that of Tianjin, and it is even more lively and active. Not only are the 3 regional channels bustling with activity, but even the elite channel, which had rarely been used in Tianjin before, is now very active, with people speaking in it from time to time. The destroyer first entered the transit base Star City to register and report to the expeditionary force. At this time, because the outpost base in Zutter is under construction, the expeditionary headquarters is still here. Once it is completed, the expeditionary headquarters will move there. It is worth mentioning that even if the outpost is established and the Star City is built, there will be no Stargate to teleport directly there, because the Zutter star field is covered by dust nebulae. Some special substances contained in it can affect transmission. It is like a super large interference field covering most of the Zutter star field. Not only can the Stargates not be teleported into, but the hyperspace engines of ordinary warships cannot control the landing point inside. Once used forcibly, there is a high probability that the transmission will fail and appear in the endless space between galaxies. Therefore, to travel from the transit base to the outpost base, one must sail there on their own and cannot use the Stargate to teleport there, unless we can obtain some super Stargates that can forcibly penetrate the nebula. After completing the registration, Li Qing did not go anywhere. He squatted on the battleship and watched the regional channel, preparing to analyze the current situation from the channel. A large caravan heading to the outpost is looking for an escort team. We need a small or medium-sized team with a credit score of 70 or above. Salary is negotiable. The Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce is recruiting escorts for the destination outpost. We need a medium-sized team with a credit score of 75 or above. Salary is negotiable. The Sky Surveyor Corps is recruiting independent pioneers with less than 10 years of experience. Both new and old are welcome. For veterans, we will look at their past achievements. And for newcomers, we will look at their innate attributes. We will give preferential treatment. We are also recruiting a group of miners with mining skills above LV3, mineral analysis above LV3, and space geology above LV2. Attention! The Tianji team accepted an escort mission, but they were robbed and killed halfway and did nothing, resulting in the goods being robbed. All caravan owners, please pay attention. The stupid Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce took a detour halfway through and forced us to do a task that had nothing to do with escorting, which led to us being attacked. This matter has nothing to do with escorting, and it is not against the rules for us to refuse. The Nag Grand Legion is recruiting independent pioneers, with a minimum of 10 years of experience. Ignoring the two scolding of each other, Li Qing just glanced at it, and you can see that the business and trade of the transfer base is so prosperous. The establishment of the outpost base will require the transportation of a huge amount of supplies from Tianjin. In fact, collecting supplies is also one of the military tasks. In the early stage when the outpost base has not yet been established, this task accounts for a large proportion. Well, should I try to run a business? although he had to fly from the transit base to the outpost base by himself. He did not need to bring a large fleet with him. He could directly bring the fleet into the palm of his hand and set off with a light destroyer. This saved the toll from Tianjin to the transit base and the cost of recruiting an escort fleet. As I was thinking, I suddenly received a strange communication. He connected it casually, and the light curtain popped up. Li Lai appeared on the light curtain. He asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you wouldn't come to Zutter?" "Why?" Li Qing was even more surprised and asked, "How did you know I was here?" "I just came over. My dad told me." "Second uncle. By the way, are you here alone?" "Yes." "That's perfect. We have joined forces with several small and medium-sized teams to organize a super fleet to head to the outpost. We are currently recruiting escort teams. Do you want to come over? I will give you a salary based on the number of ships you command." "Ah. This." Li Qing thought for a moment and asked, "When are you leaving?" "It will take about a week. The main reason is that the fleet is too large and needs more guards." "But they haven't been recruited yet?" Li Qing asked curiously. "How big is it?" "More than 2,000 large transport ships, with a total value of at least 2 trillion. Hiss. Li Qing took a breath. "You guys are playing so big?" Li Lai nodded and said, "Yes. We have a big boss in our team. You know UFA. The Yu family's main Zhu, who has a purple epic innate talent. She formed a team with her twin sister and several people from the same clan, and then joined forces with several other small and medium-sized teams to do this big deal. Once they can successfully deliver the goods to the outpost, they will get at least 40% of the profit." Hiss. Li Qing was shocked again. 40% of the principal of 2 trillion yuan is 800 billion yuan. A few days ago, he was still proud of himself for earning 40 billion star dollars in one go. But now, looking at other people making trillions, he was immediately outshined. How can she have so much capital with a capital of 2 trillion? Many of the people she has found are pioneers from the previous generation or the generation before that. They come from wealthy families and have been around for 6 or 7 years longer than us. It shouldn't be a problem for them to save tens or hundreds of billions. In addition, many of the people who have joined her team or cooperated with her are children of nobles from other top families. They also have money. It's not impossible for them to raise 2 trillion yuan. This is too rich. Hee. There are quite a few people here who are direct descendants of top families. I heard that one of them is even a direct descendant of one of the 14-star sea lords of the empire. They all come here to pursue beauties. Fine. Li Qing smacked his lips. By the way, you are also going there to pursue beautiful women? It's not that I am looking at her team to attract too many noble elites. There must be future, if they are mixed with them. If you can take the next life planet in the future, then I am one of the veterans, and it will definitely be a copy of me. By the way, do you want to come? Is it okay if I only have 2 boats? Of course. You are from the Qingheli family after all. Okay. I'll do it. That's right. I'll send you the coordinates. Come and report when you're free. Okay. I have something to do here. I'll come over in a few days. Okay. Chapter 27. Making money by trading. After hanging up the communication, Li Qing immediately controlled the warship to turn around, spent another 3 million star dollars, and queued up again to return to Tianjin. I never thought that trading from the transit base to the outpost base would be so profitable, with a profit of up to 40%. Of course, the outpost base was mainly built by the Yu family in Tianjin. UUFA could get 40% of the profits due to her clan relationship. Outsiders probably couldn't get it, but at least they could get about 30%. A mere 30% profit is nothing. But if you can get 30% from a large transaction, then the profit is considerable. 30% of 10,000 is one thing, and 30% of 100 million is another, and 30% of 1 trillion is another world again. He can't raise 1 trillion yuan in capital now, but he can raise tens of billions of yuan in capital for a trip, and each trip can bring in a profit of 3 billion yuan, which is quite profitable. He now only has about 2 billion in funds left, but he plans to trade all the materials he bought before for building warships. These are also needed over there, and are one of the most in-demand materials. Among them, the materials for the frigate alone cost 6 billion. The materials for the destroyer alone cost 4.5 billion. And the materials for the 2 cruisers totaled 1.2 billion. In addition, the batch of transport ships, industrial ships, large mining ships, etc. that he purchased can actually be traded. and they will be taken as long as he can bring them over safely. With this calculation, the cost is not just 10 billion, but more than 30 billion. And you can make nearly 10 billion in one trip. Li Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Back to Jimin. He leaving only 500 million backups on his hand. And all the remaining 1.5 billion were purchased. On the third day, the goods arrived, and he once again passed through the Star Gate to the transit base. It's a pity that there is not enough time. Otherwise he could use the Star Gate to move supplies back and forth between Tianjin and the transit base. Although the price difference between Tianjin and the transit base is not much, it is still possible to make a gross profit. The price difference of some special materials between the two places can even reach about 5%. Anyway, his round-trip ticket on the frigate only costs 2 million yuan. And even a 1% price difference for bulk goods worth tens of billions of yuan will result in hundreds of millions of profits. The amount is not much each time. But if you do it many times, you can earn a lot. However, there is a risk in doing so, because the two places are connected by a Star Gate, and the price fluctuations in the two places will never be too large. Once there is a large fluctuation in the price of a certain commodity, the market will intervene to stabilize the price. He must sell the goods before prices stabilize. Once he misses the opportunity and prices return to stability, all his efforts will be in vain, and he may even lose money. Of course, the time it takes to pass through the Star Gate directly is very short, and the probability of this happening is not high. Overall, the probability of making money is still high, but it is very troublesome and tiring. More importantly, he keeps doing this, which makes others jealous. I have to find a stable supplier of raw materials. All the goods he buys now are purchased from the market and are sold at market prices, not wholesale prices. If you can find a stable large-scale supplier of raw materials, or find a stable supply channel and lower the purchase price, you will definitely make more money. Li Qing decided that after this trip, he would find time to learn more about the upstream raw material suppliers to see if he could find a suitable one. Returning to the transit base galaxy, he left the transit base according to the coordinates given by Li Lai and came to the next galaxy. He came out of the wormhole and flew in one direction at sublight speed for more than 3 hours. Before he came to a frozen planet, he saw from afar a super large fleet parked on the surface of the planet, with large cargo ships in the center. Around the fleet, a large number of warships are moored, and they are parked at different angles in the form of different fleets. What attracted his attention most was a large fleet of more than 600 warships, including 14 battleships, located in front of the fleet. For the pioneers, being able to form a large fleet of more than 600 warships and maintain 14 battleships is already quite powerful. You know, even the Burning Ghost team has been entrenched in Tianjin for so long, but now it doesn't seem to have such a powerful fleet. In addition to this fleet, there are 3 powerful fleets with battleships around, with 1, 2, and 7 battleships, a total of 10 battleships. Altogether, the total number of warships has exceeded 3,000, but the total number is still less than that of transport ships. Li Qing first contacted Li Lai. At this time, he and Li Qi and others' fleet were in the escort fleet. After the communication was established, he was surprised to find that he had directly entered the fleet channel, and then was pulled into Li Lai and their team channel. Li Qi and others were all there. I guess Li Lai had said this before, so Li Qi and others were not surprised to see him coming, and even greeted him. He beckoned and responded. Li Lai said to him, "I will first put you into my team, and then you can just follow us." Okay. Li Lai's team consists of 11 people in total. In addition to him and Li Qi, there are several members of the Qingheli family that Li Lai brought in. Basically, they are average in their conduct, but not too bad. In other words, there were 2 factions within his small team of 11 people, but now they seem to be getting along quite well, and there are no conflicts between different factions. After a simple welcome, Li Qing was assigned 2 warships to follow the team. The frigate was temporarily under the command of the team, and he commanded the destroyer alone. The main reason for this allocation is that the destroyer he commanded is fast and suitable for reconnaissance. Li Lai said that although this trip would probably be just a side trip, it would be unlikely for anything to go wrong given the size of the escort fleet. But they would still arrange some tasks after they set out, such as patrolling or reconnaissance, and one ship would be more convenient and flexible. There were still 3 days before departure. Seeing that it was still early, Li Qing opened a personal passage in the battleship alone and entered the palm-sized universe. He came to the warehouse area of the high-dimensional fortress. At this time, most of the goods were piled in the warehouse area. The huge warehouse area is 1,000 kilometers long, wide and high, divided into 10 floors. Each floor is 100 kilometers, and is further divided into different levels. He has goods worth tens of billions of dollars placed inside. But not even 1% of the first floor is filled. These goods were arranged in categories on the first floor of the warehouse. Among them, the batch of 500 clones and 500 robot commandos were placed in a section. When Li Qin came in again, the commanders of the two teams were commanding their subordinates to build a simple temporary base. Li Qin took a glance and thought with his hand on his chin. He snapped his fingers and made a decision in his mind. Considering the upcoming journey and the estimated long stay in Zutter, he felt it necessary to first build a simple self-sufficient base in the Palm universe and then place the 3 laboratories there. The location for building the base is easy to choose. Just build it in this warehouse area and choose the top 10th floor. It is 1,000 kilometers long and wide, and 100 kilometers high. The 100 kilometers in height can be divided into different levels. He can adjust the layered partitions at will to increase the height of the partitions. Such a large area is larger than the total area of an average asteroid. To be honest, if it is fully developed, it can easily accommodate hundreds of millions of people. The warehouse area has a total of 10 floors, which can theoretically accommodate tens of billions of people. But in fact, this is just an idea, although it is feasible in practice. If he does so, the materials and money needed to maintain such a large closed community will be beyond his imagination. You have to know that this is in the palm of your hand universe. Just a warehouse area, surrounded by thick layers of unknown materials. There is no food or water, not even the least valuable stones and soil. If you want to build a world in it, all materials must be obtained from outside. This cost is much more expensive than transforming a planet into a habitable planet and developing it from scratch. If this 10-story warehouse area is fully developed, it can transform almost 7 or 8 barren planets. And the subsequent maintenance is also an astronomical figure. Even if he was bored to death, he would not do such a thing. With the money and materials, wouldn't it be better to build a dreadnought? Wouldn't it be better to form a powerful fleet to seize a planet with life? Therefore, at most, he could just build a temporary base here and only build some infrastructure, which would not require a large investment. For the time being, we are only maintaining some cloned soldiers, construction engineers at the dock, apprentices and scientists in the 3 laboratories, and training a group of management talents at the same time. Of course, in the early stage, we only raise some cloned soldiers and construction engineers at the dock. As for apprentices, scientists, and management talents, they will have to wait until he makes more business trips and earns more money before implementation can begin. The main reason is that scientific research is too expensive. The investment is simply a bottomless pit, and the output is hard to say. But in most cases there is nothing. At the very least, if there is no outstanding scientist to lead the laboratory, no matter how much money is invested, there will be no good output. But for any force, the 3 basic laboratories of biology, physics and engineering are necessary because they are related to the acquisition of higher-level ships and weapons. In the universe, the upper limit of conventional weapons that players can obtain is the 5th generation of technology. After the 5th generation, there are 6th generation technology, 7th generation technology, and other unconventional and powerful weapons. Compared with the conventional 5th generation technology, starting from the 6th generation of technology, the power of weapons and ships will be geometrically stronger. But normally, it is difficult for players to obtain technology above the 5th generation on their own. They must rely on their own research. For example, all the major military clans in the United Human Empire have dedicated top-level laboratories and invest huge amounts of money every year to research and develop 5th generation technology. But the results are minimal. Most of the time, huge amounts of money are invested, but the result is only the development of a super 5th generation version of a certain weapon, a 5th-and-a-half generation, rather than the 6th generation. The 5th-and-a-half generation is stronger than the 5th generation technology, but only to a limited extent. It is equivalent to an enhanced version of the 5th generation, rather than the qualitative change of the 6th generation they expected. Of course, even if it is only the 5th-and-a-half generation, all the fleets have been updated and the overall combat effectiveness is much stronger than the 5th generation. However, this is only the strength on paper, which is not what they want. What they want is a 6th generation technology that includes all weapons and ships. Only in this way can the military commander go one step further and become a lord. This is because, in the new universe, only those who possess a complete and systematic 6th generation technology can be promoted to Star Lords, become the electoral family of the United Human Empire, the true ruler, and have the qualifications to compete for the Emperor of the United Human Empire. At the same time, becoming a Lord of the Star Sea will also cross a boundary that cannot be described in words. To put it simply, when you are promoted to Star Lord, in an instant, your name will be recognized by the entire universe, and all space civilizations that have left the galaxy will know of your existence. Similar to the deification in the D&D novel. When you ignite the divine fire, hold high the throne and become a god, all the powerful people in the entire multiverse will instantly know of your existence. This means that in the United Human Empire, there are a total of 14 powerful Star Lords who possess 6 generations of technology. It is worth mentioning that the 6th generation technology does not mean finding new ways to use energy, but a technological breakthrough. Of course, using new energy to break through the 6th generation technology is also a way. But this way is basically invisible. In addition, it does not mean that ordinary players cannot use 6th generation technology ship weapons, if they have the opportunity to obtain advanced weapons left over from powerful ancient civilizations, or directly purchase blueprints in this regard from the 14 Star Sea Lords families. They can use them after manufacturing them. This means that ordinary players don't actually need to research any technology. Only ambitious large teams or legions will do this. They thought that they would have a chance to become a military leader in the future, at which time more powerful technology would come in handy. If they had a chance to break through the shackles of technology, their future would be limitless. Li Qing had this idea in mind. He also wanted to become a military leader or even the Lord of the Star Sea. Of course, these are too far away from him at this stage. And the Human United Empire has not seen the new universe for thousands of years. And now there are only 14 Shanghai leaders. It can be seen how difficult it is. But although all things are difficult at the beginning, we have to start. First, we need to build the laboratory and set up the shelves. What remains is various accumulations. We will gradually expand the scale of the 3 laboratories, and they will come in handy when they reach a certain level. It took 2 days to adjust the position of the military camp and transport supplies. When he came out of the Palm universe, the team was ready to set off. At a certain moment, Li Qing was chatting with Li Lai, when suddenly a light curtain in front of the bridge popped open automatically, revealing a woman wearing a light green military uniform with a very delicate and beautiful face. The moment he saw this absolutely beautiful face, Li Qing suddenly felt a strong sense of amazement. The woman smiled and said crisply, "Everyone, the caravan has been assembled. All the goods have been loaded onto the ship, and we are about to set off. The journey is long and full of dangers, so please bear with us, brothers and sisters." She clasped her hands together and said okay, with her beautiful face and exquisite figure. And immediately a refreshing and heroic aura came over her. The light curtain automatically disconnected, and Li Lai on the other side of the light curtain laughed. "How is it? Isn't it beautiful?" Li Qing came back to his senses and replied after a moment of silence. "Pretty. Are you excited?" He put his hand on his chest and nodded seriously. "Real heart." Li Lai laughed. "That's right. 99% of the men in this fleet are moved." Chapter 28: The Vast Fleet. Buzz. A faint ripple opened. Sitting in front of the bridge command chair, you can clearly see a few kilometers away from a huge ion flame at the tail of more than 1,500 meters. The heavy warships slowly started, and the surrounding escort warships also started and slowly drove into the Shanghai. In such a huge fleet, with more than 2,000 warships and 2,000 to 3,000 large and ultra-large cargo ships, a destroyer is insignificant. The entire fleet is centered on the fleet of 14 battleships, which is located at the forefront of the merchant fleet. Several other powerful fleets are divided into left and right wings, and the rear. Small teams like Li Lai's usually follow in any position in front, behind, left or right of the fleet. They were assigned positions early on and were located at the right rear of the fleet, coordinated by the fleet on the right led by Wang Yanqing, a direct descendant of the Danyang Wang family. The movement of a huge fleet is always very slow, with thousands of ships setting out. More than 2 hours had passed from the time the first battleship set sail to the time the last fleet caught up. Even at sublight speed, the first fleet starts first and sets out early. Only after it reaches the designated location and sends back a signal will the second fleet start to set off. However, sublight speed only occurs within the current galaxy. Once they leave this galaxy, they will use the jump engine to jump directly. After the main force was on the way, Li Qing set the battleship to follow mode, then said something to Li Lai. Change the skills in the brain slot to shipbuilding related skills. Return to the Palm universe, and appear directly in the dock of the high-dimensional fortress to start shipbuilding. Anyway, nothing will happen in the early stage. The galaxy they are in now is in a low-security area, and the surrounding galaxies have been swept back and forth by the fleet of the transit base countless times. There were definitely wild monsters, but they were all ordinary pirate ships that were not very powerful. Any large anomalies or large pirate fleets had been wiped out early on. The wild monsters also have intelligence. When they saw such a large fleet, they ran away early. Although the materials in the warehouse are ready to go to the outpost base. Before that, the road cannot be idle for a few months. It is okay to build a boat. That is, the skills are practiced, and the finished ship can be sold. Now the outpost base is full of waste. Everything is missing, and the warship is even more scarce. It can be described as how much it takes. No matter how much you bring, you can easily sell it, but you can earn more and earn less. The shipyard now has 10 groups of shipbuilding engineers and senior shipbuilding engineers, who need to be paid a salary of up to 21 million per month. So they cannot sit idle. In the workroom, Li Qing was skilled to remove the frigate's blueprint. That is, a chip was placed in the decoder, and then these blueprints were extracted. Put more than 40 blank chips on the side of the decoder, and transmit the extracted materials to different blank chips according to different modules and accessories. Then hand over these chips to senior shipbuilding engineers. Let them understand the content on these chips, and arrange ordinary shipbuilding engineers to build these accessories and modules. After all the 10 frigate blueprints were decoded and extracted and assigned, it was up to his subordinates to start working, and he would supervise. For the next half month, he basically had nothing to do, except for the final assembly of the warships, which required him to preside over it. 10 times experience and super high congenital attributes made him build a frigate equivalent to building 20 or 30 frigates. The accumulated experience is extremely strong, and the upgrade speed is very fast. His current series of shipbuilding skills have reached LV7, and a few are LV6, but not far from upgrading. Normally, he cannot reach this level without building hundreds of frigates. This speed and efficiency would probably make those shipbuilding players envious to death if they knew about it. After finishing these, he went to the warehouse area again, and there were new bases that started to start construction. The materials were moved up through the warehouse facilities, but no one commanded, and the effect was average. Not long after staying in the Palm universe, he returned to the material universe, took out the skill chip from the brain slot, and replaced it with command-related skills and some management-related skills. This is also prepared for the future, and he does not expect these management skills to be more advanced. When he is usually okay, he is inserted inside the brain and hanging. He also has some experience in directing the inside of the warship. In fact, there is nothing anymore. He resettled in the command chair, applied to join the team channel, and popped up 11 light curtain windows in front of the eyes. In addition, he was just 12. At this time, some members' windows were empty. Some did not know what they were doing. Some of them were chatting, but it seemed to be in private. He could not hear what they were saying in the private chat channel. At this time, Li Lai was talking to Li Qi, who was talking about. When he saw him also join the group chat, he pulled him into a private chat small channel and said to him, "You came just now. I received the task table from the headquarters. After leaving the galaxy after a while, we will start to jump and wait for the low security area. We need to arrange for people to patrol the reconnaissance." I discussed with Li Qi and prepared to take turns. Li Qi smiled and said, "It's up to you to decide. I'm fine with it. We had a total of 12 people here, most of which have been organized, and there are a few without a team. You can see the invitation to invite a temporary team." After that, he received a rotation list. There were already 4 teams on it, and now there were 4 more people who could form 2 teams. There are 6 groups in total, which is equivalent to 1 day in 6 days, which is not too frequent. in addition to the remaining 3 men and a woman left. He glanced at him, and chose a man named Li Yin. There is no other reason. I feel that the name is smooth. After sending the team invitation, Li Min responded quickly, and the two of them had a private chat in the channel. Li Min is the same age as Li Qing. Both are pioneers of this generation, and is a handsome young man. Li Qing remembers that he had never seen him before, and he must have been pulled over by Li Lai from behind. The first meeting was not familiar, and he joined temporarily, and he didn't even determine the team that joined them. Naturally, there was nothing to talk about. He briefly talked about some things for the team patrol and reconnaissance, and then went to each other. Their mission is to inspect within 1,000,000 kilometers on the right side of the large fleet, and the reconnaissance may appear enemy, although this possibility is not great. According to Li Lai, this trip will not be too dangerous. After all, such a large fleet will generally not eat forces. There are only a few goals that can be eaten. If they want to eat them, they cannot not be exposed. Once exposed, the consequences are serious. It should be known that UFA used departments who presided over this caravan. The Imperial Expeditionary Army and the Transfer Base and Portal Base were hosted by you. Unless they didn't want to mix here, they could not do it. So they would only face the alien and pirate forces near the outpost base. Before the departure, their communication was connected to a branch channel. This is the fleet's reconnaissance channel. All players who perform reconnaissance missions must enter the channel. If they find any abnormalities, they will report it as soon as possible, and they have to report it in the channel every time. If the setting time is not reported, it will be considered a danger, and the fleet will immediately respond. Li Qing and Li Yin signed in the channel, and then separated from the 2 destroyers of the fleet into the stars. In addition to more than 10 kilometers, there were 2 destroyers picked into the Star Sea and drove towards a distance. There were dozens of such teams, heading in different directions of the fleet. The speed slowly slowed away from the fleet by more than 100,000 kilometers away from the fleet. Li Qing said to Li Yin in the channel, "I go ahead. When you go, the 2 sides keep a distance of no more than 10,000 kilometers. How about, can the 2 destroyers, side by side, separated, one on the left and one on the right? Optimistic about the radar. Tell me as soon as there are abnormalities." Li Qing assigned tasks to his subordinates, especially those in charge of the radar sensor. He sat in the command chair and lightly touched his finger. The light curtain in front of him popped up. After another series of operations, a huge book page-shaped light curtain opened, revealing densely packed fonts and patterns on it. At the top was the title of the book, Advanced Engineering Theory. He was ready to gain some experience while he had time. Some skills can improve experience through practice, but some theoretical skills can only increase experience by studying various books, which cannot be clever. Li Qing had this feeling when he was in Tianjin before. After returning to Tianjin, he spent a lot of money to buy a lot of related books. He will read them when he has time to gain some experience. Books are not expensive, regardless of the age of the Earth, or in the new universe. It is not difficult or expensive, whether it is conventional knowledge or advanced knowledge. It is mainly because you have the talent for reading and reading. It is obvious that Li Qing, who has 32 points of memory, 36 points of intelligence, and 33 points of spirit, definitely has a talent for reading. The innate attributes of a normal person will not exceed 20 points, which means that theoretically, the innate attributes of the smartest human being will not exceed 20 points. Just like Einstein's historic top scientists, its congenital attributes will not exceed 20 points. But this does not mean that your innate memory can be compared with Einstein, which can be compared with Einstein, which is far more comparable. Perhaps you are similar to congenital attributes, but if Einstein is now placed, it must be a super genius with orange legends and even golden mythology. It may not only be more than one talent. With such a powerful innate talent, you are far from being able to compete with him. Super scientists like them are absolutely top-notch talents. Even if they are born in this era, they can become the top scientists of this era. If any force has a super scientist of this level, it is not certain that they will be able to develop the 6th generation of technology. But the success rate will definitely be very high. Regarding the scientific research, Li Qing has not considered self-study, mainly because the coverage of science is too large. Physics, biology, and engineering, 3 major systems. Each system can subdivide a large number of branches. Each branch can include several small branches. Each branch contains a series of disciplines. Thousands of disciplines. You can't learn from the old land. The key to learning does not have much effect. Is it possible to do research by himself? The best way is to recruit some outstanding scientists. However, it is difficult for good scientists to recruit more than the captain or commander. Really excellent scientists have been rounded up by the great forces. It is impossible for ordinary players to recruit. If you go to the major colleges of major sciences in Jinan now, you will find that all researchers above the green names are basically a master. They have already signed contracts early, and they will be picked up when they graduate. So now ordinary players want to obtain senior researchers and scientists. There are only two conventional methods. One is war captives, and the other is to cultivate themselves. Go directly to the middle school. Spend a lot of money to find school sponsorship. And then you will get a screening opportunity among the existing students. If there are qualified students, you can start training them. Is it outrageous? Yes. It is so outrageous now. There are too few high-end talents. And it is not enough. It's because Li Qing's base has not been established yet. The laboratory has not been established. And there is no demand yet. When he has that demand, that will be a headache. There was nothing unusual on the first half day. He was so immersed in his studies that he didn't notice the passage of time. It was not until his subordinates brought him lunch that he realized that half a day had passed. The food on the boat is very ordinary, including rice, noodles, steamed, fried and boiled food. And the portions are large and filling, with no restrictions to keep you full. The crew on the warship is the same as in ancient times. It often does not land for several months. The psychological key of the crew is very important. And it must not be harsh in terms of eating. While eating, Li Qing called up the channel interface and checked the situation in the morning. The channel is basically filled with security information sent regularly by different teams. Occasionally, there are a few discoveries, but they are just ordinary wild monsters, which can be easily driven away by the two destroyers of the reconnaissance team. Chapter 29 Voyage. After the routine afternoon clocking in and setting reconnaissance and patrol targets, Li Qing picked up the book to study again. Occasionally, when he got tired, he looked up to check the situation and chat with several senior crew members in the bridge. Most of these senior crew members are NPC humans. And occasionally there are some players with innate talent suitable for being captains or crew members. But there are none on his ship. Many people think that it is necessary to build a good relationship with the crew and show more concern for them. Li Qing felt that there was no need. Ordinary crew members don't need to build any good relationships at all. They are clones, not natural persons. They are mass cannon fodder created through genetic technology. Senior crew members are almost the same as the captain. They die as soon as they have accidents. But they are senior crew members on board and have the most contact with the commander. They usually look up and look down. Of course, this situation only applies to ordinary captains and senior crew members. If it is an elite captain with a blue name or above, it will be different. An elite captain with powerful talents can greatly increase the combat power of a warship. Such a captain will definitely be valued and must be taken seriously. The Vanguard fleet had already started the jump on the second day, but it was not until the fourth day that the escort fleet, where Li Qing was located, received the order to jump. For a jump like this, if there is a flagship, the flagship will use the force field to wrap the entire fleet and jump together. If there is no flagship, the warship with the shortest jump distance in the fleet will generally be used as the standard. Half of the ships in this fleet are cargo ships. It is impossible for them to be equipped with level 5 jump engines. But they are not the lowest level jump engines either. When the jump was completed, Li Qing checked the jump distance on the star map and confirmed that all cargo ships were equipped with third-generation jump engines with a maximum jump range of 30 light-years. The distance from the transit base to the outpost base is about 1,500 light-years. Considering the uncertain distance between galaxies, this means 60 to 70 jumps are required to arrive. The cooldown time of the jump engine is 3 hours, which means that if it runs without stopping for a moment, it will take 210 hours, about 10 days. But in reality, it is not that smooth. Most areas can be jumped to directly, but some galaxies cannot be jumped to due to some special anomalies or special geographical environment, especially when entering the deep of Zutter star field, which is covered with thick nebulae. The jump engine will be greatly interfered with, and low-level jump engines cannot be used at all, and can only be passed through by normal flight. In the past few days, the fleet kept jumping. Each jump was about 30 light-years, and it was relatively smooth without encountering any obstacles. But when they moved away from the transit base and entered the nebula of the Zutter star field, Li Qing saw for the first time a layer of real gray dust in the starry sky, as if the entire starry sky was covered by a layer of fog. Standing in front of the bridge, he could see that not only the visible range was greatly reduced, but even the radar detection range was gradually shrinking. It is worth mentioning that the command bridge of a battleship is not located at the front of the battleship, but is generally located in the middle section of the battleship, which is the central core module. It is usually surrounded by heavy armor, and some may have a small part protruding outside, but they are all wrapped in thick armor. The reason why you can clearly see outside the glass when standing in front of the bridge is because the spacecraft's sensors, including a large number of detection and camera lenses, can detect everything around clearly, and then project it under the huge glass in front of the bridge. So it feels like the bridge is directly exposed to the outside. But in fact it is not the case. For frigates and destroyers, the display form of the bridge is limited. If it is the command flagship of a large fleet, the interior of the bridge is round, with transparent glass on all sides. When you first enter the bridge, you will have the illusion that the bridge is like a glass bead protruding from the hull, and you can see the starry sky on all sides of the battleship. But in fact, the command bridges of these flagships are hidden deep inside the battleships. Unless the battleship shields and thick armor are completely broken, it is possible to see the command bridge. To put it bluntly, you cannot see the battleship's command bridge from the outside. The interior is designed this way just to give the captain and commander a sense of roaming the starry sky. It looks like there is a cold starry sky outside the thick glass, but in fact there is a thick alloy armor outside the glass. The jump phase is relatively safe because the landing point is random. Even in the same galaxy, the landing point will be slightly different when viewed from the star map. This slight difference is measured in tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of kilometers in the real starry sky, making it difficult to ambush even with an insider. Therefore, the early reconnaissance is just a formality, and the real dangerous places are in the star field near the outpost base. Time passed in the jump. On the 9th day, the fleet jumped again and arrived at the destination. Li Qing saw the reconnaissance channel light up. When he turned it on, a young man in the uniform of the Expeditionary Army was projected. He had introduced himself once before. He knew that his name was Lu Qing, and he was a member of the Tianhe Lu family. He said expressionlessly, "The fleet has arrived at the designated location. There are many star systems that cannot be entered even at sublight speed. At the same time, this star region is occupied by a super-large pirate group called Rest. We have now entered the edge of their sphere of influence. From now on, the reconnaissance team must be alert and expand the reconnaissance range to at least 1 million kilometers. Sign in every half an hour to indicate safety. If you exceed the time limit, it is assumed that there is an accident." After issuing the task, the man's projection disappeared. Li Qing opened another branch channel with only 2 people and said to Li Min, "Let's divide it as before. I'll be in front and you'll be behind." Can. The 2 destroyers quickly broke away from the formation and flew away. It was the same arrangement as when he first set out, but this time he didn't dare to set it up to patrol with the main fleet. Instead, he turned on the spacecraft sensors to the maximum, scanning the surroundings continuously, and even personally synced the radar scans obtained by the sensors in front of himself, observing them together with a crew member in charge of the radar sensors. In space, the radar scan is centered on itself, and the scan image is a huge sphere composed of tiny lines, with itself in the center of the sphere. Beep, beep, beep. A clear alarm sounded, and a red light appeared somewhere on the right edge of the scan image. He immediately looked over and saw 19 spots of light appear. He immediately placed his hands on the radar scan image and stretched it to the left and right. The radar scan image was immediately stretched and expanded, and the 19 light spots turned into the outlines of 19 warships composed of countless rays of light. After a closer look, he immediately recognized that they were a pirate cruiser, 2 pirate destroyers, and 17 pirate gunboats. Go around from the right and stop after 1,000 kilometers. The fleet immediately issued orders, and the battleship trembled slightly. The changes in the destroyer could be felt from the changes in the radar scan image. The warship made an arc to shorten the distance between the 2 sides, and included all the 19 light spots in the scan map. Feeling that there were no other warships behind the 19 pirate ships, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief and gave the order, "Send the radar scan back and keep the radar scan going. In less than half a minute, Li Qing received an order from Lu Qing, who was in charge of the reconnaissance force in the large fleet. Continue to observe for a quarter of an hour. If there is nothing unusual, give up observation and return to the team. Okay. After shutting down the communication, Li Qing ordered his men to continue observing from a distance. Although cruisers are one level higher than destroyers, and normally the detection range of the same level 5 sensor is farther than that of destroyers, you can't expect pirate ships to use very advanced radars. The characteristics of pirate ships are clutter, and they prefer heavy firepower, strong armor and light shields. To put it bluntly, pirate ships like to undergo various modifications to enhance their firepower and armor, but their shields are generally weaker than those of conventional warships. In addition, the levels of the various functional accessories of the pirate ship are not high. From the reactor to the jump engine thruster, etc., the average level is lower than the player's configuration. He kept his distance and observed for a full 15 minutes until he left. The 19 pirate ships did not discover him, let alone the super-large caravan 1,000,000 kilometers away. The caravan then maintained its normal voyage, seemingly having no intention of either leaping or entering superluminal speed. The reconnaissance fleet remained in the distance, occasionally encountering pirate fleets of varying sizes. Occasionally, Lu Qing would dispatch several reconnaissance ships to conduct reconnaissance at a certain place. It can be seen that they are quite familiar with this place, as if they have known where the danger is. Li Qing followed orders obediently and went wherever he was told to go. But while carrying out his mission, he carefully wrote down Lu Qing's orders. This was all experience in commanding a large fleet, although it was only experience in reconnaissance. Although there are only 2 ships now, there will always be a time in the future when I will command a large fleet. It is better to accumulate some experience now, so that I won't be in a panic when the time comes. Lu Qing was born into the Tianhe family, a military clan that was more powerful than the Qinghe family. Lu Qing's specific background is not very clear, but the fact that he could become the commander of a large team composed of hundreds of children from aristocratic families is enough to show his excellence. Time passed slowly. Although Li Qing kept vigilant, he couldn't help but relax for a long time. At a certain moment, the communication channel was suddenly opened, and before he could react, he heard a huge roar and a slight tremor coming from the channel. The Lu Qing projection in the center of the light screen had a gloomy expression on its face and shouted, "Everyone, reduce the reconnaissance range to 500,000 kilometers. Cheer up and increase the frequency of reconnaissance. Notify me immediately if there is any abnormality." He did not explain that the sound just now was obviously the sound of a large main gun, and they could hear it through the communication. This must be an attack directly hitting his warship. This surprised Li Qing very much. You know, Lu Qing was in the middle of the caravan and could be attacked. He immediately sent a message to Li Lai to ask, and about 10 seconds later Li Lai sent a message back. Just now, a large pirate fleet charged directly at the fleet and has already engaged the main force. But don't worry too much. We can still handle it, Li Qingqi said. Why would the pirate fleet come straight here? Did they get the news in advance? No. It's just that the other side made a mistake in the reconnaissance just now, and missed a few pirate ships coming, and the news of the fleet leaked out. Well, by the way, don't make this kind of mistake. This trip involves most of everyone's assets. I have invested more than 7 billion star dollars. If something unexpected happens, I will hold you accountable. It will be hard for you to get by in the future. I'll pay attention. Li Qing was stunned. Fortunately, all the supplies of his supplies had all the materials in the palm of the palm. Otherwise he had to be nervous and worried. Next, he asked Li Lai about the battle situation every half an hour to get a general understanding of the situation there. This pirate fleet rushing over came from the Rest pirate group. It had 11 battleships, hundreds of cruisers and destroyers, and nearly 2,000 pirate gunboats. It was a very large fleet, and was obviously well prepared. Unfortunately, the escort fleet is stronger. Not only is the fleet stronger on paper, but the quality of its warships is also higher, basically with level 4 and 5 configurations. The most important thing is that the fleet commander is very powerful. The commander of the fleet was Yufa. This beautiful lady from the Yu family not only possessed a purple epic command talent, but also awakened her psychic powers. The combination of the 2 abilities provided an absurdly high bonus to the fleet. Under her command, it didn't take much time to easily defeat a pirate fleet of similar size. Unfortunately, Li Qing was not in the headquarters, and did not witness the fierce battle. He only intercepted a few fleeing pirate gunboats, and saw some blood. After the battle, Lu Qing directly called back the player, who made the mistake in the channel, and replaced him with a destroyer. Although there was no punishment, being transferred in public was extremely embarrassing. The key point is that most of the members of this fleet are from wealthy families. Most of them are children of aristocrats. If this matter spreads, it will definitely affect their reputation. Reputation is very important to children of aristocrats. This punishment is more serious than a fine of billions of dollars. No one pleaded, and no one dared to plead. Not to mention the rules and regulations. No one can be sure whether this was a mistake or someone was let in intentionally. After all, it is a sum of 2.8 trillion worth of materials. And no one can guarantee that someone may not have other intentions. You should know that although the rest pirate group was just a force mainly composed of NPC natives, that was in the past. Now with the establishment of the outpost, this pirate group has become a force that players can join and open a reputation system. This means that players can join this pirate group, open up reputation, and then, for pirates, successful robbery is the most direct way to increase their reputation. The stronger and more valuable the target, the more reputation they will gain. If such a large caravan is successfully robbed, not only will it gain extremely high reputation, but the caravan supplies worth up to 2.8 trillion star dollars can also make the ambitious person rich overnight. Even if only a part of it can be obtained, it is a staggeringly large amount of money, and someone will definitely take the risk. Chapter 30 Ghost Galaxy. However, after putting aside any subjective thoughts and thinking carefully, Li Qing felt that the chance of being intercepted by pirates this time was slim because of an insider. The reason is very simple. If he is an insider, he must know the strength of the escort fleet and how powerful the talent of the fleet commander UFA is. Once he takes action, he will definitely be able to deliver a thundering blow with absolute certainty. Although this wave of pirate fleet was quite large, it was still far from being able to rob this merchant caravan, and even another fleet of this size would not be able to do so. Therefore, this can only be said to be a routine robbery by a pirate group that happened to happen. Of course, this does not mean that there are no traitors in the fleet. Considering the value of this caravan, it is definitely worth it for someone to take the risk, although the possibility is not high. What happened next was just as Li Qing had expected. Lu Qing kept emphasizing the importance of reconnaissance in the channel, and kept reminding them to pay attention. When they finished cleaning up the battlefield and got back on the road, he also asked them to increase the number of reconnaissance warships. Li Qing also transferred his own frigates in the team, and ensured a distance of 5,000 kilometers with the destroyers to expand the reconnaissance range. 2 hours later, the rotation system was even readjusted. Their team was originally divided into 6 groups of 2, with one group going out every day. Now they were forced to go out in 2 groups at a time, and 6 rounds were reduced to 3 rounds to increase the reconnaissance range. Li Lai said that in this galaxy, there is a branch base of the rest pirate group, as well as a large number of refreshed small pirate bases, with strong interference and interception force fields, which are just blocking the wormhole leading to the next galaxy, making it impossible for them to use superliminal navigation. And they can't directly jump away. They can only fly over slowly, which takes more than half a month. Being in a galaxy full of pirates, they must expand their reconnaissance range to prevent being caught by the main force of the pirate base. But this has nothing to do with Li Qing because he is going to take a day off. The 2 warships returned to the large fleet and handed over to the 4 replacements, who then set the 2 warships to follow the large force. Although this galaxy was within the pirate sphere of influence and there were pirate ships everywhere, the starry sky was too vast and empty, and they also had reconnaissance ships specifically designed to avoid pirates. So there was no fighting throughout the entire day. This continued for the next several days. It was his turn every 3 days, and this went on for 4 times in a row. He didn't encounter any pirates in 12 days. If the fleet hadn't been in a state of combat at all times, those who didn't know would have thought this was a safe galaxy. There had been no battles for more than 10 days, and the warships remained idle, so he had nothing to do. He accidentally upgraded several theoretical skills related to shipbuilding by 1 level, from LV7 to LV8. He also took the opportunity to enter the Palm universe, completed the final assembly of 10 frigates, and restarted the construction of the second batch of frigates. Without any accidents, the huge fleet left the galaxy without alerting the pirate base. Coming out of the wormhole, The Vanguard defeated a pirate fleet of more than 200 warships around the wormhole and plunged into the starry sky. 2 hours later, it started to activate the hyperspace engine and entered sublight speed state. There was no jump on the rest of the journey, only intermittent superluminal travel, which took about a month. The fleet stopped in a galaxy and rested in an unfamiliar starry sky. At this time, Li Lai reminded everyone in the channel, "Be careful, brothers. This is the last level. After you pass it, you will reach the patrol area of the outpost base." Li Qing asked, "Want to fight?" Li Lai nodded. "I think there will be a fight. There are about a dozen star systems that are key intersections connecting the transit base and the outpost base. The Rest pirate group has a large base here. And the Shada Tribe United Civilization also has an outpost here. The forces are complicated, and there are all kinds of monitoring and detection equipment everywhere. It is impossible for such a large fleet like us to sneak around. There will definitely be a conflict." "The Shada Tribe United? Is this an alien civilization?" Li Lai nodded. "Yes. It is one of the 3 major alien civilizations we need to face. Its home planet is a large swamp planet. Most of its main species are evolved from arthropods and are extremely warlike." Li Qing immediately became interested and said, "Can you give me more details?" At this time, Li Qi on the other side suddenly uploaded a document and said, "This is the basic information of the Shada Tribe United Civilization. The other 2 civilizations are a bit far away, so the information is not complete. You can take a look at this first to get a better understanding." "Thanks." Li Qing received the information, and with a touch of his fingers, a model of a strange creature taller than a human popped up in front of him. At this time, there was a clear beep, and Li Qi sent another piece of information, saying, "This is the basic information about the Rest pirate group and the major and minor forces around the outpost. Take a look at it. I believe you will soon have a certain understanding of the outpost." He thanked her quickly and looked at it carefully. The data shows that the alien race called Shada Tribal Union is not a single species, but is composed of a total of 8 species. So its civilized political system is called Tribal Union. It is estimated that in the planetary age, the tribes were unable to determine the winner. And then in the nuclear age, no one could do anything to anyone else. So they could only form a coalition government to enter the space age. The home planet of the Shada Tribe Union is a swamp planet. That is, a planet dominated by swamp waters. The planet is very warm and humid, which is very suitable for the survival of arthropods. In billions of years of evolution, more than one arthropod species has evolved intelligence. Li Qing flicked the pages with his fingers, and species of different appearances appeared in front of him. 8 in total, all with strange looks. There are shrimp men that look like standing humans, beetle men that look like cockroaches, and some species that cannot be found on Earth. To be honest, if he hadn't read the information, he wouldn't think many of the things he saw were aliens. Speaking of which, alien species are rarely seen in the human United Empire. It's not that there are no alien species in human civilization. There are. How could there be no alien civilization within a range of thousands or tens of thousands of light years? It's just that most of the civilizations that have been discovered have been extinct by humans. Only a small number of species that have not yet stepped out of the space age and whose appearance conforms to human aesthetics are still preserved. And their home planets are occupied and developed. Those species are kept in protected areas and are not allowed to learn advanced civilizations or leave the protected areas at will. It may seem tragic, but compared to other conquered species that were completely exterminated, being able to survive is already pretty good. The universe has never been warm and compassionate, although it is not as terrible as the law of the dark forest. Most of the contacts between civilizations are wars. After all, there are too few life planets in the universe where life can be born naturally, and the number of life planets is directly related to the strength and evolution of civilization. There is a saying that the number of planets with life seems to be related to the destiny of the entire civilization. However, this statement has not been confirmed. However, considering that any force that wants to be promoted to a military leader must occupy more than one life planet, this statement is not completely without basis. After all, many major forces have enough resources to transform more than one planet and transform a barren planet into a habitable planet that is exactly the same as a life planet. If this statement is not true, it is not necessary to have a life planet to be promoted to a military lord. So if we encounter a planet with life in the starry sky, and if there is an alien civilization on it, it means a war. As for the Rest pirate group, It turned out to be a force formed by some criminals from 3 major alien civilizations: pirates and smuggling groups. It is a group composed of 13 powerful forces. As humans came to this area, they attracted a large number of human pirates. The strength of this pirate group also increased. Now there are 3 new human forces. A total of 16 forces. Players can join this faction, gain reputation, and thus obtain some benefits unique to that faction. Of course, most of those who join the pirate camp are just players who follow the pirate style. They don't expect much benefit from a pirate force at all. What they value is the convenience of the pirate identity. By joining the pirate camp, as long as they do not actively attack in the wild, they will not be actively attacked by pirate monsters, which makes it easier for them to do many things. It is said that if one's reputation and status in the pirate camp reaches a certain level, or if one can unify a pirate force and become the pirate king, or even temporarily control and command pirate monsters will occasionally take the initiative to join his ranks. It is not certain whether this statement is true, but the term Pirate King is indeed circulating among pirate players. In the Zooter star field, near the outpost base, the strongest forces are the Imperial Expeditionary Force, the rest pirate group, and the 3 major alien civilizations. But in addition to these, there are also some small and medium-sized forces, most of which are intergalactic super-corporate consortiums. For example, the Central United Bank, some top arms dealers, some super insurance companies, top industrial groups, etc. Among them are not only companies from the human camp, but also some neutral forces from other civilizations in the Pan-Human Interstellar Alliance. These super corporate conglomerates have no interest in seizing planets and becoming military masters. They only want to make money, and they can be seen wherever there is war. These super companies can all activate their own unique reputation systems, and improving their reputations will bring some unique benefits. Li Qin didn't study for long, because the fleet had already arrived near the wormhole. After passing through the wormhole, they would reach the most chaotic star field near the outpost base. If someone was planning to target the caravan, the most likely source would be here. This time, the fleet directly transferred the main force of 14 battleships, and borrowed a number of warships from other teams to form a mixed squadron, and dived into the wormhole. The remaining warships and merchant ships all stopped outside the wormhole and waited. And this wait lasted for 3 full hours before the 3 small fleets returned from the wormhole one after another. This was the signal that had been predetermined. It would only be safe if all 3 small fleets returned in segments, and the remaining warships could then begin to prepare to enter the wormhole. The time it takes for a warship to travel through a wormhole is actually uncertain, ranging from half an hour to 2 or 3 hours. If the other end of the wormhole is very far away, the time it takes to travel will be longer. Li Qin followed the main force, and spent an hour and a half to pass through the wormhole. When the sensor showed that the countless kaleidoscope-like wormholes in the surrounding void were slowly turning into the void, before he had time to observe his surroundings and be surprised by the sudden drop in temperature after entering this galaxy, the light curtain in front of him popped up, and Li Qin appeared in the communication channel, shouting an order. Li Qi, Li Qin, Li Min, Li Zhonghai, Li Xiaolu. The rest of you will set off immediately and scout in the original direction in small teams. Half a minute later, more than a dozen large and small warships broke away from the team, formed a small formation, and penetrated into this strange starry sky. The detection images of the warship sensors were displayed on the bridge glass. It was as if he was observing the outside world directly through the glass. Li Qin discovered that in addition to the ubiquitous dust clouds in the starry sky, there was also a faint blue mist. Under the influence of the dust clouds and mist, not only did the detection range of the spacecraft sensors drop by nearly 30%, but the flight speed also dropped by 20%. But this is not the point. The point is that Li Qin found that once he entered, looking up, the entire starry sky seemed to be covered with a thick fog, and the distance was gray. At this time, Li Qi's voice came from the channel. Li Qin, you have never been to this galaxy. This galaxy is also called the Ghost Galaxy. It is said that there is a crack to the unknown Asian space in the center of the galaxy. From time to time, there will be some form similar to ghosts. It will be weakened significantly. If you encounter that thing, if you are equipped with energy weapons, you will immediately kill the fire. Ah, there is such a thing? The universe is so vast that nothing is impossible. By the way, after killing this thing, there is a small chance that it will condense something called ghost crystal. It is very valuable, and one crystal is worth at least 1 million. Therefore, many players have specially equipped pure energy weapon warships to hunt in this galaxy. So you must be careful to identify whether the player you find is an enemy. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qing suddenly looked at the picture transmitted by the sensor. A light blue and white shadow was looming in the void filled with blue mist. He observed closely and said to himself, "Is this it? Li Qing, there is a ghost approaching you. Come closer to me, or Li Min." He did not feel too much threat from this pale blue and white shadow. But that, Li Qi reacted so much, and he did not dare to take risks, and decisively ordered the fleet to retreat. However, when he retreated, the ghost seemed to have discovered him. It shook and turned into a stream of light and shot towards him. He immediately sent the image to Li Qi. "That guy seems to have discovered me." Li Qi immediately replied, "Come closer to me. Do you have any energy weapons on board? Attack and intercept with concentrated fire." "No. All my weapons are kinetic." That. Li Qi fell silent as he watched the ghost in the sensor transmission screen suddenly speed up. On the other side of the split light screen, Li Min shook his head and said, "It's too late. Judging from the speed, this is a level 2 ghost or above. It will probably be gone by the time we get there." Chapter 31 Fish in the Fish Pond. Li Qi rubbed his forehead. At this moment, the upper right corner of the light screen in front of him, which was divided into more than a dozen pieces, lit up, revealing the commander of the reconnaissance force. "Lu Qing. Wait a minute and get closer. Make sure he's dead in the battle. Then tow his boat back and wait for him to revive. Also, if you are sure, go for it. If you are not sure, don't move. We don't have time to drag it out here for too long." As the commander of the reconnaissance force, Lu Qing has the authority to directly take over the communications of all reconnaissance team members. Li Qi nodded. "Don't worry. Li Min and I are equipped with energy weapons. We can handle it." At this moment, the screen showed that the white line transformed from a ghost pounced on the destroyer. The thick shield and armor seemed to be useless and disappeared as soon as it pounced into it. Li Qing, who had been paying attention, immediately stretched out his hand, and a light screen flashed in front of his eyes, and the structure diagram of the entire destroyer popped up. 5 seconds later, one part of the destroyer's structural diagram lit up in a dazzling red, and the deputy captain immediately stood up and reported, "Commander, the 7th area in the middle of the battleship is under unknown attack." Li Qingting stood up. "Stay in the command room and don't move. I'll be back soon." Amid the anxiety and anticipation of his subordinates, he strode away from the bridge. Ding! The thick cabin door opened silently to the left and right. Li Qing stared ahead, his pupils glowing with a faint silver light, and walked along the smooth passage to the rear of the warship, passing through several cabins. I saw a dozen crew members running towards this side, with terrified faces. One crew member saw Li Qing and shouted, "Commander, there are monsters coming. Run away." Li Qing pointed to the back gently and said, "You go ahead. I'll be right there." At the end of the straight central passage, a thick light blue fog gushed out at the bend, flowing along the passage, and a fierce chill hit my face. Several slow-running crew members were caught up by the thick fog. Their bodies quickly turned blue. Their speed dropped sharply, and they were submerged by the fog. Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of anticipation and uneasiness. The thick fog came quickly, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Li Qing could also clearly sense an evil will in the thick fog. The next second, under the gaze of the senior crew members in the bridge command room, thick fog instantly engulfed Li Qing. In an instant, everything in front of his eyes became blurry, and he could not see anything. But Li Qing could clearly feel an extremely evil will rushing towards him. "It's now!" The silver light in his pupils suddenly surged. A ball of silver flame exploded. He clasped his hands together, and his whole body instantly burned with blazing silver flames, holding a ball of constantly twisting blue shadow in his arms. Spirit can explode? It has been more than half a year since he awakened his psychic powers, and he can increase a little bit of psychic power every day. He has now accumulated more than 200 points of psychic power, which is 80% away from the minimum requirement of 1,000 points for psychic ascension. It will take at least 2.5 years. More than 200 points of spiritual energy may not seem like much, but it is actually extremely powerful. However, it is still a little short of suppressing the ghost. So Li Qing decisively used his ultimate move. With a thought, a black hole opened under his feet. He then held the ghost that was struggling frantically after the black hole appeared and sank directly into the universe in his palm. As soon as he entered the universe in the palm, under the bonus of the universe in the palm, his spiritual flames suddenly skyrocketed tenfold. In a moment, the ghost was suppressed, and his hands were gripped to reduce the force. He burned it into a white crystal with a large finger. Level 2 Ghost Crystal, the soul essence of subspace creatures. After being refined by a psychic, it can increase the psychic energy limit by 0.5 to 1 point. There's actually such a thing? Li Qing was surprised and his eyes lit up. This thing can actually directly increase the upper limit of psychic energy. If you can get a few hundred or 1,000 pieces of it, wouldn't it be able to greatly increase the upper limit of psychic energy and allow your psychic energy to ascend early? He tilted his head and thought about it. But instead of eating it directly, he put it away first. Only one. Up to the upper limit of 1 point of spirit. And refining will not cause the strength to cause qualitative change. He returned to the bridge and waved his hand in front of his subordinates. Don't worry. I've already dealt with that monster. After saying that, he returned to the command chair and sat down. He saw Li Qi and Li Min on the communication screen leaning back at the same time, their faces full of surprise. Are you okay? Li Qingqi said. What can I do? Li Min looked at him in doubt and asked. Didn't that ghost get on your ship? Yes. You didn't meet? Yes. And you? Of course I solved it. On the communication screen, both of them tilted their heads and leaned back, looking unbelieving. The two looked at each other. Li Qi directly blocked Li Qing, rubbed his eyebrows and said in the channel, It looks like the worst has happened. The ghost has taken over his body. Li Min also tapped his forehead and sighed. His luck is so bad. He encountered this situation right after he arrived. What should he do? What else can I do? Go to report? 2 minutes later. On the communication screen, Lu Qing pinched his brows and was speechless, while Li Lai sighed with some regret and said nothing. After a while, Lu Qing said, How about this? You guys hold him steady first. I'll report to Miss UFA. She's a psychic. She should be able to solve this problem. As for him, don't interfere with him. And don't stimulate him. Wait for Miss UFA to come over and say. On the other side, Li Qing looked at the blocked communication and rubbed his head. And before he thought about the results of the communication recovery, he saw that Li Qi and Li Yin appeared in the channel at the same time. Just now Captain Lu issued an order. Let's follow the fleet and keep the distance. No problem. Although Li Qing was a little confused, he didn't think too much about it and let the warship continue cruising. The fleet continued to move forward. He took out the ghost crystal again, pinched it with 2 fingers and looked around. Xiao Qing suddenly leaned forward and sucked it hard. The communication was opened again. And Li Qi, Lu Qing, and a very beautiful girl happened to see him sniffing the faint blue flame emanating from the ghost crystal like a gentleman, with a look of great enjoyment. Well, Li Qing also felt that he looked a little strange. So he quickly stopped absorbing the ghost crystal and explained. Well, this is a ghost crystal. This really needs to be explained. There are such things as quality products in the interstellar age. He dare not let them misunderstand. If this gets out, he will be doomed. Li Qi and Lu Qing both looked unconvinced. But UFA did not share their disbelief. Instead, there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes, which were filled with a faint starlight. That was a sign of active psychic energy. Li Qing, who was also a Li Ning user, could of course notice this, because this faint starlight could also be seen in his pupils. As spiritual power continues to grow, some abnormalities will naturally arise, which is inevitable. UFA touched the light screen in front of her with her finger, and one of the dozens of grids in front of her eyes lit up. A stream of data slid down, and a piece of information about Li Qing emerged. She glanced at the information with her beautiful eyes, and said to LV Qing and Li Qi in the channel. He was not possessed by a warp creature. What he just absorbed was indeed a ghost crystal. They were both stunned for a moment, half believing and half doubting. Seeing that they didn't believe her, UFA continued. This is not very convenient now. I will give you a satisfactory answer later. Lu Qing was somewhat afraid to look directly into her sparkling eyes, so he looked away slightly and replied. Ms. Yu said yes. I believe. Looking at Li Qi again, he also expressed his belief at the first moment. UFA disconnected the call. Lu Qing and Li Qi looked at each other. One shrugged and the other spread his hands. At this time, Li Qing seemed to have figured something out and felt a little amused. He stretched out his hand and looked at the ghost crystal in front of him, which had shrunk a little. He took a deep breath, and a faint blue flame rose from the surface of the ghost crystal and turned into a beam that flew into his nose. A cool breath penetrated deep into his soul. A Lord-class battleship is located in the center of the fleet. The large bridge, which is far more than the destroyer, is divided into 2 floors in the inside and outside. In addition to the deputy captain of the battleship captain, there are hundreds of senior crew members, which jointly command the powerful battleship. The inner layer is the command center of the entire fleet. This Lord-class battleship is UUFA's current command flagship. There is a triangle high stage in the center, with a total of 2 floors, and the fleet commander UUFA is on the highest layer. The second floor surrounds a triangular platform. A total of hundreds of senior members of the command center work on this floor, including men and women, old and young, including various types of staff and so on. After closing the communication, UUFA pondered for a moment, and a smile appeared on her face. Interesting. Is this a blockbuster in the future? She snapped her fingers, and a 22-order Rubik's Cube with a rotating crystal structure that was suspended in the air floated over from behind her. A clear female electronic voice sounded. Miss Air, Xinghui serves for you. You take me a little. Let me go. Accept instructions. The crystal Rubik's Cube was hung in the air, and the structure of the Rubik's Cube quickly changed, and it quickly turned into a crystal beauty head that looked like UUFA. A crystal data cable behind the head took off the surrounding data interface. The light in the pupils lit up, and the pop-up light curtain instantly slipped down. UUFA left safely and came to the right of the headquarters. The large area of the entire bridge was closed and unable to enter. After verifying my identity and pushing the door open, I saw a quaint little courtyard inside, with rockery and flowing water. However, a closer look revealed that these were all projections and not real. Yes, it is indeed a bit excessive to move rockery and flowing water onto a warship. There is a stone table in the middle of the yard, with several stone benches beside it. A woman in a light green dress is leaning against the stone table, reading a book in her hand. But if you look closely, you'll find that it's just an electronic product that looks like a book, and you can turn the pages with a touch of a finger or voice control. As if sensing her arrival, the woman raised her head, revealing a beautiful face that was almost identical to UUFA's. She glanced at her sister and pointed at the stone bench. Sit down. I remember that it should have entered the Ghost Galaxy now, and the next time is the most dangerous time. Is there something important to come to me at this time? UUFA sat down and waved her hand. A robot that was floating towards the edge of the courtyard retreated again. She lowered her voice and said, Sister, I just found a psychic in the team. Yu Yaolu browed up and put down the book in his hand. Where is the strength? His name is Li Qing. He is from the Qingheli family. He is a bastard and a pioneer like us. His psychic strength is unknown, but he should have 200 to 300 points of psychic strength to be able to deal with a ghost alone. His psychic talent can be called outstanding. What's interesting is that he seems to have been hiding himself. None of his fellow tribesmen know that he has awakened his psychic powers. Want to make a splash? Yu Yao stood up and sat opposite her sister. They had almost identical beautiful faces and slender figure curves. Even an acquaintance would have difficulty telling who was the older sister. After thinking for a while, Yu Yao said, Don't disturb him for now. Wait until we reach the outpost and find an opportunity to meet him and recruit him. What conditions should we offer to recruit him? Since he has concealed the fact that he has awakened his psychic powers, he must have his own ideas in mind in the future. What kind of treatment do we need to offer to recruit him for our use? Yu Yao smiled slightly and said, Money, status, fame, beauty. There is always something he likes. Whatever he wants, we provide it. What if he... Yu Yao looked up at her sister and said with a smile, If his talent is really that strong, why not give him a chance? You're going to get married eventually. Little sister. The elder sister reached out her hand and gently stroked her younger sister's soft hair. The moment of contact, UUFA's pupils dilated slightly, and she obediently lowered her head and lay on her sister, her delicate body trembling slightly involuntarily. Yu Yao asked softly, Sister, are you scared? UUFA gritted her teeth and shook her head. No. That's good. She gently stroked her sister's hair and said softly, You are my biological sister. I won't do anything to you. If you ever want to leave, tell me, and I will let you go. I won't leave. I will always be with my sister. Good. The courtyard became quiet. I don't know how long it took. But the door opened and the heroic UUFA waved goodbye to her sister. The door closed gently. And UUL, who was leaning against the stone table, took out a handful of fish food from under the table and sprinkled it into the fish pond in the corner of the courtyard. Ripples spread out, attracting the fish to scramble for food. Soon, there will be a new fish in my pond. I wonder how big it will grow. Another handful of fish food was sprinkled, attracting more fish to compete for food. And the sound of crisp water was heard in the courtyard. At this time, Li Qing continued his routine reconnaissance patrol. He wanted to encounter some more ghosts. But unfortunately, these things were not available everywhere. And there were many players in this galaxy who had warships specially equipped with pure energy weapons to hunt them down. In addition, their location was a bit far from the subspace rift, so not many of them could slip through. After refining a crystal, he could clearly feel the increase in the strength of his spiritual energy. Li Qing made up his mind that when he returned to Tianjin after this business trip, he would definitely equip a warship with full energy weapons to deal with different situations. Chapter 32: An Unexpected Ending. It took the fleet 5 days to leave this galaxy. As soon as it entered the next galaxy, it saw a pirate fleet blocking the gate. The vanguard defeated the pirate fleet head-on. And then the large force that had been prepared immediately started the jump engine and entered sublight speed state as soon as it came out of the wormhole, and escaped before the pirate base not far away could react. The fleet stops and starts in the superluminal state, and actively leaves the subliminal state in advance. If it is intercepted by the interception force field of a pirate base in the galaxy, the fleet's current position will appear directly in front of the pirate base, which will be troublesome. Fortunately, they prepared a lot in order to take this road, and they pointed at the pirate base in the galaxy. A stop in a galaxy stopped more than 10 times, and there was no error at once. Li Qing followed the fleet and wrote down the locations of all the pirate bases he encountered along the way and included them in his own star map. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. No matter how good the star map given by others is, it is not as good as traveling there yourself. Half a month later, they had crossed 3 galaxies and arrived at the edge of the galaxy's gravity well. 3 wormhole vortexes were lined up side by side in the cold void, constantly spewing out surging energy tides. Li Qing took a look at it with surprise, then opened the information he got from Li Lai to check. These 3 wormholes lead to 3 different places respectively. One leads to the star field where the outpost is fighting with the Shada tribe. One leads to the core star field of the Rest pirate group. And the last one is an unstable wormhole leading to the unknown starry sky. However, although the wormholes lead to different areas, the distance between the first and the second is not very far. The battle area of the outpost is actually not very far from the core star field of the Rest pirate group, and it can be bypassed from other places. In theory, both roads can lead to the outpost. The first one only requires you to cross 4 more star systems to reach the outpost. The second wormhole requires passing through the galaxy controlled by the Rest pirate group, and it takes around 30 or 40 galaxies to reach the outpost. The huge fleet stopped in front of the wormhole, and Li Qing also received a new order. The original reconnaissance mode was cancelled, and their team of 12 people was organized into a team and separated from the large fleet. They cruised within 1,000,000 kilometers around the fleet in the form of a small team. There are more than 20 such teams scattered around the fleet, specifically designed to intercept small pirate fleets. The 4 large fleets with battleships were divided into 2. Among them, Wang Yanqing, who was born in the Danyang Wang family, and Luo Taiyuan, who was born in the Luo Taiyuan of the Luo Shi of Longzhong, led a fleet to start. The 2 fleets added nearly 1,000 warships into the Worm Cave and disappeared. All other fleets and merchant ships were parked at the mouth of the Worm Cave. Li Qing also had no idea what the commander-in-chief meant by doing this, although the teacher had talked about such a large-scale strategic command in the family class before. Lectures and actual experience are 2 different things. The situation is ever-changing, and it is impossible to simply copy what you have learned in class. You have to respond flexibly according to the actual situation. This is the difference between a blank commander and blue-named, purple-named elite commanders, and even famous generals. In fact, they all learn the same content at the beginning, but some of them become unknown commanders, while others become famous top generals. This is the difference in application. Li Qing knew very well his own capabilities. So now, he just watched and waited for the results. And then understood why he did this through the results. This is learning. Not only can you gain command experience, but you can also gain many things that cannot be reflected through skills. Command skills are just superficial. No matter how high the bonus is, it is still useless. However, excellent command can turn decay into magic, which is something that even the highest command skills cannot achieve. It didn't take long before the fleet began to move, and Li Qing and his team also received an order to follow the caravan. Then, a communication interference field covering the entire fleet was deployed, but its effect was directed at the entire fleet. All communications were interrupted, and to everyone's surprise, the huge caravan did not enter the wormhole that the Vanguard fleet entered, but instead dived into the star field controlled by the rest pirate group. Li Qi and other team members in the channel were all surprised. Or rather, everyone in the entire fleet was surprised. But they could not contact the command center at this time. So they could only follow the original plan and enter the second wormhole. After a short wormhole journey, an unfamiliar starry sky soon appeared in front of Li Qing. Then, harsh red lights and warning sounds came on in the warship. Not far from the blue dot representing their side on the radar sensor, there was a dense red dot. The radar scan image was also transmitted in real time. It was a pirate fleet that was larger than all their remaining warships and merchant ships combined. The channel was suddenly in chaos. Most people were extremely confused and sent messages to the headquarters to inquire. But some were able to keep calm. Li said in the channel, "Don't worry, everyone. The commander must have her reasons for doing this. And don't you realize that we are not under attack now?" At this moment, everyone noticed that the dense red dots on the radar sensor screen suddenly turned blue, representing teammates. At the same time, the alarm was lifted, and a communication from the command center was transmitted to everyone. "Don't worry, everyone. We have reached an agreement with the Blue Fish Clan, one of the 16 clans of the Rest Pirate Group. Next, they will escort us through this starfield back to the outpost. But correspondingly, we will pay 100 billion star dollars for the escort fee, which will be paid from the profits earned from this business trip." Perhaps everyone is wondering why we have to do this. According to reliable information, 3 clans from the Rest Pirate Group have already set their sights on us and have already ambushed us on the other side. The fleet should have already sent us our whereabouts. So we have to send out a fleet to attract their attention while the main force takes another route. This explanation is unexpected. Li Qing didn't feel any pressure along the way. The escort was just a formality. That was because they were so powerful that ordinary forces could not do anything to them. All those who can do anything to them are concentrated near the outpost. Whether it is the Shada tribe combined with this alien civilization or the Rest Pirate Group, they are powerful enough to swallow them up. Especially the Rest Pirate Group, who started out as pirates and are most keen on robbery. Not to mention such a large caravan. They must be very interested. There was no way for such a large caravan to hide their whereabouts. And it was inevitable that they would be intercepted midway. Everyone was thinking that there would be a big battle later. But unexpectedly UFA did the opposite. No one knew how she established a relationship with a clan of the Rest Pirate Group, and directly used the clan's relationship and fleet escort to cross the heartland of the Rest Pirate Group. Going straight through the pirates' hometown was a move that was completely beyond the robbers' expectations. No wonder she dared to organize such a large caravan. Li Qing now understood where her confidence came from. It would be best if there is no war. Even the most warlike players don't want to fight a battle they are not sure of winning. The loss of a random frigate would cost tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. And the sinking of a destroyer would cost hundreds of millions. If a cruiser was sunk, the loss would be tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. The 3 pirate clans united would be enough to easily wipe them out. The rest of the journey was very easy. With the Blue Fish Clan leading the way, they could directly cross the galaxy at sublight speed without being intercepted by the pirate bases of all sizes scattered throughout the galaxy. It took them almost half a day to cross the galaxy. They also crossed more than 20 galaxies through the Stargate in a large pirate base in a galaxy, jumped directly to the edge of the pirate group's territory, and then passed through the wormhole and entered the War Star field where the outpost base and the Shada tribe were jointly fighting. The Blue Fish Clan fleet that came here to escort returned. They stayed here for half a day. A patrol fleet from the outpost base came over and escorted them through the Warring Star field. Well, this relationship network is unusual. Tianjin province is the base of the Yu family. The transit base was also invested and built by the Yu family. Most of the outpost bases were also built by the Yu family. The Yu family will definitely occupy a part of the future Imperial Expeditionary Force. If we defeat these 3 alien races in the future, the Yu family will at least take one of the 8 life planets. This is a default exchange. The Yu family has spent so much resources and cost to support the Expeditionary Force to open up the Zuterstar field. It is impossible for all of it to be used to make wedding dresses for others. So, Li Qing pinched his chin and thought. The leader of this team is a direct descendant of the Yu family. Perhaps they may not get the guaranteed planet. But that one is a guarantee. It does not mean that the Yu family can only grab one life planet. If the descendants of the Yu family have the ability, they can seize another life planet. The key is that this possibility is not small. After all, with the support of the local tyrant Yu family, which is right at his doorstep, the various overt and covert support he receives is beyond ordinary people's imagination. And the advantage he has is really too great. As long as there is a capable person among the direct descendants of the Yu family who can unite the other members of the clan, there is a great chance of success. It just so happens that Li Qing is still considering whether to join someone else's team or slowly build his own team. This team seems pretty good. The only thing that concerned him was the composition of the team, which made him a little hesitant. You have to know that the core of this team is UFA, the pearl of the Yu family. Her abilities are beyond doubt, whether you have heard about her before or seen it with your own eyes this time. The key is that most of her team members are her admirers. To put it bluntly, the main members of this team came for her background and beauty. And they all wanted to pursue the beauty and get both her and her money. But she is alone and can only choose one. So the question is, when she makes a choice, that's when the team falls apart. Don't just delay it until you've secured a planet with life. That is impossible. Most of those who dare to pursue her are direct descendants of the major military lords and families of the human United Empire, or civilian elites. They are not fools, and will not make wedding dresses for others. They will definitely force her to make a choice before they succeed. This is inevitable. Anyone would do the same. There is no way to delay it. So although UFA's team seems to have great potential, it actually hides huge problems, which makes him dare not make this bet. After all, if he wants to become a shareholder, he certainly won't do so just by relying on his identity as a psychic. If he does, the shares he gets will be very small, and his status in the team won't be high. So there's no point in him joining. He would certainly pledge the blueprint of the dreadnought in his hand, and the space-related relics disguised as the universe in his hand as shares, and strive for as much equity and status as possible, so that if he could successfully capture a planet in the future, he could also obtain maximum benefits. So, Li Qing hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to take a look first. Anyway, there is no rush to make a decision now. I am about to go to the outpost. I will wait for a few months in the outpost to see if there is a suitable team here to join. If I can't find one, then, well, I rubbed my head and had a headache. I don't know if UFA has considered this. With the wisdom she has shown now, she should have thought about it. Unfortunately, he was not familiar with UFA or Li Lai, and he was not in a position to ask this question. The boat will straighten itself out when it reaches the bridgehead. Li Qing exhaled lightly, pressed an interface on the right side with his right hand and pulled it in front of him, and continued reading books and gaining experience while he had free time. To the outpost system. Li Lai's voice came from the channel. Once you enter the base, you can move freely. The money will be transferred to you after the goods are sold. Don't worry. At this time, Li Qing received a private communication from Li Lai. He opened an interface to reveal Li Lai's projection and asked, "Will you continue to follow us later? Or go around on your own first?" "Let's go around first, and get to know the situation around the outpost." Li Lai seemed to have noticed something and asked, "Are you not optimistic about Miss UFA's team?" Li Qing did not deny it, nodded and said, "I'm not optimistic. You should be able to see that the bond that holds this team together is Miss UFA. Everyone knows the purpose of the leaders of those powerful teams." But, he told his thoughts just 150-1, and he did not hide his concerns. Li Lai listened carefully and nodded. "What you said is indeed a problem. I also know that the team will definitely split in the near future. But I am also sure that even if it splits, the team can still develop. After all, they have the support of the Yu family, and there are not many potential members in the Yu family's direct lineage now. I don't deny it. But?" Li Qing paused for a moment and changed the subject. It's too early to talk about this now. I'll go take a look around first. Li Lai nodded. Okay. You can first learn about the outpost and compare it. The communication was shut down. And a destroyer and a frigate broke away from the team and flew towards the outpost in the center of the galaxy. The outpost base is a single star system. The main preface star is a common red star. This star has entered the late life cycle. The heat and light released are much lower than the past. It is expected that after millions or even hundreds of millions of years, the stars will have the final energy to enter the end of life. Judging from the huge mass of the outpost's main sequence star, it is highly likely that it will shrink and collapse into a black hole after the end of its life. Chapter 33 Joint Business. After receiving massive amounts of material aid from Tianjin, the outpost's main base has been upgraded to a first-level star city. However, due to the influence of the ubiquitous nebula in the Zutter star field, no stargate has been built. The huge base is directly fixed on the orbit of about 200 million kilometers from the star. It is located in the middle of the first planet's orbit of the galaxy. At the same time, several large space residential stations were built over the first planet and the second planet track. The Imperial Expeditionary Force had no intention of transforming several barren planets into habitable ones. Several large planets in the galaxy were still barren, but a large number of smelting factories were built on them. Massive amounts of minerals were directly dumped on the surface of the planets and piled up into mountains, which were then smelted into various metal alloys. There is also a large shipbuilding array above the orbit of the second planet, where raw materials are continuously transported and built into warships or civilian spacecraft. It seems that the shipyard at this time can only build cruisers, but not battleships. Li Qin first found the Expeditionary Army headquarters and registered. Then he found the Expeditionary Force's logistics department and sold part of his supplies directly to the Expeditionary Force, including all shipbuilding blueprints and materials for destroyers and above, all transport ships and industrial ships, 10 large mining ships, and 3 sets of large refining equipment. The original total price was 28.97 billion star dollars, and he sold them all to the Expeditionary Force base in one go. Just as Li Lai said, the Expeditionary Force would take as many supplies as possible from Tianjin. Although the price was not fixed, the lowest was a 20% premium, and the highest could be a 30% premium. The 3 sets of large or refining equipment had a premium of up to 40%. In summary, a total of 37 billion yuan was sold, and 3 months of net profit of 8 billion yuan. Maybe he couldn't compare to UFA who had connections and would definitely get the highest price. But he was still very satisfied. Moreover, after the transaction was completed, he also found out what materials the outpost base needed most. It was not the ore refining equipment with a profit margin of up to 40%, but food, including the most common staple foods and various side dishes. There are no life planets at the outpost base, and there are no plans to transform habitable planets. All food is either shipped from Tianjin or synthesized food. The demand is very high. The outpost base can get a 50% premium when transporting this stuff from Tianjin. This thing is cheap. But precisely because it is cheap, it takes up a lot of space on the transport ship. And capitalists, who are chasing maximum profits, don't like to ship it over. But Li Qin likes it. He is not afraid of taking up a lot of space. No matter how big it is, it cannot fill the entire universe in his palm. What he wants is to maximize profits. Therefore, he went directly to the logistics officer of the Expeditionary Force and signed a large purchase contract worth up to 100 billion star dollars. According to the contract, he needs to pay the star dollar deposit, and he must transport foods with a total value of 10 billion yuan for the outpost base within 1 year after the contract is signed, and stipulates that half of the main food is the main food. According to the contract, the Expeditionary Force had to purchase the food at 150% of the market price in Tianjin province. If the healing period, the billion deposit will not be refunded. It was a very common contract, but ordinary players were not eligible to sign such a big contract directly. He could only sign it by borrowing his noble status. The reason for signing the contract for 100 billion star dollars is naturally to make more money. There is no need to worry about whether he has enough capital. He has a way. When he returns to Tianjin, he will use the Dreadnought blueprint to find a mortgage loan from the United Bank. He is also afraid that the flagship blueprint will be swallowed up if it is mortgaged by other forces. The Central United Bank is the largest bank in the human United Empire, with innumerable assets. It has mortgaged bulk goods and extremely high-value items countless times, including finished Titan Super flagships. It will never swallow up the collateral of its customers. The blueprint of the Dreadnought flagship, plus a few battleship blueprints, and then a personal loan, and another loan from the family, plus the existing capital. It would be no problem to scrape together 100 billion. As soon as the contract was signed, Li Qing was in no mood to continue hanging around the outpost and prepared to return to Tianjin. Anyway, I have already registered with the expeditionary force. Besides, delivering supplies to the outpost base is also considered as providing logistical assistance for conquering alien civilizations. That night, Li Qing sent a message to Li Lai, and the ship returned alone. Li Lai received his message and asked in surprise, "You're going on business alone?" At this time, Li Qing had already reached the edge of the outpost base galaxy. He could see the wormhole at the edge of the galaxy from afar, and a large number of warships were queuing up to enter and exit the wormhole. While setting up warships, he replied slowly, "Yes, I only have 2 ships now. I am not strong enough to go the war route. The orders for the shipyard at the outpost are scheduled for several years later. It is difficult to add a few ships. I thought about it and decided to just go trade. But with your current strength, it's hard to run a business, and you won't make much money." Li Qing replied without hesitation, "I have a plan." He pretended to be very mysterious and whispered to Li Lai, "I tell you a secret. I have a top-level arrangement in the space with huge space inside, and can accommodate a lot of goods." Li Lai's mouth opened involuntarily when he heard this, and it remained open until he finished speaking. After a while, he seemed to react and asked in shock, "You mean, you have a space-type relic that can hold a huge amount of supplies?" Li Qing nodded. "Absolutely true." Li Lai, after a short silence of 10 seconds, he smiled shyly and said, "Brother, take me to play together. I want to make some money too." "You want to come too? Aren't you hanging out with them?" Li Lai rubbed his hands. "Mixing with them, and you to make money with you without conflicting. Joining the team without stipulating that they have to act. In fact, our team is composed of dozens of large and small teams. Now even the Sada tribes have not been eliminated. They are still early to fight for the planet of life. At this time, everyone usually plays everyone. And these large-scale activities are not mandatory. You can come if you want to. And it's okay if you don't want to come. It's just that those who are not active will be put aside when the team has good things in the future." "Well?" Li Qing rubbed his brain and nodded. "Well, you'll be one of them. Get ready and come over. I'm queuing up at the wormhole. I'm not that fast. The commander-in-chief hasn't unloaded all the goods yet. And the payment hasn't been settled yet. How long will that take?" "At least 1 week. So slow." Li Lai stood up with both hands. "This is still fast. If it were any other business, it would take at least a month." "Okay. Wait a week before leaving. By the way, should we find a few more people to run together? This way, we can have more capital and earn more at one time." Li Qing did not agree immediately, but asked, "Do you want all your team members to get involved?" "Yes," Li Lai explained. "Everyone is their own, and they are okay like me. They also have a little capital. They can make up tens of billions in combination." Li Qing thought about it and nodded. "Okay. Call them together." Anyway, Li Lai has been told that the universe in the palm is not a secret. The previous month's journey was quite happy, and it was okay to take them to make some money. Moreover, this is also a good opportunity. If you want to take the third route, the best option is to find a group of your own people to start with. Family relationship is a button belt, combined with interests, which is more reliable than strangers who don't know outside. Take a step back 10,000 steps. Even if you take the second way to invest in other large teams, you have a team at hand, which is much better than the lonely person. The battleship returned to the outpost base and merged with Li Lai. Return again and converge with them. When you meet again, enter the team channel. You can clearly see the surprise in the eyes of others. Li Qing didn't talk any nonsense, and in front of them showed that they were thrown into the black hole in the universe opened in the palm of the palm, and then took it out again. If he was worried about whether he would be stunned before. But at this time, he had awakened Lingning, and the assistance of the universe in the palm of the palm. No one could snatch the higher remedies from his hands. Not to mention that the universe in the palm of your hand is not some high-level treasure at all, and it is impossible to steal it. After the display, after being shocked, it was ecstatic. Anyone with a normal brain would know what this meant. Not to mention that Li Qing told them that the space contained in this spatial relic was 10,000 kilometers in length, width and height, and the amount of materials it could accommodate was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Run the merchant artifact. With this stuff, there is no need to transport ships and guard fleets at all. So we will prepare a few warships back and forth. Li Qi's eyes said lightly. It takes about 3 months to go for a normal caravan. For half a year, this efficiency can be increased by at least 50%. It can go back and forth for 4 months. 3 times a year. The week is fleeting. When the funds are in place, a group of 12 people can't wait to return on the road. They walked for almost 2 days. And the busy UFA remembered that the business was ready to contact Li Qing. 10 minutes later, they received the news of all their groups left for 2 days. The beauty was stunned for a long time. After walking for 2 days, it is impossible to catch up now. She can only instruct her staff to write down the matter and wait for them to remind herself when they come back. On the other side, Li Qing and their party were only 12. But there were 14 cruisers, 32 destroyers, and 148 frigates. Li Qing's strength was at the bottom. However, ever since he demonstrated this business artifact, his status in the team has risen rapidly. Li Qi had long forgotten that he had been refused to join the team before. When he occasionally mentioned it, he would complain to him why he didn't tell him about this treasure earlier. Without a large number of transport ships as a burden, they returned very quickly. No matter whether it was the battle area near the outpost base or the area controlled by the rest pirate group, small groups of pirates could not do anything to them, and large groups of pirates would retreat as soon as they met them from a distance and could not catch up with them. After a month, come to the Ghost Galaxy again and pass the galaxy to start Jumper. 2 months later, they returned to the transit base, then stopped the fleet at the transfer base, and the group returned to G-Min through the Stargate by taking a frigate. Too fast. The super fast efficiency made them sigh. Go! Go! Li Lai shouted loudly on the channel. Everyone prepares. No matter if you borrow or loan. You can do how much money you can do. One of the 12 people was excited. And they dispersed. Li Qing also left alone. His first step was to go to the Central United Bank and mortgage the Dreadnought flagship, 2 Lord-class battleship blueprints, and 2 ordinary battleship blueprints, obtaining a total loan of 42 billion star dollars. Then he took out a loan in his own name, without revealing his identity as a psychic. Even with the bonus of noble status, the Central United Bank did not have a very high evaluation of him, and ultimately only loaned him 800 million. He didn't care. 800 million is still money. Then returned to the family office to loan the family in personal name. This time only reached 500 million. Less than the central bank. From this we can see that my father has not yet revealed that he has the Dreadnought blueprint. And the news that my father has obtained the aircraft carrier flagship blueprint has not been revealed. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to borrow such a small amount. A total of 43.2 billion Canadian original 39 billion yuan. A total of 82.2 billion yuan. And a difference of 17.8 billion yuan from 100 billion yuan. But he was not in a hurry at all. The contract was for 1 year. If this time was not enough, he could wait until the next time. Anyway, they could make 3 trips a year. After 2 trips, their net worth would definitely exceed 100 billion star dollars. After collecting enough money, he immediately went to the trading platform to order supplies, all of which were food. At this stage, the most profitable at this stage is food, and we must specialize in this. Only the next day, Li Qing received the news from Li Qi and asked him to take the goods. In the next few days, the others prepared the goods one after another. He rented 10 super-large transport ships to transport all the goods to the next base, and stored them all in the palm of the universe. The group watched with their own eyes as the huge amount of goods were all stored in the palm of the universe. And they were even more excited. Nah. The cost is still too small. Yeah. If there are hundreds of trillion yuan, wouldn't it be profitable for a few trips to and from this trip? Looking at the universe in the palm of the hand like a bottomless pit, with massive amounts of materials easily put into it. Everyone felt like they had lost a lot of money. But there was no other way. This time, they used all means to make money. A dozen people actually collected nearly 200 billion worth of goods, which was really fierce. At this time, Li Yin in the channel suddenly mentioned, speaking of which, it seems too much of a loss for us to run a single trip. How about we set up a transportation company to help others transport goods? And charge 2% or 3% of the total value of the goods for each trip. Do you think it's feasible? Well, everyone's eyes lit up. And Li Jia clapped his hands and praised. This idea is good. With the capacity of you, there is almost no limit to the one-time accommodation. The sound suddenly stopped. The others were stunned at first. Then, they realized what was happening and stopped talking. Li Lai looked at them, pointed at them and laughed, but didn't say anything. There was no way to talk. They all realized one thing. This proposal had nothing to do with them. The universe in the palm of Li Qing's hand seems to have nothing to do with them when traveling between Tianjin and the outpost base. And they do not need to be escorted. This means that if a lot of money is really made using this method, it has nothing to do with them. So they are excited for nothing. Chapter 34 UUFA's Invitation. Li Qing also reacted, chuckled, and said nothing. But in his heart, he was thinking whether this method was feasible. At first glance, this method is indeed a good one. A big business with huge profits. But it is not feasible in practice. Firstly, his actions would directly undermine the survival status of the transportation industry, causing many companies or player teams that make a living from this to be unable to continue in this business. At the same time, it would also directly destroy the price difference between materials in the two places, causing a large number of merchants and companies that make a living from the price difference between the two places to fail to make money. After all, the capacity of his palm universe is so huge that theoretically, it is no problem to transport materials worth hundreds of trillions of star dollars at one time. One or two waves can reduce the price difference of materials in the two places from the original maximum of 50% to its original level. This will cause countless companies and individuals to lose money. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. By doing this, he will cut off the financial resources of countless companies and player teams. This is so hateful. If this causes these capitals to unite with players to target themselves, it is not easy to mix. Of course, there is a solution. Establish a transport guild. Invite all large and medium-sized companies or player teams taking this trade route to unite and formulate rules. And then control the transportation volume to control the price difference between the two places. All the goods of the Chamber of Commerce can be transported at ultra-low cost using his palm-sized universe. And he only charges a transportation fee far lower than the original cost, creating a win-win situation for everyone. The advantage of this method is that you can eat for hundreds of years. Even if the Imperial Expeditionary Forces defeat the three major alien civilizations, a large amount of materials need to build planets, as well as other star areas of Zeter in the future. It is enough for him to make a lot of money for hundreds of years, and even build a Chable with huge strength and power. But, if he did so, he would be trapped here and unable to escape. The premise of this idea is his palm universe, and he can't get away at all. Just think about being unable to escape for hundreds of years. That's definitely not going to work. So although this idea is very tempting, it is not realistic at all. You can only make some money with your team, and you can't even cooperate with a large team like UUFA. Most of the people in her large team are of aristocratic origin and have considerable wealth. They were able to squeeze out 2 trillion to do something big before. If they knew that he had this thing, they would unite and use all means to raise 10 trillion. This brings us back to the previous monopoly issue. So, this time the trip back was easier. They put most of the warships into the palm universe, and then set out with 12 destroyers, one for each person. Both the speed and the transition speed are faster than before. In just 7 days, they had rushed back to the Pirate Branch Galaxy, and spent about 10 days crossing the heavily guarded Pirate Galaxy to reach the Ghost Galaxy. Then there was intermittent sublight speed, with an occasional jump. From time to time, they met the pirate fleet, but they rushed on the road and turned around when they saw it. The flexibility of the destroyer of the full level 5 level configuration was not comparable to the large pirate fleet at all. Often, before the enemy found them, they had stopped and ran away. Even if they accidentally encountered the opponent, they found them. It is impossible to catch them at all. However, the journey was not always smooth. When passing through the Warring Star Field, they encountered a combined mopping up fleet of the Shada tribe. Although their warship technology is not as good as them. Because of this, they have developed some large weapon stagnation fields against them through the oppression of war. The effect is not as good as their entanglement force field, compared with their stagnation entanglement force field, which can reduce the speed by 50% and covers a range of thousands of kilometers. The stagnation entanglement force field jointly developed by the Shada tribe has a range of only a few hundred kilometers, and the deceleration effect is only 30%, and it is ineffective against battleships. But they don't have battleships either. More than a dozen destroyers that had been sailing smoothly all the way were hit as soon as they came out of the wormhole. The stagnation entanglement force field and the jump interference force field covered them at the same time. Li Qing decisively ordered them to cut off their tail and survive. Half of the members turned around to attack the enemy ships equipped with stagnation entanglement force fields, and the other half turned around and left. In the end, successfully fought for them to get rid of the two forces, and immediately escaped at a faster speed. They were careful after that, and didn't get tricked again. In less than 2 months, they returned to the outpost system. The sale was made in the name of Li Qing, with a total of 280 billion star yuan worth of materials, directly fulfilling the contract with the outpost base. The goods they purchased are all foods, with a total value of up to 280 billion yuan in food. The price of the food-based food is directly down. From now on the start of the food that is transported over for some time cannot earn 50%, and they can only earn 37%. And as more food is delivered, the profit will be further reduced. However, Li Qing sold it in the form of a contract, so the profit for this wave was 50%. In other words, the cost of 200 billion yuan can earn a total of 10 billion yuan. The most can earn more than 30 billion, and the least one can also earn 6 or 7 billion. The total cost of Li Qing was 82.2 billion, and he made 41.1 billion yuan. After deducting the 4-month time cost, this is pure profit. On average, about 10 billion can be earned per month, which is definitely a huge profit. If you want to make so much money in 4 months just by mining, you will need at least 2,000 to 3,000 large and medium-sized mining ships to do it. Therefore, although half of the members died once and lost a destroyer, they still earned. Moreover, after the transaction was completed, all 6 surviving members each took out $1 billion of profits to compensate the 6 team members who were left to cover the retreat. After all, they risked their lives to cover the retreat, and each death cost them several years of life. And they also lost a level 5 top-equipped destroyer, so they must be compensated. In the Starry Sky, the team has a general compensation for those who die while leaving the team behind. The compensation standard is the cost of all lost warships, as well as additional compensation for lost life. It was also because they were careless that they did not have a batch of frigates to serve as cannon fodder when passing through these dangerous star areas. Otherwise no one would have died. This can also be considered a lesson. After suffering this loss, I will not suffer the same loss again in the future. All the goods were sold. Li Qing was about to contact everyone to divide the money, but he received a call from Li Lai. He opened it, and saw Li Lai looking at him strangely without saying a word for a long time. What's the matter? He looked down at himself, and found nothing unusual. Li Lai was speechless for a while before he spoke. Someone looking for you. Who? You'll know once you see it. As he spoke, he sent a communication code over. Li Qing took the code, sent the application, and the call was quickly connected. Then a projection appeared in front of him, and he suddenly felt his eyes brighten. He unexpectedly looked at UUFA, who was beautiful and stingy in front of him. He felt very stunning for the second time, but his face did not show it as usual. Is Miss Yu looking for me? UUFA's eyes looked up and down, and said with a smile, it's rare to see someone so low-key after awakening psychic powers. Do you want to make a big splash in the future? Li Qing's eyes moved slightly, but he was not too surprised. UUFA was also a psychic. It was easy for psychics to resonate with other psychics, so it was not surprising to find that he was also a psychic. I wonder what Miss Yu wants to see me about. Seeing his expressionless look, UUFA dismissed the heart of gossip. His expression was full of expression, and he said with a sink, I want to invite you to join my team. As your spiritual ability, you can get 0.5% of the team's 0.5% non-diluted original shares, becoming one of the original shareholders of the team. And if the strength is improved in the future, it will be added. Join my team. You can join my team or create a team by yourself. You can enjoy team benefits, whether it is G-Min, a transit base, or an outpost base. You can obtain huge advantages, such as high-quality tasks to receive the right to receive in advance. The base ship factory clutch is given priority to order, etc. Li Qing, He thought a little, looked up and said, "Can you think for a while?" UUFA nodded with a smile. "Of course. This is my contact number. Write it down, and you can contact me anytime. But you must be aware that my conditions will depend on the development of my team and your growth in strength. If your strength increases significantly in the near future, my conditions will also increase, and I will give you more original shares. But if your strength grows slowly, slower than the growth rate of my team, then you may get fewer original shares if you join again." Li Qing nodded. "Such so." Closing the communication, Li Qing squeezed his eyebrows and thoughtfully. At this time, there was another new communication. It was Li Lai who opened it. He looked at him with strange eyes and asked, "What's the matter with Miss UUFA looking for you? She invited me to join her team and gave me a 0.5% original stock." Li Lai's pupils were obviously widened and surprised. "She personally invited you to join Goggin? Did you tell her this space?" "No. If there are more than these original shares, there must be other reasons. But what are they?" He just met Li Qing just to know the up and down, and asked, "Why did she take the initiative to invite you to join Gammon?" "There is no reason. Although you are handsome, the person who is pursuing her is more handsome than you." Li Qing. "Because I awaken Lingning." "Wake up, Lingning." "Wait. Do you awaken Lingning?" Li Lai was instantly stunned, and it was shocked like seeing him for the first time. "Lai, do you awaken Lingning?" You can obviously see the rich expression in Li Lai's eyes changing. Shocking. Envy. Excitement. And envy. So repeated. I don't know, talking for a while. After a while, he was so excited that he arched his hand complicatedly. "Congratulations. I didn't expect you to awaken your psychic powers. Luck. Luck. So how did you reply? Did you agree?" Li Qing shook his head. "I haven't thought about it yet." Li Lai nodded and said, "Indeed. You need to consider it. You wake up Lingning. And there is another space category. Your potential is very high. You must consider what to do next. I have a small suggestion here. You can refer to it. You say, I think you can join the Gaga team. The team's comprehensive strength may not be able to enter the top 10 on the outpost base. But this team has great potential." "What are the potential you said?" "The relationship with Jean Menu," Li Lai carefully explained. "You may not know that UUFA has a very strong network of connections in the Yu family in Tianjin. She has a very strong network of connections in Tianjin, the transit base, and the outpost base. She has priority in the shipyards in Tianjin, the transit base, or the outpost base, especially the outpost base. She seems to have part of the ownership of the outpost base shipyard, and some of the shipbuilding quotas in the shipyard are directly controlled by her. As a member of the Jialan team, you can get a ship without waiting in line." "Well?" Li Qing showed some surprised time, but not too surprised. He only has the dock, and he also has it. However, for other players, dock ownership belonging to the outpost base is indeed very attractive. It is very simple. Although the base established by the player can also set up a dock, it is difficult to upgrade to a large ship that can build a cruiser, let alone the main battleships such as the battleship. Throughout the 2-star fields of the Tianjin Star Domain, the Galzator Domain, there is only a giant dock that can build a fearless flagship and the flagship of the aircraft carrier. There is no dock that can be built throughout the Tianjin Star Domain and Zatar Star Realm throughout the Titan Super Banner. And even the entire human United Empire's 14 Star Sea Lords and more than 200 military gate valves cannot exceed 20 docks. Of course, the flagship is too far away from ordinary players, and it is out of reach. Most players have no possibility of touching the flagship at all. The closest top warships that are closest to ordinary players are battleships. But there are only a few giant docks that can build warships throughout the Tianjin Star Domain and Zeter Star Domain. Throughout Jimin Province, only the Jinmin dock can buy the battleship ordinary players want to buy. If it does not matter, the order ranking is decades later. But if there is a relationship, they can be directly cut into the forefront. In the case of the Galan team itself. In the case of the dock, part of the entire dock belongs to her own by her, and it is not used to cut the line, which is directly created. This has made the Goggin team very competitive to talent's attraction. At least many players are willing to join this. If Li Qing did not have the dock in the universe and the dock inside, he would definitely feel excited. However, there is no if there is no in the world. He has the universe in the palm. And there is a superpowers that can build flagships and super flagships with more than 3,000 construction capacity to build flagships and super flagships. Well, Li Qing feels that it is not impossible to join Goggin. Chapter 35, Joining the Gallon Team. In fact, during this time, Li had already thought about his future development model to enter other large teams first. During this period, he established his own small team, and then waited for the future to win a life planet, sold shares in exchange for a huge amount of funds, and then established his own team away from the team. If you want to maintain a team with enough competitiveness, there are too many funds. He does not want to attract capital to the venue. He wants to earn enough money by himself. He will jointly win a planet with other teams, and then use planet shares for funds. This is the best way. Therefore, the members of the summoning team will be distributed all the money that belongs to them. And Li Qing recontacted UFA. She is still as young and beautiful as ever, with a delicate and flawless appearance. When she smiles, she is very charming. You made a wise choice. When you are free, I will gather the core members of the team to hold a welcome ceremony for you and sign the contract. Li Qing waved his hand. No rush. I think we need to read to be a contract. UFA smiled and said, do you think 0.5% of the original stocks are not enough? In fact, in addition to you and me, the Gallon team also has 3 spiritual capables. Their identity of their spiritual capabilities can only account for 0.5% of the original stocks. The reason why the original stocks occupy are because they have brought huge benefits to the team, so they can occupy more original stocks. Or, you also have other advantages to say. I will evaluate its role in the team and change the distribution of original stocks. Li Qing said carefully. I do have some advantages that can bring huge benefits to the team. Please say. I have a fearless flagship blueprint in my hand. UFA Luya's eyebrows were slightly raised, and there was a little surprise in her eyes. Do you have a fearless ship blueprint? Can you show it to me? I used to take the mortgage loan in order to run a business, but I can be redeemed when I go back this time. Well, if it is a fearless flagship blueprint, you can get an additional 2% original stock. In addition, halfway, Li Qing suddenly stopped talking. He was going to say that he had a space category in his hand, but after thinking about it, if you get the original stock with the shares, it will mean that this space category must serve the team. After all, this is not a spatial category, but the universe in the palm of the palm. His golden fingers cards will be used with his shares, and there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Let's forget. 2.5% of the shares are not low. At this point, he looked up and said, not for now. That's all. UFA didn't think too much. Nodded. That's it. Then when you return to G-Min to redemption, you will sign the contract. How about? Li Qing nodded. Yes. I will return within 5 months. Okay. Looking at the disappearance of the beauty communication, Li Qing took a look back and thought about what was just now, and he didn't see any problems. The identity of the spiritual capability is only 0.5% of the original stocks. It is quite a lot of fear of 2% of the fearless ship blueprint. To be honest, if it is not the rareness of the blueprint, the original stocks with the fundamental value of value are not 2%. And it is still in the early days. If in 10 years, at that time, take another fearless ship blueprint, it may not be possible to get 1% of the original stocks. A 2.5% inseparable original stock of a life planet depends on the situation of the planet of life. But at least it can be worth hundreds of trillion. The premise is to grab a planet. 2 days later, the team who was ready settled again and returned to G-Min province again. This time they learned their lesson and set off with a large fleet. They returned to Tianjin safely, taking a total of 2 months. After returning to Tianjin, he immediately paid off all the debt plus interest and redeemed all the battleship blueprints, spending a total of 4.46 million star dollars, leaving 78.7 billion star dollars. In only 2 trips, the net worth was doubled by 40 billion yuan. The efficiency of money made Li Lai and others excited, and did not hesitate to push all the existing funds. Li Qing's 78.7 billion Xing Yuan was not wasted. All of them were pledged up, and they all bought food. Although the price of food on the outpost base was greatly shrinking due to the previous purchase of food, there are still 37% of profits, which is more profitable than most products. However, the most important factor for Li Qing to choose food is that food is easy to purchase, unlike some supplies that require a threshold. Compared with the total value of 280 billion yuan in the previous trip, The total value of this trip is as high as 380 billion yuan. If it wasn't for him to lose some debts, the profit would be higher. 2 months later, the fleet came to the outpost base and sold all the materials to the expeditionary army. However, there was a small accident in the meantime. It was probably because other caravans transported a large amount of food during these 2 months, and the purchase price dropped from the original 37% to 34%, resulting in a 3% decrease in profit. There is no way around it. We can't just stop others from doing business. Moreover, after he delivered this batch of food, the food stored by the expeditionary force was somewhat saturated, and the subsequent purchase price directly reached a premium of 27%. A significant drop. Li Qing knew at a glance that the food business was not going well. The profit margin was only 28% now. After they returned to Tianjin for another 4 months, more caravans would come and the profit would become less and less. It was not easy to do this business at the current stage. Therefore, before Li Qing set off for the Galan headquarters, he asked Li Qi and others to understand the latest market conditions to see which one is the most profitable. Galan's headquarters is not located at the outpost. In fact, the headquarters of all large teams heading to the Zuder Star Field are not located at the outpost, but behind the outpost. The location of the Expeditionary Force Headquarters outpost is at the edge of the Shada Tribal United Civilization, at its border. At this time, the undisguised invasion of human civilization has long been regarded as an act of war by the Shada Tribal United Civilization. At this time, they are actually already in the stage of war. The large star field to the east of the Expeditionary Force has now become a war zone. Every day, the cruiser fleets and reconnaissance ships of both sides clash in that star field. A large number of player team fleets are active in that area, and even sneak into the interior of the Shada Tribe United Civilization. Various reconnaissance, infiltration, sabotage and other activities emerge in an endless stream. All players entering the expedition outpost will automatically receive 2 unlimited general missions. One is reconnaissance, entering the sphere of influence of the Shada Tribe United Civilization, and reconnaissance of various valuable information. As long as it is unknown valuable information, you can obtain the expedition contribution value. Accumulating enough contribution value can enhance the player's authority in the expedition, and use contribution value to exchange for various good things, such as battleship blueprints. The second task is conventional combat. Destroying an alien frigate will give 2 contribution points. A destroyer will give 5 contribution points. A cruiser will give 30 contribution points. And a battleship will give 1,000 contribution points. If you can destroy the alien flagship, you will directly obtain level 3 plus authority. The combat zone in the east is very dangerous, when preparations for a full-scale war are almost complete. The east side of the outpost will be extremely dangerous, so the headquarters of all teams are behind the outpost. There might be alien reconnaissance fleets coming to cause damage occasionally, but the frequency and scale will not be too large, and large teams can resist them on their own. The headquarters of UFA's Galan team is located 75 jumps northeast of the outpost, about 200 light-years away. At this time, a second-level star fortress named Galan's Heart has been built, and a total of 44 surrounding galaxies are controlled. It is worth mentioning that the location chosen for the outpost base is in a star field with weak nebula, although it will still be affected by the nebula. The Stargate cannot be used and some low-level jump engines still cannot jump, but the 4th and 5th level jump engines will not be affected. From the outpost base to the star field controlled by the Galan team, there were no wild civilized forces except for the occasional refreshed pirate monsters and anomalies. The destroyer jumped continuously all the way, and it took about 5 days to enter the area controlled by the Galan team. Li Qing had a pass given by UFA, and he allowed all the patrol fleets he encountered occasionally along the way to pass, until he arrived at the wormhole on the edge of the nearest galaxy to the Galan galaxy. After passing the inspection of the guards at an outpost base on the edge of the wormhole and obtaining permission to pass, the warship dived into the wormhole and disappeared. Coming out of the wormhole, we saw a stellar flare erupting not far ahead, with a dazzling ion plume spurting out, causing the brightness inside the flagship to suddenly increase. Li Qing was surprised to find that the exit of this wormhole was not at the edge of the galaxy as is common, but appeared in the center of the star system, and its distance from the star was estimated to be less than 1 astronomical unit. At this time, a strange call came in. When it was opened, a beautiful woman in a fitted uniform appeared and said with a smile, "Welcome to the heart of Galan for the first time. I am the dispatch officer of the Heart of Gallon. Employee number A009. According to your pass code level, you can freely go to any non-military restricted area in this galaxy. At the same time, Li Qing received a document from the dispatch officer and confirmed the download. It turned out to be a map of the interior of the Gallon Heart Galaxy, which detailed the internal situation of the galaxy and the basic situation of the Gallon Heart Star Fortress. It also included communications from several team diplomats or dispatch officers. If you need anything, you can contact any of them at any time. We will serve you wholeheartedly. The woman had a smile on her face, and her voice was simple and clear. Li Qing nodded. I'll contact you if I need anything. Have a pleasant journey. After saying this, the other party disconnected. Service looks good, Li Qing exclaimed in praise, and controlled the destroyer to fly towards the Star Fortress. At the same time, he contacted UUFA and sent her a message. Half an hour later, inside the Star Fortress, in the reception room, welcome Mr. Li Qing to join Gallon. UUFA stretched out her hand with a smile on her face, and Li Qing held it. The first feeling was softness, and the second was the surging spiritual energy in her body. What a strong psychic talent! Li Qing was slightly surprised. You should know that he continuously draws energy from the virtual realm by locating the virtual realm through the universe in his palm, and can increase the strength of his spiritual energy by 1 unit every day. So far, he has accumulated more than 400 units of spiritual energy. He can cheat to improve, but others can't do that. If they want to improve their psychic powers, they can only rely on their talents and use rare psychic secrets to train and improve. Generally speaking, the speed is extremely slow, and an increase of 1 point a month is almost good. UUFA is not much older than him, but she possesses much stronger psychic power than him. This talent surprised him, but what he didn't know was that while he was surprised, UUFA was also very surprised. She was well aware of how difficult it was for a psychic to increase the strength of his psychic powers. After all, there were 5 psychics in the team now. She was of the same age, and none of the psychics she had met could compare to her. Even many psychics, who were less than 5 years older than her, could not compare to her. She had thought that no one could match her in using cheating methods to quickly increase her psychic powers. But she didn't expect to meet one now. Although his psychic strength was slightly weaker than hers, the gap was not big, which meant that Li Qing's psychic talent was very, very strong. When she looked at Li Qing, a flash of strange light flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly looked up at her delicate face, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Just a moment ago, he seemed to feel some prying eyes, but when he came to his senses, he felt nothing. I wanted to explore it, but quickly realized it was inappropriate. A total of 16 members of the Gallon team who owned original shares were either present in person or witnessed by representatives, and witnessed with their own eyes that Li Qing joined the Gallon team and became one of the core members of the team. No one had any objection to the fact that psychics owned 0.5% of the original shares. After all, the team had already recruited several psychics, and each of them received 0.5% of the shares. But when he proposed to exchange the Dreadnought blueprint for 2% of the equity, there was a sudden cough, and a man sitting next to him raised his hand and stood up, saying, I think there is something wrong with this suggestion. Li Qing turned to look at the man who was speaking, but his eyes were immediately attracted by an extremely handsome man next to him with a head full of silver hair. Not only did the light cough just now seem to have come from him, but the man had a head of silver hair made entirely of psychic energy, which showed that he was not only a psychic, but also a psychic with special talents. As if sensing his gaze, the man turned his gaze and nodded slightly. He also nodded with a smile. And the man who objected continued, Dreadnoughts are indeed very rare, and I know how important they are to our team at this stage. I have no objection to inviting Mr. Li Qing to invest in Dreadnoughts. I just think that this share is a bit too much, and 1% is reasonable. As soon as the words fell, someone immediately echoed, I think what Brother Lu said makes sense. Although the Dreadnought flagship is rare, it is not worth taking 2% of the original shares. People echoed this one after another, causing Li Qing to frown slightly. He could clearly feel everyone's eyes on him, watching how he would answer. Looking at UUFA again, she smiled but didn't speak. But a voice suddenly appeared in his ears. I'm sorry. I didn't expect them to object. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Li Qing's eyes moved slightly. His thoughts turned quickly. He bowed to the man who objected and asked, I don't know your name. Min proud. Louis. A direct descendant of the Tianhe Lu family. Li Qing raised his eyebrows and asked, how many original stocks do you have? Louis smiled and said, we two brothers each have 1.5%. Oh, so you think I'm too much of a superstar? Right. You're overthinking this. This is a shareholders meeting. And we're just discussing the matter at hand. Li Qing smiled and said, I'm just speaking objectively. If you think my 2% stake is too much, why don't you get the blueprints for a Dreadnought flagship? Then we can each take 1%. You? Louis pointed at him and was choked up. Unable to answer, Li Qing looked at the others and bowed. In fact, it is not up to me to decide how many shares I can get. If it were not for the invitation of the Commander-in-Chief, I would have planned to investigate other large teams in the outpost base to invest. If you think my 2% stake is too much, forget it. I will leave now, and can get shares in another team. At this time, UUFA clapped her hands gently to smooth things over. We are all family. This time it's my fault for not discussing it with everyone in advance. So, let's make a compromise. Mr. Li Qing will still own 2% of the shares with the Fearless flagship blueprint. But I will personally take out 1% of the original shares, and the team's 1% of the original shares. A total of 2% to give to Mr. Li Qing. What do you think? How can this be possible? Someone immediately objected. This operation will easily cause trouble in the future. Besides, this is a team matter. How can the headquarters order you to give out this 1% of the shares? But, at this time, the handsome man with silver hair stood up. Suddenly, it was like a spring breeze blowing in the face, making people unable to help but focus on him. He said to UUFA with tenderness in his eyes, let's do as you said. Mr. Li Qing will join the team as a psychic and a dreadnought, and will receive a total of 2.5% of the team's original shares. As soon as he spoke, the others fell silent. UUFA smiled and nodded. Thank you, Brother Yi. You're welcome. Then it is decided. From now on, Brother Li Qing will be a member of our team and will enjoy all team benefits. As well as, at the end of the meeting, everyone came forward to shake hands with Li Qing and exchange contact information, as if the argument had never happened. This is the aristocratic elite education. When it comes to their own interests, they can fight to the death. But afterwards, or after the dust settles, the previous arguments and struggles are as if they never happened. Li Qing did the same, talking to them with a smile on his face, as if the argument when they prevented him from getting more shares had never happened. At the same time, he also knew that the man with a head full of silver hair and whose spiritual power was slightly stronger than his was actually Yi Shao, a direct descendant of the Yi family of Nantian. The Yi family of Nantian is one of the 14 Star Sea Lords of the Human United Empire and the most powerful family in the Human Empire. They came here as direct descendants to join a team, and it was obvious that they came for UUFA. From the Star Castle, Li Qing vomited lightly. In just less than an hour, he had some understanding of the decision-making level of the Gallon team created by UUFA. There are 16 shareholders in total, and now with him there are 17. And with 2.5% of the shares, he ranked 6th. The reason why they stopped him from getting more shares was actually very simple. They simply didn't want someone to suddenly appear in front of them. But even though I understand it, I still feel unhappy. The internal factions are mixed. Most of them are nobles with ulterior motives, and most of them are arrogant and difficult to discipline. For a moment, he was not sure whether choosing Gallon's team was right or wrong. After joining the Gallon team and becoming one of its core members, Li Qing was assigned a fleet of the Gallon team according to routine regulations. It is just a simple organization. The team will neither provide him with funds nor personnel, let alone warships. All core members of the team have the power. Whether you can make it happen depends on your ability. It is worth mentioning that although the Dreadnought was exchanged for 2% of the team's original shares, and the Dreadnought blueprint was handed over after the contract was signed, there was a special note when signing the contract that after the Dreadnought was built, he would have the third command of the Dreadnought flagship. This means that when the team has no mission and Commander-in-Chief UUFA is not using it, he can command the Fearless flagship to be temporarily incorporated into his own fleet to serve him. The premise is that you cannot go too far or perform tasks that are too risky. By joining Gallon, Li Qing immediately gained a series of benefits that only core members of the team could enjoy. The first is information and intelligence sharing. He can immediately obtain all the information collected and intelligence accumulated by the entire team. The second is the sharing of the team's network of relationships, including some of the networks established by UUFA in Tianjin and the outpost bases. Of course, these are not compensations, but require a price to be paid in exchange. But compared to others who don't even have a threshold, it is much better. The third is the basic benefits for core team members, including various priorities, such as jumping the queue to order warships, and up to 25% of war damage reports. Chapter 36: The Last Business Trip and Preparation. Although it is just a team and not a legion, the Gallon team is on par with the legion in this respect. The peripheral members did not report the damage. The loss rate of ordinary members was 10%. The elite members' loss rate was 15%. The core members reported the loss rate of 25%. And the deputy head of the deputy head of the deputy head of the deputy group was 30%. The so-called damage report refers to the loss of the warship caused by the team's behavior, and the loss will be reimbursed according to a percentage of the total price of the warship. For example, Li Qing's fully equipped frigate has a total price of 150 million, and the core member's damage rate is 25%. If the warship sinks due to team combat, the team will reimburse him 25% of the total price of 150 million, a total of 37.5 million. If you add insurance, the maximum loss is 25%, and the maximum reimbursement is 50%. Please note that the premise of this damage report is due to team behavior, such as during team activities, or being sunk by invading enemies in the team-controlled galaxy, etc. If it is a private behavior, such as driving a battleship to a dangerous galaxy for adventure and sinking, or accidentally sinking while digging a grave, etc. By the way, Li Lai's previous business was a private behavior, so the team will not report the 6 sunk destroyers, and only insurance can reimburse part of it. Li Qing did not stay in the Canaan galaxy for long. After gaining a general understanding of the team's situation and getting to know many core and important middle-level members of the team, he left the Canaan galaxy and returned to the outpost base. In fact, most of the team members are not in the Canaan galaxy now. They are either traveling back and forth between Tianjin and the outpost base to do business and make money, or mining in the star field controlled by the team. Some of those who choose to engage in warfare receive missions at the outpost base and enter the war zone to fight against the fleet of the combined alien Shada tribe, etc. There are many team activities, but most of them are small activities jointly organized by team members. Business activities like the previous one to collect goods worth 2 trillion star dollars are actually rare, usually once a year. After returning to the outpost, Li Lai and others already knew that he had joined Gallon and had become one of Gallon's core members. In the communication channel, Li Lai had a complicated expression inside. I joined Gallon earlier than you, and I am only a mid-level employee now. But you became a senior employee the moment you joined. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Li Qing shrugged and said nothing. However, Li Lai just sighed. He was in a very good mood. After less than a minute of hesitation, he enthusiastically talked to him about the information he had learned at the outpost base in the past few days. In the past few days, the price of food at the outpost has dropped a bit. After 4 months, the price will probably be even lower, and the profit will not be much. I have read some information in the past few days, and found that the most profitable and strongest products at the outpost are various finished warships. A bear frigate can be sold for 20 million yuan in Tianjin, and 25 million yuan here, which means a profit of about 5 million yuan. The key is that this thing is in great demand. There are wars every day in the area where the outpost is fighting with the Shada tribe, and there are war casualties every day. This thing is in demand as much as you can get. Unlike food, which will be saturated, this will not be saturated. Even after 100 years, there will be shortages. It can be made for a long time. At this time, Li Qi, who had been silent, spoke up. But the threshold for this requirement is too high. Where can we find so many warships? That's the most troublesome part. Li Lai sighed and said, the channels for selling warships in Tianjin now are mostly private shipyards of some players, except for the official shipyards in Tianjin. Although the official shipyards have a high output, there are too many people placing orders. It is impossible for us to store ships and resell them to make money. We can only find some private shipyards. But the output of private shipyards is not high, and the price is about 10% higher than the market price. Unless we can find a few private shipyards to contract all the warships they produce, there will be some profit. Li Qi shook his head and said, that's impossible. The private shipyards in Tianjin have long united to form a chamber of commerce to jointly manipulate prices. We can't get involved in this small-scale operation. It's a pity. Is shipbuilding so profitable? Li Qing muttered to himself. What he thought was that if a frigate at the outpost base could be sold for 25 million star dollars, it would cost about 21 million to 22 million to buy it directly in Tianjin. And he could only make about 3 million from each frigate. But he has a super dock, and the cost of one ship is only about 16 million. He can make as much as 9 million by selling it to the outpost. One ship can earn 9 million star dollars. 10 ships 90 million. 100 ships 900 million. And 1,000 ships 9 billion star dollars. Well, the frigate still earns too little. But having said that, Li Qing was already moved. There is no other reason. Just don't want to run the business all the time. One trip takes 4 months, which means only 3 trips a year. All my time is spent running back and forth. And I can't do anything else. It is not the same to change the shipbuilding. The shipyard is in the palm of the universe. As long as you prepare enough ship blueprints and materials, you can make ships. And it does not affect him to do other things. The key is that shipbuilding can also improve his shipbuilding level. Now he can only build frigates. And the efficiency of making money is limited. When he can build destroyers, cruisers, and even battleships, that will be the beginning of making big money. Okay, that's it. Li Qing made up his mind, and looked up at Li Lai and Li Qi in the communication channel. They were the only 2 people in the channel, representing their respective small teams. He carefully thought out his words and said, I plan to take you on another run, make some more money, and then we plan to build a mining base and a star system near the star field controlled by the team here at the outpost. Li Lai and Li Qi were both a little surprised, but not too surprised. This was within their expectations. They just didn't expect that he would quit so soon. Li Lai thought for a while and said, since this is the last time, we might as well do something big and help the team build another super caravan like the last one. Li Qi also said, and by doing this, you can also improve your reputation and status in the team. Li Qing shook his head after hearing this. No. Why not? Besides, we have to pay 100 billion in tolls every time. It's better for you to make the money than for others to make it. Li Qing smiled and said, do you think that 100 billion is just tolls? He used to think it was just a toll. But since becoming a core member of Gallon, he also learned some inside information that only core members knew. For example, they paid 100 billion to ask the Blue Fish Clan, one of the 16 clans of the Rest Pirate Group, to escort them through the star field controlled by the Rest Pirate Group. Outsiders thought that they spent 100 billion star dollars as bribe. But in fact it was not just bribe. The focus was on reasonable support for the Blue Fish Clan. The reason is simple. The establishment of the Blue Fish Clan has a certain relationship with the Yu Clan of Tianjin. To put it bluntly, the Rest Pirate Group originally had only 13 clans. Ever since humans established an outpost in the Zuder Star Field and launched a war with the Shada tribe and the United Civilization, players were able to join the Rest Pirate Group camp. The Jin Yu Clan decisively invested a lot of human resources to build up their reputation in the Rest Pirate Group and formed a new pirate clan. There is a force of its own in the pirate group that is as powerful as the Shada tribe and the United Civilization. It has a good relationship with this force, which can play a huge role at certain critical moments. So this money cannot be saved. But he cannot earn it either. Of course, he couldn't tell this secret directly. But Li Lai and Li Qi were both smart people. So he just gave them a little hint and they understood it, and didn't insist any further. However, the team cannot make money. But you can make money from other people. When you return to Tianjin, you can find a large caravan to cooperate with, and make money every time. 2 months later, a medium-sized fleet entered the Jin Galaxy. The fleet docked at the starport and everyone went their separate ways to prepare. Li Qing directly accessed the regional channel, connected to the internet, and searched for what he wanted directly on the trading platform. First, 5.2 billion star dollars were spent to purchase 10 small transport ships, 10 medium-sized transport ships, 5 Mammoth-class large transport ships, and 1 Fairy-class super-large transport ship. And a total of 6 billion star dollars were used to purchase 5 small industrial ships, 2 medium-sized industrial ships, 2 large industrial ships, and 1 extra-large industrial ship. Then, there were 30 large mining ships, which cost a total of 24 billion star dollars. 3 sets of large-scale crushing, screening and refining ore equipment, with a unit price of 1.1 billion, totaling 3.3 billion. All in all, a total of 38.5 billion star dollars were spent, leaving 67 billion star dollars. Then, the 5 billion yuan star is reserved to pay for salary and emergency. All the remaining funds purchased the blueprints and construction materials of frigates and destroyers. A total of 2,000 frigates and materials were purchased, which cost 4 billion plus 24 billion yuan. In addition to the construction of the 500 frigates purchased previously, a lot of them have been built in recent days, and now there are 400 sets left. A total of 2,400 sets and 100 finished frigates are docked in the dock of the Palm Universe, as well as 200 destroyer blueprints and materials, which cost 3 billion plus 18 billion star dollars respectively. A total of 21 billion star dollars. Then, 5 extra large cold storages were ordered, as well as various foods with a total value of nearly 500 million yuan, and daily necessities with a total value of 1 billion yuan. Then, through the relationship with the Gallon team, he spent 750 million star dollars to get 4 top-of-the-line Tornado-class destroyers directly from the U shipyard. The weapon configuration was the same as that of the Hurricane-class destroyer he had, mainly kinetic weapons. Then he spent 130 million star dollars, which was lower than the market price, to equip a complete set of Haiyan frigate configurations. He got a total of 20 sets, which could be installed directly on the bare frigates he already had later. The 4 destroyers cost 3 billion, and the full configuration of 20 frigates cost a total of 2.6 billion star dollars. Then, he purchased 100 base L-slot kinetic main gun LS, spending a total of 200 million star dollars. 300 base L-slot large dynamic artillery LS cost a total of 240 million star coins. 1000 base M medium kinetic LS cost a total of 300 million star dollars. 5000 base S small scale mobile artillery LS cost a total of 750 million star dollars. 1000 basic machine gun discarding Sabo LS cost a total of 750 million star dollars. 200 base P-slot anti-sabotage bullets cost a total of 200 million star dollars. The total amount is 2.44 billion star dollars. Then he bought 50,000 energy blocks containing 100,000 standard energies, in addition to quickly charging the energy shield. This thing can also be used in many aspects. One block costs 100,000 star dollars, and 50,000 blocks cost a total of 5 billion star dollars. All in all, the total cost was 24 billion plus 21 billion plus 500 million plus 1 billion plus 3 billion plus 2.6 billion plus 2.44 billion plus 5 billion. A total of 59.54 billion star dollars. Most of the remaining 67 billion star dollars were spent in one go, leaving only 7.46 billion star dollars. Then, he spent 1 billion star dollars to order a medium-sized steel refining furnace, and 1.5 billion star dollars to order a medium-sized alloy furnace. The steel refining furnace can further refine the refined ore into steel, while the alloy furnace can melt steel and other elements into a stronger alloy, and can also recycle the collected warship wreckage into alloys. From collecting raw ore, to crushing and refining it into refined ore, to refining it into steel, and then smelting it into alloys, and finally sending it to the arsenal in the high-dimensional dock in the Palm Universe to be directly processed into various LS. Get it done in one step, saving a lot of money on buying ammunition. Soon Li Qing discovered that the remaining 4.9 billion star dollars might not be saved, and he had to recruit a group of shipbuilding engineers. We have prepared 2,400 sets of frigate blueprints and materials, so we must expand the scale. Otherwise we could only build 10 ships in one round. 2,400 ships will require 240 rounds, or 240 months, which means it will take forever. Expand? Must expand. Through the relationship with the Gallon team, a large number of crew members were directly recruited in the Tianjin College district. Among them, there are 10 groups of destroyer shipbuilding engineers, including one chief engineer with a monthly salary of 2 million, and 40 senior engineers who build destroyers with a monthly salary of 300,000, for a total monthly salary of 12 million. The frigate shipbuilding team also expanded significantly, from the original 10 groups to 100 groups at once. 9 chief engineers were recruited with a monthly salary of 1.2 million, totaling 10.8 million, and 200 senior frigate engineers with a monthly salary of 200,000, totaling 40 million. Ordinary crew members were recruited for all types of ships, regardless of whether they were frigates or battleships. A total of 3,600 people were recruited for the two, with a monthly salary of 144 million. It is worth mentioning that the salary of the ordinary shipbuilding engineers he originally recruited was 50,000 per month. But through the relationship with the Yu family, he directly recruited them from the Academy City. Not only was he able to recruit all of them in one go, but his salary was also reduced by 10,000, which directly saved a lot of money. After recruiting all of them, the monthly salary he paid alone was as high as 208.8 million star dollars. The buyout price for 1,550 clone crew members is 310 million. Plus the crew salaries and maintenance costs of 5 destroyers and 21 frigates are 11.25 million plus 21 million respectively, totaling 32.25 million. The total salary is 241.05 million star dollars. A monthly salary of 240 million star dollars. Li Qingqing calculated his current net worth and realized that he would be out of money in just 2 years. No wonder they say war is a waste of money. When a cannon is fired, a fortune of gold is lost. A cannonball can eat up an ordinary person's monthly salary. It is really difficult to maintain a fleet. He has only 26 ships, and there is no big ship. The monthly fleet will cost 32.25 million yuan. For teams that own hundreds of large and small warships, the cost of maintaining their fleets is probably tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions every month, which is simply terrifying. The more we grow, the more we feel that money is not enough. Fortunately, although the cost was high, the profit was also considerable. These 2,400 frigates and 200 destroyers were all built and sold, making an immediate profit. If we don't sell Tianjin, we can sell the outpost base. We can make nearly 10 million from one frigate. And 2,400 frigates can make 24 billion. Destroyers can make even more money. After saving the shipyard usage fee and various channel fees, one destroyer can make about 30 million. If it is transported to the outpost base, an additional 30% or 45 million can be earned, for a total of about 75 million. 200 destroyers can make 15 billion. Chapter 37. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 38. A frozen alien space station? After deducting 2 years' salary of about 2 billion, he can make a net profit of 37 billion in 2 years. This income alone is enough for him to maintain a fleet of a certain size, plus the money earned from doing business every time I return to the G-Min star system, as well as the money earned from the ever-expanding mining base. Well, when the base is ready and can directly smelt the alloy in one step, we can expand the alloy production. And by then, we can save a large part of the cost of shipbuilding materials. You should know that the most in-demand material for warships is the alloy for building the hull and armor. If the alloy can be self-produced, at least 15% of the cost can be saved. The warship blueprints and materials he has on hand alone will bring him an additional income of more than 5 billion. Well, this development speed is good. It is always the hardest to make your first pot of gold. Once you have passed the initial accumulation stage, you will make money much faster later. I didn't stay in G-Min for a long time. When all the materials ordered, the supplies were delivered to the designated warehouse one by one. And then the cosmic memory in the palm of the palm was put into the warehouse. Li Lai and others were almost ready. It may be the last time to run a business. They also took out all the capital this time. All the money they earlier invested and added a loan. And the goods of nearly 4 billion yuan. In addition, they did not know where to make a bridge, and found a large caravan who prepared to go to the outpost base. The two parties negotiated and charged the transportation fee of 3% of the total cargo of the caravan. After witnessing Li Qing open the channel and put a super large transport ship into the Palm universe, and released it in another galaxy after a while, the head of the caravan's eyes lit up. However, before he spoke, Li Qing directly stated that he would not be a professional businessman, except for taking a trip when he returned to Tianjin every once in a while. He would not make money from this. This directly discouraged the head of the Chamber of Commerce from thinking about it. For this Chamber of Commerce, his transportation method is safe and cheap, and fast. But for those businessmen who make a living from transportation and escort, he is directly destroying their jobs, and they will definitely not let him go. Perhaps it is not afraid of the support of the Chamber of Commerce, but it will be troublesome. Coupled with himself, he never thought of being a professional businessman. So, the total value of this Chamber of Commerce that was called Yuqi was only about 900 billion yuan. However, After seeing Li Qin showing the throughput of the universe in the palm of the hand, the total amount of transportation was temporarily increased, and the goods increased to about 1,500 billion yuan in one breath. According to the agreement, he can get 3% of the total value of the goods. That is, 45 billion yuan. You can get 30% of the money before departure. You can get another 30% when you reach the outpost base galaxy. After unloading the goods, you can get all the money. The 30% of the 45 billion yuan star is 13.5 billion yuan. With so much money, Li Qishan ordered 2 Chinese-type steel refining furnaces and 2 Chinese alloy furnaces, which cost a total of 4.4 billion yuan, and spent 1 billion yuan to buy out 10,000 first-level clone people, 1.5 billion yuan to buy out of 10,000 first-level robots. Most of the skills that they loaded for them are basic base maintenance skills related to colonies. Then, there is no more. All the remaining money is settled. Half a month later, a fleet consisting of a battleship and 20-1 cruisers, 70 destroyers, and 300 frigates left the transit base and drove into the vast Star Sea. The battleship was from the Yuchi Chamber of Commerce. Half of the entire fleet belonged to the Yuchi Chamber of Commerce. If a caravan with a total value is nearly 2 trillion, this fleet will be seriously insufficient, and halfway will definitely be robbed. But if a pure fleet is on the road, there will be no problems. The pure fleet is difficult to deal with without any benefit. And even if the pirates see it, they will not intercept it. There was no surprise all the way. 2 months later, the fleet arrived at the outpost base and released all the caravan of the Chamber of Commerce, and Li Lai settled all the payment and left. Li Lai and Li Qi and others stayed here to clear the goods, and he went back to the team headquarters north. He was preparing to find a suitable galaxy in the Gonlan team to build a mining base. And by the way, the industrial system in the universe in the palm of the palm was made. It is worth mentioning that Li Lai and Li Qi followed him to make money that he could not make in the past few years. In addition, the spiritual power he showed, and the magical rectification, now became the core member of the team. In summary, when he left, Li Lai and Li Qi were asking him if he wanted to build a fleet. Although it is unknown, the hidden meaning is to mix with him. Li Qi did not refuse. But he was not enough in his hands. He didn't mean to form the fleet immediately, but just told him to accumulate first. The fleet left the outpost base and began to jump, and it took 4 days to rush back to the Gaga Blue Castle. There are not many active players in the headquarters. Most of them are directly affiliated with UUFA's team, or some small and medium-sized teams in the team have their own things. The Gonlan team itself was jointly established by several large and medium-sized teams. Each large and medium-sized team inside the team has its own independent mountain faction. The largest factions have established their own team bases even in the except far away from the Green Star system. Obviously, these big teams join Gauguin, either just want to pursue beauty, or just want to organize a group to win a lot of life planets. And I have not thought about joining the Gauguin team permanently. UUFA estimates that this is also clear, so I have never ignored their actions. What a weird team too. But the elder brother didn't say the second brother, and Li Qin thought so. Through the core member permissions, the basic form of the 44 galaxies and the surrounding galaxies in the Carthage control of the Carthage and the surrounding galaxy, as well as the surrounding force of the team. Li Qin carefully considered it and decided not to put his base in the area of the Gonlan team. Anyway, his shipyard warehouse is all in the universe in the palm, and only a base and mining ships are placed outside. Unlike other players' bases, it is troublesome to recycle it. He can recover it any time. We made a brief stop at Galan Star Castle, but UUFA was not there. She must have gone back to Tianjin shipyard with the Dreadnought blueprint. There were several cores in the Star Castle. Before he joined the core of the team, he had seen it. He talked briefly for a while. The so-called power control over a star field does not mean that once you claim that a galaxy is yours, it becomes your sphere of influence. Instead, it means that you need to establish a supply outpost in the galaxy and have patrol fleets passing through it at regular intervals to form actual occupation of the galaxy. For a large team's headquarters peripheral galaxy, and internal players within the team will establish a personal mining base in the galaxy. However, correspondingly, all the mining and other income in the team control the galaxy must be paid. The tax ratio of different teams is uncertain. At least 5%, and the highest 30%. The time tax rate will be increased if the team falls into the wind in the battle. The team leader has the right to temporarily increase the tax rate and adjust to a maximum of 100%. It looks very unreasonable. But this is a set of tax rates that human civilization has explored in the new universe for 10,000 years. After all, the team creates a safe galaxy environment for your carefree mining. Is it reasonable to collect some taxes? When the war comes, if the team falls into the wind or even be eliminated, the individual players under the team shelter will lose protection. And there will be more losses. Of course, Li Qing chose to go to the wild galaxy to establish a base. Of course, it was not because of this tax. What he was levied was only a mining tax. It did not need to pay taxes through the cosmic shipbuilding transaction through the palm of the palm, which had little impact on him. The main reason for doing this is that the galaxies near the team are basically saturated. Although the Gallon team is not a legion, it has a large number of players. In addition to the Gallon galaxy, it actually controls only 43 galaxies. There are dozens of people in each galaxy, and some have hundreds. It is basically saturated, and there are a lot of people everywhere. Rather than squeezing a galaxy with a bunch of people, it is better to find a suitable galaxy outside, and it is exclusive to one person. The fleet left the Carthage, and the transition engine started, and began to jump directly. It leaped 5 times in a row and stopped by 150 light years. The 5 destroyers, and 20-1 frigates, and a medium-sized industrial ship appeared on the edge of the gravitational well of a strange galaxy. The fleet took a break for a while, and did not continue to jump, but entered the inside of the galaxy with sublight beams. This is a very ordinary single-star system. K-type orange star. The quality looks similar to that of the Sun. There are 7 planets in the galaxy, and there is no asteroid belt. The fleet was just skipped, passing directly through the star system to the gravitational well on the other side, and found the wormhole crossing and leaving. The next journey has not jumped, one by one, looking for the right galaxy. He is now located about 150 light years away from the Gaga Blue galaxy. It has surpassed the active area of the internal team inside Callan, in addition to a very small number of Adventure Stream players, or some small and medium teams. Few single players run here, as they cross galaxies one after another. Time passed day by day. Soon, almost a month had passed, and they had unknowingly crossed more than 20 galaxies. They had not found a suitable galaxy yet, but the dock in the palm of the universe had already built 100 frigates, coupled with the 2 months from G-Men to the outpost base, and 100 previously in Tun. At this time, there were a full 400 frigates in the universe in his palm. If you go back to the outpost base now, you can sell a full 10 billion yuan star. Buzz! The tide of the worm cavity exploded, and a destroyer and 5 frigates drilled out of the wormhole. 15 minutes later, Li Qing's main fleet appeared in a strange galaxy through the wormhole. Drip. Drop. In the future, you have to check the surroundings, and the landlift radar will issue a warning. There is a planet 80,000 kilometers away from the fleet. The alarm sound comes from the surface of the planet. No need to order. The deputy captain of the ship ordered the crew to scan the concentrated on there, and the result soon appeared in front of Li Qing. It was a planet with a diameter of about 7,000 kilometers. There was a satellite. The scanning screen showed that the surface of the planet was covered by a thick layer of ice. But on the thick ice surface, it scanned a huge building outline. How can there be architecture here? Destroyer number 5 and frigates number 20 and 21 escort the industrial ship over to take a look. The 4 warships broke away from the fleet to the frozen planet, stopped at about 1,000 kilometers from the planet. After a minute, the real-time scanning screen appeared on the light curtain in front of Li Qing. The wreckage of the space station? Although it was covered with a thick layer of ice. The battleship scanned closely and found that it was not the building they had imagined, but a huge wreckage of a space station that had fallen into the planet and was then covered with a thick layer of ice, making it look like a building from a distance. Preparation of number 5 destroyer. Li Qing drew a circle on the edge of the wreckage of the space station and passed the instructions to the captain. With his order, the cannon mouth flashed slightly, and several alloyed artillery bombs were sprayed out of the cannon mouth, shooting the target location. Boom, boom, boom. The shock waves of several kilometers covered by several groups exploded, and the sky was broken. It was rolled up by the planetary rigid hurricane to form a broken ice explosion and swept into the distance. A piece of scrap iron falls from the track to the planet can form a huge shock wave, not to mention the electromagnetic gun. The electromagnetic cannons on the battleship have no special performance in space battles. But if the bombardment is in the planet, you can immediately feel how powerful its power is. And a gun is exaggerated like a nuclear bomb bombardment. A large circle of ice surrounding the frozen wreckage of the space station was blown to pieces. Even the wreckage of the space station was affected, and large pieces of ice were lifted up and cracked. Then, the small industrial ship slowly entered the planet under the escort of the two frigates. Although this frozen planet has an atmosphere, it is very weak, and the planet's gravity is far below the standard gravity. Therefore, frigates with only one core module in the overall structure can land inside the planet, while warships with more than 2 modules above the destroyer cannot land. The 2 frigates of the escort exploded the surface of the wreckage of the space station with a small electromagnetic cannon. The industrial ship began to scan close up, and then passed the scanning information to Li Qing through the battleship communication. In less than an hour, the overall scanning of the wreckage of the space station was completed, and it coincided with a segment of the data in the internal database of the battleship. This is the space station of Asada Tribal Alliance. Why is there a space station in the Shada Tribe League here? Li Qing was a little puzzled. Although it is not too far from the Sada Treasure Alliance, it does not belong to the Sada Tribe United, with the outpost as the center. To the east is the Shada Tribal Union. Its current location is about 450 light-years northeast of the outpost. Theoretically, continuing to go east will reach the Shada Tribal Union. But in fact there is a strong isolation interference zone between the east and northeast of the outpost. Not only is it covered by thick star clouds over there, even if the 5th level transition engine cannot be used, the wormholes connected between the galaxies and the galaxy are unstable. Although the unstable wormhole can also travel, there is a high probability that there are some unpredictable accidents when crossing. The best outcome is that you will be thrown directly into an unknown galaxy, and the worst outcome is that you will be thrown directly into the subspace, and then you will be doomed. So, why does the Solid Treasure Federation set up a space station on the other side of the isolation band? Why do you give up? Well, to be precise, they were forced to abandon it, because through scanning, we could see impact debris and melt holes from energy weapons remaining on the space station, and some places were embedded with metal LS, indicating that the space station did not fall naturally, but was shot down. So the question is, who shot down this stuff? Li Qing asked the industrial ship to use the tractor beam to bring back some fragments and residual metal LS, and transfer them into the Palm universe, preparing to let the scientists in the laboratory in the warehouse area study them to see the age and metal composition of these wreckage. As for the wreckage of this space station, after a week around the planet, no other artificial buildings and valuable things were found, and they chose to leave. The fleet did not jump, but instead traveled through the galaxy at sublight speed, searching for other planets in the galaxy. However, it took a few days to turn around and did not find other space stations. Instead, a large pirate fleet and base with a large abnormality of one of the satellites of one of the giant stars found a large abnormality. 12 hours later, the fleet left the galaxy and entered the next galaxy through the wormhole. Chapter 39 Ancient Battlefield Broken Satellite. Half an hour later, the fleet passed through the wormhole. After the surging energy tide, the battleship radar immediately scanned the starry sky 10,000 kilometers away. 2 pirate cruisers and 17 pirate gunboats were chasing a destroyer and 5 frigates that had crossed over first. The fleet is ready for battle. Li Qing looked at the communication screen sent by the fleet in front, and immediately ordered the fleet to prepare for battle. The captain of the destroyer of the temporary command did not confront the pirates, but fought and retreated, with the faster speed of the kite than the strange pirate fleet. It had slipped for an hour and a half. As soon as the fleet communication was connected, Li Qing immediately ordered the forward fleet to return to converge with himself, and the fleet of the headquarters quickly stepped forward. Although these 2 pirate cruisers are said to be a cruiser, they are only cruisers modified by destroyers. The 2 sides approached, and the bowls of the 5 destroyers flew horizontally, allowing one of the cannons to storage at the front. 21 frigates left 5 escort destroyers in front, and the remaining 17 were divided into 2 groups, with 8 on the left and 9 on the right to meet the enemy. The 5th generation weapon itself has a longer range, and has a 20% range bonus from the psychic, while the enemy ship is still accelerating towards it. The cannons that have been charged early have already opened fire. A series of flames and 6 dazzling light beams exploded, directly crossing the void and slamming into a pirate-modified cruiser. The terrifying kinetic energy and neutron plume directly tore open the energy shield of the pirate cruiser, and the residual power tore open the alloy armor. And the broken alloy armor fragments flew everywhere. The 5 destroyers have a total of 12 L-gauge main guns, of which 6 are advanced kinetic energy railguns, and the other 6 are neutron launchers, which can emit a huge neutron feathers. A total of 60 medium-sized weapon grooves, half of which are equipped with the 5th-generation electromagnetic cannon, and the other half of the 30-door are equipped with the 5th-generation laser cannon. The concentrated fire of the 12 L-slot main guns almost tore open the armor of this modified pirate cruiser. Fortunately, it has been modified and strengthened. If it were a destroyer, this firepower could directly tear open the armor. A round of SH.LS. They also entered the range of 2 modified pirate cruisers, accompanied by the dazzling light, and a total of 14 dazzling laser runs through the void. At the same time, 8 missiles dragged long tail flames. With a flash of white light, 14 lasers hit Destroyer number 3 fiercely. The enormous power tore the shield of Destroyer number 3 on the spot, leaving 14 melt holes, half a meter deep on the armor. The 8 missiles were released first, but they were intercepted by the fire tongue of the fire defense system fired by the 4 frigates halfway and destroyed halfway. The 3rd destroyer retreated. There are all advance. The L-slot main gun has a range of up to 1,500 kilometers, and the M medium-slot weapon has a range of about 500 kilometers. Although the opponent is a cruiser, it is just a modified destroyer, and its firepower is not as good as that of a real cruiser. He has a great advantage in this regard, and naturally he has to use this advantage. Soon the 2 sides entered the medium-sized weapon range, and Li Qing used the 20% range bonus of the spiritual power to turn on fire in advance. Li Qing did not know how the other warship was modified. He was afraid of insufficient firepower. A total of 60 artillery all set the fire to the shield. Almost blinking, the 30 metal SH.LS and 30 laser hit the target at the same time. I saw a shocking explosion. The converting cruiser was torn by the horror power of the fire, turning into a turbulent explosion flame on the spot. A fire-sinking one. The pressure dropped sharply, and the remaining pirate cruiser firepower was not enough to threaten the destroyer in a short period of time. On the other side, 16 frigates were surrounding 17 pirate gunboats, and the 2 sides were entangled in a melee in a very small area. The frigates and pirate cannon boats are small warships of the same specifications. They are equipped with small groove weapons, both laser cannons or machine guns, or the range of defense systems are very close. This has caused most of the frigates to fight quickly. When he destroyed a cruiser, the frigates of the 5 generations of technology configured on the other side were full of winds in the face of pirate gunboats. At this point, Li Qing was relieved, and no accident was over, and a ship would not lose. The facts were just as he expected. 7 minutes later, the 2nd pirate cruiser was sunk. 5 destroyers immediately joined the frigate battlefield and destroyed the pirate gunboats that were at a disadvantage one by one. As soon as the battle was over, Li Qing found that his command skills experience increased a lot, and the basic Navy command skills rose to level 5. Basic Naval Command Skills LV5, Speed plus 25%, Weapon Firing Rate plus 15%, Attack Damage plus 10%, Command Ship Capacity plus 450. Coupled with the skill bonus of the spiritual ability, the speed of the fleet he commanded was plus 45%, the range was plus 20%, the weapon rate was plus 15%, and the attack damage was plus 10%. More and more powerful. Li Qing pumped his mouth and closed the attribute panel with satisfaction. In the battlefield, Li Qing was surprised to find that, in addition to a bunch of wreckage of warships with 7 or 8 tanks, there was a 2nd-generation laser cannon manufacturing drawings with 25 times and 2 data chips. The 2nd-generation laser paper is 350,000 yuan per time. It can be used for 25 times and 8.75 million. After the 2 data chips were delivered to him, he used the decoder to extract the data and obtained a white skill chip and a green signal chip. The whiteboard skill chip contains the frigate operating skills, adding 1,000 frigate operation skills related experience after use. But this thing is only useful for the captain, and not very useful for a commander like him. Although he also has the skill of learning the frigates, it is only used before. Now he not only does not need to operate, but it is estimated that there is no chance to open it in the future. Naturally, There is no need to waste this thing. But he can only cultivate his use. But all his subordinates are blank captains. And they are not worth training at all. This stuff can only be kept for now. And used when there is a chance to recruit frigate captains with green or blue names or above in the future. As for the signal chip, it will give you a coordinate after decoding. And then you can find the coordinate location. The result of the signal chip is uncertain. It is possible that the coordinate location is just a treasure left by the ancients. Or it may be a relic, an ancient laboratory, an ancient shipwreck, or even just an ordinary box. If it is buried treasure, this action is called treasure hunting. If it is an ancient relic or laboratory, this behavior is called digging a grave. Generally speaking, the final harvest can be determined through the level of the signal chip. Naturally, the whiteboard does not need to expect good things. If it is a purple signal chip, there will be a top-level good thing. The green chip is higher than that of the whiteboard. But it is higher. But there is a probability that there are good value. Li Qing used the star map to check the signal coordinates and found that the signal coordinates were not far from here. Anyway, he was now looking for a suitable galaxy to establish a base. So he decided to go over and take a look. However, after walking a few galaxies according to the coordinates of the star map, Li Qing discovered a problem. The interference electrons contained in the nebulae in the nearby star field were increasing rapidly. Not only were the ship's sensors seriously affected, but the jump engine was also strongly affected. After crossing about 10 galaxies, he discovered that only the 5th generation jump engine could jump here, and the jump distance and accuracy were greatly affected. Is this the edge of the isolation interference band? Looking at the star map, the coordinates on the signal chip were only 5 jumps away from here. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to keep moving forward. Drilling into the next galaxy, immediately felt that the interference in the nebula was once again strengthened. The sensor was suppressed by only 1/3 of the effect. The 5th generation jump engine was already in a state of not being spiritual. It is estimated that the next galaxy will strike directly in the depths. Come here. It would be a pity to give up now. But Li Qing also set a standard for himself. He would continue to move forward. But if he found that the wormhole began to become unstable, he would retreat and not take any risks. Next, 3 galaxies flew forward, and the transition engine had been directly struck and could not be used. And even the curvature of the asylum was greatly affected. However, the wormhole is relatively stable. According to the information given by the Gauguin team, the real isolation interference zone is that the wormhole is interfered and becomes unstable. This cannot be used. Now the wormhole can be used, but the interference is serious, indicating that it should be at the edge of the isolation interference zone. It is estimated that there will be a few galaxies in the isolation interference zone. Fortunately, the coordinates on the signal chip are nearby, and should be in the edge galaxy of the isolation interference band. Half a day later, the fleet came to the edge of the galaxy, and the large army stopped, and one was expelled with the 5 guards into the wormhole. 1.5 hours later, the first fleet sent him a response, took it back to the communication, and watched one of the 2 cruisers and 8 destroyers from the wormhole displayed in the communication screen not far away. The player fleet and the wreckage of the 40-guard fleets were surprised. Silently, he ordered in the fleet channel, destroyers number 3, 4, and 5 and frigates number 1 to 10 will enter first, and the remaining warships will follow. After half an hour, the wormhole shuttled over. As soon as he came out, Li Qing looked at the situation for the first time and found that there was no conflict before he was relieved. At the same time, the communication lit up. Click to see a strange communications connected in, revealing a young man in dark green military uniforms, and said, "I am the commander of the fleet not far from you. You can call me Thornbird. Jialan Team Li Qing. I come here as a signal chip guidance to dig a grave. What a coincidence. I also stumbled upon a signal chip by accident and am here to hunt for treasure as well. That's a coincidence. It's a bit of a coincidence." Li Qing checked the star chart coordinates. The signal chip guidance was located under the galaxy. He sent the coordinate to the past and said, "We shouldn't be at the same coordinates." Right? The Thorn Bird was obviously relieved, and also sent a coordinate. Although it is also in this galaxy, it is not in the same location. Then we dug them each? Okay. The 2 men said goodbye peacefully. One fleet sailed to the left side of the galaxy, and Li Qing led the fleet downwards. The so-called direction does not refer to the front, back, left, right. up and down directions based on the horizontal plane of each player's warship, but is based on the entire new banking system. As we all know, the new galaxy is also a huge flat disk with 4 rotary arms. This flat disk is divided into the middle line, and then 4 rotary arms are the 4 directions of the southeast and northwest, based on the Silver Heart, the rotary arm where the Human United Empire is located as the British Tianjin arm, and set the north with the direction of the silver disk. Of course, this southeast and northwest refers to the direction coordinates of the entire galaxy, which must not be used in the galaxy inside the star system. The upper and lower horizontal planes are based on the galaxy, but the southeast and northwest are based on themselves, or the stars in the center of the star system are the anchor points. What he uses now is the southeast and northwest of the anchor point. The nebula concentration in this galaxy has actually affected the corner of the naked eye. The picture from the sensor shows that the starry sky outside the battleship is covered with a light layer of mist. If the screen is enlarged, it can be found that the fog is composed of countless fine particles. If carefully examined with scientific-grade instruments, it would be discovered that there are tiny electronic connections between these particles. In fact, this environment itself already has a certain scientific research value. The outpost base has always sent the galaxy scientific examination at the edge of the isolation interference band. I do not know if there is a valuable information. There are also wild monsters in this galaxy, and they are also affected by the nebula. Their sensors are suppressed even more severely than his. He had 2 close encounters with the wild monster fleet and had already entered their radar detection range. He would have been discovered in other galaxies, but he was not found here at all. In addition, there seems to be more than one monster that appears in this galaxy. In addition to the common pirate monsters, there is also a monster that is obviously different from pirate gunboats. The level of science and technology is not much different from pirate gunboats, but the size of the fleet is much larger than pirates. In addition to the scattered sporadic cannon boats, the pirates are generally 5 or less destroyers with the cruisers with 20 or 30 gunboats. The unknown monsters are not sporadic. Most of them are large fleets. And the fleet is large. At least 4 or 5 real cruisers. More than a dozen destroyers. The ship is around. When encountering such a fleet, Li Qing all turned directly to avoid. After walking and stopping along the way, we finally arrived at the location of the signal chip coordinates. From afar, we saw a common desolate planet floating alone in the starry sky. The orbit around the planet was full of broken warship wreckage. Small fleets of wild monsters, including a cruiser, 3 destroyers and about 10 frigates, were wandering back and forth in the wreckage. Ancient battlefield? Li Qing was surprised. Why is there an ancient battlefield here? From the perspective of the wreckage of the warship, it contains a large number of huge warships. Although the flagship wreckage is not found, the wreckage of so many warships can be seen that the scale of the ancient war was absolutely huge. The fleet stopped for a while and completed the scan. Li Qing ordered the fleet to scan the planet from a distance. However, as soon as they circled the planet to the other side, they saw that another orbital sky that was previously blocked by the planet was filled with warship wreckage, among which there were several warship wreckages that were larger than complete battleships. What shocked him even more was behind this battleship's grave. There was a broken satellite. Chapter 40 Environmental Transformation Technology. This satellite should be bombarded by the doomses of the T-slot. The satellites with a diameter of more than 3,000 kilometers are directly bombed in cracks. The huge crust is like a cracking egg SHL. The hot star nucleus splits out and forms a cool small meteorite belt around the planet track. What a brutal war! Li Qing stabbed his tongue. His eyes fell on the cool small meteorite belt, and the sensor scanned the cooler small meteorite with star nucleus. Star core material is a good thing. It is usually only found in the core of a planet. It contains many super rare special substances, and is an essential material for manufacturing top-level technological creations. It is very expensive, costing up to 500 million star yuan per cubic meter. Usually mining can only set up deep core mining on the planet, and slowly extract the star nuclear substances. And it should also be noted that the amount of extraction should not be too much, and it cannot affect the stability of the planet. It is worth mentioning that theoretically all planets have star nucleus, but in fact, most planets have not high star substances. There is a saying in the starry sky that has not yet been supported by scientific theory, that the amount of core material contained in a planet has nothing to do with the size of the planet, but is related to the environment and structure of the planet. To put it bluntly, it depends on whether your planet has the potential to become a life-bearing planet. Barren planets generally do not have much core matter, while life planets must have a large amount of core matter. Similarly, the amount of core material in a star also determines whether the planet has the potential to be transformed into a habitable planet. Normally, it is not allowed to collect stellar core materials by directly blowing up stars. It is said to be an unspoken rule in the new universe. Li Qing doesn't know where this saying comes from, but he has never seen anyone collect stellar core materials by blowing up stars. So encountering an unexpectedly shattered planet is definitely a godsend. He used radar to scan the surroundings to determine the patrolling patterns of nearby monsters, and then ordered the fleet to fly in the direction of the broken satellite. After radar scanning, there are two small fleets passing back and forth through the broken satellite area. He needs to destroy these two small fleets before he can collect the star core material with peace of mind. Fortunately, it was just a small fleet. If it was a large fleet, there would be nothing we could do. The two small fleets were not patrolling together, but one on the other side, one on this side, and he sent 3 frigates to seduce in the past. And then the main force rushed up to be beaten and easily eliminated. Then used the same method to lure another one over, and then destroy it in the same way. Then several mining ships and industrial ships were released to start work, collecting star core materials floating in the void. Obviously, Li Qing is the first batch of players who come to this galaxy. Otherwise, the star nuclear material wheel will not be in him. If it is near Jinmingxing province, it will have been scratched by previous pioneering players. This batch of stellar core material seems to be a lot, and the cooled lava meteorites stretch for thousands of kilometers. But in fact it does not contain much stellar core material. After all, it is just a small satellite, not a large planet. Most of them are rare minerals and elements only in the internal star nucleus. There are not few units in the real star nucleus, but this thing costs 500 million star dollars per unit. So as long as you can collect one unit, you will make a lot of money. It took almost half a day to collect all the meteorites formed by the star core lava. The mining ship returned to the palm-sized universe. Now there was no rare element refining equipment on hand. He could only wait to return to the Gallon team to refine them with the team equipment, or order a set himself next time he went back. After the collection, Li Qing glanced at the broken satellite. Broken SHL. This must contain a large amount of ore and planetary material. But the collection is a protracted thing. He has no time. Unfortunately, the fragments are too large to fit into the palm-sized universe's maximum storage capacity of 10 kilometers. Otherwise, they would have been taken away in one go. I didn't leave next, because the signal coordinates were on this planet, and it was coincidentally under the orbit where the broken satellite was located, and the location did not need to be changed. This planet is a very common barren planet, but it has a thick layer of atmosphere. Many places on the surface are covered with thick ice layers, indicating that the planet has water and atmosphere. In addition, the planet's track is also on the star-litable belt. The climate conditions are not bad. Theoretically, this barren planet is likely to become a life planet. However, this may be lower and lower over time until it is almost impossible. If any planet has the potential to become a life-bearing planet, its ecosystem will slowly form during the most active stage of its geology within 2 or 3 billion years after its formation. From the perspective of this barren planet, the age is significantly more age than this best age. Unless there is an accident, it is basically impossible to slowly evolve the ecological circle by yourself. But the two key factors of water and atmosphere are both present, which means that this planet can be transformed into a habitable planet through environmental transformation. And the cost of transformation is lower than that of other barren planets. If there is such a planet in the galaxy of the outpost base, the expeditionary army will definitely try to transform. The signal coordinates were located in a plateau of mountains covered with thick ice. 5 frigates slowly descended into the violent atmosphere. Just after passing through the thick atmosphere, they suddenly received an alarm of being attacked. It was a missile launched from the interior of the planet. The frigate's self-defense system sprayed the fire tongue barrage, which can easily destroy the missile. The tracking system of the warship found the launch of the missile for the first time. But there was a hole in a high mountainside between the barren mountains, and the missile flew out of the entrance. It is obvious that this planet was once a military base of an ancient civilization. It was destroyed in a great war, but there are still some remaining military facilities that have not been completely destroyed. Li Qing pressed his palm on the map screen in front of him, spread his 5 fingers to enlarge the map, and looked at the picture displayed on the projected map. He pressed his head and felt a headache. Why? Do you want me to send the Marine Corps? Right. The coordinates are in this mountain location. But in addition to the thick ice layer, the most wreckage and bomb pits, and the broken military facilities. And there is no valuable thing. There is no surface. Naturally inside the mountain. Come here. Li Qin could only ask the ground forces in the Palm universe to get ready. 3 clone squadrons and 3 robot assault squadrons were ready to land on the industrial ship. 2 hours later, a medium-sized troop ship appeared out of the planet's track and began to put ground forces. The landing of the Marine Corps on a planet generally depends on the situation of the planet and the scale of the mission. Small-scale landings are generally carried out by launching landing capsules directly into the planet, while large-scale landings are carried out by troop transport ships. The landing of 600 people can only be considered a small-scale task, one by one flying out of the shipping ship, such as a meteor, shot into the planet. The launch of the landing cabin looks like chopsticks. The structure is very strong. After passing through the thick atmosphere, it falls into the ground and inserted into the dirty rock or ice. Li Qin was sitting in the battleship. The light screen in front of him clearly showed that the doors of the landing capsules inserted into the ground were opened one by one, and fully armed clone soldiers or robot assault soldiers filed out of them one by one, quickly gathering into small teams for alert. Although it is just the lowest equal cannon fodder troops, don't doubt their professionalism. The cloning people are professional cultivated cannon fodder troops. In just a few months, they have only 2 or 30 years of life. Before leaving the factory, all cloning people will be equipped with special skill chips into brain inserts regarding their positioning, so that they have professional skills as soon as they are born, and they can come in handy immediately. Like the clone troops, the equipment is naturally equipped with military-related skills. There are 3 in total, namely infantry professional combat skills, special operations, and special environmental battlefield adaptation. The combination of these 3 skills allows them to face most combat environments. All the skills of the clone person who just leave the factory are only LV1. It can improve the skill level through combat. Theoretically, it can be improved to LV10. That is, the 10th clone fighter. Not only the combat skills become very powerful, but also the opportunity to break the fate. The 10th level clone warrior can accept higher gene modulation technology. Dozens of genetic surgery can not only make up for the genetic defects of the cloning people, but also make them stronger, just like a small Superman. But the most crucial thing for clones is that these advanced gene modulation technologies can allow them to break through the original lifespan defect of 20 to 30 years, like natural humans, and obtain the status of imperial citizens, and no longer be cannon fodder without human rights. Although it is difficult, the clone fodder produced by the Empire every year, but it can go through countless life and death battles to the final clone soldiers with less than 100,000. But this is an opportunity after all, and it is also the goal of all cloning people. 300 clone soldiers and 300 robot assault soldiers, under the command of their respective commanders, quickly found several entrances and exits in that area. With the cooperation of several frigates anchored in the sky, they blasted down the entrances and then broke in. Li Qin did nothing. Professional things were still professional. The fleet command was okay. He was completely layman on ground operations. He wanted to command his subordinates to be a disaster. Li Qin has considered that, after a certain number of warships commanded by Majesty in the future, find several powerful fleet commanders to share the workload. It's not that he can't command. He has super high congenital attributes far beyond other players, regardless of perception and memory, mental and spiritual, etc. And other players have greatly increased the command, allowing him to quickly respond and accurately respond in the face of complex battles. Although it is not as good as the natural famous general who is born to eat this bowl of rice. As a fleet commander, as long as you do not make mistakes, you have the ability to bring out all the combat power of His Majesty. This is a very good commander. Mainly there are more warships in the future. In the future, the base is established. The situation facing the situation is becoming more and more complicated. Many times he has to do different things at the same time. Whether players, the recruited fleet commander, as long as you can use it with confidence, you can. After waiting for about an hour and a half, the intermittent communication finally brought good news that the underground base, located at the coordinates, had been explored, in addition to a large number of steel alloys stored in the underground warehouse. A hidden secret room was found at the bottom with some data chips. Half an hour later, a silver-white metal box that had been checked moved to Li Qing's face and opened it. The metal box was filled with cold air, and inside was an exquisite metal shelf with many data chips inserted on it. Li Qing took one with one hand, and a metal ball was floating behind the seat. Inserting the data chip into a socket in the metal ball, the light curtain bounced in front of the eyes. The dense data slipped as the waterfall. This is a data decoder, which specifically decodes various unknown data chips to extract information and data. In just 2 minutes, the waterfall of data began to turn into information he recognized, which showed that the technological level of this data chip was definitely not as advanced as that of human civilization. After the decoding was completely completed, the information appeared completely in front of him. After just one look, Li Qing showed a hint of surprise. This chip contains part of a planet environment reconstruction technology. To be precise, it is part of a certain environmental transformation technology. Generally speaking, the environment of a planet is not static. Even if it is the same ocean planet, the environment inside can be very different. Therefore, the technology of planetary environment transformation is a very complex technology with almost no limits. There was only a small part in front of him, and Li Qing couldn't make sense of it. Next, he would decode the chips inside one by one, and then piece them together into a complete set of information. When all the data chips were combined into one, a complete planetary environment transformation technology appeared in front of him. Moreover, it was a very rare technology, a top-level technology that players could not normally obtain. Moreover, Li Qing discovered that this set of planetary environment transformation technology seemed to be tailored for the current planet. In other words, the owner of this technology originally intended to transform the current planet into a habitable planet through planetary transformation technology. Unfortunately, the technology had just been developed and had not yet been implemented when the base suffered a devastating blow, and nothing happened. However, Li Qing felt that it was not just the planet that suffered a blow, but the civilization as well, which was then wiped out. If the clan was not exterminated, and only the base on this planet was attacked and destroyed, there should be members of the clan to clean up the mess. At this time, Li Qing had a huge question in his mind. Where is the mother planet of this destroyed civilization? This destroyed civilization should not be any of the 3 alien civilizations in the Zuterstar field. When he saw the space station of the Shada Tribe Union before, he wondered whether the Shada Tribe Union had once colonized here. But whether it is the wreckage of warships floating in the planet's orbit or the architectural style on the planet, they are fundamentally different from those 3 civilizations, and definitely cannot be any of the 3. Wrong. Li Qing suddenly woke up and ordered the fleet to rescan the surroundings. He was surprised to find that all the warship wreckages on the planet were of the same type, and no second style of warships was found. This also means either there will be civil war, either an irresistible fleet swept them directly, or even such a large-scale battle did not cause them to lose a single warship.